100-fold cultivation system successfully bound. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind, and the man abruptly opened his eyes. He remembered that he was climbing a mountain just a moment ago, but the next second his soul was transported to the divine martial continent, where he became the useless young master of the Jiang family in Songshan City, a laughingstock to everyone. Jiang Yunhong, a genius in the clan, not only stole the Lingyun Martial Academy token that should have belonged to him, but also beat him to the point of near death and left him to fend for himself in the room. Jiang Chun propped himself up and struggled to stand up. He had just taken a step when the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Taking one step grants plus 10 to basic movement skill experience, triggering a 100x bonus. Ding! Basic movement technique perfected, successfully advanced to yellow grade, beginner movement technique, flowing light step. Immediately afterwards, a profound realization surged into Jiang Chen's mind, and the movement technique that had troubled the original owner for more than 10 years was directly mastered. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, and then quickly entered a state of cultivation. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 3rd level of body tempering. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt that the power within his body was several times stronger than before. He only cultivated for a few minutes before breaking through from the 2nd level of body tempering to the 3rd level. Jiang Chen wondered to himself, what would happen if he took another pill to aid his cultivation? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he took out a powerful pill from his body and swallowed it. The power pill is a low-grade pill that doesn't even qualify as a 1st-grade pill. Although this elixir has no grade, it can make cultivation twice as effective for martial artists in the body tempering realm. Ding! You have consumed a power pill and gained 100 by 100 experience points. Jiang Chun had just swallowed the powerful pill and hadn't even had a chance to start cultivating yet. A series of system notification sounds rang out one after another, making Jiang Chen's head spin a little. A powerful pill that wasn't even graded caused his cultivation level to jump 3 levels instantly, directly reaching the 6th level of body tempering. Among the younger generation of the entire Jiang family, Jiang Yunhong, the strongest, is only at the 5th level of body tempering. Jiang Chun now possesses strength that surpasses Jiang Yunhong's. With this heaven-defying 100-fold cultivation system, even the geniuses of Lingyun Martial Academy would be reduced to trash in front of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun muttered to himself, guessing that Jiang Yunhong would probably take the token that originally belonged to him and go to Lingyun Martial Academy to report for duty today. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He's going out now to give Jiang Yunhong a huge surprise. What belongs to him, no one can take away from him. However, as soon as Jiang Chun stepped out of the room, he saw a burly Jiang family guard standing in front of the courtyard gate. Jiang Chun was no stranger to this guard from the Jiang family. He was Jiang Quan, Jiang Yunhong's confidant. Young Master Chun, you can't go out. Jiang Quan was visibly stunned when he saw Jiang Chun walking out of the room, and then quickly stepped forward to block Jiang Chen's way. Jiang Chen's gaze immediately darkened. Jiang Quan, how dare you block this young master? Get out of my way at once. Jiang Quan said expressionlessly, Young Master Chun, this is the Grand Elder's order. You'd better go back to your room obediently, or don't blame me for being impolite. Although Jiang Chun is the only son of Jiang Yue, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yue is not at the Jiang family home for most of the year. Nowadays, the power of the Jiang family is no longer in Jiang Yue's control. Jiang Quan, I'm going out today, and no one can stop me. Get out of my way. Jiang Chen's gaze was icy cold. The Grand Elder, Jiang Qianhe, was none other than Jiang Yunhong's grandfather. Jiang Qianhe clearly wanted to help Jiang Yunhong replace Jiang Chun and enter the Lingyun Martial Academy. Even Jiang Yunhong's attack on Jiang Chun last night was very likely instigated by that old guy Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Quan's expression immediately turned somewhat ugly. Young Master Chun. However, Jiang Quan had only spoken halfway when Jiang Chun raised his hand and slapped him, sending him flying. Ding! You slapped someone, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your basic palm technique has reached perfection, successfully advancing to a yellow-grade beginner martial skill, wind-breaking palm. The system notification that suddenly rang in Jiang Qin's mind filled him with immense joy. Jiang Quan touched his burning face, a look of disbelief immediately appearing in his eyes. He never expected that Jiang Qin, that good-for-nothing, would actually dare to lay a hand on him. "You piece of trash! How dare you hit me?" Jiang Quan was immediately enraged and pounced on Jiang Qin with all his might. Jiang Qin stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the fist rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Jiang Qin slowly extended 2 fingers only when Jiang Quan's fist was less than 3 feet away from his face. Jiang Qin's 2 fingers clamped Jiang Quan's wrist precisely. The whole process was done so casually, as if he had simply picked up a leaf. How is this possible? Jiang Quan was shocked, never expecting that Jiang Qin could so easily block his full-force attack. Wasn't this useless guy stuck at the 2nd level of body tempering? When did his strength become so strong? Impossible, this can't be real, Jiang Quan roared, then threw another full-force punch at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin snorted disdainfully, his body remaining motionless, and directly unleashed the shattering stone fist, punching Jiang Quan. In an instant, Jiang Quan's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily several feet away, his fate unknown. Ding! You have used the stone-shattering fist, gaining 20 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your stone-shattering fist has reached the lesser mastery level. After crippling Jiang Quan with a single punch, Jiang Qin strode outside, accompanied by the pleasant notification sound of the system. With each step Jiang Qin takes, the flowing cloud step gains a large amount of experience points. When Jiang Qin reached the edge of the Jiang family's inner courtyard square, only a few minutes had passed, and he had already reached the perfect state of the flowing cloud step. Ding! Your yellow-grade elementary movement technique, flowing cloud step, has reached the perfection realm and has successfully advanced to the yellow-grade intermediate movement technique, meteor step. Jiang Qin was amazed. He hadn't expected to advance to the intermediate level of the yellow rank movement technique so quickly. He can gain 100 times the experience just by walking. It probably won't be long before his movement technique is directly promoted to the Xian grade. Profound grade martial arts techniques are extremely rare. Even the Jiang family only possesses one such technique, which has always been regarded as the family's most prized possession. Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate after I go to Lingyun Martial Academy, and I will never let you down. Just then, a voice that Jiang Qin was extremely familiar with suddenly came from the center of the square. Jiang Qin looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jiang Yunhong, standing tall and handsome in the center of the square, bidding farewell to Jiang Qianhe, the eldest elder of the Jiang family. Around the square, many Jiang family disciples looked at Jiang Yunhong with deep envy in their eyes. Jiang Qin's expression turned slightly cold, and then he strode towards the center of the square. At the same time, his cold voice slowly echoed across the square. Jiang Yunhong, this opportunity to enter Lingyun Martial Academy belongs to me, Jiang Qin. You have no right to take what belongs to me. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, countless eyes in the square immediately focused on him. Hey, isn't that the good-for-nothing young master of the Jiang family? What's he doing here? Does he intend to snatch this opportunity back? That's right. Now that the patriarch is not in the Jiang family, the grand elder has the final say in the entire family. Seeing Jiang Qin suddenly appear in the square, many Jiang family disciples couldn't help but show mocking expressions. Jiang Qin's sudden appearance also caused a slight change in the expressions of Jiang Qianhe and Jiang Yunhong. I admit that this spot to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy was indeed obtained by the patriarch for the Jiang family. Although you're the only son of the family head, you are still at the 2nd level of body tempering. What qualifications do you have to get this opportunity to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy? Jiang Yunhong stared at Jiang Qin with disdain, a cold smile playing on his lips. 3 months ago, Jiang Yunhong failed the new student assessment at Lingyun Martial Academy. Now that he is 16 years old, he will never have the chance to participate in the Lingyun Martial Academy's assessment again. Therefore, this spot is his only chance to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy for cultivation. No matter what, Jiang Yunhong would never let this good-for-nothing ruin his plans. I'm not qualified. You, who didn't even pass the Lingyun Martial Academy's assessment, don't seem to be much better than me, do you? Jiang Chun paid no attention to Jiang Yunhong's disdainful mockery and retorted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhong's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Even if I failed the Lingyun Martial Academy's assessment, I'm still better than you, a piece of trash who's been stuck at the second level of body tempering for 2 years. Jiang Chun glanced at Jiang Yunhong indifferently, then looked at Jiang Qinhe. Elder, what do you mean? The opportunity to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy should naturally be given to the most promising junior of the Jiang family. Jiang Qinhe frowned slightly, and although he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, he still nodded. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, those with more potential than Jiang Yunhong have already entered the Lingyun Martial Academy, and the rest are not worth worrying about at all. As for the notorious good-for-nothing in the Jiang family, he is even less likely to pose any threat to Jiang Yunhong. The Grand Elder always puts the family first, which Jiang Chun greatly admires. In that case, a strange smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips as he looked at Jiang Yunhong and said, Jiang Yunhong, come out and fight me. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chun, their gazes filled with disbelief and shock. I didn't see wrong, did I? Jiang Chun actually took the initiative to challenge Jiang Yunhong. Jiang Yunhong broke through to the 5th level of body tempering 3 months ago. How dare a piece of trash at the 2nd level of body tempering dare to challenge Jiang Yunhong? This piece of trash must have lost his mind, actually offering himself up to die. It took Jiang Yunhong a while to recover from his shock. Only 1 night had passed. Who gave Jiang Chun the courage to challenge him? Jiang Yunhong, enough talk. Let's get started. My things, Jiang Chen's things, are not something that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can take from me. You worthless piece of trash. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. After being humiliated time and time again by Jiang Chun, this good-for-nothing, Jiang Yunhong felt a raging fire burning wildly in his heart. He roared and charged forward, throwing a punch at Jiang Chen's head. Seeing Jiang Yunhong throw a punch at Jiang Chun, many Jiang family disciples in the square couldn't help but show expressions of pity. Jiang Chun remained indifferent, instantly using the flowing light step to easily dodge Jiang Yunhong's fist with a single flash. This good-for-nothing actually dodged it. This scene left many Jiang family disciples dumbfounded. Seeing that his punch had missed, Jiang Yunhong was startled. A coincidence. This must just be a coincidence. Your punch was flashy but ineffective and too slow. With your level of skill, it's no wonder that Lingyun Martial Academy rejected you. Just when Jiang Yunhong thought it was all just a coincidence, Jiang Chen's mocking voice rang in his ears. Bastard! Jiang Yunhong's face instantly turned ferocious. He roared and unleashed his full power, launching another lightning-fast punch at Jiang Chun. This time, Jiang Chun didn't move an inch. He simply waved his hand lightly and blocked Jiang Yunhong's fist. That punch was fast enough but too weak. Didn't you say I was a piece of trash? But you seem to be even worse than a piece of trash like me. Looking at Jiang Yunhong, who was so close at hand, Jiang Chun couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile. What right do you have to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy when you're not even good enough to be considered trash? Jiang Yunhong stared at Jiang Chun in disbelief, utterly shocked. This good-for-nothing actually blocked his punch so easily. If the first punch was due to Jiang Yunhong's momentary carelessness, and Jiang Chun happened to dodge it, so for this second punch, he had used almost all his strength. Yellow-grade beginner martial arts. Tiger Roar Fist. Jiang Yunhong shouted angrily. His fist instantly unleashed a fierce burst of energy, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and slammed towards Jiang Chun. Chapter 6. Jiang Yunhong finally got serious. As soon as he unleashed the Tiger Roar Fist, a beginner-level yellow-grade martial art, gasps of surprise immediately rang out from all around the plaza. Jiang Yunhong had already mastered the Tiger Roar Fist to a minor level, and with his 5th level body tempering strength, he was simply no match for Jiang Chun. In their eyes, Jiang Chun had only managed to block 2 moves before becoming arrogant and daring to provoke Jiang Yunhong. He was bound to pay a heavy price this time. Jiang Yunhong's eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze towards Jiang Chun was filled with ferocity and madness. The spot at Lingyun Martial Academy was something Jiang Yue, the head of the Jiang family, had worked tirelessly to obtain. It was his only chance to enter Lingyun Martial Academy, and anyone who dared to stand in his way would be killed. "You little bastard, die!" With a furious roar, Jiang Yunhong unleashed the full power of his Tiger Roar fist, the force of his punch aimed directly at Jiang Chun. Facing this ferocious attack, Jiang Chun's expression remained indifferent. He simply clenched his fist slowly. The next instant, a powerful force, seemingly capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, rapidly condensed on his fist. Yellow-grade beginner martial art, stone-shattering fist. Jiang Chun shouted, without the slightest retreat, directly throwing a punch to meet Jiang Yunhong's attack. With a deafening bang, two fists collided violently before countless eyes. Immediately afterward, a figure screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily several feet away. Watching the disheveled figure fly out, the Jiang family disciples on the plaza shook their heads. They thought Jiang Chun would be badly injured if he didn't die this time. A piece of trash at the second level of body tempering dared to challenge Jiang Yunhong, who was at the 5th level of body tempering. He was simply courting death. But when everyone saw the figure lying on the ground, the entire arena fell silent. The person who had been blasted away by a punch and collapsed in a sorry state was not Jiang Chun, but Jiang Yunhong. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the square erupted in chaos. The person who was blasted out was actually Jiang Yunhong. Jiang Chun actually defeated Jiang Yunhong with a single punch, severely injuring him. Everyone found it hard to believe. Wasn't Jiang Chun a notorious good-for-nothing in the Jiang family? His cultivation had clearly remained at the 2nd level of body tempering, so how could he possibly defeat Jiang Yunhong, who was at the 5th level of body tempering, in a head-on confrontation? Jiang Yunhong originally intended to steal the spot, but ended up in this predicament, which ironically made Jiang Chun's victory astonishing. Everyone is still in a daze. They originally thought Jiang Chun was bound to lose, but Jiang Chun not only won, but won decisively. Is this young man who severely injured Jiang Yunhong with a single punch really the same useless member of the Jiang family that everyone mocked? Jiang Qianhe was equally shocked. He knew very well that Jiang Chun had remained at the 2nd level of body tempering all these years. Jiang Yue had put in a lot of effort to help Jiang Chun improve his strength, but to no avail. Just last night, Jiang Yunhong had even injured Jiang Chun with a punch and stolen the Lingyun Martial Academy token from him. But after just one night, Jiang Chun seemed like a completely different person. A useless person at the 2nd level of body tempering was actually able to defeat Jiang Yunhong, who was at the 5th level of body tempering. This change was truly incomprehensible. While everyone was still in shock, Jiang Chun had already stepped up to Jiang Yunhong. He looked down at the fallen Jiang Yunhong, his voice calm, yet clear to everyone. "Jiang Yunhong, you've lost. Hand over the token of Lingyun Martial Academy." "No, I haven't lost. How could I possibly lose to a piece of trash like you from the Jiang family?" Jiang Yunhong's face turned deathly pale, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He was nearly driven mad, unable to accept the fact that he had been defeated by Jiang Chun. He roared furiously, his face contorted with rage, and scrambled to his feet, swinging his fist as he charged at Jiang Chun once more. "If you won't listen to reason, you'll have to suffer the consequences." A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes, and he clenched his fist suddenly, about to make a move, when a ghostly figure descended from the sky and blocked his way. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Qianhe, the first elder of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he stared at Jiang Qianhe and sneered, "What? Does the dignified first elder of the Jiang family intend to go back on his word?" "Jiang Chun, you really surprised me." Jiang Qianhe gave Jiang Chun a deep look, his expression complicated, then turned to look at the disheveled Jiang Yunhong. "Give him the token of Lingyun Martial Academy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhong panicked. "No, Grandpa, I haven't lost yet. I can definitely beat him." His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of resentment. He had always been the most dazzling genius of the Jiang family. How could he lose to Jiang Chun, who had been ridiculed by everyone? Besides, the spot at the Lingyun Martial Academy should have rightfully belonged to him. Enough! Jiang Yunhong's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, "A loss is a loss. Don't embarrass me any further. Hand over the token to him. Do you even dare to disobey me?" Seeing that his grandfather was truly angry, Jiang Yunhong, despite his resentment, could only grit his teeth and take out the token of Lingyun Martial Academy. Jiang Chen showed no politeness and snatched the token directly from his hand. This was something he was rightfully entitled to take back. Under the watchful eyes of countless Jiang family disciples, Jiang Chen put away the token and walked towards the Jiang family gate without looking back. Now that he has the token of Lingyun Martial Academy, there is naturally no need for him to stay in the Jiang family any longer. Today, in front of everyone, he forcefully snatched the opportunity to enter Lingyun Martial Academy from Jiang Yunhong, which has completely offended the grandfather and grandson. If he stayed in the Jiang family, who knew if Jiang Yunhong and Jiang Yunhong would secretly sabotage him? Only after entering the Lingyun Martial Academy would Jiang Yunhong dare not easily touch him. The Lingyun Martial Academy is located in Lingyun City, the center of Lingyun Prefecture, not far from Songshan City. Jiang Chen walked all the way, and after half a day, he finally arrived at the Lingyun Martial Academy. Just then, a familiar notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Your yellow grade advanced movement technique, flowing cloud step, has reached perfection and successfully advanced to the profound grade initial movement technique, flowing light and illusionary step. Finally advanced to the profound rank. Jiang Chen paused, his face immediately lighting up with undisguised joy. He had been constantly traveling from the Jiang family to the Lingyun Martial Academy, and his movement technique experience had been steadily increasing. With the amplification of the 100x Cultivation system, his original mid-level yellow-grade movement technique, Meteor Step, had long since been upgraded to the high-level yellow-grade Flowing Cloud Step. Now, the Flowing Cloud Steps have finally been perfected and transformed once again into a low-level, profound-grade movement technique, the Flowing Light and Illusory Shadow Steps. He had actually mastered a profound-grade movement technique simply by walking. Profound-grade martial arts techniques are inherently powerful, yet extremely rare, and their difficulty in cultivation far surpasses that of yellow-grade techniques. Let alone martial artists outside the martial arts world. Even within the Lingyun Martial Academy, anyone who can master a profound-grade martial arts technique during the body-tempering realm is an absolute genius. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation level the 6th level of body tempering, after using the Flowing Light Illusion step, his speed is almost comparable to that of ordinary martial artists at the 8th or even 9th level of body tempering. This is the power of a Xian-grade martial art. Jiang Chen was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough in movement technique when a mocking voice suddenly came from the side. "Oh, isn't this Jiang Chen, the good-for-nothing from the Jiang family? It seems you really did manage to get a spot into the Lingyun Martial Academy, thanks to your father." Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Following the sound, Jiang Chen saw a handsome young man in elegant attire slowly walking out of the Lingyun Martial Academy. The newcomer was Lin Yang, a direct descendant of the Lin family, one of the 3 major families in Songshan City, and Jiang Chen was no stranger to him. Like Jiang Chen, Lin Yang was a notorious good-for-nothing young master at his family, so the two had disliked each other since childhood and had often fought. However, Lin Yang was much luckier than Jiang Chen because he had an exceptionally talented older brother, Lin Yu. The Lingyun Martial Academy has a rule. Whoever makes it onto the Inner Academy's Lingyun ranking can recommend one person to enter the academy for free. Lin Yang got in precisely because of his brother's qualifications. Jiang Chen merely glanced at Lin Yang indifferently, too lazy to even greet him, and prepared to walk past him. In the past, he might have tried to compete with Lin Yang, but now, with the 100-fold cultivation system, he was a completely different person. Lin Yang was no longer worth his time. "Jiang Chen, you bastard, stop right there." Seeing that Jiang Chen was ignoring him, Lin Yang's face darkened immediately. He quickly stepped forward and blocked Jiang Chen's path. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly. "Lin Yang, you only got into Lingyun Martial Academy because of your brother. Don't try to act superior in front of me. Get out of my way. I have no interest in wasting my time with you." Lin Yang laughed angrily upon hearing this, staring at Jiang Chen with contempt. "Jiang Chen, do you think I'm still the same person I used to be? Half a year ago, Lin Yu ascended to the Lingyun ranking, and Lin Yang subsequently entered the Lingyun Martial Academy. In this sacred land of martial arts, even though Lin Yang's talent was average, he managed to break through from the second level of body tempering to the fourth level with his brother's help. Now that Jiang Chun dared to disregard him, Lin Yang naturally couldn't tolerate it. The standoff between the two quickly attracted a number of students from the nearby Lingyun Martial Academy. Curious to see what would happen, the crowd gathered, and murmurs arose. Isn't that Lin Yang? Is this guy bullying someone again? Who told him to have such a powerful older brother? How many people in the Lingyun Martial Academy would dare to disrespect him? Who is that over there? How dare he provoke Lin Yang? He's really blind. Someone recognized Jiang Chun and shook his head, saying, his name is Jiang Chun. He's also from Songshan City, and like Lin Yang, he's a good-for-nothing. I heard that his father went to great lengths to get him into the Lingyun Martial Academy. A piece of trash at the second level of body tempering dares to mess with Lin Yang? He's practically courting death. Lin Yang not only has his brother backing him up, but he also has the strength of the fourth level of body tempering. Dealing with Jiang Chun will be a piece of cake for him. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Yang's smugness grew increasingly obvious. He stared at Jiang Chun and arrogantly said, Jiang Chun, you're just a piece of trash at the second level of body tempering. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might consider letting you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly you won't even recognize your own mother. Back in Songshan City, Jiang Chun always went against him, even embarrassing him in public several times. Now that he finally had the chance, Lin Yang was determined to settle all past scores. But Jiang Chun's expression remained unchanged in the face of Lin Yang's threat. He calmly uttered 3 words, I don't believe it. Then Jiang Chun looked at Lin Yang and said, word by word, if you want to fight, go ahead. But I guarantee that in the end, you'll be the one who gets beaten so badly you won't even recognize your own mother. Damn, what did this kid just say? Did I hear that right? A piece of trash at the second level of body tempering dares to act tough in front of Lin Yang. When someone with strength acts tough, it's called awesome. But if someone without strength dares to be arrogant, they're just asking for death. The onlookers buzzed with discussion, everyone thinking Jiang Chun had gone mad. Lin Yang, enraged, laughed coldly, his gaze dark as he stared at Jiang Chun, saying in a chilling voice, fine, very well. If you really have the guts, come up to the ring with me, and let's have a proper contest. If it weren't for the strict prohibition against private fights at Lingyun Martial Academy, Lin Yang would have already rushed up and pinned Jiang Chun to the ground, giving him a good beating. But Jiang Chun just sneered inwardly. He originally didn't want to argue with Lin Yang, but this guy insisted on coming up to him, practically offering his face to him. Since that's the case, Jiang Chun naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. If you want to compete, I have no objection. Jiang Chun's lips curled slightly as he said calmly, but since it's a competition, there should be some stakes, right? Lin Yang was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. He had been worried that Jiang Chun wouldn't dare accept the challenge, but the kid not only accepted it, but also proposed a duel. It was practically him offering himself up for death. Lin Yang immediately took out a jade bottle from his pocket and said with a sneer, there's a body tempering pill inside. If you win, the body tempering pill is yours. If you lose, you'll have to pay me one. Do you dare? The moment the jade bottle appeared, a gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. A body tempering pill? Lin Yang actually brought out such a treasure. Having a powerful older brother is truly different. He can just take a body tempering pill worth a fortune like that without a second thought. A 4th level body tempering cultivator can't possibly lose against a 2nd level body tempering cultivator. Anyone would be willing to take that risk. This is clearly a trap to trick Jiang Chun into giving him a body tempering pill, and Jiang Chun actually jumped into the trap. He's incredibly stupid. Despite the surrounding ridicule and sarcasm, Jiang Chun showed no anger, instead revealing a meaningful smile. Lin Yang thought he was setting a trap, but little did he know that in Jiang Chun's eyes, the body tempering pill was already his. The body tempering pill is a first-grade elixir, capable of significantly enhancing the strength of a body tempering realm martial artist. Even the most ordinary one is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Its effects are far superior to the power pills Jiang Chun had previously consumed. If he obtained this body-tempering pill, coupled with the boost from the 100-fold cultivation system, his strength would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Now that Lingyun had personally delivered the treasure to him, Jiang Chun had no reason not to accept it. All right, I accept this duel. As soon as Jiang Chun finished speaking, everyone around him froze. A mere second-level body-tempering cultivator actually dared to gamble with a fourth-level body-tempering cultivator? This wasn't just confidence, it was utter recklessness. Not only was he asking for a beating, but he even went so far as to offer Lingyun a body-tempering pill. Everyone was utterly baffled as to where Jiang Chun got his confidence. Lingyun, however, almost burst out laughing. Beating up Jiang Chun and getting a body-tempering pill worth a fortune for free, such a good thing, was practically impossible to come by. Since you've agreed, let's go to the arena, Lingyun urged, afraid Jiang Chun might change his mind. Jiang Chun smiled slightly and calmly said, "No need for that. Let's start here." Lin Yang's face immediately darkened, and he said sarcastically, "Jiang Chun, what do you mean? Fighting in private will get you expelled from Lingyun Martial Academy. If you're too scared to fight, just admit defeat. Why make up this excuse?" Jiang Chun glanced at him, his tone still relaxed. "When did I say we wouldn't fight? We won't fight. We'll just compare our movement techniques." After saying that, Jiang Chun held up one finger towards Lingyun. "If you can touch me even once within 10 moves without me making a move, I'll consider a loss." Ah, that's hilarious. A mere second-level body-tempering trash dares to talk to Lingyun, a fourth-level body-tempering cultivator, like that. This guy is really something. He's about to die, and he still dares to act tough. He even said he'd take on 10 moves. I think Lingyun could take him down in one move. The students from Lingyun Martial Academy around them were discussing among themselves. Everyone thought Jiang Chun was incredibly arrogant. A piece of trash at the second level of body tempering dares to provoke Lingyun, who is at the fourth level of body tempering. Isn't this just asking for humiliation? Lingyun stared intently at Jiang Chun. His eyes were frighteningly cold, and a ferocious smile appeared on his lips. "Jiang Chun, it's been months, and you're still as arrogant as ever. Since you want to compete in agility, then I'll have a proper match with you. You'll soon understand that you have no right to be arrogant in front of me." This time, Lingyun not only wanted to wash away the humiliation of the past, but also to crush Jiang Chun under his feet. But Jiang Chun simply stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. "Aren't you talking too much nonsense? Let's make a move. I'll say it again. If you can even touch me, I'll admit defeat." Lin Yang's face darkened, a cold smile playing on his lips. He wanted to see how long Jiang Chun could keep up the act. The next instant, Lingyun moved his feet and rushed forward, his right hand reaching directly for Jiang Chun's shoulder. But just as he reached Jiang Chun, everything went blurry. Jiang Chun had vanished from his sight. By the time Lingyun reacted, Jiang Chun was already standing 3 meters to his left, still looking completely nonchalant. Lin Yang's temples throbbed slightly, his heart filled with shock. How could this good-for-nothing be so fast? He had no time to think and immediately accelerated, chasing after Jiang Chun again. However, before his claws could even get close, Jiang Chun's figure dodged away once more. In 2 consecutive attacks, Lingyun failed to catch Jiang Chun, let alone even touch the hem of his clothes. "This is impossible." Lin Yang's face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar. He couldn't believe that he, a dignified 4th-level body-tempering cultivator, couldn't catch up with a mere 2nd-level body-tempering cultivator. Thinking of this, Lingyun became completely anxious and charged towards Jiang Chun like a madman. Faced with his relentless pursuit, Jiang Chun used the flowing light and illusionary steps, moving around the arena with ease as if strolling in a garden. No matter how fast Lingyun accelerated, Jiang Chun always maintained a distance of 2 or 3 meters from him. From beginning to end, Lingyun didn't even touch a hair on Jiang Chun's head. The surrounding students were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chun's speed is too fast. Is this really the speed of someone at the 2nd level of body tempering? What kind of useless body tempering level 2 trash is he? His strength is definitely stronger than Lin Yang's, and he has also cultivated an extremely profound movement technique. This kind of movement technique is probably no worse than the high-grade yellow rank movement technique used by inner disciples. As everyone watched Lin Yang being completely outmaneuvered by Jiang Chun, their shock grew stronger. A genius with considerable strength and advanced movement techniques had actually been disguising himself as a useless second-level body tempering cultivator all along. Someone who could clearly enter the Lingyun Martial Academy through merit shows to get in through connections. What is this? This is a classic case of playing dumb to fool others. Lin Yang tried his best to chase after Jiang Chun, but he couldn't catch up with him. Before he knew it, 10 moves had passed. Looking at Jiang Chun, who was still standing 2 or 3 meters away, Lin Yang's eyes practically spit fire. He finally understood that he had been thoroughly tricked by Jiang Chun once again. Jiang Chun crossed his arms, looking at him mockingly. Lin Yang, 10 moves have passed. You've lost a bet, so hand over the body tempering pill. Lin Yang's face was terribly gloomy, but he couldn't argue. He gritted his teeth and threw the body tempering pill hard at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, you just wait. This isn't over. After uttering these harsh words, Lin Yang didn't dare linger any longer and quickly turned and left. After entering the Lingyun Martial Academy, Jiang Chun quickly figured out the general situation there. The Lingyun Martial Academy is divided into the Inner Academy and the Outer Academy. The Inner Academy is where Inner Academy students and core students of the Lingyun ranking train. The Outer Academy is where ordinary students gather, and students are divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. The students in the gold class are exceptionally talented, each one a genius selected from hundreds. Although the silver class is slightly inferior, they all entered the Martial Academy based on their own abilities, and their talents are not bad either. As for the bronze class, most of them entered the Martial Academy through various connections, and therefore were the least favored. Jiang Chun's current status was naturally that of a bronze student. That day, he was reviewing materials and familiarizing himself with the Martial Academy situation when the chubby boy Tang Sheng walked over. Tang Sheng was Jiang Chun's roommate, and Jiang Chun was able to settle into the Martial Academy so quickly thanks to his help. Brother Jiang Chun, there's an alchemy class in the bronze class this afternoon. Would you like to go check it out? Upon hearing the words alchemy, Jiang Chun immediately became interested. Since there's an alchemy class, let's go check it out. The two arrived at the bronze class classroom, which was already filled with nearly 100 students. Lin Yang, who had lost a body tempering pill to Jiang Chun that morning, was also sitting among them. Lin Yang watched Jiang Chun enter, a disdainful sneer immediately appearing on his face. Jiang Chun, you're here for an alchemy class too? Do you even know what alchemy is? Jiang Chun's lips curled slightly, and he replied indifferently, even if I don't understand, I'm still better than you. If you're not satisfied, bring out another body tempering pill, and I won't mind gambling with you again. Lin Yang's face immediately darkened upon hearing about the body tempering pill. He had already suffered a great loss in the gambling match that morning, so he could only snort coldly and sit back down in his seat with a sullen face. The surrounding students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, surprised that this newcomer, Jiang Chun, dared to embarrass Lin Yang in public. Just then, a beautiful instructor in her 20s walked into the classroom, and the noise instantly disappeared, leaving the entire classroom so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The newcomer was none other than Su Lingxiang, a once-renowned alchemy genius of Lingyun Martial Academy, now a third-grade alchemist. Alchemists already held a prestigious status, and a third-grade alchemist carried considerable weight throughout Lingyun Martial Academy. Naturally, no one dared to disrespect her. Su Lingxiang stepped onto the podium, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, and her melodious voice slowly rang out. Since you entered the Lingyun Martial Academy, you have been exposed to alchemy for some time now. In today's lesson, I will personally demonstrate alchemy for you. She waved her hand, and a foot-tall alchemy furnace and a batch of medicinal herbs needed for alchemy immediately appeared on the platform. Today I'm going to refine a powerful pill without any grade. At the beginning of alchemy, first light the fire to warm the furnace and ensure it is heated evenly. Then put in the medicinal herbs one by one. Once the liquid has formed, the pill can be condensed. Su Lingxiang explained as she practiced alchemy, her movements fluid and natural without the slightest pause. The medicinal herbs transformed continuously within the alchemy furnace. As the heat gradually stabilized, the aroma of the herbs began to fill the classroom. In just a few minutes, Su Lingxiang successfully refined a batch of powerful pills. Just as everyone was still engrossed in the alchemy demonstration, Jiang Chen suddenly heard a familiar system notification. Ding! You have watched a rank 3 alchemist refine a powerful pill and gained 100 experience points. Ding! You have successfully advanced to the rank of first-grade alchemist. In an instant, a large amount of alchemy knowledge flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. The steps of alchemy, the control of heat, and the changes in medicinal materials all became incredibly clear. He only watched his mentor refine pills once, and he was directly promoted to a first-grade alchemist. This 100-fold cultivation system is truly amazing. There's no limit to how awesome it can get. After completing the pill refining demonstration, Su Lingxiang looked up at the group of bronze students below the stage. I have already demonstrated the alchemy steps. Who would like to come up and try? As long as he can refine a powerful pill, I can apply to the Martial Academy to promote him to silver student. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted in excitement. Many students who diligently studied alchemy were filled with excitement, feeling that their chance to be promoted to silver rank students had finally arrived. Others were filled with regret, wishing they had known that Instructor Su would offer such an opportunity. They shouldn't have treated alchemy classes as mere formalities. The ranking system for students at Lingyun Martial Academy is extremely strict, and the resources they enjoy vary drastically. Most of these bronze students entered the academy through connections, and under normal circumstances, it would be almost impossible for them to be promoted to silver students. Now that Su Lingxiang had essentially opened a shortcut for them, no one wanted to miss it. I'll give it a try. Soon, a student confidently stepped onto the stage, but when he actually tried, he became flustered and ultimately failed to refine it. Several more people went up on stage, but the results were equally disappointing. None of them were able to successfully refine a powerful pill. Even Lin Yang tried, but he miscontrolled the heat, causing the furnace to explode on the spot, leaving him in a sorry state. Looking at the group of students who had failed repeatedly, Su Lingxiang couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment in her eyes. She herself had started as a bronze-level student and worked her way up step by step. After entering the Lingyun Martial Academy, she stood out with her amazing talent for alchemy and eventually became an alchemy genius. Therefore, she always had a special affection for the bronze-level students and was willing to discover true talent among them. But clearly, none of the current batch of students had met her standards. Who else is willing to come up and give it a try? The classroom fell silent. Those who had been eager to try just moments before dared not step forward. Jiang Chen looked around and, seeing that no one else would stand up, got up from his seat. Lin Yang, who had just stepped down from the podium, saw this scene and immediately sneered disdainfully. Jiang Chen, you're a newcomer who hasn't even studied alchemy for a day, and you want to go up there and refine powerful pills? Do you even know what you're capable of? Jiang Chen remained calm and asked indifferently, Who says you can't try alchemy on your first day of learning? Lin Yang sneered. Do you think alchemy is a joke? I've been learning for months and haven't succeeded. You'd better not embarrass yourself. Jiang Chen glanced at him, his tone utterly blunt. I think you're the one who's truly embarrassing yourself. After studying for months, you can't even refine a powerful pill without a grade. Just how useless are you? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't either. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked directly past Lin Yang and headed towards the podium. Lin Yang's face turned ashen, and he shouted angrily, Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. If you can refine a powerful pill today, I, Lin Yang, will serve you tea and kowtow to formally become your disciple. Jiang Chen scoffed. Someone like you, even if you beg me to take you as my disciple, I wouldn't even give you a second glance. You think you can just become my disciple like that? What kind of nonsense is that? Lin Yang's face flushed red with anger, and he was so furious he almost vomited blood. He immediately looked up at Su Lingxiang and said through gritted teeth, Instructor Su, this guy knows nothing about alchemy and is clearly causing trouble. Get him out of here. An impatience flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he coldly asked, Are you so sure I know nothing about alchemy? If I manage to refine a powerful pill today, you could get out of this classroom. Lingyun laughed in anger, staring at Jiang Chun, and said coldly, "Fine, I'll see if you have the ability to make me get out." He didn't believe Jiang Chun could refine a powerful pill at all. In his opinion, this was just a good-for-nothing who didn't know how to refine pills making a show of it. Jiang Chun, too lazy to waste any more words with him, strode onto the platform, stood before the alchemy furnace, and prepared to refine pills in front of everyone. Just as he began, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! You have begun refining a powerful pill. The system has automatically triggered a 100x success rate. Jiang Chun was taken aback, not expecting that alchemy could trigger a 100-fold increase in success rate. With this effect, even if his original success rate in alchemy was low, after the 100-fold increase, it would almost certainly be a success. The system was practically determined to prevent him from failing. Jiang Chun smiled helplessly and began putting medicinal herbs into the furnace. Now that he was a first-grade alchemist, refining such a powerful pill without a grade was not particularly difficult for him. He mastered every step perfectly, lighting the fire, adding the medicinal herbs, controlling the heat, with no sign of awkwardness. His movements were fluid and natural, flowing seamlessly from one step to the next. His skill level almost on par with Su Lingxiang's earlier demonstration of alchemy. The students who had initially been waiting to see him make a fool of himself gradually changed their expressions. It was because Jiang Chun didn't seem to be haphazardly making things up. Every step he took was methodical and orderly, clearly demonstrating a genuine understanding of alchemy. In just a few minutes, the medicinal power within the furnace had fused together, and Jiang Chun's refining process entered its final stage. He raised his hand to form a hand seal, and a pill-condensing hand seal fell into the furnace. The next instant, a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted from the alchemy furnace, quickly filling the entire classroom. Ding! You have refined a powerful pill, gaining 500 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a second-grade alchemist. By refining just one powerful pill, Jiang Chun directly advanced from a first-grade alchemist to a second-grade alchemist. In an instant, a flood of alchemy insights rushed into his mind, and his understanding of medicinal herbs, alchemy fire, and alchemy techniques all increased dramatically. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he was a complete novice when it came to alchemy. But now, he has become a genuine second-grade alchemist. A powerful pill was casually refined by him. With the 100-fold cultivation system, alchemy was indeed that simple for Jiang Chun. The classroom was silent for a moment, then erupted in an incredulous gasp. Holy crap, he succeeded already? This guy's alchemy skills are amazing. He's almost on par with Instructor Su. Lingyun just said that others don't understand alchemy, but now it seems that who's really embarrassing themselves? Everyone's gaze towards Lingyun became strange. Lin Yang's face turned extremely grim. He was on the verge of madness. Impossible. This must be fake. He stared intently at the alchemy furnace, his face filled with disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most absurd thing imaginable. Jiang Chun, this good-for-nothing from the Jiang family, not only surpassed him in martial arts, but now his alchemy talent has also become so astonishing. What on earth is going on? Not only were the bronze-level students stunned by Jiang Chun, but even Su Lingxiang, who had remained silent until now, showed deep shock in her beautiful eyes. When Jiang Chun was refining the pill, his movements were fluid and seamless, and all the steps were completed in one go. Even she couldn't help but applaud him in her heart. But what shocked her the most was the technique Jiang Chun used when he finally condensed the pill. That was a skill that ordinary students could not master. It was clearly a pill-condensing seal that only true alchemists could use. Being able to cast a pill seal meant that Jiang Chun's attainments in alchemy had at least reached the level of a first-grade alchemist. Su Lingxiang was both surprised and delighted. She had only come to teach the bronze class, but she hadn't expected to discover such a genius in alchemy. She took a deep breath, her smile returning, and said to Jiang Chun, "Jiang Chun, your alchemy skills are quite good. Would you like to try refining a body-tempering pill? If you can successfully refine it, I'll promote you to gold student." Su Lingxiang clearly wanted to use this opportunity to personally verify whether Jiang Chun truly possessed the strength of a first-rank alchemist. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback, obviously not expecting Su Lingxiang to suddenly ask him to refine the body-tempering pill. Could this woman have already seen through his true level? As for his status as a gold student, Jiang Chun didn't really care. With the 100-fold cultivation system in hand, climbing the Lingyun ranking was just a matter of time for him. However, Jiang Chun naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing as Su Lingxiang providing alchemy materials for free. He smiled faintly and said to Su Lingxiang, "Since teacher Su has spoken, then I'll give it a try." Holy crap, is this guy crazy? He's actually going to refine a body-tempering pill. A student stared at Jiang Chun in disbelief, feeling that he was simply humiliating himself. Some people are just too arrogant. They just got lucky and refined a powerful pill, and now they're drooping their tails to the sky. The body-tempering pill is a first-grade pill. Many first-grade alchemists don't even have a high success rate. Where does he get his confidence from? Lin Yang stood to the side, his voice exceptionally loud, openly mocking Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun merely smiled faintly, completely ignoring Lin Yang. With his strength as a second-grade alchemist, coupled with the system's 100-fold success rate, it would be a joke if he couldn't even refine a body-tempering pill. He glanced at the medicinal herbs on the podium and said to Su Lingxiang, "I'm still missing bone, forging grass, and blood-weeping flower to refine the body-tempering pill. Please provide them, teacher." Su Lingxiang didn't ask any further questions and directly took out 2 medicinal herbs from her storage ring and placed them in front of Jiang Chun. After carefully inspecting the medicinal herbs, Jiang Chun lit the alchemy furnace and officially began refining the body-tempering pill. His movements remained fluid and effortless, each step executed flawlessly. In less than 10 minutes, he had added the necessary herbs into the furnace one by one, maintaining extremely stable control over the heat. But at that crucial moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew in from the classroom door. The furnace fire began to flicker violently, instantly disrupting Jiang Chen's previously steady control of the flames. The medicinal liquid inside the furnace began to churn, the furnace body trembled slightly, and even the podium shook. This was clearly a sign of an impending explosion. "What a pity," Su Lingxiang said, shaking her head slightly. Jiang Chun had been refining the furnace very smoothly just now, and according to her judgment, as long as no accidents occurred, he was at least 80 to 90% sure of success. Unfortunately, this gust of wind completely disrupted the alchemy process. Alchemy is an extremely delicate art. Even the slightest external disturbance can ruin everything. This is why most alchemists prefer to refine pills in a sealed, enclosed room. Everyone thought Jiang Chen's batch of pills was completely ruined, but Jiang Chen remained calm and decisively picked up a blazing sungrass. He quickly plucked 2 leaves and threw them into the furnace without hesitation. The next moment, the furnace, which had been trembling violently, suddenly quieted down, and the volatile medicinal power inside stabilized again. Su Lingxiang's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her face filled with astonishment. Although the flaming sungrass was not the main ingredient of the body-tempering pill, Jiang Chun had precisely utilized its fiery medicinal properties to forcibly stabilize the out-of-control furnace fire and medicinal liquid. Lin Yang, completely baffled, burst into laughter. "Ha, Jiang Chun, the flaming sun grass isn't even an ingredient for refining body-tempering pills. You haven't even figured out the formula, yet you dare to dream of refining body-tempering pills." Jiang Chun ignored him, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, directly unleashing the final condensation pill hand seal. Soon, a fragrance of pills, several times stronger than before, slowly wafted from the pill furnace, instantly filling the entire classroom. The laughter of everyone abruptly ceased. "Ding! You have successfully refined a grade 1 body-tempering pill, gaining 1,000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have successfully advanced to grade 3 alchemist." Refining a single pill directly led to a grade 1 advancement, and Jiang Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. He opened the alchemy furnace, took out a thumb-sized, perfectly round body-tempering pill, then looked at Lin Yang, whose face was stiff, and grinned. "Sorry to disappoint you. I succeeded again. How is this possible?" Lin Yang stared intently at the body-tempering pill in Jiang Chen's palm, completely stunned, his face ashen as if he'd swallowed a fly. "Holy crap! He actually succeeded in refining it. To be able to successfully refine even a first-grade pill, that's incredible. His position as a gold student is secure. This kid has risen to the top in one step. In an instant, the way all the students looked at Jiang Chun changed. Shock, envy, and barely suppressed jealousy. Jiang Chun, how did you know that adding 2 pieces of flaming sungrass would resolve the crisis just now? It took Su Lingxiang a while to recover from her shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Just an intuition. If the heat isn't enough, the medicinal power will make up for it. This is an experience summarized by our predecessors. That gust of wind just now affected the fire in the alchemy furnace, so we should make up for it with the medicinal power. In fact, Jiang Chun was able to be so decisive because after the system activated the 100x success rate, the best alchemy plan would automatically appear in his mind. Should he have added the flaming sungrass? How many pieces should he have added? The answer came to him almost instinctively, but he couldn't explain it at all. Should he tell Su Lingxiang that he had a system within him, and that the system had guided him? Su Lingxiang was utterly speechless. As a third-grade alchemist, she naturally understood the principle that if the heat wasn't right, the medicinal power could compensate. The real difficulty lay in choosing the right herbs and precisely determining the dosage in unexpected situations. Choosing the wrong herbs is useless, and even a slight deviation in dosage is irreparable and could even ruin the entire batch of pills. Even she wasn't confident she could make the most accurate judgment in that situation. Yet Jiang Chun, relying on his so-called intuition, perfectly compensated for the deficiency in the timing of the fire. Such talent was simply unbelievable. If this was truly his instinct, then Jiang Chun was absolutely a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies in the art of alchemy. Thinking of this, Su Lingxiang's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, you are a rare alchemy prodigy. Are you interested in focusing on the path of alchemy? I can introduce you to my teacher, Yin Qingxian, and guarantee that you will become his last disciple. These words stunned everyone present. Yin Qingxian was a renowned alchemy master at Lingyun Martial Academy, a 6th-grade alchemy grandmaster. Not only at Lingyun Martial Academy, but even throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom, he was a top-tier figure with a distinguished reputation. An alchemy master of this caliber is so powerful that ordinary people would find it difficult to even meet him, let alone become his disciple. If Jiang Chun could truly become Yin Qingxuan's disciple, it would undoubtedly be a meteoric rise, a true leap over the Dragon Gate. However, faced with this opportunity that would drive countless alchemists mad, Jiang Chun simply smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Su, but I still want to achieve something in martial arts. Alchemy is just something I'll learn incidentally. With a system at his disposal, becoming an all-around genius would be no problem for Jiang Chun. To only be a pill refiner would seem like a waste of his talents. But after he said this, everyone was stunned again. Yin Qingxian was one of the few 6th-grade pill refiners in the Great Xia Kingdom, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the pill refining world. Countless alchemists considered even a single word of guidance from him a luxury. Now, Su Lingxiang had personally promised to introduce Jiang Chun to become Yin Qingxuan's last disciple, and he actually refused outright. Everyone looked at Jiang Chun as if he were a fool. This guy rejected a golden opportunity that others would kill for. Su Lingxiang was stunned for a long time before staring at Jiang Chun in disbelief. What? You actually refused? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but say, Jiang Chun, with such talent in alchemy, how can you not focus on developing your alchemy skills? If you don't focus on alchemy, you're letting yourself down, letting your parents down, and letting the whole world down. Jiang Chun was stunned by Su Lingxiang's words, completely speechless. He was simply refusing to become an alchemist who only knew how to refine pills. How did that become letting everyone down? Jiang Chun explained, Teacher Su, I just don't want to be a mere alchemist. It's not like I'll never practice alchemy again. It's not that dramatic. Su Lingxiang looked at him solemnly and said that a person's energy is ultimately limited. The world is full of self-important geniuses who want to excel in everything, but end up wasting their talents by spreading their efforts too thin, becoming mediocre in every area. She didn't want Jiang Chun to follow that path in the future. Jiang Chun thanked her earnestly. "Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Su, but I still want to achieve something in martial arts." Su Lingxiang was immediately furious. She had said so much, but this kid clearly hadn't listened to a word. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll take care of the golden student matter for you as soon as possible. Just you wait." With that, Su Lingxiang stormed off. Faced with Jiang Chen's stubbornness, she had no choice but to tell her teacher, Yan Qingxian, and let the old man have a headache. As soon as Su Lingxiang left, Jiang Chen's gaze immediately fell on Lin Yang below. He sneered, "Lin Yang, shouldn't you get out of here now?" Lin Yang's face was gloomy. He just snorted coldly and silently turned to leave. But just as he took a step, Jiang Chen's icy voice rang out behind him. "Wait, stop right there." Lin Yang stopped and turned around, staring coldly at Jiang Chun. "What do you want?" Jiang Chun said calmly. "Nothing. Just reminding you. You should get out of here now." He looked at Lin Yang, his tone calm, yet carrying an undisguised sense of oppression. "Do you know what get lost means? If you don't, I don't mind teaching you myself." Lin Yang trembled with rage, glaring at Jiang Chun. "Jiang Chun, don't push your luck." To tell him to get out of the classroom in front of so many people was like humiliating him. Jiang Chun just sneered. "So what if I bullied you?" "Enough nonsense. Are you going to get out yourself? Or should I do it myself?" Lin Yang scoffed dismissively, completely ignoring Jiang Chen's words. "You think I'll just leave because you tell me to? Who do you think you are?" With that, he turned and walked out of the classroom. He simply couldn't believe that Jiang Chun would dare to lay a hand on him here. The next moment, Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and he instantly used the flowing light illusionary step. His figure was like a ghost, appearing beside Lin Yang in the blink of an eye, and he struck Lin Yang's shoulder directly with a palm. Lin Yang didn't even have time to react before he staggered and fell to the ground in a sorry state. He looked at Jiang Chun with a terrified expression, his voice trembling. "Jiang Chun, what do you want to do? If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my brother will never let you off." Jiang Chun remained expressionless and completely ignored his threat. Before Lin Yang's horrified eyes, Jiang Chun bent his limbs together. Then, Jiang Chun raised his right foot and delivered a clean, decisive kick to Lin Yang's buttocks. Lin Yang instantly rolled out of the classroom like a ball. The classroom fell silent instantly. A group of bronze-level students stood there, speechless for a long time. They never expected that Jiang Chun would actually make Lin Yang leave the classroom. After leaving the classroom, Jiang Chun ate a quick dinner and returned to his dormitory, preparing to improve his strength as soon as possible. On his first day at Lingyun Martial Academy, he had already given Lin Yang a sound beating. Based on Jiang Chen's understanding of Lin Yang, that guy would never swallow this insult easily. Jiang Chun himself didn't take Lin Yang seriously, but behind Lin Yang was his older brother, Lin Yu, who had made it onto the Lingyun ranking. Lin Yu was once the #1 genius in Songshan City. A year ago, he entered the Lingyun Martial Academy, quickly advanced to the Inner Academy, and even made it onto the Lingyun ranking, becoming one of the few unparalleled geniuses in the academy. The Lingyun Martial Academy has a rule. Only those who break through to the Qi control realm are qualified to participate in the Inner Academy student assessment. As for the Lingyun ranking, it's a gathering place for the Inner Academy's top geniuses. It's said that even the last-ranked person on the list possesses at least the strength of the 4th level of Qi control. With Jiang Chen's current level, if he were to encounter Lin Yu, he would have almost no chance of fighting back. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and took out 3 pills. One of the body-tempering pills was one from Lin Yang. The other body-tempering pill and power pill were ones he had personally refined in the classroom. He first popped the power pill into his mouth. A system notification immediately sounded. He consumed the power pill, gained 10,000 experience points, and successfully broke through to the 7th level of body tempering. "1 power pill can raise my level. Not bad," Jiang Chun muttered. Immediately afterward, he swallowed both body tempering pills like candy. 2 notification sounds followed in quick succession, each pill granting him 50,000 experience points. Jiang Chen's cultivation level instantly broke through to the 8th level of body tempering, and then surged to the 9th level. But this wasn't the end. After his body tempering experience was completely full, Jiang Chen's body trembled violently, and the system notified him again. Body tempering realm perfected. Successfully breakthrough to the first level of chi control. In an instant, a powerful and unfamiliar current of energy appeared in his dantian, then rapidly spread along his meridians, filling his entire body. Jiang Chun felt the mysterious and powerful energy within him, and his heart was filled with excitement. With a system, cultivation was so enjoyable. 1 power pill plus 2 body tempering pills allowed him to leap directly from the 6th level of body tempering to the 1st level of chi control in one go. Jiang Chun now possessed the qualifications to become an inner academy student. After familiarizing himself with the surge of power within his body for a while, he lay down on the bed and slept soundly. Early the next morning, Su Lingxiang sent someone to deliver his gold student ID card. After washing up, Jiang Chun took the ID card and headed to the gold student accommodation area. The students of Lingyun Martial Academy were clearly ranked, and their treatment varied drastically. Speaking of accommodations, bronze-level students lived in simple, multi-person dormitories, while gold-level students had exquisite, independent courtyards. Jiang Chen's new residence was courtyard number 68 in the gold-level student dormitory area. He inquired along the way and soon arrived at the courtyard gate. But just as Jiang Chun was about to enter the courtyard, a burly young man walked out from inside. The burly young man stared at Jiang Chun, his tone domineering. "You must be the new gold student, Jiang Chun? I've taken a liking to this courtyard. You can go somewhere else." The young man's overbearing words startled Jiang Chun. He stared at him, frowning slightly. "And you are?" The burly young man calmly gave his name, Meng Dongxing. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. The person before him was none other than Meng Dongxing. He had only been at Lingyun Martial Academy for 2 days, yet he had already heard of many prominent figures from the Outer Academy. Meng Dongxing was a renowned genius from the Outer Academy and currently ranked number 1 among the gold students. It was said that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of body tempering, just 1 step away from breaking through to the chi control realm and entering the Inner Academy. Jiang Chun couldn't understand why Meng Dongxing, whom he had no connection with, would specifically come looking for trouble. "So, you're Meng Dongxing, the top gold-level student from the Outer Academy. It's an honor to meet you," Jiang Chun said with a faint smile. He then looked at the courtyard, his tone calm but unyielding. "However, this courtyard was arranged for me by the Martial Academy. It's probably inappropriate for you to forcibly occupy my residence." Meng Dongxing didn't care at all. "What's inappropriate? I'm tired of living in my old courtyard and want a change of scenery. I don't care who it belonged to before. Once I've set my sights on it, it's mine. Here, what I, Meng Dongxing, want, no one can take away from me. If you know what's good for you, find somewhere else." Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. "You tell me to move, and I have to? This is my territory, and it's not your place to make decisions. Now, get as far away from me as possible." The conflict between the two quickly attracted a crowd of passing students. Someone exclaimed, "Look, someone is actually fighting with Meng Dongxing." "No way." In the outer courtyard of Lingyun Martial Academy, someone actually dares to challenge Meng Dongxing. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Meng Dongxing was the top gold student in the Outer Academy, his strength virtually unmatched, and no one dared to provoke him. Yet this newcomer, whose name they had barely even heard of, dared to directly confront Meng Dongxing. This kid was simply arrogant beyond belief. Meng Dongxing's face darkened. "Jiang Chun, you're nothing but a trashy bronze student who only got promoted to gold student by sheer luck. You think you're worthy to steal from me? I also heard that on your first day at the Martial Academy, you beat up Lin Yu's younger brother, Lin Yang. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Lin Yu, so you'll know what it means to be courting death." As his words fell, a sharp killing intent erupted from Meng Dongxing. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, finally understanding completely. He had been wondering why Meng Dongxing had suddenly come knocking on his door when he had no grudge against him. Now it seemed that this guy wasn't after the courtyard at all, but was deliberately causing trouble for Lin Yang. Jiang Chun sneered disdainfully. "I never expected that the top gold student of the Outer Academy would be just a dog by Lin Yu's side." After saying that, he ignored Meng Dongxing and strode into the courtyard. Meng Dongxing's gaze instantly turned icy cold. "Boy, you're the first person in Lingyun Martial Academy to dare speak to me like that." "D." Meng Dongxing roared, his right hand's 5 fingers suddenly curling like an eagle's claw, flashing towards Jiang Chen's throat. How could he, the top-ranked golden student of the Outer Academy, a genius at the peak of the 9th level of body tempering, tolerate a newcomer publicly humiliating him? In his eyes, anyone who dared to insult him had only one fate: death. When Meng Dongxing made his move, the onlookers couldn't help but sigh, thinking that even if Jiang Chun didn't die, he'd be badly injured. After all, Meng Dongxing was the top gold-level student of the Outer Academy. Everyone knew that angering him wouldn't end well. But the tragic scene everyone anticipated didn't happen. Meng Dongxing's claw strike was as swift as the wind, but Jiang Chun was even faster. With a swift movement, Jiang Chun unleashed the Xian grade movement technique, flowing light, illusionary steps, and dodged the sharp claw, appearing several meters away. He actually dodged it? Many people stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Meng Dongxing stared at Jiang Chun, his gaze slightly narrowed, and said coldly, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have some skill." Jiang Chen's face was icy, his gaze unwavering. Meng Dongxing, Lingyun Martial Academy, forbids private fights. Aren't you afraid of being expelled from the academy for resorting to violence? Meng Dongxing immediately sneered, clearly disregarding the academy's rules. You think you can intimidate me with the academy's rules? You're being too naive. Rules are meant for the weak. Believe it or not, even if I cripple you, the Martial Academy won't do anything to me. As the top gold-level student of the Outer Academy, even if he broke the rules, he would at most receive a warning. How could the Lingyun Martial Academy possibly expel Jiang Chun, a piece of trash who got in through connections? Jiang Chun looked at him contemptuously, his voice icy cold. Cripple me? You think you're worthy? In my eyes, you, this so-called top gold student of the Outer Academy, are utterly insignificant. These words instantly silenced the surroundings. Everyone thought Jiang Chun had gone mad. Jiang Chun didn't stop, continuing, I have no grudge against you, yet you willingly become someone else's lackey, coming to cause me trouble. In that case, let's settle this on the arena. I, Jiang Chun, won your title of first gold student. These words left everyone speechless with shock. Meng Dongxing was a peak 9th level body tempering martial artist, whose strength far surpassed that of his peers, and who also possessed a Xian grade martial skill. Furthermore, he had once fought against a first-level Qi control martial artist and had not been defeated. Jiang Chun had only just been promoted to gold-level student, yet he dared to challenge Meng Dongxing and even boasted that he would take away the title of the top student in the Outer Academy. In everyone's eyes, this was simply ignorant of his own limitations. Meng Dongxing laughed angrily. Fine, very well. If you really have the guts, then come with me. He had come today to teach Jiang Chun a lesson, and now that Jiang Chun had volunteered to go to the arena, it suited him perfectly. Since this kid is courting death, then don't blame him for being ruthless. After saying this, Meng Dongxing turned and walked outside. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate at all and followed him. The surrounding students immediately erupted in excitement, all chasing after the two. This guy really wants to challenge Meng Dongxing? Let's go see the show. The news spread quickly, and more martial arts students came to watch. 10 minutes later, hundreds of students had completely surrounded the central arena on the huge plaza outside Lingyun Martial Academy. All eyes were on Jiang Chun and Meng Dongxing, who stood facing each other on the stage. Someone couldn't help but ask, who is that guy on the stage? How dare he challenge Meng Dongxing? Half a year ago, Li Shengjie, the second-ranked golden student of the Outer Academy, challenged Meng Dongxing and was utterly humiliated. This kid is really overestimating himself. Meng Dongxing stared at Jiang Chun, his tone full of condescension. Jiang Chun's audacity in challenging him on stage surprised him. For that bit of courage, he decided to give Jiang Chun a chance to strike first. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Dongxing's hands swiftly formed a hand seal. A layer of dazzling golden light instantly condensed around him, forming a sturdy shield that protected him entirely. Meng Dongxing raised his head, a contemptuous smile on his face as he looked at Jiang Chun. His voice carried clearly throughout the arena. Come on, Jiang Chun, I won't fight back for 3 moves. If you can break my Xuanwu golden light shield, I'll consider this a loss. A gasp of amazement erupted from below the stage. Meng Dongxing truly lived up to his title as the top gold student. He unleashed a Xian-grade defensive martial skill with overwhelming momentum. Many people knew that the Xuanwu Golden Shield possessed extremely strong defense, capable of withstanding even several attacks from a Qi refining stage 1 martial artist. Although Jiang Chun dared to challenge Meng Dongxing, in everyone's eyes, his idea of shattering the Golden Shield in 3 moves was simply a pipe dream. The onlookers even looked at Jiang Chun with pity. They felt that this guy was just asking for trouble by coming up on stage today. Jiang Chun looked at the layer of golden light, but sneered inwardly. Did Meng Dongxing think he could stand in front of him and act tough just because of his tortoise shell? Since the other party wanted to put on an act, then he would make Meng Dongxing understand that if he went too far, he would only embarrass himself in the end. However, Jiang Chun was also very clear that although he had now broken through to the first level of Qi control, his cultivation had already surpassed Meng Dongxing's. However, the martial arts skills he possessed were still only at the initial yellow rank. The Xuanwu Golden Light Shield could withstand attacks from the first level of Qi control, and breaking the shield in 3 moves was indeed not so simple. Therefore, Jiang Chun did not rush to attack, but decided to first upgrade one of his fist techniques to the profound rank, and then smash Meng Dongxing's shield with a single punch. With this in mind, Jiang Chun stood on the dueling platform and, seemingly oblivious to everyone else, began to swing his fist. Ding! Yu threw a punch, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. With each punch, the experience points for the stone-shattering fist technique rapidly increased. Soon, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The yellow rank beginner martial skill, stone-shattering fist, has reached perfection and has been promoted to the yellow rank intermediate earth-splitting fist. Jiang Chun didn't stop and continued to throw punches. With each punch, the fist technique experience points accumulated rapidly. Those around were completely baffled. Meng Dongxing assumed a defensive stance, but Jiang Chun didn't attack. Instead, he just stood there repeatedly throwing punches in the air. What is this kid doing? He's been throwing punches for ages, but he hasn't actually made a move, someone said, speechless. Others burst out laughing, shouting at Meng Dongxing on the stage. Senior Meng, is this guy out of his mind? Just finish him off with 1 punch. Just as everyone was laughing, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The yellow rank intermediate martial skill earth-splitting fist has reached perfection and has been promoted to yellow rank advanced mountain opening fist. Jiang Chen's fist technique had undergone another transformation, but he still swung his fist unhurriedly, as if the discussions below the stage and Meng Dongxing's expression had nothing to do with him. Meng Dongxing's face turned completely gloomy. He, the top-ranked gold student, was being left standing there by Jiang Chun, watching the other man casually throw punches as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chun, what do you mean by this? Meng Dongxing demanded coldly, suppressing his anger. Jiang Chun, while warming up, chuckled and looked at him. Nothing much, just warming up before the fight. What's the rush? He even deliberately retorted. Is there a rule that you can't warm up before a fight? Meng Dongxing gritted his teeth, his anger growing stronger. Then how long are you going to keep warming up like this? Jiang Chun, if you're scared, kneel down and kowtow to me to admit defeat. Maybe I'll consider letting you off the hook. Don't waste my time here. Jiang Chun just curled his lip after hearing this, his face full of indifference. Afraid of you? I just want you to stay in your position as the top gold student a little longer. Jiang Chun finally stopped what he was doing, his gaze falling on Meng Dongxing. I'm doing this for your own good. Since you're so ungrateful, let's settle this in 5 minutes. Meng Dongxing snorted coldly, simply stating, I'll wait 5 minutes. He said nothing more, wanting only to see what other tricks Jiang Chun could pull. Jiang Chun ignored him, continuing to stand in place and keep throwing punches. In just 5 minutes, he threw hundreds of punches. Ding! Yu threw 1 punch, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. Ding! Yu threw 1 punch, gaining 10 by 100 experience points. As system notifications continued to ring out, the power within Jiang Chen's body rapidly accumulated. Finally, a notification sounded. Ding! The yellow rank advanced martial skill, mountain opening fist, has reached perfection and has been promoted to the profound rank initial martial skill, heaven shattering fist. A profound rank martial skill achieved. Just 5 minutes later, Meng Dongxing's icy voice rang out. Jiang Chun, time's up. You can begin now, right? Jiang Chun looked up and grinned at him. Don't worry, I'm very punctual. If I say 5 minutes, I mean 5 minutes, no cheating. Then, he changed the subject. Were you sure you really want me to give you 3 moves? Meng Dongxing scoffed. Go ahead and make your move. If you can break my Xuanwu Golden Light Shield within 3 moves, Meng Dongxing will admit defeat on the spot. He had absolute confidence in his Xian-grade defensive martial skill, let alone Jiang Chun. Even an ordinary Qi control level 1 martial artist would find it difficult to break through the Xuanwu Golden Light Shield within 3 moves. This kid in front of him, if 3 moves weren't enough, 30 moves wouldn't be enough either. But Jiang Chun shook his head, simply extending 1 finger, his tone surprisingly calm. 3 moves? You overestimate yourself. 1 punch is enough to smash you to pieces. These words caused an uproar. The crowd could hardly believe their ears. This unknown guy challenging Meng Dongxing was already arrogant enough, but now he actually said he'd smash him to pieces with 1 punch? Is this kid crazy? Does he really think Senior Meng is someone anyone could defeat? Senior Meng's strength is undeniable. Even many intercourt students might not be able to defeat him with a single punch. This is an overstatement. Does he think he's some kind of genius on the Lingyun ranking? The mockery continued unabated. No one believed Jiang Chun could do it. Meng Dongxing coldly sneered. 1 punch to crush me? Jiang Chun, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? In Lingyun Martial Academy, there might indeed be someone who can defeat me with 1 punch, but that person is definitely not you. Is that so? Jiang Chun's gaze sharpened. Then open your eyes wide and watch how I smash you to pieces with 1 punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun's aura suddenly changed. The power of the first level of Qi control was unleashed without reservation. Meng Dongxing's cold smile froze abruptly. Jiang Chun clenched his right fist, and silver energy surged from it, condensing into a 10-foot-long silver fist shadow in midair. The fist shadow had barely formed when Jiang Chun, without the slightest hesitation, directly punched towards Meng Dongxing. Heaven-shattering fist shatter! The silver fist shadow roared out like thunder, carrying an extremely domineering power, crushing towards Meng Dongxing head-on. Meng Dongxing's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart filled with shock. First level of Qi control, a Xian-grade martial skill. He never expected that Jiang Chun, a guy from the Bronze Academy whom he had always looked down upon, would possess such terrifying strength. Meng Dongxing had no time to think further. He could only grit his teeth and push the Xuanwu Golden Light Shield to its limit, trying to take Jiang Chun's punch head-on. A silver fist shadow struck instantly, slamming heavily into the Golden Light Shield in front of Meng Dongxing. With a crack, the Xuanwu Golden Light Shield shattered instantly, turning into countless golden specks of light. Meng Dongxing was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing several feet away with a thud. He spat out blood, and when he looked at Jiang Chun, the anger in his eyes had long since turned to terror. With only a Qi control level 1 cultivation, yet possessing such a powerful Xian-grade fist technique, this strength even surpasses many intercourt students. Is this young man really the Jiang family's good-for-nothing, the trash who entered Lingyun Martial Academy through back channels, as Linyu described? The students watching below the stage were completely dumbfounded. Meng Dongxing, the top gold student of the outer court, was actually blasted away by Jiang Chun with a single punch. Just moments ago, Meng Dongxing was all bravado, but now he was as pathetic as a dead dog, utterly powerless to fight again. No one had expected that such a formidable figure as Jiang Chun would emerge from the outer courtyard of the Lingyun Martial Academy. Jiang Chun dispatched Meng Dongxing with a single punch, merely glancing at him indifferently. Go back and tell your master that if he still wants to cause me trouble, he'd better let him do it himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun left the plaza amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd. After leaving the plaza, he didn't return to his residence, but went straight out of the Lingyun Martial Academy. In Songshan City, the Jiang family and the Lin family already had a strained relationship. Now that he had dealt with Lin Yang, Lin Yu immediately sent Meng Dongxing to cause trouble. The next one to strike would likely be Lin Yu himself. Jiang Chun needed to improve his strength as quickly as possible, So he decided to earn some money first to buy alchemy materials and refined pills to aid his cultivation. With the hundredfold experience provided by the system, as long as he kept refining and consuming pills, his cultivation would increase rapidly, allowing him to quickly possess strength comparable to the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking. After leaving the Lingyun Martial Academy, Jiang Chun strolled around Lingyun City and entered a shop called Baodan Pavilion. As soon as he reached the counter, a young woman stood up and asked with a smile, "Sir, welcome to Baodan Pavilion. What can I do for you?" Jiang Chun shook his head. "I'm not here to buy anything. I heard that Baodan Pavilion is recruiting alchemists, and I'm here to apply." The woman was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting that this seemingly young man was here to apply for an alchemist position. However, she didn't look down on Jiang Chun because of this, and simply said politely, "The Baodan Pavilion is indeed recruiting alchemists. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go and inform them." Not long after, the young woman came out with a middle-aged man in his 30s. The middle-aged man looked Jiang Chun up and down, his face immediately darkening. "Boy, don't tell me you're here to apply for the alchemist position." Jiang Chun remained calm. "That's right. I'm here to apply for the position of alchemist. Is there a problem?" The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. "Baodan Pavilion recruits at least first-grade alchemists. Do you have a first-grade alchemist badge?" After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chun with a face full of impatience. "All right, you're just a kid who hasn't even grown a beard yet. Don't waste my time here. Uncle, I advise you not to look down on people. How do you know I'm not a first-grade alchemist?" Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Jiang Chun frowned slightly, his tone calm but uncompromising. "You say I look down on people?" The middle-aged man laughed angrily. "Since you claim to be a first-grade alchemist, then show everyone your alchemist badge." Jiang Chun glanced at the bronze badge on his chest, which clearly bore 2 stars. "The alchemist badge you're talking about. Is that what you're wearing on your chest?" The middle-aged man raised his head, his expression arrogant. Only by passing the Alchemist Guild's examination and obtaining the alchemist badge can one be considered a true alchemist. He stared at Jiang Chun, his face full of contempt. "If you can really produce that, don't even mention getting in a Baodan Pavilion as an alchemist. I can even give you the position of the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion." This commotion quickly attracted the attention of other customers in the store. Someone couldn't help but sneer. "He doesn't even have an alchemist badge, yet he dares to apply for an alchemist position at Baodan Pavilion. It's laughable. Does being an alchemist mean you can just pretend to be one?" This kid is clearly humiliating himself. Master Zhu has been very polite. Anyone else would have kicked him out long ago. Faced with the surrounding mockery, Jiang Chun seemed not to hear anything, his expression unchanged. "I really can't produce an alchemist badge right now." He looked at the badge on Zhu Mingyuan's chest and smiled faintly. "But there are 2 stars on it, so you must be a second-grade alchemist, right?" Zhu Mingyuan's face immediately showed arrogance. "That's right, I am a second-grade alchemist." "A second-grade alchemist? Is that so great?" Jiang Chun glanced at him disdainfully, his voice not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. "At your age, after decades of studying alchemy, you're still only a second-grade alchemist. You're pretty useless." The words fell, and the entire Treasure Pill Pavilion fell silent for a moment. Everyone around was stunned, then stared at Jiang Chun as if he were a madman. Second-grade alchemists were rare even in the entire Lingyun Prefecture, let alone Zhu Mingyuan, who was the chief alchemist of the Treasure Pill Pavilion. He was not only a top-tier second-grade alchemist, but also enjoyed considerable fame and status in Lingyun City. Yet now, such a prestigious alchemist had been publicly insulted as a piece of trash by a mere brat. Where did this kid get the audacity to be so arrogant in front of Zhu Mingyuan? Zhu Mingyuan's face instantly darkened, his eyes practically spitting fire. "Kid, what the hell did you say? You're just a nobody without even a pill master badge. What right do you have to be so insolent in front of me?" He stared intently at Jiang Chun, his voice icy cold. "I'll give you 10 breaths to get out of the Treasure Pill Pavilion right now, or I guarantee you'll regret it." Jiang Chun just shrugged, completely ignoring his threat. "You've only been practicing for so many years, and you're still just a second-grade alchemist. A piece of trash." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undisguised sharpness. "Even without a grade, I'm still better than a piece of trash like you. You're courting death." Zhu Mingyuan was completely enraged. His eyes turned cold, and he shouted sharply, "Guards, throw this brat who's causing trouble in the Treasure Pill Pavilion out of here." Wait! Just as Zhu Mingyuan finished speaking, a hurried shout suddenly came from the doorway. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slightly chubby young man slowly walking into the Baodan Pavilion. Seeing the suddenly appearing young man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. What was this guy doing here? The suddenly appearing young man was none other than Tang Sheng, whom Jiang Chen had met after entering the Lingyun Martial Academy. "Brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here." Tang Sheng walked into the Baodan Pavilion and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, quickly approached Jiang Chen, his expression extremely polite. A chorus of exclamations immediately arose from the surrounding area. It turned out this man was none other than Tang Sheng, the young master of the Baodan Pavilion. No one had expected that a young man of unknown origin would be so highly regarded by the young master of the Tang family. Zhu Mingyuan's face was already unpleasant, but now it became even more gloomy. He clearly hadn't expected that Tang Sheng was standing behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Sheng, somewhat surprised. "You're the young master of Baodan Pavilion?" Tang Sheng smiled slightly, directly admitting that his father, Tang Xinghai, was indeed the owner of Baodan Pavilion, then turned to stare at Zhu Mingyuan, asking him why he had attacked Jiang Chen. Zhu Mingyuan explained coldly that Jiang Chen didn't even have a pill master badge, yet he came to apply for a pill refiner position at the Baodan Pavilion, which was clearly unreasonable. That's why he had someone stop him. Tang Sheng's face immediately darkened. The Baodan Pavilion had never stipulated that one couldn't apply for a pill refiner position without a pill master badge. Moreover, Tang Sheng was very clear about Jiang Chen's abilities in the art of alchemy. Even Su Lingxiang was amazed by this alchemy genius, who might even become the closed-door disciple of Yin Qingxian, a great figure in the alchemy world. Such a genius taking the initiative to come to their door is something the Baodan Pavilion would be begging for. How could they possibly turn him away? Tang Sheng immediately stated that Zhu Mingyuan didn't need to interfere. He would personally tell his father to invite Jiang Chen into the Baodan Pavilion. Zhu Mingyuan's expression changed, and his tone turned cold. As the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, Tang Xinghai had already entrusted him with the full authority to recruit alchemists. He hoped that Tang Sheng wouldn't use his status as the young master to forcibly interfere with his decision. Tang Sheng's expression was unfriendly as he stared at Zhu Mingyuan and asked, "What if I insist on hiring Brother Jiang Chen as an alchemist for Baodan Pavilion?" Zhu Mingyuan remained unyielding. As long as he remained at Baodan Pavilion, he would not allow anyone unqualified to tarnish the reputation of Baodan Pavilion's alchemists. Unless Jiang Chen could refine a first-grade pill in front of him, proving his true qualifications, Tang Sheng insisted on recruiting. Otherwise, Baodan Pavilion would choose between Jiang Chen and Zhu Mingyuan. This was no longer just opposition. It carried a blatant threat. Tang Sheng's face instantly darkened, and he coldly asked if Zhu Mingyuan was threatening him. Zhu Mingyuan remained calm, stating that everything he did was for the sake of Baodan Pavilion, and even if Tang Xinghai were standing there personally, he would still maintain the same attitude. After speaking, he coldly looked at Jiang Chen, telling him to stop talking nonsense, and, if he wanted to become a Baodan Pavilion alchemist, to show his true abilities. Jiang Chen curled his lip and said indifferently, "I suddenly don't want to apply for the alchemist position anymore." Zhu Mingyuan sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. He had been so arrogant just now, but now, upon hearing that he had to prove himself by refining pills, he had chickened out so quickly. The onlookers around also showed disdain, feeling that Jiang Chen had put on a show of bravado, but in the end, he still didn't dare to accept the challenge. But Jiang Chen's lips slowly curved into a cold smile, his domineering voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Who told you I backed down? I didn't apply for the alchemist position because I've got my eye on yours." Jiang Chen stared directly at Zhu Mingyuan, saying each word clearly. "Zhu Mingyuan, I challenge you to a pill refining contest. If you lose, you'll have to give me the position of chief alchemist of the Precious Pill Pavilion." Everyone was stunned, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Someone who didn't even have an alchemist badge was actually challenging Zhu Mingyuan to a contest of alchemy skills against a second-grade high-level alchemist? To everyone, this was utterly insane. Even Tang Sheng, standing beside Jiang Chun, was speechless with shock. He knew Jiang Chun was a genius at alchemy and had personally witnessed him refine first-grade pills, but Zhu Mingyuan was, after all, a high-level second-grade alchemist. Tang Xing didn't have a good impression of Zhu Mingyuan to begin with. This man was incredibly arrogant because of his status as an alchemist and didn't even respect Tang Xing's father. If Jiang Chun could truly defeat Zhu Mingyuan and replace him as the chief alchemist of the Treasure Pill Pavilion, Tang Xing would naturally be more than happy to accept it. The question is, does Jiang Chun really have the ability to surpass a second-grade advanced alchemist? Zhu Mingyuan was also stunned for a moment, then stared at Jiang Chun with a mocking expression, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. What did you say? You want to compete with me in alchemy? He was a genuine second-grade advanced alchemist. In Lingyun City, apart from those renowned third-grade alchemists, who dare to say that their alchemy skills were definitely superior to his. What did this kid get the audacity to be so arrogant in front of him? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile, his tone calm. You heard me right, I want to compete with you in alchemy. What, you a dignified second-grade alchemist? Aren't you afraid? Zhu Mingyuan's face immediately darkened, his gaze turning fierce. What a joke, me being afraid. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. He coldly said, if you lose, you'll become my pill slave and my beck and call for the rest of your life. Jiang Chun simply smiled and readily agreed. Fine. Tell me, where do we compete? Zhu Mingyuan looked at him disdainfully. You don't even have a pill refining badge. It's already quite an achievement if you can refine a first-grade pill. I don't want to bully you. We'll refine body-tempering pills in public, each using 10 portions of materials, and see who has the higher success rate. Are you in? Jiang Chun didn't bother arguing with him and turned to Tang Xing, saying, Brother Tang Xing, please prepare a pill furnace and 20 sets of body-tempering pill materials. With the system's 100-fold success rate, Jiang Chen's pill refining was virtually impossible to fail. Zhu Mingyuan's choice to compete on pill success rate was practically offering himself up for a beating. Tang Xing immediately nodded and soon had someone deliver the pill furnace and 20 sets of materials. After setting up the alchemy furnace and medicinal herbs, Jiang Chun looked at Zhu Mingyuan. You go first. As you wish. Zhu Mingyuan snorted coldly, strode to the furnace, and began refining pills directly. As a second-grade advanced alchemist with over 10 years of experience, refining a first-grade body-tempering pill was indeed not difficult for him. Warming the furnace, adding the herbs, and condensing the pill, his movements were all completed in one smooth motion. In less than a quarter of an hour, the first body-tempering pill was refined from the furnace. He then continued refining the second and third batches of materials, with everyone around him watching his every move. Once all 10 batches of materials were used, Zhu Mingyuan had 7 finished body-tempering pills in front of him. 10 batches of materials yielded 7 pills, a success rate of 70%. This was already quite an impressive result, and the onlookers looked at Zhu Mingyuan with even more amazement. Zhu Mingyuan put away the pills and looked up at Jiang Chun provocatively. Kid, it's your turn. Jiang Chun just curled his lip and said casually, a second-grade advanced alchemist only has a 70% success rate in refining a first-grade low-level pill. That's not all. Zhu Mingyuan's face darkened, and he stared coldly at Jiang Chun. Boy, don't try to be clever with your words in front of me. Wait until you can achieve a 70% success rate in making pills before you say such things. Pill refining is an extremely delicate task. If the temperature, the properties of the medicine, or the steps are slightly off, the entire batch of pills may be ruined. Normally, a first-grade alchemist's success rate in refining first-grade pills is only around 30%. A second-grade alchemist can increase the success rate to 50% or 60%. Zhu Mingyuan, as a second-grade advanced alchemist, could refine 7 body-tempering pills from 10 sets of materials. A 70% success rate was already quite astonishing. In his view, even if Jiang Chun truly possessed the skills of a first-grade alchemist, he could never achieve such a level. Jiang Chun was too lazy to argue with him and went straight to the alchemy furnace, quickly entering the alchemy state. Just as he started, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have started refining the body-tempering pill. The system has automatically triggered a 100x success rate. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, but his technique was skillful and smooth. He processed the medicinal materials, controlled the alchemy fire, and condensed the medicinal liquid, all in one go. Immediately afterward, the system notification sounded again. Ding! You have refined a grade 1 body tempering pill, gaining 1,000 by 100 experience points. Just 10 minutes later, the first body tempering pill was successfully produced. The onlookers immediately erupted in excitement, with some exclaiming, "This kid actually refined a body tempering pill." Others were filled with astonishment. To have the strength of a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age, this talent is simply one in a million. Jiang Yunhong seemed completely oblivious to the crowd's discussions. After successfully refining the first pill, he immediately began refining the second and third without any pause. Each time he successfully refined a body tempering pill, the system would grant him a 100-fold increase in experience, and his alchemist experience was also rapidly growing. An hour later, all 10 sets of materials were exhausted, and Jiang Yunhong finally stopped. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a 4th grade alchemist. Before everyone could recover from the speed at which he had continuously refined pills, they saw 10 body tempering pills placed in front of them. 10 sets of materials, 10 pills. Not a single material was wasted, and the success rate was a terrifying 100%. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, followed by a burst of incredulous exclamations. 10 ingredients yield 10 pills? How is that even possible? This kid's pill refining skills are terrifying. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even Tang Sheng couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. No wonder he's a pill refining genius that even Su Lingxiang highly praises. Zhu Mingyuan stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he screamed. 10 materials to refine 10 body tempering pills? Even a 3rd grade alchemist might not be able to achieve a 100% success rate. He simply couldn't accept that a young man who didn't even have an alchemist badge could completely crush him in alchemy. Jiang Yunhong glanced at him indifferently, his tone calm. Nothing is impossible in this world. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. After saying that, he slightly curled his lips. Zhu Mingyuan, I'm sorry, my pill-forming success rate is 100%. You've lost this competition. Zhu Mingyuan's face flushed red, but he still refused to admit defeat. I am a dignified 2nd grade advanced alchemist. How could I possibly lose to a piece of trash like you, who has no grade? You just got lucky and happened to refine all 10 pills. Upon hearing this, Tang Sheng's expression immediately darkened, and he coldly shouted, Enough! Alchemist Zhu, you are at least a 2nd grade advanced alchemist. Can't you accept defeat? He announced publicly, from today onwards, Brother Jiang Yunhong is the chief alchemist of the Baodan Pavilion. Zhu Mingyuan's face instantly darkened. He stared at Tang Sheng, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Tang Sheng, are you really planning to make this kid the chief alchemist of the Baodan Pavilion? Tang Sheng merely glanced at him indifferently, his tone calm and without the slightest hesitation. Is there a problem? Zhu Mingyuan snorted coldly, his dissatisfaction no longer concealed. If you want this kid to take my place, you'll have to ask your father for his consent first. Tang Sheng waved his hand, interrupting him directly. There's no need for that. As the future successor of Baodan Pavilion, my words represent his words. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mingyuan was completely enraged and instead sneered. Good, very good. Tang Sheng, I hope you won't regret it later. He swept his cold gaze over Jiang Yunhong, his face full of disdain. This kid just got lucky and won against me once by sheer luck. In the end, he's only a 1st grade alchemist. Don't forget, I am the only 2nd grade advanced alchemist in the Treasure Pill Pavilion. Nearly half of the 2nd grade pills in the Treasure Pill Pavilion are made by Zhu Mingyuan. Tang Sheng actually wanted to replace his chief position with a mere youth. In his view, this was tantamount to self-destruction. But facing Zhu Mingyuan's anger, Jiang Yunhong merely smiled contemptuously. You think you're so great just because you're a 2nd grade alchemist? His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. It seems you weren't convinced of your defeat in the competition just now. Since that's the case, let's have another match. Show me your best skills and refine the highest grade pill you can. Jiang Yunhong looked at Zhu Mingyuan, his tone utterly composed. I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Zhu Mingyuan narrowed his eyes and asked with a cold smile. Boy, you said that yourself? Jiang Qin's expression remained calm, showing no sign of backing down. Let's get started. If you win, I'll leave Baodan Pavilion immediately without batting an eye. Zhu Mingyuan stopped wasting words and gave the order directly. Prepare 3 sets of materials for qi gathering pills. This time, he was going to refine a high-grade second-rank qi gathering pill. This kind of pill was already top tier among second-rank pills, and its refining difficulty was far beyond that of ordinary second-rank pills. If he could successfully refine the qi gathering pill, there would only be one way for Jiang Qin to surpass him in terms of pill grade, to refine a grade 3 pill. But Zhu Mingyuan simply didn't believe Jiang Qin could achieve that. A young boy refining a grade 1 pill was already astonishing enough. How could he possibly refine a grade 3 pill? Tang Sheng, standing to the side, couldn't help but lower his voice and ask Jiang Qin, Brother Jiang Qin, do you really want to continue competing with him? Zhu Mingyuan had refined a high-grade second-rank qi gathering pill this time. If Jiang Qin wanted to win, he would have to use a pill of even higher rank, a third-rank pill. Jiang Qin simply smiled confidently. Prepare the medicinal herbs for him. Don't worry, with his alchemy skills, he can't beat me. Tang Sheng's lips twitched slightly, his heart churning with shock. Could Jiang Qin really refine even third-grade pills? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his astonishment, and still ordered someone to fetch 3 sets of qi gathering pill materials. Zhu Mingyuan carefully examined the medicinal materials, then composed himself and began to concentrate fully on refining the pills. Even with his personal intervention, the success rate of refining a second-grade high-level qi gathering pill wasn't high. This battle was crucial to his position as chief alchemist, so he dared not be careless in the slightest. After putting the first batch of ingredients into the furnace, Zhu Mingyuan refined the pills methodically. However, when it came to the crucial step of adding the medicinal ingredients, he still made a slight mistake, and the entire batch of pills instantly failed. Zhu Mingyuan's face was grim, but he did not stop. He immediately used the second batch of ingredients, learned from the previous lesson, and started refining again. This time, he was noticeably more cautious, controlling the heat, the medicinal properties, and the timing of addition with extreme precision. After a period of intense refining, a qi gathering pill was finally successfully produced. Zhu Mingyuan raised his head, a smug smile returning to his face. Kid, I've successfully refined a high-grade second-rank qi gathering pill. This time, I'll see how you manage to defeat me. Jiang Qin glanced at the qi gathering pill, his expression still disdainful. So what if you refined a high-grade second-rank pill? And you even used materials twice. You think you're so great. He chuckled, speaking arrogantly. Second rank is nothing. I can refine third-rank pills. Chapter 28. This guy can actually refine grade 3 pills. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, everyone around him was stunned into silence once again. Zhu Mingyuan, however, sneered and said with a disdainful look, You think you can refine a third-grade pill? In the entire Lingyun city, the number of alchemists who can refine grade 3 pills can be counted on one hand. Moreover, those people were all veteran alchemists who had studied alchemy for many years. Although Jiang Qin had successfully refined a grade 1 body tempering pill with an astonishingly high success rate, Zhu Mingyuan absolutely did not believe that he could truly reach the level of a grade 3 alchemist. Even if a teenager started learning alchemy from the womb, it would be impossible for him to reach this level. Jiang Qin didn't bother arguing with him at all, and just looked at Tang Sheng with a faint smile. Prepare the materials for a primordial elixir for me. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The innate elixir is a top-grade elixir that can directly elevate a martial artist in the innate realm by 1 level. Its grade is clearly grade 3, high level. Everyone originally thought that Jiang Qin just wanted to prove that he could refine third-grade pills. No one expected that he would propose refining a high-grade, third-rank innate elixir as soon as he opened his mouth. Even more outrageous, he only asked for 1 set of materials. This clearly means that Jiang Qin is preparing to achieve the elixir in one go. Even a third-grade alchemist would have a pitifully low success rate when refining a high-grade third-grade pill. Even a legendary fourth-grade alchemy master cannot guarantee success on a first try. Tang Sheng stood there, his heart already churning with turmoil. Why would such a prodigy enter the Lingyun Martial Academy through back channels? Despite his shock, he immediately sent someone to fetch the materials for the innate elixir. After the materials were delivered, Jiang Chun walked directly to the alchemy furnace without any hesitation. The process involves lighting a fire to warm the furnace, adding medicinal herbs, refining the medicinal liquid, and finally condensing it into a pill. His movements remained incredibly fluid, as if he were refining not a high-grade, third-rank pill, but the most ordinary medicine. The entire process proceeded without the slightest pause, and every step was so precise that it was impossible to find fault with it. In less than half an hour, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the alchemy furnace. Immediately afterwards, a primordial elixir was successfully refined in full view of everyone. Ding! You have successfully refined a grade 3 innate spirit pill, gaining 3,000 by 100 experience points. The scene was initially deathly silent, then it erupted into chaos. My God, he really refined the innate elixir. That's a high-grade, third-rank pill, and he actually succeeded on his first try. The onlookers were stunned into silence by Jiang Chen's terrifying talent in alchemy. A teenager, in his early teens, successfully refined a high-grade elixir of the third rank in one go. Zhu Mingyuan had studied alchemy for over 10 years, and it took him 2 attempts to refine even a single high-grade second-rank pill. Comparing people is a recipe for disaster. Comparing goods is a recipe for discarding them. Compared to Jiang Chun, Zhu Mingyuan, this so-called second-grade advanced alchemist, is nothing but trash. Zhu Mingyuan trembled all over, his face turned deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with terror. How is this possible? He never imagined that the young man he had always looked down upon would possess such terrifying alchemy skills. Grade 3 high-grade pill. Even with his talent for alchemy, he might not be able to refine a single pill even if he spent his entire life on it. Jiang Chun used only one batch of innate spiritual pills to completely crush Zhu Mingyuan once again. Tang Sheng was completely speechless. In the morning, Jiang Chun had just defeated Meng Dongxing, the top gold student from the Outer Academy, at Lingyun Martial Academy, causing a sensation throughout the entire academy. Now, in alchemy, he has utterly humiliated Zhu Mingyuan, a second-grade advanced alchemist. Where on earth did this monster come from? The thought that Jiang Chun, this prodigy, would become the chief alchemist of the Baodan Pavilion filled Tang Sheng with excitement. He glanced at Zhu Mingyuan, whose face was deathly pale, and said calmly, "Master Zhu, Brother Jiang Chun will be the chief alchemist of the Treasure Pill Pavilion from now on. You have no objections, do you?" Zhu Mingyuan shook his head with a wry smile and quickly said, "Master Jiang is so young, yet his alchemy skills far surpass mine. It is an honor for Baodan Pavilion that he can become the chief alchemist, and I naturally have no objection." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chun with a face full of shame and solemnly apologized. "I was blind to your greatness just now. Please don't take offense, Master Jiang." At this moment, Zhu Mingyuan finally lowered his proud head. He was only a second-grade advanced alchemist, while Jiang Chun was already a third-grade advanced alchemist, a whole grade higher. Not to mention that Jiang Chun is so young, his potential is far beyond what he can compare to. A third-grade high-level alchemist is practically the most outstanding existence in Lingyun City. If he really offended Jiang Chun, a single word from him would be enough to make him unable to maintain his foothold in Lingyun City. However, Jiang Chun never took Zhu Mingyuan seriously from beginning to end, so he naturally didn't bother to argue with him. He looked directly at Tang Sheng. "Tang Sheng, I can become an alchemist at the Baodan Pavilion, but as you know, I am a student at the Lingyun Martial Academy." Tang Sheng immediately understood his meaning and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Chun, don't worry, you don't need to be in charge of the Baodan Pavilion. Just attach the title of Chief Alchemist, and I will personally deliver the materials to the Martial Academy whenever alchemy is needed in the future. After the pills are sold, Baodan Pavilion is willing to give you 30% of the profit." Tang Sheng knew very well that a genius like Jiang Chun would surely become a world-renowned alchemy master in the future. Even if Jiang Chun is only the nominal chief alchemist, it is still a huge benefit to Baodan Pavilion. But Jiang Chun shook his head. I don't want the profit. I only want 30% of the pills I refine myself. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Sheng immediately agreed. No problem. Jiang Chun nodded and said, That's settled then. If Baodan Pavilion needs to refine any pills in the future, just bring the materials and come find me at courtyard number 68 in the Golden Student Dormitory area. After the matter was settled, Jiang Chun left Baodan Pavilion. It was already noon, so he stopped in front of a restaurant called Tiang Xianglu to have lunch. But just as he was about to step inside, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Chun, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to run into you here. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. He turned around and saw two familiar figures walking towards Tianxiang Tower. The visitors turned out to be Jiang Yunhong and Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, Jiang Yunhong, why aren't you staying at the Jiang family? What are you doing in Lingyun City? Jiang Yunhong immediately revealed a smug sneer, as if he had finally found an opportunity to overpower Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, you probably don't know this yet, do you? Master Zhu, the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, has agreed to take me as his disciple. So what if you get into Lingyun Martial Academy? You'll still just be a bronze-level student with no future. And I, before long, will become a respected alchemist. Jiang Yunhong looked at Jiang Chun with undisguised smugness on his face, clearly having come specifically to show off. Jiang Chun's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Really? If I were you, I wouldn't come up to me and show off. If you try to show off in front of me, you're probably not going to have a good ending. Jiang Yunhong was unaware that not long ago, Zhu Mingyuan had completely bowed down, and the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion had been replaced by Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked at him and calmly added a sentence. I can guarantee that none of the alchemists at Baodan Pavilion will accept you as a disciple. Haha, Jiang Chun, who do you think you are? Do you think the alchemists of Baodan Pavilion are to be ordered around by you? Jiang Yunhong sneered coldly. Jiang Yunhong still hates Jiang Chun to this day for his sudden appearance that snatched away his chance to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy. In order to pave the way for his grandson, Jiang Qianhe specially brought Jiang Yunhong to Lingyun City. Finally, he swallowed his pride and paid a considerable price to persuade Zhu Mingyuan, the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, to agree to take Jiang Yunhong as his disciple. Jiang Qianhe looked at Jiang Chun smugly. Yunhong will formally become Master Zhu's disciple in a little while. Master Zhu is a second-grade advanced alchemist, which is a great joy for the Jiang family. Jiang Chun, why don't you stay and witness it for yourself? In Jiang Qianhe's view, once Jiang Yunhong becomes Zhu Mingyuan's disciple, his status and prestige will surely rise. Even if Jiang Chun were to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy, he would only be a bronze-level student with no future. At that time, what will Jiang Chun have to compete with Jiang Yunhong for the position of head of the Jiang family? Okowo. Jiang Chun agreed very readily. Even if Jiang Qianhe didn't say anything, he hadn't planned to leave anyway. He wouldn't provoke trouble unless provoked, but Jiang Yunhong crippled him with a single punch at the Jiang family, and even tried to steal his qualification to enter the Lingyun Martial Academy. Now that he has the chance to deal with this guy, how could Jiang Chun let it go so easily? He stood with his arms crossed, quietly waiting with Jiang Yunhong and his grandson for Zhu Mingyuan to appear. Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in alchemist's robes walked slowly over. The person who arrived was none other than Zhu Mingyuan, who had just been reprimanded by Jiang Chun. Master Zhu, you've arrived. Jiang Qianhe immediately put on a smile and quickly went to greet him. Disciple Jiang Yunhong greets Master. Jiang Yunhong also hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Zhu Mingyuan. As he bowed, he glanced at Jiang Chun, only to see that Jiang Chun was still standing there with his arms crossed, not moving an inch. Jiang Yunhong immediately sneered. Jiang Chun, what are you still standing there for? Now that you've met Master Zhu, why don't you hurry up and pay your respects? Jiang Qianhe's face darkened, and he shouted, Jiang Chun, how dare you be so disrespectful to Master Zhu? What kind of status does a second-grade high-level alchemist have? Even I have to treat them with respect. Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Alchemist Zhu? In his eyes, Jiang Qin's attitude was practically handing over leverage to him. As long as Zhu Mingyuan gets angry, he can take the opportunity to give Jiang Chun a good beating. But Jiang Chun didn't care at all when faced with the angry shouts from the grandfather and grandson. He looked at Zhu Mingyuan with a half-smile and asked calmly, "Zhu Mingyuan, those two want me to kneel down and apologize to you. What do you think?" As soon as Zhu Mingyuan walked over, he saw Jiang Chun at the entrance of Tianxiang Tower and was stunned. He was just about to go up and greet Jiang Chun when he overheard Jiang Qianhe and his grandson's words. In an instant, Zhu Mingyuan's face turned extremely ugly. Jiang Yunhong was completely unaware of this. When he saw that Jiang Chun dared to call Zhu Mingyuan by his name, he thought that Jiang Chun was courting death. "Jiang Chun, how dare you address your teacher by his given name? You have absolutely no respect for me. Kneel down right now." Snap! Before Jiang Yunhong could finish speaking, Zhu Mingyuan strode up to him and slapped him across the face. The slap came without warning, leaving Jiang Yunhong stunned on the spot. Even Jiang Qianhe, who was standing next to him, was completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't Master Zhu be dealing with Jiang Chun, who disrespected him? What the hell is going on? "Teacher." Jiang Yunhong covered her face, feeling a burning pain, and looked at Zhu Mingyuan in disbelief, almost in tears with grievance. He was clearly speaking up for the teacher, so why did Zhu Mingyuan slap him in return? Zhu Mingyuan didn't even glance at him, quickly walked up to Jiang Chun, and bowed respectfully. "Master Jiang, these two are completely ignorant. How can you take their words seriously? I should be apologizing to you. Please don't make me feel uncomfortable." This scene left Jiang Yunhong and his grandson frozen in place, as if they had seen a ghost. Is the person in front of me really Zhu Mingyuan, the high-ranking chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion, a second-grade advanced alchemist? Such a distinguished person, at this moment, stood cautiously in front of Jiang Chun as if he had made a mistake, and even respectfully called him Master Jiang. Isn't Jiang Chun a notorious good-for-nothing in the Jiang family? What makes him worthy of the title of Master? Before Jiang Yunhong and his grandson could recover from their shock, Jiang Chun had already glanced at Jiang Yunhong and spoke calmly. "Zhu Mingyuan, is this your new apprentice? He seems even more arrogant than you." Zhu Mingyuan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately explained, "Master Jiang, they were introduced by a friend of mine. I only came to visit because of my friend, and I haven't formally accepted them as my disciples yet." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and stared at Jiang Yunhong, his face extremely gloomy. "Boy, who do you think you are, daring to be disrespectful to Master Jiang of Baodan Pavilion? I will not accept you as my apprentice. Get out of here now." Jiang Yunhong stared blankly, his face turning deathly pale instantly. Becoming Zhu Mingyuan's disciple was an opportunity that his grandfather, Jiang Qianhe, had painstakingly fought for him. He had thought that he would soon become a disciple of a second-grade high-level alchemist and become an alchemist that everyone envied. But he never expected that Jiang Chun, the good-for-nothing from the Jiang family whom he had trampled underfoot, could actually influence Zhu Mingyuan's decision. He couldn't resist coming over to show off, but Jiang Chen's words sent him plummeting from heaven to hell. His hope of becoming an alchemist was completely dashed. Jiang Qianhe finally recovered from the shock, but still couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Master Zhu, Jiang Chun is from the Jiang family of Songshan City. He has never been exposed to alchemy. How could he possibly be the chief alchemist of the Baodan Pavilion? Are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else?" In his view, if Jiang Chun really had the talent for alchemy, why would Jiang Yue go to such lengths to help him gain entry into the Lingyun Martial Academy? Zhu Mingyuan snorted coldly, his face full of impatience. "I, Zhu Mingyuan, am not so old and blind that I would mistake someone for someone else. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. Take your grandson and get out of here right now." "No, teacher, I was wrong." Jiang Yunhong knelt down in front of Zhu Mingyuan with a thud, her eyes full of pleading, "Please give me another chance." He cannot enter the Lingyun Martial Academy, nor can he afford to lose the opportunity to become an alchemist. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the Jiang family of Songshan City for the rest of his life, with no future to speak of. Zhu Mingyuan simply smiled coldly. "If you dare to be disrespectful to Master Jiang, I will never accept you as my disciple." Besides, no alchemist in Lingyun City will dare to take you in. Stop daydreaming. Jiang Chun is a genuine rank 3 advanced alchemist. With just one word from Jiang Chun, who in the entire Lingyun City would dare to accept Jiang Yunhong as their disciple. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunhong turned completely ashen-faced and collapsed to the ground in a daze. Jiang Chun, we all have the blood of the Jiang family flowing through our veins. Yunhong is still your cousin. Aren't you going too far by doing this? Seeing his grandson's distraught state, Jiang Chun's face darkened, and he glared angrily at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun sneered. Now you know we're all family? When you treated me like that in the Jiang family, why didn't you think of this? Besides, Master Zhu Dan's decision not to accept your grandson as a disciple is his own. What does it have to do with me? Zhu Mingyuan nodded immediately and replied without hesitation. That's right. It was I who looked down on Jiang Yunhong. His failure to become a disciple had nothing to do with Master Jiang. After saying that, his gaze turned cold, and he directly warned Jiang Qianhe, Old man, I won't hold it against you because a friend introduced you to this place. But if you dare to be disrespectful to Master Jiang again, don't blame me, Zhu Mingyuan, for being impolite. Jiang Qianhe's face was ashen, his chest heaving violently, but he dared not utter another word. He snorted coldly, grabbed the dazed Jiang Yunhong, and slunk away. After the two had walked away, Zhu Mingyuan cautiously looked at Jiang Chun, afraid that this matter would cause Jiang Chun to take his anger out on him. Master Jiang, about this matter, Jiang Chun waved his hand and said with a faint smile, I know, it has nothing to do with you. Master Zhu, I have something else I'd like to ask you for help with. Zhu Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Master Jiang, please give your instructions. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and his voice was icy. Keep an eye on Jiang Yunhong for me, and don't let any alchemist take him as a disciple. Even if Jiang Yunhong becomes a true alchemist, his talent in alchemy will not pose a threat to Jiang Chun. But Jiang Chun still wasn't going to give him any chance. He wanted Jiang Yunhong to experience firsthand what utter despair truly meant. After parting ways with Zhu Mingyuan, Jiang Chun had lunch at Tianxiang Restaurant and then returned directly to Lingyun Martial Academy. But as soon as he arrived at the gate of the Martial Academy, he found that it was surrounded by people, with many disciples blocking the entrance as if they were watching something exciting. Jiang Chun squeezed into the crowd and finally understood why everyone was reluctant to leave. On one side of the Lingyun Martial Academy gate, a woman in a long white dress was standing on a stone lion. The woman had exquisite and flawless features and a cool and aloof temperament. She stood quietly on the stone lion, as if she did not belong to this mortal world. Even if she did nothing, it was enough to draw everyone's attention to her. Just as Jiang Chun was looking her over, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Tying death physique detected, triggering 100-fold increase in comprehension. Ding! Successfully comprehended the ancient Yin Yang Dan formula. The next moment, a strange and profound pill formula flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. Not only the refining method, but also the uses and effects of the ancient Yin Yang pill became incredibly clear. Jiang Chun was immediately shocked. This ancient Yin Yang pill is actually the very medicine to break the tying death body. He never expected that the 100-fold cultivation system could allow him to directly comprehend the corresponding ancient pill formula in this way. At this moment, the whispers of the surrounding disciples drifted over. Isn't this Meng Qingxue, the #1 beauty of our Lingyun Martial Academy and the second-ranked genius on the Lingyun ranking? What's she doing standing here? Who knows, but she's been waiting for a long time. Judging from her posture, she's clearly waiting for someone. Who on earth is so influential that they can make a genius beauty like Meng Qingxue personally wait at the door? Jiang Chun came to his senses, a strange look appearing in his eyes. It turns out that the peerless woman in front of me, who possesses the tying death physique, is none other than Meng Qingxue, the genius beauty of Lingyun Martial Academy. As Jiang Chun sized up Meng Qingxue's gaze also fell on him, her cool demeanor revealing a hint of scrutiny. The next moment, she gracefully descended from the stone lion, her clothes fluttering and landed steadily in front of Jiang Chun. She looked at Jiang Chun and asked in an icy voice, "You're Jiang Chun, the one who injured my brother Meng Dongxing?" Upon hearing this, a commotion immediately broke out around them, and everyone realized that Meng Qingxue had come here specifically to wait for Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun had just beaten up Meng Dongxing that morning, and Meng Qingxue always protected her younger brother. Now that this genius, ranked second on the Lingyun ranking, had personally intervened, Jiang Chun was clearly in big trouble. The onlookers all looked at Jiang Chun, some gloating, some secretly regretting, all feeling that he was doomed this time. Jiang Chun didn't answer her question. He just looked at Meng Qingxue seriously and suddenly said, "Beautiful lady, you're sick and need treatment." One sentence left, everyone dumbfounded. Faced with a genius like Meng Qingxue, Jiang Chun not only failed to explain his injury to Meng Dongxing, but also publicly declared that she was sick, which was incredibly arrogant. Meng Qingxue's pretty face instantly turned frosty, and murderous intent surged in her beautiful eyes, making the surrounding air seem to turn cold. "If you're so capable, say it again." Jiang Chun simply smiled faintly and walked straight toward her amidst countless shocked gazes. He leaned down and said in a voice only Meng Qingxue could hear, "You were born on the first day of the 7th month. Since the day you were born, have you fainted once every birthday?" Meng Qingxue was about to make a move when she heard these words. Her expression changed drastically, and her raised hand froze in midair. She stared intently at Jiang Chun, her voice tinged with shock for the first time. "How did you know?" The secret of her body was known to no more than 3 people within the Lingyun Martial Academy, and Jiang Chun should not have known it at all. Jiang Chun smiled slightly and said calmly, "I know more than you think. Since you were 16, your comas have stopped happening once a year and started occurring on the first day of every month, right?" Meng Qingxue was completely stunned. Even his closest relatives might not know the truth about this, yet Jiang Chun spoke of it with absolute accuracy. "Do you know why?" she asked, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart. Jiang Chun nodded and said, "Of course. You have the Tying Death physique, a special cultivation physique that is 1 in 10,000, and it is also a death physique that is envied by the heavens. People with this constitution usually don't live past the age of 17. If you fall into a coma again on your 17th birthday, you will never wake up again." A storm raged in Meng Qingxue's heart. She was not from Lingyun Mansion. The reason she came to Lingyun Martial Academy was to get close to Yin Qingxian, a giant in the alchemy world of the Great Xia Kingdom, and ask him about her strange illness. Yin Qingxian had also speculated that her physical problems were extremely dangerous, but he could not provide a clear solution. Jiang Chun not only saw through her symptoms, but also clearly described the pattern of her attacks and the time of her death. He even called out the name Tying Death Body. Jiang Chun continued, "The Tying Death Body can only be neutralized by the ancient profound Yang Pill. But the ancient formula for the Xian Yang Pill has long been lost. In this world, besides me, I'm afraid there is no one else who can refine it." Meng Qingxue remained silent for a moment, the shock on her face gradually subsiding, and she regained her composure. She looked at Jiang Chun and asked directly, "What are your conditions?" Looking at the aloof and stunningly beautiful genius before him, Jiang Chun smiled and said, "I happen to be short of a maidservant. If you agree, I'll save your life. This condition won't work. Let's find another one." Meng Qingxue's beautiful eyes turned cold, revealing barely suppressed anger. Given her status, how many people in the entire Great Xia Kingdom would dare make such a request in front of her? But Jiang Chun in front of her was just an outer disciple of Lingyun Martial Academy. It was utterly absurd that they dared to make her a maid to serve tea and water. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Jiang Chun simply smiled faintly, then turned to leave. "Stop!" Meng Qingxue shouted coldly, her figure flashing out instantly, reaching out to grab Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun used the flowing light illusion step, and in the blink of an eye, he had created distance between himself and Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingxue's expression changed, and she blurted out, "A beginner-level Xian-grade movement technique at the great completion stage. As expected of a genius beauty on the Lingyun ranking, your judgment is indeed excellent." Jiang Chun turned around and smiled, his tone still composed. Meng Qingxue, I'll say it again. I need a maid to serve me tea and water. If you're willing, you can come with me. Don't feel wronged. Follow me, and I guarantee you will benefit immensely throughout your life. Perhaps one day, you will even be glad that you were my maid. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students almost burst out laughing. A disciple from the outer palace, who just defeated Meng Dongxing and became the #1 gold student. Does he really think he is invincible? He actually dared to dream of making Meng Qingxue his maid, and even said that she would be glad about it in the future. This was an outrageous boast. Everyone was waiting for Meng Qingxue to fly into a rage and teach Jiang Yunhong a lesson. To everyone's surprise, Meng Qingxue did not move again. She stared at Jiang Yunhong for a long time before calmly speaking. Okay, I agree. I hope you'll keep your word. In an instant, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone thought they had misheard. The #1 beauty of Lingyun Martial Academy and the second-ranked genius on the Lingyun ranking actually agreed to become a maid for an outer academy student. This is simply unbelievable. Jiang Yunhong smiled slightly. Don't worry, follow me, and I'll guarantee you break free from the shackles of the Taiyin absolute body and soar to new heights. Meng Qingxue nodded indifferently, and then, just like a maid, quietly stood behind Jiang Yunhong. 3 months ago, she turned 16, and only 9 months remained until she turned 17. If the problem of her Taiyin death body cannot be resolved, she will fall into a deep sleep and never wake up again in 9 months. But since Jiang Yunhong could see the hidden danger in her body at a glance, perhaps he really has a way to save her. If he can really do it, then he is definitely not an ordinary student, but an unfathomable master. To survive and to complete what she hadn't finished in this life, Meng Qingxue was willing to gamble her freedom this time. This scene left everyone present wide-eyed in astonishment. What exactly did Jiang Yunhong do to make Meng Qingxue willingly become his maid? An outer academy student actually took on a genius beauty from the Lingyun ranking as a maid. Such a thing is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Jiang Yunhong is definitely the most outstanding gold student in the history of Lingyun Martial Academy. After Jiang Yunhong led Meng Qingxue into the Lingyun Martial Academy, the surrounding students remained stunned, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Meng Qingxue possesses both beauty and talent, and is known as the Ice Queen of Lingyun Martial Academy. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of people pursuing her. Among them were even geniuses on the Lingyun ranking, but she always kept everyone at arm's length, and no one could get even half a step close to her. Who would have thought that such a high and mighty woman would agree to be a maid for a student from an outer academy? In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Yunhong changed, and their admiration for him was overwhelming. On his first day at Lingyun Martial Academy, Jiang Yunhong beat up Lingyun, the younger brother of Linyu, a genius on the Lingyun ranking. The next day, he challenged Meng Dongxing, the top student of the outer prefecture, and defeated Meng Dongxing with a single punch. Now, Meng Qingxue came to settle scores with Jiang Yunhong for her brother's sake, but he ended up taking her in as his maid after just a few words. Lingyun Martial Academy has never lacked geniuses and ruthless individuals, but they have never seen anyone like Jiang Yunhong who has caused such a stir as soon as he entered the academy. The news of Jiang Yunhong accepting Meng Qingxue quickly caused a sensation at the Martial Academy, but Jiang Yunhong himself acted as if nothing had happened and took her back to courtyard number 68 of the Golden Student Dormitory. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Jiang Yunhong casually instructed, clean the courtyard up, then pick a room to stay in. Meng Qingxue frowned slightly, clearly unwilling to be treated as a maid, but still asked directly, when will you help me refine the ancient profound yang pill? Jiang Yunhong smiled and said, refining the ancient profound yang pill is not difficult. The difficulty lies in the ingredients. This pill requires the essence blood of a 6th grade fire attribute demon beast. Can you produce it? A 6th grade demonic beast, comparable to a human expert at the Divine Sea Realm. The Great Xia Kingdom has not produced a Divine Sea Realm expert for hundreds of years, so obtaining the essence blood of a 6th grade fire attribute demon beast is by no means easy. Meng Qingxue remained silent for a moment, a glint of light flashing in her beautiful eyes. I really don't have the blood essence of a 6th grade fire attribute demon beast, but perhaps there is someone in the Lingyun Martial Academy who can produce it. Jiang Chun was somewhat surprised. Who? Meng Qingxue slowly said, a sixth-grade alchemy master, Yan Qingxian. As far as she knew, more than 10 years ago, Yan Qingxian had gathered a group of powerful figures from the Great Xia Kingdom to surround and kill a wounded Crimson Flame Phoenix. The Crimson Flame Phoenix was originally a sixth-grade demon beast, and it also carried a trace of the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Such essence and blood are the perfect material for refining the ancient Xianyang pill. Jiang Chun nodded. In that case, let's go see Yan Qingxian tomorrow. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, after having breakfast, Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue headed straight for Qingxian Residence. Qingxian Residence is located deep within the Lingyun Martial Academy and is the residence of Yan Qingxian, a sixth-grade alchemy master. Although Yan Qingxian was a nominal elder of Lingyun Martial Academy, he never concerned himself with outside affairs and spent most of his time studying alchemy at Qingxian Residence. Normally, no one dares to disturb him. Over time, Qingxian Residence became a forbidden area within the Lingyun Martial Academy, almost completely ignored by everyone. When Jiang Chun and his companion arrived, the surroundings were deserted, and there wasn't even a gatekeeper in front of the courtyard. Jiang Chun did not linger and led Meng Qingxue directly into Qingxian Residence. But as soon as the two entered the courtyard, a sharp, cold shout rang out in their ears. Who are you? This is not a place for you. Get out of here. Jiang Chun looked in the direction of the sound and saw a boy of about 16 or 17 standing in front of them, staring at them with an unfriendly expression. The young man was dressed in an alchemist's robe and was handsome. The badge with 2 stars on his chest was particularly eye-catching. At the age of 16 or 17, he was already a second-grade advanced alchemist, clearly a rare alchemy genius. Jiang Chun clasped his hand in a fist and bowed, and said politely, My name is Jiang Chun. I have come to Qingxian Residence specifically to see Master Yan Qingxian. Please inform him of my presence. Upon hearing Jiang Chun announce his name, a sharp glint flashed in the boy's eyes. 2 days ago, after Su Lingxiang returned to Qingxian Residence, she strongly recommended a person named Jiang Chun to her teacher, Yan Qingxian. Bai Zixuan remembered the name, but he never expected that Jiang Chun would come to him so quickly. In his view, this guy was clearly after the position of the teacher's last disciple. Bai Zixuan showed amazing talent in alchemy from a young age, and now, at just over 16 years old, he is already a second-grade advanced alchemist. Looking across the entire Lingyun Prefecture, he believed that few people could rival his talent in alchemy. Even so, Yan Qingxian only accepted him as a nominal disciple and did not actually take him under his wing. Jiang Chun, who is standing in front of us, is said to be just a useless bronze student. What makes him qualified to be the teacher's last disciple? Thinking of this, Bai Zixuan snorted coldly and gave the order to leave without any politeness. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think you can just see your teacher whenever you want? Our teacher is currently researching elixirs with senior sister Su and doesn't have time to see you. You'd better leave quickly. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, and his tone turned colder. You didn't even go in to announce my arrival. How do you know Master Yin won't see me? Bai Zixuan sneered. What kind of status does a teacher have? How can just any Tom, Dick, or Harry be allowed to meet him? If you really want to see the teacher, then let me see if you are qualified to see him first. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Oh, then tell me, what would it take for me to be qualified? Bai Zixuan raised his hand and flipped it over, and a pill formula immediately appeared in his palm. He flicked the pill formula at Jiang Chun and said proudly, This is an incomplete ancient pill formula. If you can complete it, I will give you a chance to meet the teacher. Jiang Chun reached out and took the pill formula, his gaze immediately falling on it. Bai Zixuan sneered inwardly. This incomplete prescription was exactly what Yan Qingxian and Su Lingxiang were currently studying. Even the teacher hasn't been able to complete it yet, so how could Jiang Chun, a bronze-level student, possibly do it? The moment Jiang Chun saw the pill formula, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have viewed an incomplete 4th-grade, life-extending pill formula, triggering a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have successfully comprehended the complete formula for a grade 4 life-extending pill. The 100x cultivation system is as powerful as ever. Jiang Chun only glanced at the incomplete pill formula before the system triggered a hundredfold comprehension, deducing the complete fourth-grade, life-extending pill formula. Seeing that Jiang Chun was staring at the pill formula without speaking, Bai Zixuan's disdain deepened. So, can you complete this prescription? Jiang Chun raised his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. Even if I could complete it, do you know what the real formula for the life-extending pill looks like? Besides, I don't need you to give me the opportunity to see Master Yin. If I wanted to, I guarantee he would come out to see me in person within a minute. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Bai Zixuan's face instantly darkened, and he shouted sternly, "Boy, I think you've come here on purpose to cause trouble at Qingxian residence. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. This isn't a place for you to run wild." His teacher, Yin Qingxian, was a renowned 6th-grade alchemy master in the alchemy world of the Great Xia Kingdom, let alone Lingyun City. Even if the king of the Great Xia Kingdom wanted to see Yin Qingxian, he would probably have to be very polite. But how could Bai Zixuan tolerate Jiang Chun, an unknown nobody, being so arrogant in front of Qingxian residents? Jiang Chun simply smiled faintly and looked at him calmly. "Are you sure you want me to get lost? I hope you won't regret it later." Bai Zixuan immediately gave a disdainful sneer. He was not only Yin Qingxuan's disciple, but also the son of Bai Jinsheng, the city lord of Lingyun City. Within this Lingyun City, who could make him regret his actions? Jiang Chun ignored him and turned to look at Meng Qingxue beside him. "Shout 3 times inside and say that the frost spirit fruit was put in the wrong place." Meng Qingxue was slightly taken aback, completely unaware of what Jiang Chun was trying to do. But she still did as Jiang Chun said and called out 3 times into the courtyard. The frost fruit was misplaced. The frost fruit was misplaced. The frost fruit was misplaced. Bai Zixuan's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to kick the 2 away, a loud explosion suddenly came from inside the courtyard. Bang! Bai Zixuan was stunned. As an alchemist, he could naturally tell that this was clearly the sound of the furnace exploding during the alchemy process. Before he could react, an elderly man with a full head of white hair and a disheveled appearance rushed out of the courtyard. This person was none other than Yin Qingxian, the master of Qingxian residence and a 6th-grade alchemy master. Yin Qingxuan's cloudy old eyes were filled with astonishment when he saw Meng Qingxue. "Qingxue, is that you? Was it you who said the frost fruit was misplaced just now?" Jiang Chun smiled slightly and took the initiative to speak. "Master Yin, I asked her to call him that. I have something I need to see you about. I had no other choice but to resort to this method. Please don't take offense, Master." Yin Qingxian didn't pursue the matter at all. Instead, he stared intently at Jiang Chun, his expression extremely excited. "How do you know the frost fruit was misplaced?" This scene completely stunned Meng Qingxue. Bai Zixuan, standing next to him, was completely petrified. The dignified 6th-grade alchemy master, Yin Qingxian, actually asked Jiang Chun questions like a student asking a teacher? "How is that possible?" Jiang Chun said calmly, "You can add earth spirit milk and heaven-burning grass to the incomplete formula of the life-sustaining pill without any problem. Only the green frost spirit fruit is too cold in nature, which will disrupt the balance of the medicinal properties of the entire medicine. If you want to refine the life-sustaining pill, you should use evergreen vine instead of green frost spirit fruit. The effects of the evergreen vine and the green frost spirit fruit are similar, but the medicinal properties are sweet and mild, and they will not conflict with the other medicinal materials in the prescription." After hearing this, Yin Qingxian was first taken aback, then showed a look of sudden realization. "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. How come I never thought of using ivy as a substitute?" His gaze toward Jiang Chun instantly turned fiery. "Young friend, would you mind coming inside with me for a chat?" Jiang Chun nodded calmly. "I came here to see Master Yin." After saying that, he glanced at Bai Zixuan. "But your disciple insists that I get out of here." Yin Qingxuan's expression changed drastically, and his sharp gaze instantly fell on Bai Zixuan. With a thud, Bai Zixuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Yin Qingxuan's heart surged with anger. Alchemists are divided into 9 ranks. Ranks 1 to 3 are just ordinary alchemists. Ranks 4 to 6 are called alchemy masters, and ranks 7 and above are alchemy grandmasters. As a 6th-grade alchemy master, His lifelong wish was to advance further in the art of alchemy and reach the 7th grade Grandmaster realm. However, he already stood at the pinnacle of the alchemy world in the Great Xia Kingdom, and there were very few people who could exchange alchemy techniques with him. That's why he's been stuck at the 6th rank for years, unable to break through. Now that he's finally met someone who can inspire him in alchemy, Bai Zixuan actually wants to drive him away. How can he not be furious? Yan Qingshuan's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at Bai Zixuan. Bai Zixuan, you have quite the nerve. Who gave you the audacity to kick my distinguished guest out of Qingxian residence? It seems Qingxian residence can't accommodate someone as great as you. Get out of here now. Bai Zixuan's face turned ashen instantly, his expression blank, as if his very soul had been drained away. He never imagined that the distinguished guest Yan Qingxian had spoken of would be Jiang Chun. Just then, a surprised voice came from the courtyard. Jiang Chun, what are you doing here? Jiang Chun looked up and saw Su Lingxiang walking out of the courtyard. Yan Qingxian was also taken aback when he heard the name Jiang Chun, and his gaze fell on Su Lingxiang. Lingxiang, young friend, could this be the alchemy genius you discovered among the bronze-level students? Su Lingxiang nodded quickly. That's right, teacher. Jiang Chun is the person with the highest talent for alchemy I have ever seen in my life. With his aptitude, he is fully capable of becoming your last disciple and inheriting your alchemy legacy. Yan Qingxian chuckled. Don't flatter me. I'm not qualified to be Jiang Chun's teacher. He was the one who reminded us that the frost spirit fruit was misplaced. Su Lingxiang's beautiful eyes widened suddenly as she looked at Jiang Chun in disbelief. Jiang Chun, how did you know that the azure frost spirit fruit was misplaced? Do you have the complete, life-extending pill formula? Jiang Chun shook his head and smiled, waving the incomplete formula in his hand. The life-extending pill is an ancient elixir that can increase lifespan. The formula has long been lost. How could I possibly possess the complete formula? When I first came in, your junior brother Bai wanted to test whether I was qualified to see your teacher. So he took out the incomplete formula of the life-sustaining pill and asked me to complete the formula. I only glanced at it just now and gained a slight understanding. Su Lingxiang was speechless. She and Yan Qingxian had studied this incomplete formula for many days, but had not been able to refine a true life-extending pill. Jiang Chun, however, only glanced at it and completed the formula. She knew Jiang Chun was exceptionally talented, but she never imagined he was this exceptional. His talent was truly astounding. Yan Qingxian was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. Young friend Jiang Chun, are you saying that you looked at the incomplete formula for the life-extending pill and then completed the whole formula? Jiang Chun nodded calmly. More or less. Yan Qingxian couldn't help but gasp. From ancient times to the present, countless pill formulas have been lost or incomplete for various reasons. Yet, Jiang Chun was able to deduce the complete formula from a single glance. This is beyond the realm of ordinary genius. It's simply defying the heavens. Ignoring Yan Qingshuan's shock, Jiang Chun directly explained the purpose of his visit to Qingxian residence. Master Yan, the reason I came to see you this time is to ask you for something. Yan Qingxian immediately waved his hand and said with a smile, what master or not? I'm a bit older. You can just call me brother from now on. Brother Jiang Chun, if you need anything, just ask. As long as I have it, I will never refuse. In Yan Qingshuan's eyes, Jiang Chun was an absolute genius in alchemy, a talent that was rare even once in 10,000 years. He was already worthy of being his peer, or even of a higher status. He vaguely felt that whether he could cross the threshold of a 6th-grade alchemist and become a 7th-grade alchemy master might very well lie with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun didn't stand on ceremony and smiled as he changed his address, saying, Then thank you very much, Brother Yan. I heard that you once hired people to hunt down a crimson flame phoenix, and I want its essence blood. Yan Qingxian was stunned, staring at Jiang Chun in astonishment. The essence blood of the crimson flame phoenix was extremely precious, usually only used to refine 5th-grade or even higher-grade pills. Could it be that this young man already possesses the skill to refine 5th-grade pills? Jiang Chun pointed to Meng Qingxue, who had remained silent beside him, and calmly explained, My mate has a health problem and needs the essence blood of the crimson flame phoenix to refine a pill. A maid! Yan Qingxian and Su Lingxiang were stunned once again. They were perfectly aware of Meng Qingshue's identity. Yet this proud and privileged woman actually accepted that she was Jiang Chen's maid without any objection. The two looked at Meng Qingxue, then at Jiang Chun, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. This guy truly couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. He was the kind of person Meng Qingxue was willing to stay by her side. Yan Qingxian quickly thought of a more crucial question and hurriedly asked, "Brother Jiang Chun, from what you're saying, you can resolve the hidden dangers on Qingshue's body?" Even he, a sixth-grade alchemist, was helpless with Meng Qingshue's health problems. But now Jiang Chun seemed to have already found a solution. Jiang Chun nodded and said, "She has the Tying Death physique, which can only be neutralized by the ancient Profound Yang pill. To refine this pill, the essence blood of a sixth-grade fire tribute demon beast is required. The Tying Death body, the ancient mysterious Yang elixir." Yan Qingxian smiled bitterly to himself. He considered himself knowledgeable and experienced, a sixth-grade alchemist, yet he had never even heard of these two things. The shock he experienced today was almost greater than all of his past decades combined. He even couldn't help but wonder if the Jiang Chun before him was the reincarnation of some ancient alchemy master. Otherwise, how could a young man possess such astonishing insight and attainments in alchemy? The two then discussed the art of alchemy for nearly 2 hours. The more Yan Qingxian talked, the more astonished he became, and the more certain he was of Jiang Chen's unfathomable depth. Before parting, Yan Qingxian did not hesitate at all and directly gave Jiang Chun the essence blood of the Crimson Flame Phoenix. After obtaining what he needed, Jiang Chun took Meng Qingxue and left Qingxian residence, returning to their home. But as soon as he returned to the vicinity of the courtyard, he saw Tang Sheng already waiting at the door, his anxiety impossible to hide. "Brother Jiang Chun, you're finally back." Tang Sheng quickly came to greet him. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong, and asked, "What's wrong? Has something happened to Baodan Pavilion?" Tang Sheng said in a deep voice, "This morning, a man named Jiang Kuei came to Baodan Pavilion looking for you. He was already seriously injured when he arrived." Tang Sheng looked at Jiang Chun, his tone becoming even more serious. "If I'm not mistaken, something has happened to your Jiang family. Uncle Kuei actually got into trouble?" Jiang Chen's expression also instantly turned extremely ugly. Jiang Kuei was his father Jiang Ya's most trusted confidant. For many years, he had managed most of the Jiang family's business and enjoyed great prestige within the family. The fact that Jiang Kuei has arrived in Lingyun City with serious injuries is enough to show that something significant must have happened within the Jiang family. Without delay, Jiang Chun headed straight for the Baodan Pavilion. Half an hour later, he arrived at a guest room on the 3rd floor of the Baodan Pavilion. Inside the room, a burly middle-aged man sat cross-legged, his face pale, clearly practicing internal energy to heal his injuries. Upon noticing someone enter, the burly man opened his eyes, and after recognizing the person, he quickly stood up and bowed. "Jiang Kuei greets young Master Chen." Jiang Chun waved his hand, telling him not to stand on ceremony, then frowned and asked, "Uncle Kuei, how did you get injured like this? Is it serious?" Jiang Kuei looked at Tang Sheng gratefully and said that he was now fine thanks to the healing pills Tang Sheng had given him. Tang Sheng smiled and said that since Jiang Chun was the chief alchemist of Baodan Pavilion would naturally not sit idly by and do nothing about his affairs. Jiang Chun cut to the chase and asked the most crucial question: what exactly happened to the Jiang family? Who caused these injuries? Jiang Kuei gave a wry smile and uttered a name. "It's Jiang Qianhe." All of this stemmed from Jiang Qianhe's growing apprehension towards Jiang Chun. Ever since Jiang Chun suddenly rose from a useless second-level body-tempering cultivator to a formidable opponent, Jiang Qianhe had been unable to feel at ease. Especially after seeing Jiang Chun in Lingyun City yesterday, Jiang Qianhe felt an even greater threat. After returning to the Jiang family, he decided to strike first, forcibly eliminate dissidents, and completely take control of the entire Jiang family. As Jiang Ya's confidant, and with deep roots and considerable prestige within the Jiang family, Jiang Kuei naturally became the first person Jiang Qianhe wanted to eliminate. Fortunately, Jiang Kuei sensed something was wrong in advance, so he fought his way out and escaped to the Baodan Pavilion in Lingyun City to find Jiang Chun. Upon hearing that Jiang Yunhong actually wanted to seize the position of head of the Jiang family, Jiang Qin's eyes instantly turned cold. Jiang Yunhong, he's courting death. Seeing that he was angry, Jiang Kuei hurriedly advised, "Young Master Chun, Jiang Yunhong is very powerful now. He wants to take the position of family head, and no one in the Jiang family can stop him. If I'm not mistaken, he will soon inform you that he has become the head of the family, deliberately luring you back to the Jiang family and making you walk into his trap. I risked coming to find you because I hope you won't act impulsively." A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, but he simply nodded calmly. "Uncle Kuei, don't worry, I know what to do." Originally, considering that they were both direct descendants of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun did not intend to kill Jiang Yunhong as long as he obediently continued to be the eldest elder of the Jiang family. But now, this old fellow is not only ambitious, but also dares to eliminate dissidents in the Jiang family, and even tries to seize the position of family head from his father, Jiang Yue. Since Jiang Yunhong insisted on coming to his death, Jiang Chun naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He turned to look at Tang Sheng, his tone decisive, prepare a pill-making room, and stock up on enough medicinal materials for second and third grade pills. I want to refine pills. Today, he will stay in the Baodan Pavilion and frantically refine pills to rapidly increase his strength. Once the news of Jiang Yunhong succeeding as the head of the family arrives, he will go straight back to the Jiang family. At that time, he will personally make Jiang Yunhong understand that the position of head of the Jiang family left by his father Jiang Yue is absolutely not something that Jiang Yunhong can covet. After Tang Sheng made the arrangements, Jiang Chun was led into a private alchemy room in the Baodan Pavilion. Before long, a large number of materials needed for second and third grade pills were delivered to him. Without delay, Jiang Chun immediately adjusted his state and began refining pills. He was already a fourth grade alchemist, and with the system guaranteeing a 100x success rate, refining these pills was naturally a piece of cake for him. As materials were added to the alchemy furnace, pills were formed one after another, and system notifications kept ringing in my mind. "Ding! You have successfully refined a grade 2 Qi gathering pill, gaining 2,000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have successfully refined a grade 2 Qi gathering pill, gaining 2,000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have successfully refined a grade 3 innate spirit pill, gaining 3,000 by 100 experience points." Jiang Chun worked almost nonstop, and as soon as he successfully refined one batch, he immediately started the next. With the success rate increased by 100-fold, there was absolutely no possibility of failure for him when it came to second or third grade pills. My alchemy experience also increased rapidly during this frenzied accumulation, until the system notification came again. "Ding! You have successfully advanced to the 5th grade alchemist." From morning till night, Jiang Chun spent all his time in the alchemy room, except for a 1-hour break at lunchtime. In one whole day, he refined a total of 10 second-grade pills and 3 third-grade pills. After completing the refining process, Jiang Chun did not rush to leave the alchemy room. He took out 3 grade 2 Qi gathering pills and 1 grade 3 innate spirit pill, and swallowed them all without hesitation. "Ding! You have consumed 3 Qi gathering pills and gained 7,500 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have consumed a primordial elixir and gained 12,500 experience points multiplied by 100. The moment the medicine entered his body, the system's experience bonus increased 100-fold, and Jiang Chen's internal energy began to surge wildly. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 2nd level of Qi control. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 3rd level of Qi control. His cultivation progressed through all the obstacles without any pause until the final notification sounded. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the 9th level of Qi control. The system's existence allows Jiang Chun to gain 100 times more experience by consuming pills without any restrictions. In particular, the grade 3 innate spirit pill, which should only be taken by martial artists at the innate realm, brought him unimaginable experience. The massive amount of experience points propelled Jiang Chun from his original cultivation level to the 9th level of Qi control in one go. With his current strength, he could almost instantly kill all the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking. Even in Songshan City, such cultivation would place one at the very top. His father, Jiang Yunhong, was once the strongest person in Songshan City, but he was only at the 9th level of qi control. In just a few days, Jiang Chun went from being a useless person at the 2nd level of body tempering, ridiculed by everyone, to someone who could rival his father. After his breakthrough in cultivation, he did not stop, but instead began to practice fist techniques. Overnight, the Xian grade beginner fist technique, Heaven-Shattering Fist, was upgraded again, officially advancing to the Xian grade intermediate fist technique, Azure Dragon Heaven-Shattering Fist. The next morning, Jiang Chun walked out of the alchemy room and, as expected, received a message from Songshan City. Jiang Yunhong will be hosting a banquet at the Jiang family today, preparing to succeed as the head of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun showed no hesitation and immediately called to Meng Qingxue, preparing to return to the Jiang family in Songshan City. Young Master Chun, the Jiang family's actions are clearly intended to lure you back to the Jiang family and then take the opportunity to get rid of you. When Jiang Kuei heard that Jiang Chun was going back, he immediately became anxious. How could you go back to the Jiang family at this time? Jiang Chun remained calm and confidently said, Uncle Kuei, there's no need to worry. I wouldn't run back to the Jiang family to my death without absolute certainty. As long as I don't agree, Jiang Yunhong can forget about taking over the position of head of the Jiang family. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Jiang Kuei could only grit his teeth and say, if young Master Chen insists on going back, then I will go with you. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Of course, Uncle Kuei will come back to the Jiang family with me. After I go back and deal with Jiang Yunhong, I will still need Uncle Kuei to help me manage the Jiang family. Seeing Jiang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, as if Jiang Yunhong were nothing to worry about, Jiang Kuei couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. Could it be that the young Master Chen in front of us is really confident in dealing with Jiang Yunhong? More than an hour later, Jiang Chun returned to the Jiang family with Meng Qingxue and Jiang Kuei. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he found that hundreds of people had already gathered in the outer courtyard square, and the scene was very lively. These people were clearly guests invited by Jiang Yunhong, who came specifically to witness his succession as the head of the Jiang family. On the high platform in the center of the square, Jiang Yunhong, dressed in a magnificent robe, worshipped his ancestors and prayed to heaven under the guidance of the priest, uttering platitudes about remembering his ancestors, inheriting the family business, and revitalizing the Jiang family. He then used the excuse that Jiang Yunhong had disappeared without a trace and that the Jiang family could not be without a head for even a day to openly declare that he was willing to inherit the position of family head. After the ceremony, Jiang Yunhong sat directly on the main seat on the high platform, looking triumphant and ready to announce to everyone that he had become the new head of the family. But before he could finish speaking, a mocking laugh suddenly echoed across the square. Jiang Yunhong, before you want to be the head of the Jiang family, look in the mirror and see if you are worthy. When did it become the head of the Jiang family, you old dog? The sudden sound abruptly interrupted Jiang Yunhong's words. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jiang Chun and the other two slowly walking towards the center of the square. The crowd immediately stirred. Some were surprised that Jiang Chun dared to come back and cause trouble at this time, while others quickly recognized his identity. Isn't this Jiang Yunhong's son, Jiang Chun, the young master of the Jiang family? So it's that good-for-nothing young master who's only at the 2nd level of body tempering. What's he doing back here? Does he still want to compete with Jiang Yunhong for the position of family head? A piece of trash dares to compete for the position of family head? That's just wishful thinking. In this world where the strong rule, many people don't think Jiang Chun is qualified to stand up. A good-for-nothing should be aware of his own worth. Why humiliate himself in public? On the high platform, Jiang Yunhong stared coldly at Jiang Chun, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had never taken this good-for-nothing young master seriously, but no one expected that Jiang Chun would suddenly become a different person. He not only defeated Jiang Yunhong and regained his qualification to enter Lingyun Martial Academy, but also became an alchemist. Jiang Chen's rapid growth has already made Jiang Yunhong feel threatened. That's why he decisively took control of the Jiang family and adopted the posture of succeeding as the family head, with the aim of forcing Jiang Chun to return. This time, he would never give Jiang Chun another chance to grow. He had to completely eliminate this threat. Jiang Chunha stood up from the main seat, looked down at Jiang Chun, and spoke in a cold voice. Jiang Chun, I'm the grand elder of the Jiang family. Now that the family head has disappeared, why can't I succeed him as the family head? Today is a joyous occasion for the Jiang family. You'd better not cause trouble here, or don't blame me for being impolite. Faced with the threat, Jiang Chun remained calm, merely glancing at Jiang Chunha indifferently. The head of the Jiang family is my father, Jiang Yue. Even if my father leaves the Jiang family temporarily, and a new head of the family is to be chosen, it is not your turn. Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Don't forget, I am the young master of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, everyone in the square was stunned. Many couldn't even believe their ears. Could it be that this useless young master, who has always been ridiculed, is really going to compete with Jiang Chunha for the position of head of the Jiang family today? At this moment, all the guests who came to watch the ceremony in the square were speechless with astonishment at Jiang Chen's actions. They'd seen arrogant people before, but someone like Jiang Chun, who dared to be so assertive despite being labeled a good-for-nothing, was truly a first for them. In the divine martial continent, the strong are respected, and the weak have no right to speak. Even though Jiang Chun was the son of Jiang Yue, the strongest man in Songshan City, it doesn't change that fact. Moreover, Jiang Yue is no longer with the Jiang family. Even if Jiang Yue were still alive, let alone Jiang Chun, that good-for-nothing, the position of the next head of the family would not be handed over to Jiang Chun. Everyone was baffled as to where this kid got the audacity to challenge Jiang Chunha for the position of family head in public. Jiang Chunha stared at Jiang Chun, a cold smile appearing on his lips. So, according to you, the position of head of the Jiang family can only be inherited by you? Jiang Chun looked at him without flinching and calmly retorted, Isn't that right? Fine. Jiang Chunha said coldly, Since you, the young master of the Jiang family, want to inherit the position of family head, then I will give you a chance to see if you are qualified. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chunha's gaze fell directly on a Jiang family disciple below the stage. Jiang Xing, come up here. Soon, a cold-blooded 16 or 17-year-old boy leaped onto the high platform and stood steadily beside Jiang Chunha. Jiang Chunha pointed at Jiang Xing and looked at Jiang Chun. If you want to become the head of the Jiang family, talking won't work. Everything depends on strength. He is Jiang Xing, a genius of the younger generation of the Jiang family. You should be familiar with him. If you can defeat Jiang Xing and become the number one among the younger generation of the Jiang family, I will acknowledge that you are qualified to inherit the position of family head. At this point, a sinister smile flashed in Jiang Chunha's eyes. He stared coldly at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, do you dare to come up and fight Jiang Xing? Jiang Xing is the number one genius among the younger generation of the Jiang family. He entered the inner court of Lingyun Martial Academy half a year ago, and now has the strength of the third level of Qi control. Jiang Chunha was clearly prepared. As long as Jiang Chun dared to step onto the stage, he would have Jiang Xing completely cripple Jiang Chun, leaving this good-for-nothing no chance of making a comeback. Upon hearing this, the people in the square all shook their heads. Jiang Chunha's move was far too ruthless. Jiang Chun might not even be able to beat the worst disciple in the Jiang family, yet he's being asked to challenge Jiang Xing. This is clearly bullying. Everyone looked at Jiang Chun with pity. In their view, Jiang Chun wasn't here to compete for the position of family head. He was simply courting death. Jiang Chun looked at Jiang Xing on the high platform, his eyes narrowing slightly. That old dog even called Jiang Xing back. At this moment, Jiang Xing's icy voice came down from the high platform. Jiang Chun, the position of family head is related to the future of the Jiang family. If you really want to become the head of the Jiang family, then come up and fight me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun gave a disdainful sneer. Jiang Xing, you're nothing but a little dog raised by that old dog Jiang Chunha. How dare you yell at me like that? You're not qualified to make me lay a hand on you. After Jiang Chun finished speaking, his gaze fell on Meng Qingxue behind him. If you want to fight me, you'll have to defeat my maid first. Then, he looked at Meng Qingxue and calmly ordered, Go up there and take care of him. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Meng Qingxue flashed and landed directly on the high platform. She stared coldly at Jiang Xing opposite her, her tone completely unwavering. "I'll fight you for him. Make your move." Meng Qingxue. Jiang Xing's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at the girl in front of him, his face full of disbelief. "You actually became Jiang Chen's maid?" In the past 2 days, the news that Jiang Chen had accepted Meng Qingxue, a genius beauty from the Lingyun ranking, as his maid has been spreading like wildfire throughout the Lingyun Martial Academy. Even Jiang Xing, who had always stayed in the inner palace, had vaguely heard this rumor. But he didn't believe it from beginning to end, and even thought it was just a joke made up by someone else. Who is Meng Qingxue? She is the second-ranked genius on the Lingyun ranking, and also the Ice Queen adored by countless people. Even the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking might not be able to earn her a second glance. Jiang Chen has always been regarded as a good-for-nothing in the Jiang family. So how could he possibly expect Meng Qingxue to be willing to be a maid? But now, Meng Qingxue is personally standing on a high platform and is even preparing to fight in place of Jiang Chen, which forces Jiang Xing to accept reality. If she weren't Jiang Chen's maid, why would she have made a special trip to the Jiang family in Songshan City and followed Jiang Chen's arrangements? Meng Qingxue frowned, her voice growing even colder. "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Make your move. If you don't, I guarantee you won't even have a chance to make a move." Before Jiang Xing could respond, Jiang Qianhe, sitting in the audience, was already furious. A little girl who appeared out of nowhere dared to interfere in the struggle for the position of head of the Jiang family. This was clearly sabotaging his plans. Where did this girl come from, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Jiang family? "Get out of here!" Jiang Qianhe roared and raised his hand to deliver a palm strike. A powerful burst of energy shot out and rushed straight towards Meng Qingxue on a high platform. Faced with this attack, Meng Qingxue remained calm, simply flipping her slender hand to meet it with a sharp palm strike. With a loud bang, the two powerful energies collided in midair. A violent shock wave swept outwards, causing the crowd below the stage to retreat repeatedly. The next moment, Jiang Qianhe staggered back several steps, his face instantly turning ugly. In contrast, Meng Qingxue remained standing quietly in place. Not even the hem of her clothes was ruffled. With just one palm strike, the difference in skill was immediately apparent. Jiang Qianhe was filled with shock and disbelief. He stared at Meng Qingxue and asked in a trembling voice, "Who exactly are you?" The girl in front of me looks to be only 16 or 17 years old, but her cultivation level has already reached the 7th level of qi control. Moreover, judging from their exchange just now, her strength is in no way inferior to his, and may even be slightly superior. Meng Qingxue spoke calmly. "I am Jiang Chen's maid. Is there a problem?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Qianhe was on the verge of going crazy. The Jiang family members watching from below the stage stared wide-eyed, too shocked to speak. Jiang Chen was clearly only at the 2nd level of body tempering, and in their eyes he had little chance of advancement even in cultivation. But this good-for-nothing young master, who was looked down upon by everyone, actually took in a genius girl at the 7th level of qi control as his maid. Even more outrageous is that Meng Qingxue not only did not deny it, but also admitted to this identity in front of everyone. This matter has completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Suppressing his shock, Jiang Qianhe turned to Jiang Chen with a livid expression. "Jiang Chen, the struggle for the position of head of the Jiang family is an internal matter of the Jiang family. If you want to become the head of the Jiang family, then you'd better prove yourself. Even if you win because an outsider is backing you up, how can you convince the entire Jiang family?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen merely chuckled, his expression full of disdain. "Jiang Qianhe, you can't even beat a maid like me, yet you have the nerve to yell here?" These words were like a slap in the face to Jiang Qianhe and Jiang Xing. Jiang Chen paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his voice clearly reaching each person's ears. "However, what you said makes some sense. Since I am going to become the head of the Jiang family, I must make everyone convinced of my worth." His lips curled up slightly, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp. "If anyone disagrees, I'll beat them until they do." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, He instantly used the phantom flowing light step, turning into a blur and landing on the high platform in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and beckoned to Jiang Qianhe and Jiang Xing with his finger. Didn't you want to see my skills? Come at me together. Jiang Xing snorted coldly and stepped forward. Jiang Chun, don't be so arrogant. I'm enough to deal with you on my own. He might not be able to fight back against Meng Qingxue, who ranked second on the Lingyun ranking, but he didn't take Jiang Chun, the former good-for-nothing of the Jiang family, seriously at all. Even if Jiang Chun sheds the reputation of being a good-for-nothing, he doesn't believe that the other party can catch up with him, the number one genius of the Jiang family, in such a short time. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. You overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you, the number one genius of the Jiang family, are nothing but a liar. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Chun vanished from Jiang Xing's sight in a flash. Jiang Xing's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, a dark shadow had already swept in front of him. The next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was blasted backward by a tremendous force. With a loud bang, Jiang Xing slammed heavily against the edge of the stone platform, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale as he stared at Jiang Chun, his eyes filled with terror. In just one move, the number one genius of the Jiang family, had actually been defeated. Jiang Qianhe was stunned, and the audience below the stage was equally shocked and speechless. Everyone stared at Jiang Chun, their eyes filled with disbelief. Was this man who had so effortlessly defeated Jiang Xing with a single punch truly the infamous good-for-nothing of the Jiang family from Songshan City? Jiang Chun withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Jiang Qianhe, and said in a flat tone, Old dog, now it's your turn. Jiang Qianhe's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at him. Jiang Chun, don't think that just because you defeated Jiang Xing, no one can deal with you. Do you really think I'm like Jiang Xing, someone you can just manipulate at will? Jiang Chun smiled contemptuously. That's right. In my eyes, you and him are no different. You're both the same kind of scum. After saying that, he clenched his fists tightly, and a 2 or 3 zhanglong bluish-gray dragon shadow materialized in front of him. Azure Dragon Sky-Shattering Fist. With a soft shout, the bluish-gray dragon shadow let out a clear dragon roar and pounced on Jiang Qianhe with bared fangs and claws. Sensing the terrifying power of the punch, Jiang Qianhe's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly mobilized all his strength and used the Jiang family's only Xian-grade, low-level martial skill, the Shocking Palm. Even so, he still couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's attack. The Azure Dragon Sky-Shattering Fist shattered the Heaven-Shattering Palm with overwhelming force and slammed heavily into Jiang Qianhe. Jiang Qianhe was sent flying backwards, and, after landing, he tumbled more than 10 times like a gourd before finally coming to a stop with difficulty. Before he could even get up, Jiang Chun had already flashed to his side. Jiang Chun raised his hand and slapped Jiang Qianhe again. Jiang Chen's palm strike was as fast as lightning. Jiang Qianhe, who was already seriously injured, had no time to react and was sent flying again. With a thud, Jiang Qianhe crashed several feet away, struggling to get up, but Jiang Chun was already staring at him coldly. In the next instant, Jiang Chun flashed and appeared directly in front of Jiang Qianhe, raising his foot to stomp hard on his chest. Puff! Jiang Qianhe let out a shrill scream, blood gushing from his mouth as Jiang Chun trampled him underfoot. Jiang Chun looked down at him, his voice icy. Old dog, I will be the head of the Jiang family. Do you accept it or not? Faced with Jiang Chun, who resembled a god of death, Jiang Qianhe finally trembled with fear and cried out in terror. I surrender. I surrender. He never expected that Jiang Chen's strength would be so terrifying. He, the dignified elder of the Jiang family, possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of qi control, yet he didn't even have a chance to resist in front of Jiang Chun. Seeing Jiang Qianhe beaten like a dead dog in the blink of an eye, the huge square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Jiang Chun on the high platform, their shock unable to subside. The once famous good-for-nothing young master of Songshan City has now become a powerful figure who can trample the grand elder of the Jiang family underfoot. Jiang Qianhe is a qi control level 7 expert, whose strength is already among the top in Songshan City. But Jiang Chun, this former good-for-nothing, actually possesses power comparable to a top expert. This change is simply unbelievable. Jiang Kuei stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chun, so shocked he could barely speak. Young Master Chun, when did he become so strong? Before returning to Tsongshan City, Jiang Kuei always felt that it was almost impossible for Jiang Chun to deal with Jiang Qianhe. Who would have thought that Jiang Chun would turn the impossible into the possible? He went from being a useless person at the second level of body tempering to a powerful figure capable of defeating Jiang Qianhe, and doing so with such a clean and decisive crushing. Such talent and strength are beyond description. On the high platform, Meng Qingxue, standing behind Jiang Chun, was equally shocked. She clearly hadn't expected that Jiang Chen's martial arts strength had reached such a level. This guy saw through her tying death body the very first time they met. His alchemy skills were even more astonishing, and even the 6th grade alchemy master Yan Qingxian was impressed by him. Looking at his martial arts talent now, it turns out that he is in no way inferior to hers. Looking at Jiang Chun, Meng Qingxue couldn't help but wonder how many secrets Jiang Chun was still hiding. Jiang Qian's plan to seize the position of head of the Jiang family has completely failed with the return of Jiang Chun. His influence in the Jiang family, built up over many years, crumbled in an instant. Subsequently, Jiang Chun arranged for Jiang Kuei to succeed as the Grand Elder of the Jiang family, making Jiang Kuei his representative within the Jiang family. At the same time, Jiang Chen's name became a sensation throughout Tsongshan City overnight. Almost everyone knows that the once infamous good-for-nothing of the Jiang family has risen against all odds. Jiang Chun is now a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of Tsongshan City. His extraordinary talent has long surpassed that of Linyu, the former #1 genius of Tsongshan City. He is undoubtedly the #1 among the younger generation in Tsongshan City. After Jiang Chun crippled Jiang Qianhe, he handed over all the affairs of the Jiang family to Jiang Kuei, becoming a hands-off manager. However, during his stay at the Jiang family's residence, he did not have any real free time. Instead, he had Jiang Kuei collect medicinal herbs and personally refine many pills. These pills were enough to enhance the overall strength of the Jiang family. Even Jiang Kuei, with his help, successfully broke through from the 6th level of qi control to the 7th level. Seeing that the Jiang family was gradually returning to normal, Jiang Chun did not want to stay any longer and prepared to return to Lingyun Martial Academy. But on the very day he was about to leave, Jiang Kuei rushed over in a hurry, clearly indicating that something serious had happened. Young Master Chun, something terrible has happened. Our Jiang family's medicinal herb garden in Xuansong Mountain has been forcibly seized by the Blood Fiend gang. Jiang Kuei's face was grim, his voice filled with barely suppressed anger and helplessness. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Why would the Blood Fiend gang suddenly target the Jiang family's herb garden? He was no stranger to this force. The Blood Fiend gang was based near Tsongshan City and had been running rampant as mountain bandits for many years. Their strength was considerable. Their gang leader, Blood Fiend, is a notorious ruthless figure in the Tsongshan City area, with a cultivation level of 8 qi control. It is precisely because of the Blood Fiend gang's formidable strength that they can act with impunity in the vicinity, and even the 3 major families of Tsongshan City are quite wary of them. Jiang Kuei smiled wryly and said, I guess the Blood Fiend gang found out that the patriarch was not in the Jiang family. Jiang Chun immediately understood. His father, Jiang Yue, was once the strongest person in Tsongshan City, possessing the cultivation level of the 9th level of qi control. It was precisely because Jiang Yue was in charge of the Jiang family that the Blood Fiend gang dared not provoke them easily in the past. Now that Jiang Yue is gone, Shueisha clearly feels that the Jiang family has lost its greatest support and no one can control him anymore. Therefore, he set his sights on the Jiang family's medicinal herb garden. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, The Blood Fiend gang has quite the nerve. I'll go to Xuansong Mountain now and meet them. The medicinal herb garden on Xuansong Mountain is an important source of income for the Jiang family, and they would never allow the Blood Fiend gang to seize it. If the Blood Fiend gang knows what's good for them and obediently hands over the herb garden, there might still be room for negotiation in this matter. But if they remain stubborn, Jiang Chun wouldn't mind wiping out the Blood Fiend gang and eliminating this scourge for Tsongshan City. Xuansong Mountain is located east of Songshan City, only a few dozen miles from the city. Jiang Chun sped along the road and arrived at the Jiang family's medicinal garden in less than half an hour. At this moment, two members of the Blood Fiend gang were standing in front of the herb garden gate, chatting animatedly, clearly not taking the Jiang family seriously at all. One of them chuckled and said, "Our Blood Fiend gang has really struck it rich this time by seizing the Jiang family's herb garden." The other person was a little worried. After all, the Jiang family is one of the three major families in Songshan City. They may not be willing to give up. It's better to be careful. The man who had spoken earlier immediately burst into laughter. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Yue isn't in the Jiang family anymore. Who else in the Jiang family can stand up to the chief? If they dare to come knocking on our door, they're just coming to their deaths. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun walked towards the gate of the herb garden with a blank expression. One of the bald, burly men spotted him and immediately shouted, "Hey kid, who are you? What are you doing here? This is now Blood Fiend gang territory. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now." Jiang Chun didn't stop walking, only glancing at him indifferently. "I am the one you say came here to die." The bald man was slightly taken aback, then realized what was happening and stared at Jiang Chun with a contemptuous sneer. "Are you from the Jiang family? Kid, I didn't expect you to dare come here alone. I think you're tired of living. This medicinal herb garden is Jiang family territory, so why doesn't Jiang Chun dare to come?" He snorted coldly, his expression already revealing a hint of impatience. He didn't want to waste time with these people at all, so he directly sent the person guarding the door in to announce that Xue Sha should be summoned to see him. The bald, burly man, however, was full of disdain, mocking Jiang Chun as nothing, saying that the Blood Fiend gang leader was not someone he could simply meet whenever he wanted. He arrogantly threatened that if they knew what was good for them, they should get lost, otherwise Xuansong Mountain would be the burial ground for Jiang Chun and his companions. Those lowly henchmen of the Blood Fiend gang dare to provoke Jiang Chun. They're simply courting death. Jiang Chun's face was cold. He raised his hand and sucked a leaf from the ground into his palm, then flicked it with his finger. The ordinary leaf instantly transformed into a flying knife, soaring through the air and precisely slicing across the bald man's neck. Blood gushed out suddenly, and the bald, burly man collapsed heavily to the ground before he could even scream. The remaining Blood Fiend gang member was so frightened that he trembled all over. When he looked at Jiang Chun, even the hairs on his body stood on end. Jiang Chun merely glanced at him indifferently and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, immediately tell Xue Sha to come out and see me." The man felt as if he had been granted a pardon and dared not linger any longer. He scrambled into the herb garden to deliver the message. About 5 minutes later, a burly man in black with a scar on his face walked out menacingly with a group of his men. Before he even arrived, his thunderous roar already echoed in everyone's ears. Who dared to run wild on the Blood Fiend gang's territory? Jiang Chun looked at the scarred man leading the group and asked calmly, "Is he the leader of the Blood Fiend gang, Blood Fiend?" Blood Fiend's gaze was fierce. He looked Jiang Chun up and down and immediately admitted that he was Blood Fiend. He then asked Jiang Chun who he was. Jiang Chun said that who he was not important. Xue Sha only needed to understand one thing. This medicinal garden was not something the Xue Sha gang could touch. Upon hearing this, Xue Sha burst into laughter, mocking the Jiang family for having no one left, actually sending a mere brat to reclaim the herb garden. In his view, Jiang Chun was too young to say such things in front of him. Even if Jiang Qianhe himself came, he wouldn't be able to take away the herb garden. Jiang Chen's face turned completely cold. He asked Xue Sha, "Does he really think there's no one in the Jiang family who can deal with him?" Blood Fiend arrogantly replied, "Isn't that right? Besides Jiang Yue, who else in the Jiang family could do anything to him? Now that Jiang Yue is gone, the Jiang family is nothing more than a soft persimmon to be manipulated by Xue Sha." He even threatened Jiang Chun that if the Jiang family refused to give up the herb garden, he would personally storm Songshan City and wipe the Jiang family out of the country. Blood Fiend was clearly only wary of the former Jiang Yue. He didn't take the current Jiang family seriously at all. But Jiang Chun stared at the Blood Fiend, his voice devoid of any warmth. He said that his father was able to suppress the Blood Fiend back then, and he could do the same now. "You think the Jiang family is worthy of being removed from Songshan City?" Jiang Chen's cold shout echoed in the air. giving Shueisha one last chance. Within 5 minutes, he and everyone else disappeared from his sight. Don't push him too far, or he'll go on a killing spree. Bloodfiend seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and turned around to burst into laughter at his subordinates. Brothers, did you hear that? This kid actually dared to say he was going to go on a killing spree right in front of me. The Bloodfiend gang members immediately burst into laughter, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chun with disdain. Is this kid crazy? How dare a mere brat spout such nonsense in front of the gang leader? The gang leader doesn't even need to lift a finger. I could take him down with one punch. Who gave him the guts? Mocking voices rose and fell, as if Jiang Chun had become prey to be disposed of at their mercy. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind Shueisha, clasped his hands in a fist, and asked for his services. Boss, why waste words with him? Let me handle him. Bloodfiend nodded, but specifically instructed, don't go too far, spare his life. After all, Jiang Chun is Jiang Yae's son. Shueisha sees the Jiang family's medicinal herb garden, so even if Jiang Yae returns, he will at most be angry. But if he kills Jiang Yae's son, Jiang Yae will probably fight him to the death. The middle-aged man grinned. Don't worry, boss. At most, we'll cripple him, but we won't let him die too easily. After saying that, he strode up to Jiang Chun, staring at him arrogantly. Kid, tell me, how do you want to die? Jiang Chun's eyes were icy cold as he uttered only one sentence. I want to send you to your death. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun's figure instantly turned into a blur, appearing like a ghost beside the middle-aged man. The fist, gleaming with silver light, gave the opponent no chance to react, slamming hard into his chest. This punch, though seemingly ordinary, contained an incredibly terrifying power. The middle-aged man trembled violently, spitting out blood from his mouth, and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. With a thud, he crashed heavily onto the ground 7 or 8 meters away, his fate unknown. In an instant, all the laughter around them disappeared. The Bloodfiend gang members stood frozen in place, their contempt turning into horror. Even Shueisha himself felt a sudden, sinking feeling in his heart. The middle-aged man who made the move just now was one of the few Qi Control Realm experts in the Bloodfiend gang. Yet this martial artist at the Qi Control Realm was crippled by a single punch from this 15 or 16-year-old boy. Shueisha stared intently at Jiang Chun, his expression finally turning serious. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong at such a young age. I underestimated you. Jiang Chun's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, 5 minutes have passed. Shueisha's face darkened, and he laughed angrily. Boy, don't think that just because you have the strength of the Qi Control Realm, I will be afraid of you. I'd like to see what you're capable of, daring to wreak havoc in front of me, Bloodfiend. Jiang Chun looked at him, her voice still cold and devoid of warmth. Bloodfiend, I have already given you a chance, but you did not cherish it. In that case, after today, the Bloodfiend gang will cease to exist within the territory of Tsongshan City. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun transformed into a blur and disappeared from the spot once more. Shueisha's expression changed drastically. Before he could pinpoint Jiang Chun's location, a shrill scream suddenly came from behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw one of his men fall to the ground with a thud, motionless. Jiang Chun actually started slaughtering the Bloodfiend gang members right in front of him. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Bloodfiend was completely enraged, unleashing a terrifying roar as he charged madly towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun completely ignored the enraged Bloodfiend charging towards him. He activated the flowing light illusionary step to its limit, and in a flash, he landed next to another Bloodfiend gang member. The next instant, the member didn't even have a chance to react before collapsing into a cold corpse. Bloodfiend's eyes nearly burst open at the sight. He desperately pushed his speed to the limit, but he still couldn't catch up with Jiang Chun and could only watch helplessly as his subordinates died one after another before his eyes. Within minutes, all the Bloodfiend gang members following behind Bloodfiend had fallen to the ground, showing no signs of life. Fine, very well. Bloodfiend laughed in fury, staring intently at Jiang Chun. Boy, if you can walk out of Xuansong Mountain alive today, I, Bloodfiend, will change my name. Since founding the Bloodfiend gang and dominating Tsongshan City, he had never suffered such humiliation, nor had he ever been so angry. At this moment, he no longer cared whether Jiang Chun was Jiang Ye's son or not. No matter who this boy was, he would have to pay a bloody price today. Blood Fiend Fist. With a roar, Shueisha swung his right fist, and a dazzling blood-red light burst forth from the tip of his fist, quickly condensing into a giant blood-red fist that was at least 10 feet long in front of him. Boy, prepare to die. As Shueisha unleashed his fist, the massive crimson fist, like a crimson meteorite falling from the sky, slammed down towards Jiang Chun with a fierce aura. Faced with this attack, Jiang Chun remained calm and directly unleashed the Azure Dragon sky-piercing fist, heading straight for the blood-red fist. The two forces collided in midair, and Jiang Chun's fist force instantly overwhelmed the Blood Fiend fist. The giant blood-red fist trembled violently, then twisted and disintegrated, turning into specks of bloodlight and disappearing without a trace. As the force of the punch was broken, Shueisha's body swayed violently, and he staggered to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Coughing up blood, Shueisha looked at Jiang Chun, who stood before him, still calm and collected, and a deep fear finally rose in his heart. Jiang Chun's punch, just now, was far more powerful than the Blood Fiend fist. It was at least a mid-level, Xian-grade martial skill. What was even more unbelievable to him was that Jiang Chun's cultivation level was actually higher than his own, having reached the 9th level of Qi control. Even Lin Yu, the undisputed #1 genius of Songshan City, could never possess such strength. The current head of the Jiang family is Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked at him coldly. I have said that after today, there will be no more Blood Fiend gang within the territory of Songshan City. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun suddenly moved, appearing in front of Shueisha as if by teleportation. Blood Fiend was instantly terrified and cried out in panic. Stop! Patriarch Jiang, I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life. The Jiang Chun before him was no less powerful than Jiang Ye had been back then. If he dared to resist, he would surely perish forever on Xuansong Mountain today. Jiang Chun's gaze was icy. How can you expect me to trust you? Blood Fiend hurriedly said, I have a secret technique for controlling people. As long as this technique is used, my life and death will be in the hands of Patriarch Jiang. After saying that, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took out a scroll of secret techniques from his body and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chun. Chapter 51 Blood Fiend, paying homage to the clan head. Since Shueisha had submitted so sincerely, Jiang Chun naturally didn't want to kill him outright. This Blood Fiend is, after all, a master at the 8th level of Qi control. If such a powerful figure were to guard the Jiang family, the Jiang family's position in Songshan City would be as stable as Mount Tai. Disband the Blood Fiend gang, and then have someone transport all the looted property of your Blood Fiend gang to Songshan City. I'll be waiting for you in Songshan City. After Jiang Chun controlled the Blood Fiend using the secret method, he simply said something to the Blood Fiend, then turned and drifted away. Upon returning to Songshan City, Jiang Chun saw Jiang Kui gathering a large group of elite disciples of the Jiang family at the city gate. There were many onlookers around, watching Jiang Kui and his group and discussing it amongst themselves. Oh, what's going on here? Why is the Jiang family suddenly gathering so many people here? You don't know yet, do you? The Blood Fiend gang has forcibly seized the Jiang family's medicinal herb garden in Xuansong Mountain. Holy crap! Is the Jiang family planning to go to war with the Blood Fiend gang? Uncle Kui, what are you doing? Seeing this, Jiang Chun strode forward and said to Jiang Kui, Young Master Chun, you're back? Jiang Kui was slightly taken aback when he saw Jiang Chun suddenly appear. Young Master Chun, I was worried that you would be outnumbered and unable to fight against the enemy if you went to Xuansong Mountain alone. That's why I gathered some Jiang family disciples and planned to bring them to help you. Although somewhat surprised by Jiang Chun's sudden appearance, Jiang Kui quickly regained his composure and spoke to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun waved his hand and said, No need for that. You could just send someone to take over the herb garden again. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Jiang Kui was stunned once again. Young Master Chun, what do you mean by this? Jiang Chun smiled faintly. I have already taken care of the Blood Fiend gang matter. You can rest assured to send people to take over the herb garden. What? Jiang Chun's words shocked not only Jiang Kui, but also many onlookers around them. Holy crap, is this for real or not? This kid really took down the Blood Fiend gang all by himself. Almost everyone in Songshan City knows about the Blood Fiend gang. The Blood Fiend gang is a powerful force with many experts, and its leader, Blood Fiend, is a powerful expert at the 8th level of Qi control. In this Songshan City, apart from Jiang Yunhong, who was once the strongest, there is no one else who can defeat him. Although Jiang Chun went from being a good-for-nothing to becoming an even more monstrous talent than Linyu, the #1 genius in Songshan City. But it's impossible for someone to be so monstrous as to be able to deal with even a blood fiend, right? Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the official road outside Songshan City. Immediately, a group of burly men galloped toward Songshan City on horseback. Look, it's the Blood Fiend gang. Why have they suddenly come to Songshan City? Holy crap, it's Blood Fiend, the leader of the Blood Fiend gang, who came personally with his gang. It must be that Jiang Chun angered the Blood Fiend gang, which is why they led their men to attack Songshan City. Disciples of the Jiang family, prepare for battle. Upon seeing this, Jiang Kuei immediately shouted angrily at the Jiang family disciples behind him, his face serious as he prepared for battle. Uncle Kuei, don't be so nervous. They're not here to cause trouble. Jiang Chun chuckled softly. Jiang Kuei was slightly taken aback. Before he could understand what Jiang Chun meant, Shueisha had already arrived at the city gate. He dismounted and, under countless stunned gazes, knelt down on one knee in front of Jiang Chun. Blood Fiend greets the Patriarch. Chapter 52 Jiang Chun's prestige shakes Songshan City. This moment, the city gates of Songshan City fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at Shueisha, who was kneeling in front of Jiang Chun, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. The leader of the Blood Fiend gang, a powerful expert at the 8th level of Qi control, was a figure who reigned supreme in Songshan City. Now he's actually kneeling before Jiang Chun, acknowledging Jiang Chun as his master. This kid really single-handedly took down the Blood Fiend gang. Most incredibly, he even subdued the Blood Fiend. Impressive. That's fucking amazing. Patriarch, these are all brothers who have followed me for many years, and they all have at least the strength of the 9th level of body tempering. They are willing to join me in seeking refuge with the Jiang family, and we hope that the family head will accept them. Before he could recover from the shock, Shueisha pointed to the people behind him and said to Jiang Chun, "No problem." Jiang Chun nodded. These people were all quite powerful, and if they could join the Jiang family's strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. Your subordinate greets the Patriarch. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's agreement, the people behind Shueisha also knelt down on one knee in front of Jiang Chun, just like Shueisha. Wow, the surrounding onlookers were once again shocked. The Jiang family is already powerful enough with Jiang Chun, this extraordinary prodigy. They have now also subdued the Blood Fiend gang, and Blood Fiend has led almost all of the gang's experts to join the Jiang family. The Jiang family's strength now is even greater than when Jiang Yunhong was alive. Patriarch, this is the wealth that the Blood Fiend gang has amassed over the years. Please accept it with a smile. After Jiang Chun accepted several brothers from the Blood Fiend gang, Blood Fiend directly took out a storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chun. The onlookers were almost numb at the sight before them. There was even some envy, jealousy, and resentment. The Blood Fiend gang has dominated Songshan City for many years, and the wealth they have amassed over the years is immeasurable, probably enough to rival the 3 major families of Songshan City. Now that they've all fallen into Jiang Chun's hands, how can anyone not be envious? Despite their envy, they dared not even entertain the slightest thought about what Jiang Chun possessed. The Jiang family is now absolutely stronger than the Lin and Li families, becoming the dominant force in Songshan City. Get up, all of you. Now that you have pledged allegiance to the Jiang family, we are all one family. As long as you are dedicated to serving the Jiang family, we will not mistreat you. Jiang Chun smiled slightly, and then, under countless shocked gazes, led a group of Jiang family disciples and Shueisha and others into Songshan City. The news that Jiang Chun had subdued the Blood Fiend and shaken Songshan City spread like wildfire throughout the city, quickly reaching the ears of the Lin and Li families. Faced with Jiang Chun, this prodigy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and led the Jiang family to a sudden rise, both the Lin and Li families felt immense pressure. The three major families in Songshan City have always been roughly equal in strength, especially after Jiang Yunhong disappeared. The Jiang family's strength was almost at the bottom among the three major families. They never expected that Jiang Yunhong's useless son, Jiang Chun, would suddenly transform into a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of Songshan City. Now, with the subjugation of the Blood Fiend gang, the Jiang family's strength has greatly increased, and they seem poised to become the overlord of Songshan City. If the Jiang family truly becomes the overlord of Songshan City, will their two families have a place to live in Songshan City? As a result, the heads of the Lin and Li families could no longer sit still. The two of them formed a tacit alliance, sitting down together to discuss their strategy. Chapter 53: Damaged Fire-Scaled Beast Hatching Egg. The Lin family's council hall in Songshan City. Lin Tianxiong, the head of the Lin family, and Li Qian, the head of the Li family, sat facing each other with gloomy expressions, the atmosphere heavy. Brother Li Qian, the Jiang family's strength has increased greatly. I'm afraid it won't be long before they dominate Songshan City. We can't just sit here and wait to die. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tianxiong broke the silence in the hall. Li Qian paused for a moment, then asked, "What are your plans, Brother Lin?" "Eliminate Jiang Chun." A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianxiong's eyes. This person is too monstrous right now. As long as he's around, the Lin and Li families will never have a chance to rise in Songshan City. Jiang Chun was able to defeat Jiang Qianhe with one punch and subdue the Blood Fiend gang all by himself. His strength is probably no less than that of Jiang Yunhong back then. Li Qian frowned and said, "Getting rid of him will not be an easy task. Even if he has the strength of the 9th level of Qi control, as long as our two families join forces, we may still have a chance to get rid of him. Jiang Chun has grown to such a level, so suddenly, he must be hiding some earth-shattering secret." "Brother Li Qian, have you never been tempted?" Li Qian's heart stirred. He was naturally very clear about Jiang Chen's background. This kid has been a notorious good-for-nothing in Songshan City for many years. His strength has remained at the 2nd level of body tempering. Yet, this seemingly useless person, only at the 2nd level of body tempering, became a powerful figure who shook Songshan City in such a short time. If you say that Jiang Chun has no secrets, I would never believe it even if you beat me to death. If we can really get rid of Jiang Chun, we can seize the secret to Jiang Chen's ability to rapidly increase his strength. Perhaps he can break through his own limits and quickly become an unparalleled expert in the innate realm or even the origin realm. Very well, since Brother Lin has the courage, then I, Li, will gladly accompany you. A glint flashed in Li Qian's eyes as he looked up at Lin Tianxiong and asked, "When do we make our move?" "Wait." The current Jiang family, besides Jiang Chun, also includes Meng Qingxue, a genius on the Lingyun Martial Academy's Lingyun ranking, and Xue Xia, two experts at the 8th level of Qi control. Even if our two families join forces, we will have a hard time dealing with these three together. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tianxiong's eyes, and his icy voice slowly echoed in the hall. "If I'm not mistaken, that brat Jiang Chun can't stay in the Jiang family forever. The day he leaves the Jiang family will be the day he perishes." While the Lin and Li families were secretly plotting against Jiang Chun sat in the room, staring blankly at an oval-shaped object about a foot long with flame patterns on it. This oval-shaped object with flame patterns was found by Jiang Chun in the storage ring that Xue Xia had given him. When he took this thing out, two familiar notification sounds rang in his mind. "Ding! You have discovered a damaged fire-scale beast hatching egg, triggering a 100-fold increase in comprehension. Ding! You have mastered the method to repair the fire-Kirin beast's hatching egg." Jiang Chun was immediately taken aback. "Is this an ancient beast hatching egg?" Just then, Meng Qingxue, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Jiang Chun nodded and slowly said, "That's right, this is a fire-scaled beast hatching egg." Fire-scaled beast. Even the usually composed Meng Qingxue was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The fire-Kirin beast is a legendary ancient beast that possesses the bloodline of the divine beast fire-Kirin. A fully grown fire-scale beast can reach the 6th rank. This is an existence comparable to a human being at the divine sea realm. Chapter 54, tell me the Lin family's purpose, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Looking at the fire-scaled beast hatching egg in front of Jiang Chun, Meng Qingxue felt a pang of envy and jealousy. This guy's luck is just too good. Ancient beast hatching eggs are extremely rare. A 6th-grade fire Kirin beast hatching egg with the bloodline of divine beast is absolutely rare and hard to come by. Once the fire Kirin beast is hatched and reaches its peak, it will be invincible in the Great Xia Kingdom. Blood Fiend should be aware of the value of this ancient beast hatching egg. So why doesn't he keep it to hatch himself? Meng Qingxue said speechlessly. This bloodthirsty fiend must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, giving away something so valuable to Jiang Chun. Because this is a damaged fire-scale beast hatching egg, most beast tamers probably wouldn't be able to hatch it. Jiang Chun smiled confidently and said, this fire-scale beast hatching egg, like your tiny absolute fate body, is probably something only I can handle. Meng Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes, which were looking at Jiang Chun, once again showed a look of surprise. The more Meng Qingxue interacted with Jiang Chun, the more mysterious he became. It seems there's nothing this boy can't do. However, hatching this fire Kirin beast won't be easy. We'll need to find heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk first. Jiang Chun sighed softly. Heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk is a rare and precious treasure of heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary restorative abilities. It is said that a single drop of heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk can instantly restore a powerhouse below the Kaiyuan realm to their peak condition. Such rare and precious herbs are not something he can find immediately just because he wants to. If you're looking for heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk, you can go check out the Thundercloud Mountains. 6 months ago, when I went to the Thundercloud Mountains for training, I discovered the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk. But there was a demonic beast there with strength comparable to the 9th level of Qi control. So I gave up then. Real. Upon hearing Meng Qingxue's words, Jiang Chun became excited. In that case, let's go to the Thundercloud Mountains. If we can really obtain the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk, there's hope that the fire-scale beast will hatch. After a brief greeting to Jiang Ke, Jiang Chun took Meng Qingxue and left the Jiang family, heading towards the Thundercloud Mountains. Just as Jiang Chun and his group left Sangshan City, a sneaky black shadow quickly followed them. Jiang Chun, it seems like we're being followed. Meng Qingxue quickly noticed the unusual situation behind her and whispered to Jiang Chun, hurry up, find a secluded place, and take care of him. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes as he coldly said, nowadays in Sangshan City, there aren't many people who dare to follow him so openly. Jiang Chun knew, without even thinking, that this must have been sent by the Lin family or the Li family. The two quickened their pace and traveled for dozens of miles before disappearing into a deserted mountain forest in a flash. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man dressed in black also quickly appeared in the forest. He glanced around the forest, but there was no trace of Jiang Chun and the other person. Damn it, we lost them. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, his face immediately turning grim. Are you looking for us? Just then, a faint voice suddenly rang out behind him. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He turned around abruptly and found that Jiang Chun and the other person had appeared behind him at some point. Jiang Chun looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and his cold voice rang out instantly. In Sangshan City, the only person with your level of agility is probably Qiu Wuying, the guest elder of the Lin family. Tell me the Lin family's purpose, and I'll spare your life. Chapter 55 Jiang Chun, today is your death day. Haha, Jiang Chun, you have quite the nerve. Qiu Wuying burst into laughter. Kid, you've grown from a good-for-nothing to this level so quickly. You must have some big secrets behind you, right? How about you tell me the secrets you carry, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Jiang Chun's gaze turned cold. You're courting death. Haha, I think you're the one who's looking for death. Qiu Wuying smiled coldly, then flicked his hand, sending a signal flare soaring into the sky. As the signal flare was fired, 2 or 3 powerful auras instantly emanated from a distance of over 100 meters. In just a few breaths, 3 figures appeared directly in Jiang Chun's and the other's sight. Jiang Chun was very familiar with the 2 leading figures among these 3 people. They were none other than Lin Tianxiong, the head of the Lin family, and Li Qian, the head of the Li family. Beside these two was an old man with an arrogant expression, dressed in a Taoist robe. Jiang Chun looked at the three people who had suddenly appeared and smiled faintly. Lin Tianxiong, Li Qian, I didn't expect the two family heads to come together. It's quite a surprise. Songshan City has always been a place where three races coexist. Now that your Jiang family is trying to dominate Songshan City, how can we let you have your way? Jiang Chun, today is your death day. Lin Tianxiong stared coldly at Jiang Chun, his whole body exuding a sharp killing intent. You guys seem to think too highly of yourselves. Jiang Chun sneered, a slight smile playing on his lips. You think the two of you together can kill me? Jiang Chun, I know you are very strong now, yet you still dared to make a move. How could you not have been prepared? No matter what, you are going to die today. As Lin Tianxiong spoke, he directly clasped his hands in a fist salute to the old man in the Taoist robe beside him and said, Master Gong, thank you for your trouble. Don't worry, unless he's a Xiantian realm expert who has surpassed the Qi control realm, he won't be able to escape. The old man in the Taoist robe said something indifferently, and then with a flick of his hand, a scroll radiating a strange light appeared in his hand. Immediately, he swung his sword sharply. The scroll, radiating an eerie glow, shot straight into the sky and floated more than 10 meters above the ground. A moment later, the strange scroll suddenly burst forth with countless dazzling rays of light. A dazzling light descended from top to bottom, quickly enveloping a 10-meter radius around Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue. This is an array diagram. That old guy was an array master. Upon seeing this scene, Meng Qingxue's pretty face couldn't help but change drastically. Oh, Lin Tianxiong even hired a formation master to kill him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was immediately taken aback. Array masters are a rarer and more prestigious profession than alchemists. It is said that powerful array masters can create arrays that can kill without leaving a trace, defensive arrays that provide invincible protection, and spiritual arrays that can accelerate the cultivation of martial arts practitioners. The art of formations is extremely complex, encompassing the principles of the 5 elements and yin-yang, as well as the mechanisms of the universe. It is infinitely varied and unpredictable. Haha, Jiang Chun, I went to great lengths to bring in Master Gong to deal with you. Master Gong is a 3rd-grade array master. Even a peak expert at the 9th level of Qi control would find it impossible to escape the array diagrams he creates. I told you long ago, you are destined to die today. Seeing Jiang Chun and the other person trapped in the formation, Lin Tianxiong finally couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter. Chapter 56, The 3 Absolute Formations. Jiang Chun ignored Lin Tianxiong's wild laughter and kept his eyes fixed on the formation in front of him. Ding! You observed the 3 absolute formations and triggered a 100-fold increase in comprehension. Ding! You have mastered the method to break the 3 absolute formations. Soon, a familiar notification sound rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Immediately, information about the 3 absolute formation, as well as the method to break it, appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Qingxue, attack the formation with all your might. Having grasped the method to break the formation, Jiang Chun directly gave instructions to Meng Qingxue. With a flick of her hand, Meng Qingxue conjured a silver longsword out of thin air. The silver longsword instantly drew a graceful arc in midair, its sharp sword light slashing towards the array diagram in midair. In an instant, the entire formation trembled violently. This scene caused Lin Tianxiong's expression to change slightly. He said with some concern, Master Gong, can your formation really trap them to death? Don't worry, although this little girl's attack is very strong, it is still only at the Qi control level. My 3 absolute formations are a 3rd-grade formation. Unless one is a true, innate expert, it is impossible to break them by brute force. The 3 absolute formation can sever all life force. They are now trapped in the formation, and it won't be long before they suffocate to death. Master Gong said, with a confident expression, if a 3rd-grade array master can't even handle 2 Qi control realm warriors with his array diagrams, then he's a pathetic 3rd-grade array master. Sure enough, the 3 absolute formation quickly calmed down after Master Gong finished speaking. Jiang Chun, This formation is at least a third-grade formation. With our chi control realm strength, we simply cannot break it by brute force. This is a very powerful trapping and killing formation. If we can't get out of this formation, we'll probably be trapped here and die soon. Seeing that her strongest attack had failed to shake the formation in the slightest, Meng Qingshue's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This is the 3 Absolutes formation, a rank 3 beginner formation. It is said to be able to sever all life force and cause those trapped in the formation to suffocate to death. It is indeed very powerful. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and said, "However, even the most perfect formation in this world will have flaws. This old fellow has only learned the basics of the 3 Absolute formation. The 3 Absolute formation diagram he made is full of flaws and is easily defeated. You even understand formations?" Meng Qingxue stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chun, her face filled with disbelief. "I know a little bit about it." Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. "At least breaking this 3 Absolute formation in front of us is more than enough." Meng Qingxue stared at Jiang Chun in front of her, speechless for a moment. Even Meng Qingxue, who always considered herself very proud, was deeply affected at this moment. This guy's martial arts talent is outstanding, and his alchemy talent is equally monstrous. This guy also seems to know about the things animal trainers do. Even now, he still seems very proficient in the work of a formation mage. It seems there's nothing in this world that Jiang Chun can't do. God knows how such an all-powerful prodigy could have been born into this world. Isn't this just a blatant attempt to demoralize people? All right, let's break the formation first. Staying in this 3 Absolutes formation is really uncomfortable. As Jiang Chun spoke, he raised his head and looked at Lin Tianxiong outside. His soft laughter rang in their ears. Lin Tianxiong, do you think you can kill me by finding a formation master and setting up such a flawed formation? Chapter 57. Your formation, I can break it with a flick of my finger. Haha, Jiang Chun, you're someone who doesn't even understand formations, yet you dare to say that Master Gong's formations are full of flaws. Lin Tianxiong immediately burst into a disdainful laugh. Jiang Chun said calmly, "Whether I understand formations or not, at least this 3 Absolutes formation in front of me can't trap or kill me. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge, being able to recognize that this is the 3 Absolute formation." Master Gong looked at Jiang Chun with some surprise when he saw Jiang Chun immediately name the formation. "How could you possibly understand my insights?" Jiang Chun smiled contemptuously. "Your 3 Absolute formation is nothing more than a superficial understanding of the 3 Absolute formation. It's full of flaws and utterly useless." What? This kid actually dares to say that his 3 Absolute formations are completely useless? Master Gong was immediately enraged by Jiang Chen's words. "Boy, don't talk so arrogantly in front of me. Since you say my 3 Absolute formations have a flaw, then show me how you can break it." Master Gong looked at Jiang Chun with a cold smile. "You probably have 1 hour left. If you can't break the formation in an hour, you may never have a chance." He truly couldn't believe that he, a dignified third-grade array master, would be inferior to this young upstart in terms of array skills. With your 3 Absolute formation, why would it take an hour to break it? Jiang Chun smiled arrogantly. "I can break your formation with a flick of my finger." "Good." Master Gong laughed angrily. "I'd like to see how you can break my 3 Absolute formations with a flick of your finger. Qingxue, take 3 steps to the northwest. Then thrust your sword vertically upwards." Jiang Chun ignored him and turned to Meng Qingxue instead. Meng Qingxue quickly took 3 steps to the northwest, then thrust her sword upwards. "Take 7 steps to the southeast, then slash horizontally with your sword." Jiang Chun calmly and composedly directed Meng Qingxue to break through the formation. Soon, Meng Qingxue unleashed 3 sword strikes in quick succession, just as Jiang Chun had instructed. As she thrust out her 3rd sword, the 3 Absolute formation surrounding them suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was heard. The once unbreakable 3 Absolute formation shattered instantly, turning into starlight that vanished completely in mid-air. Ding! You have broken through the 3rd-grade formation, the 3 Absolute formation, and gained 3,000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have successfully advanced to a first-grade array master. Ding. You have successfully advanced to a second-grade array master. Ding. You have successfully advanced to a third-grade array master. Jiang Chun was secretly delighted. He broke a third-grade formation and then became a genuine third-grade formation master. No, this is impossible. Master Gong stared blankly at Jiang Chun, muttering incredulously. He never expected that his meticulously crafted 3 absolute formation would be broken by Jiang Chun in the blink of an eye. The array diagram he created by a dignified third-grade array master was so utterly vulnerable in front of Jiang Chun. The young man before me has reached such a terrifying level of mastery in array formations. How could this happen? Beside Master Gong, Lin Tianxiong and Li Qian's faces instantly turned deathly pale. With effortless ease, Jiang Chun broke through the 3 absolute formation. His sharp gaze pierced Lin Tianxiong and Li Qian, and his icy voice instantly resounded through the silent mountain forest. Lin Tianxiong, Li Qian, I didn't bother you, but you actually came to me on your own initiative. Since you insist on courting death, then I'll send you on your way. Chapter 58, It's Too Late to Beg for Mercy Now. Jiang Chen's cold, emotionless words immediately caused Lin Tianxiong's expression to change drastically. Brother Li Qian, let's make a move together. He roared at Li Qian, then immediately struck first, his right hand unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Jiang Chen. Li Qian did not hesitate at all. He quickly took out a long sword from his storage ring and unleashed a powerful strike, aiming for Jiang Chen's head. From the moment they started targeting Jiang Chun, it became a matter of life or death between them and Jiang Chun. If we fail to kill Jiang Chun today, the Lin and Li families will likely be completely wiped out of Songshan City. However, just as Li Qian's long sword was about to strike, Meng Qingshua's stunning figure appeared out of thin air right in front of him. With a flick of her silver sword, she deflected Li Qian's long sword with a clang, and coldly said, Your opponent is me. Get out of my way. Li Qian's face darkened, and he roared at Meng Qingxue. He twirled his long sword, and a sharp blade of energy swept out towards Meng Qingxue. As Meng Qingxue stopped Li Qian, Jiang Chun calmly watched Lin Tianxiong, who was striking him with a palm. He stood there quietly and proudly until Lin Tianxiong appeared less than 3 zhang away from him. Then he threw a punch with lightning speed. Bang! In an instant, a violent impact resounded through the air. Lin Tianxiong felt an extremely domineering force pass through his arm, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately, he was so shaken by this powerful force that he staggered back about 10 steps. This kid's strength has indeed reached the 9th level of Qi control. Lin Tianxiong suppressed the surging energy within his body, his face turning deathly pale. Although he possessed the strength of the 8th level of Qi control, he was only 1 level below Jiang Chun. But the real difference between the two is worlds apart. With a single punch, Jiang Chun sent Lin Tianxiong flying, but he didn't give Lin Tianxiong any chance to catch his breath. He pushed off the ground with his feet and shot forward again towards Lin Tianxiong. The silver fist force, carrying an aura that seemed capable of shattering even the void, slammed down mercilessly towards Lin Tianxiong. Jiang Chen's punch was extremely fast, giving Lin Tianxiong almost no time to react. The fist, carrying fierce energy, had already appeared in front of Lin Tianxiong. Lin Tianxiong's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly waved his palms to block Jiang Chen's punch. Boom! A violent impact rang out once again. Immediately, Lin Tianxiong's face turned deathly pale. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, smashing through 2 large trees as thick as bowls, before finally rolling several meters away in a sorry state. Puff! Lin Tianxiong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiang Chun, who was charging toward him again, and finally couldn't help but scream in terror. No, Hian Chen, spérame. My Lin family is willing to submit to the Jiang family and be respected by your Jiang family in Songshan City. Faced with the danger of death, Lin Tianxiong finally begged Jiang Chun for mercy. Now you know to beg for mercy? Too bad it's too late. My Jiang family does not need your Lin family to submit. much less an ungrateful wretch like you. From the moment you laid a hand on me, your fate was sealed, death." As Jiang Chun finished speaking coldly, his figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 59. In this world, there is no one I dare not kill. As Lin Tianxiong watched Jiang Chen's suddenly disappearing figure, a chilling fear instantly spread through his heart. No. However, he hadn't even finished saying no. A fierce punch landed on his chest. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the mountains and forests as Lin Tianxiong's body crashed several meters away once again, completely losing its life. Meanwhile, the battle between Meng Qingxue and Li Qian was also nearing its end. Although both of them were at the 8th level of qi control, in terms of combat strength alone, Li Qian was far inferior to Meng Qingxue, this genius beauty. In just over 10 moves, Li Qian was completely suppressed by Meng Qingxue. Especially after seeing Lin Tianxiong killed by Jiang Chun, Li Qian panicked and was immediately seized by Meng Qingxue, who killed him with a single sword strike. How could this happen? Xiao Wuying stared in utter horror at Jiang Chun and the other person opposite her, feeling a strange chill enveloping her from head to toe. In just a few minutes, the two of them broke the formation of a third-grade formation master, killed the heads of the Lin and Li families, and completely thwarted the conspiracy of the Lin and Li families. This is absolutely terrifying. Escape. This moment, Xiao Wuying was terrified and dared not linger for even a moment. He turned around and tried to escape. However, just as Xiao Wuying turned around, he found that Jiang Chun had already blocked his way. Want to leave? Since you're here, you might as well stay forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Patian unleashed a powerful punch that hurtled towards Xiao Wuying's chest. No. Xiao Wuying looked terrified and desperate. He used all his inner energy to form a defensive barrier in front of him, trying to block the punch. Although Xiao Wuying had good movement skills, his strength was only at the 6th level of qi control. How could he possibly withstand a full force attack from a 9th level qi control expert? With a resounding thud, the heaven-shattering fist shattered Xiao Wuying's defenses, and the fierce force of the punch landed squarely on Xiao Wuying's body. Immediately, Xiao Wuying's body went limp, and he collapsed headfirst to the ground. Old man, you're the only one left. Having effortlessly dealt with Xiao Wuying, Jiang Chen's sharp gaze shot directly at Master Gong, standing to the side. Master Gong had also recovered from his previous shock. He looked at Jiang Chun with a cold smile and said, "What? You want to kill me too? Since you accepted Lin Tianxiong's invitation to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me, shouldn't you?" Jiang Chun said coldly. If it weren't for his system, his cheat ability, he might have really died in this old guy's 3 absolute formations today. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, I will repay them tenfold. Since this old guy dared to come and kill him, he would make this old guy pay the price he deserved. First, you can't kill me. Secondly, I am an official of the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Do you dare to kill me? Gong Yuan looked at Jiang Chun with disdain, his old face full of arrogance. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I can guarantee that the Jiang family of Tsongshan City will be completely wiped out of the Great Xia Kingdom. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Are you threatening me? Master Gong looked at Jiang Chun indifferently and snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. Old man, you're far too arrogant. Do you think just because you're from the Gong family, I wouldn't dare kill you? Jiang Chun stared coldly at Gong Yuan, his whole being instantly filled with murderous intent. There is no one in this world I dare not kill. Chapter 60. I'll break as many formations like this as there are. As soon as the cold words fell, Jiang Chun curled his 5 fingers and directly grabbed at Gong Yuan's throat with a claw. Gong Yuan's expression changed drastically. He instantly summoned a defensive array diagram, forming a protective light shield around himself and blocking Jiang Chun. He glared at Jiang Chun with a ferocious expression. You little bastard, you actually dared to lay a hand on me. Believe me or not, I'll wipe out your entire Jiang family. You will never have that chance. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with icy coldness. No matter who you are, I will kill you today. You? Gong Yuan laughed with a contemptuous look. A mere qi control realm martial artist dares to dream of killing a 3rd-grade formation master? You think you're worthy? Your alliance must be these rank 3 array diagrams you possess, right? But in my eyes, your array diagrams are just like the previous 3 absolute arrays. All garbage. How many such formations do you have? I'll break them all today. Take this 3rd grade defensive array in front of you, for example. It's practically useless against me. As Jiang Chun spoke, his gaze was fixed on the defensive formation surrounding Gong Yuan. Ding! You are viewing the grade 3 small rock formation, triggering a 100-fold increase in comprehension. Ding! You have successfully mastered the method to break the small rock formation. The small rock formation uses the earth as its core, gathering the 5 elements of earth to form a defensive formation that can withstand attacks from early-stage, innate realm experts. Its weakness lies underground, which can be overcome by the energy of wood. Upon receiving the message to break the formation, Jiang Chun moved swiftly and grabbed 3 tree branches about a foot long from the side. Immediately afterwards, he used an odd angle to glide past the defensive light shield formed by the small rock formation and fixed the 3 tree branches to the ground. Break! At the same time, Jiang Chun shouted and threw a punch with lightning speed. Bang! With a loud bang, Gong Yuan's small rock formation was instantly destroyed. With a single punch, Jiang Chun shattered the small rock formation, and his hand mercilessly reached for Gong Yuan's throat once more. His cold voice instantly resounded in Gong Yuan's ears. You old bastard, I told you long ago, your trashy formations can't save your life. Damn it, how did this kid do that? Seeing his small rock formation broken by Jiang Chun once again, Gong Yuan was filled with shock and anger. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. With a flick of his hand, another array diagram appeared in his palm. Kid, this is the first time in all these years that you've pushed me to this point. I have noted what happened today. Just wait. I will soon descend upon Songshan City again and wipe your Jiang family out of the great Xia kingdom. Gong Yuan activated the array diagram while looking at Jiang Chun and said coldly. Jiang Chun stared at the array diagram activated by Gong Yuan, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Ding! You have successfully triggered a 100-fold comprehension boost while viewing the grade 3 8 trigrams shifting array. Ding! You have mastered the method to break the 8 trigrams shifting formation. Just as Jiang Chun received the system message, Gong Yuan's array diagram was also activated. His figure was quickly enveloped in a burst of mysterious light, and then he vanished into thin air before Jiang Chen's eyes. Do you really think you can escape my grasp by activating this manhwa teleportation array? The formation position will be activated for relocation. The teleportation direction will be northeast. Jiang Chun muttered to himself, and his figure instantly transformed into a streak of light, chasing after it in the northeast direction. Chapter 61, Even if it's the King of Heaven himself, I'll kill him without hesitation. Damn it, I spent a lot of money to get this manhwa shifting array diagram, and now it's just going to be wasted like this. Gong Yuan activated the 8 trigrams shifting formation and instantly appeared a kilometer away in the northeast direction. Thinking about how he had been forced into such a sorry state by a mere chi control realm brat, Gong Yuan felt extremely frustrated. We were so careless. That kid could see through all the weaknesses of the formations at a glance. He might possess some kind of treasure that can specifically counter formations. I'll go gather some men right away and march back to Songshan City. We must snatch the treasure from that kid's hands. A glint flashed in Gong Yuan's eyes, and he strode away. However, he had only taken a few steps when a dark shadow flashed past his eyes. A chill ran through Gong Yuan's heart. Before he could react, a ghostly hand had already gripped his throat. At the same time, a cold voice that he was extremely familiar with rang in his ears instantly. Do you think you'll have another chance to fight your way back to Songshan City? The cold voice instantly made Gong Yuan's body stiffen. He looked at Jiang Chun beside him, as if he had seen a ghost. He had already used the teleportation array, instantly traveling a distance of 1,000 meters. But this guy still chased after us. Where on earth did this prodigy come from? At this moment, Gong Yuan finally panicked. He stared at Jiang Chun in terror. Boy, you can't kill me. I'm from the Gong family. If you kill me, the Gong family will never let you get away with it. So what if you're from the Gong family? If you dare to mess with me, even if you're the emperor himself, I'll still kill you without hesitation. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and the hand that was gripping Gong Yuan's throat suddenly squeezed hard. A crisp cracking sound immediately came from Gong Yuan's neck. Immediately, Jiang Chun loosened his grip, and Gong Yuan's body slowly slumped to the ground. Jiang Chun, did you really kill him? Just then, Meng Qingxue also caught up. She was shocked when she saw Gong Yuan's corpse. Kill him. Jiang Chun nodded. The Gong family of the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom is the #1 family in the Great Xia Kingdom, and a family that is famous throughout the world for its array formations. The ancestor of their Gong family was a 6th-grade array master, and even the royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom was wary of him. The Gong family is extremely protective of their own, so you must be careful. If they find out that you killed someone from the Gong family, then you'll be in trouble, Meng Qingxue said with an extremely solemn expression. So what if it's the #1 family in the Great Xia Kingdom? He was just a 3rd-grade array master from the Gong family. Killing him is no big deal. Even if the patriarch of the Gong family dares to cause me trouble, I'll make sure he suffers and regrets it. Jiang Chun snorted coldly, then looked at Meng Qingxue indifferently and said, "Let's go to the Thundercloud Mountains." After saying that, Jiang Chun turned and strode away. A day later, Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue arrived at Leisure City, the closest city to the Lingyun Mountains. Leisure City has a special geographical location, situated at the junction of Lingyun Prefecture and Songlei Prefecture. It is the only entrance for martial artists from both prefectures to enter the Lingyun mountain range. This is why Redstone City is not only magnificent, but also extremely prosperous. Its prosperity was almost comparable to that of Lingyun City, the central city of Lingyun Martial Academy. Upon entering Leisure City, Meng Qingxue immediately led Jiang Chun towards the west of the city. Chapter 62, Frost Adventure Team. Jiang Chun followed behind Meng Qingxue and asked curiously, "Qingxue, where are we going?" The Thundercloud Mountains are vast and extremely dangerous. Martial Arts Academy disciples who come here for training usually choose to join the adventure groups in Thunderstone City. When I first came here, I joined the Azure Frost Adventure Group, and I got along well with their leader, Yi Qingxuang. With their help, we can avoid a lot of trouble when entering the Thundercloud Mountains. As Meng Qingxue spoke, she led Jiang Chun through several streets and arrived at an ancient courtyard. Looking at the desolate scene at the entrance of the courtyard, Meng Qingxue's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly. Strange, why isn't there a single guard at the Azure Frost Adventure Group's base? Jiang Chun looked up at the courtyard and frowned slightly. There's a commotion inside. Something must have happened. Let's go in and take a look. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the Azure Frost Adventurers, Yi Qingxuang, the beautiful leader of the Qingxuang Adventure Team, is leading some members of the team in a standoff with a group of fierce-looking men. At the very front of this group of burly men, a well-dressed young man was staring intently at Yi Qingxuang. Yi Qingxuang, since her Qingxuang Adventure Group is affiliated with our Black Tiger Adventure Group, it is only right that you provide us with monthly tributes. Thunderstone City is a very cruel place. You should know very well what would have happened to the Azure Frost Adventure Group if it weren't for the protection of our Black Tiger Adventure Group. Young Master Liu, your Black Tiger Adventure Group has doubled its supplies again this month. Isn't that going too far? Behind Yi Qingxuang, a girl wearing leather armor spoke with a resentful expression. "I'm speaking to your commander. Who do you think you are to question me like that?" The young man snorted coldly and glared at the girl with eyes as sharp as knives. The girl's delicate body trembled, and her pretty face instantly turned deathly pale. At this moment, Yi Qingxuang finally moved, and she flashed to block the leather-armored girl's path. "Young Master Liu, you just increased the monthly tribute of 20,000 gold coins to 50,000 last month. Why are you doubling it again this month? Our Azure Frost Adventure Group is weak, and we don't earn much gold coins each month. 100,000 gold coins? How are you expecting us to come up with that?" Yi Qingxuang suppressed her anger and frowned at the young man. The young man stared intently at Yi Qingxuang's strikingly beautiful face, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Yi Qingxuang, if you can't produce the tribute, that's fine too. I'll merge your Frost Adventure Group into the Black Tiger Adventure Group. As long as you follow me, I guarantee I won't treat you unfairly." The young man's words immediately enraged all the members of the Azure Frost Adventure Group in the hall. Lu Xiao, the young leader of the Black Tiger Adventure Group, had always coveted their leader. They never expected that Lu Xiao would use such methods to force their commander to submit. Lu Xiao, don't push your luck. Yi Qingshuang's delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists and angrily shouted at Lu Xiao. Hee, Yi Qingshuang, the law of the jungle is the survival of the fittest. Submit to me, this is your only choice. Otherwise, your Azure Frost Adventurer group can expect annihilation. Lu Xiao burst into unrestrained, wild laughter. Hee, it seems quite lively here. Just then, a soft chuckle suddenly came from the courtyard gate. Chapter 63, Get out of here with you men. The sudden sound startled everyone in the courtyard. They looked in the direction of the sound, and soon saw a young man and woman slowly walking into the courtyard. These two were none other than Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue, who had joined the Qingshuang Adventurer Group. Lu Xiao's gaze darkened upon seeing Jiang Chun and the other person suddenly appear. Just as he was about to reprimand Jiang Chun, he noticed Meng Qingxue standing next to Jiang Chun. In an instant, Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, revealing an extremely ardent expression. Beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. The beautiful woman in front of me is simply an absolute stunner. Even Yi Qingshuang, the leader of the Qingshuang Adventurer Group, would probably pale in comparison to this person. A warm smile immediately appeared on Lu Xiao's face. He completely ignored Jiang Chen's presence and smiled at Meng Qingxue, saying, Beautiful lady, may I ask what brings you here? Meng Qingxue simply ignored Lu Xiao. She looked up at Yi Qingshuang not far away and smiled slightly, saying, Sister Qingshuang, it's been a long time. Yi Qingshuang looked at Meng Qingxue in astonishment. Qingxue, what brings you here? Meng Qingxue said softly, We plan to go to the Thundercloud Mountains and want to find someone familiar with the Thundercloud Mountains to guide us, so we came to find you. No problem. Wait for me a moment. After Yi Qingshuang finished speaking, she coldly said to Lu Xiao, give me 3 days. I guarantee that this month's supplies will be delivered to the Black Tiger Adventurer Group without missing a single penny. You can leave now. Yi Qingshuang, you think you can just say it'll be delayed by 3 days and then delay it by 3 days? Who do you think you are? You only have 2 choices today. Either hand over 100,000 gold coins now or submit to the Black Tiger Adventurer Group. There is no room for negotiation. Lu Xiao said with a cold laugh. He had long coveted Yi Qingshuang. He came here today with no intention of letting this woman go. Meng Qingxue frowned, about to speak, when Jiang Chen's calm voice rang out first. Friend from the Black Tiger Adventurer Group, we need Captain Yi of the Azure Frost Adventurer Group to take us to the Thundercloud Mountains. Would you do me the honor of leaving this matter here for now? Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Xiao sneered disdainfully, completely disregarding Jiang Chen's words. He stared at Jiang Chen with a chilling gaze. Kid, if you don't want to die, you'd better not interfere in the affairs of our Black Tiger Adventurer Group. Since you don't give me face, then I don't need to give you face either. Jiang Chen said calmly, From now on, the Azure Frost Adventurer Group will be under my protection. Take your people and get out of here immediately. The simple words immediately plunged the courtyard into a brief silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen in shock. The Black Tiger Adventurer Group is one of the most powerful adventurer groups in Thunderstone City. In this Thunderstone City, Jiang Chen is definitely the first person in history to dare to speak to Lu Xiao like this. Jiang Chen's arrogant words also startled Lu Xiao. A moment later, he finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, kid, I think you're out of your mind. Trash like you can't even take care of yourself, yet you dare to come out and support the Azure Frost Adventurer Group? If you know what's good for you, cut off your own arm and obediently leave the woman next to you for me to enjoy, and I might spare your dog's life. Chapter 64, Kneel down and apologize. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Kneel down in front of her immediately and apologize, and you might still have a sliver of a chance to live. You dare to spout nonsense in front of me, even when you're about to die. Today I'll show you what happens if you go against me in Thunderstone City. A chilling smirk curled at the corner of Lu Xiao's lips. He waved his hand and said, Beat this kid to a pulp. I want him to kneel at my feet and repent. Yes, young commander. At Lu Xiao's command, apart from the old man in black standing beside Lu Xiao, the other 3 martial artists all charged toward Jiang Chen with murderous intent. Boy, we'll soon show you just how miserable the consequences of offending our young commander will be. The three warriors from the Black Tiger Adventurer Group stared at Jiang Chun with murderous intent, and a fierce aura instantly emanated from them. Three martial artists at the 4th level of Qi control. Seeing the aura that the three of them unleashed, Yi Qingxuang's pretty face suddenly changed. She looked at Meng Qingxue with concern. "Qingxue, your friend, will he be all right?" Meng Qingxue smiled faintly. "Don't worry, there are few people below the innate realm who can match him." Yi Qingxuang was startled. She looked up at Jiang Chun, who still looked calm and collected, and her beautiful eyes showed an incredulous shock. Few people below the innate realm can rival him. Doesn't this mean that the boy in front of us, who looks no more than 15 or 16 years old, is at least a Qi refining 9th level expert? While Yi Qingxuang was deeply shocked, Jiang Chun stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the three martial artists rushing towards him. Jiang Chun finally moved when the three men appeared within 3 zhang of him. His aura suddenly changed, and a cold shout swept out towards the three of them. "Get out of here!" The chilling shout struck the hearts of the three martial artists before him like a resounding bell. In an instant, the bodies of the three martial artists trembled violently. Immediately, their faces turned deathly pale, and bright red blood began to gush from their facial features. In just a few moments, the three of them turned into 3 blood-soaked figures, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, never to show any signs of life again. Hiss! Seeing this shocking scene, all the members of the Qingxuang adventure team, including Yi Qingxuang, couldn't help but gasp. "One drink!" With just a shout, he instantly killed 3 martial artists at the 4th level of Qi control. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that a 15 or 16-year-old boy had done it. With a single shout, he could instantly kill a martial artist at the 4th level of Qi control. Such strength is simply terrifying. "Kid, who exactly are you?" On the other side, Lu Xiao also took a while to recover from his shock. He never expected that this young man, whom he had always looked down upon, would have such strength. To be able to so easily kill a martial artist at the 4th level of Qi control, one must at least possess the strength of the 7th level of Qi control. "I'm the kind of person who can kill you. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, in the next second, you'll be a cold corpse." Jiang Chun stared directly at Lu Xiao, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. "Kid, I have to admit, I underestimated you. However, don't think that just because you can kill a few Qi refining level 4 martial artists, you could be arrogant in front of me." Lu Xiao smiled contemptuously. "Old Hong, make your move and let him experience what despair is." Chapter 65, 8th level of Qi control. I just killed 2 yesterday. The old man in black robes nodded indifferently, then slowly walked out from beside Lu Xiao. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger. In just a short while, the powerful aura of the 8th level of Qi control emanated from the black-robed elder. Young man, to have cultivated to such a level at such a young age is truly a rare martial arts genius. The old man in black robes looked down at Jiang Chun and said, "If you are willing to submit to the Black Tiger Adventurer Group, I will spare your life. You're just a mere Qi refining 8th level martial artist. What right do you have to speak to me like that? Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Jiang Chun glanced coldly at the old man in black robes. "I only killed 2 martial artists at the 8th level of Qi control yesterday. A martial artist at the 8th level of Qi control. He killed 2 in one go. That's all. Does this guy really think he can just kill a martial artist at the 8th level of Qi control whenever he wants? You arrogant brat. I'll see how you kill me today." The old man in black robes laughed angrily, instantly raising his aura to its peak, and suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! The hard bluestone floor cracked instantly. The dense cracks spread outwards like spider silk. Immediately, the old man in black robes transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from his spot in a flash. "Call out." The next moment, the black-robed old man appeared behind Jiang Chun as if he had teleported. His withered palm, carrying a powerful black palm force, slapped towards Jiang Chun's back. So this is the strength of a Qi control level 8 martial artist? He's really fast. This scene immediately made Yi Qingxuang and the others' hearts pound wildly, and they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Jiang Chun. Such speed, such an attack. Is it really something that humans can resist? Haha, a mere kid who hasn't even grown his first beard dares to be arrogant in front of me. Kid, I hope you'll open your eyes wider in your next life. The old man in black robes struck Jiang Chun on the back with a palm. He stared at Jiang Chen's back, which was so close to his own, a ferocious look flashing across his aged face, and a cold sneer echoed through the air. With his chi control level 8 strength, he then used the shadow step, a low-level, Xin-grade movement technique. Even some experts at the 9th level of chi control would be severely injured by his unexpected ground attack. How could this kid possibly withstand such an attack? The black-robed old man's fierce palm strike landed on Jiang Chen's back almost in the blink of an eye. However, the expected impact did not reach the old man's ears. The moment his black palm strike touched Jiang Chen's body, Jiang Chen's figure instantly vanished into nothingness. That's just an afterimage. The old man in black robes was horrified. Sensing something, he turned around abruptly, only to find that Jiang Chen's figure had appeared behind him at some point. Ew, how can you be so fast? The old man in black robes couldn't help but cry out in surprise. You, a martial artist at the 8th level of chi control, think you can show off your meager skills in front of me with just a low-level, Xin-grade movement technique? Since that's the case, then I'll show you what real speed is. Jiang Chun scoffed disdainfully, and the aura of a 9th level chi control martial artist instantly erupted with full force. His eyes also flashed with a chilling light. At this moment, Jiang Chun was like a high and mighty king, looking down upon the world. A moment later, his figure transformed into a golden ray of light and soared into the sky. Mid-grade profound movement technique, heaven stepping step. Chapter 66, If He Dares to Come, Kill Him All. A faint sound echoed through the sky. Jiang Chen's figure suddenly descended upon the black-robed elder's head like a meteorite and stomped down on the elder with one foot, stepping into the sky. This is the new intermediate-level Xin-grade movement technique that Jiang Chun has just mastered. Back in Songshan City, Jiang Chun had already mastered the phantom flowing light step. On the way from Songshan City to Leisure City, the flowing light and illusionary steps had already been upgraded to the mid-level Xin-grade sky-stepping steps. This intermediate-level Xin-grade movement technique is faster than the flowing light and illusionary steps. Moreover, it's an offensive movement technique. This sky-stepping technique is almost comparable to a mid-level Xin-grade martial art. The old man in black robes looked at Jiang Chun as if Mount Tai were pressing down on him, and his expression changed drastically in horror. He quickly mobilized all his strength, forming a black protective aura around his body. Jiang Chun's expression was indifferent. With a simple step, he suppressed the black-robed old man with an incomparably domineering golden aura. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the courtyard. The shattered bluestone ground, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, sprayed out in all directions. In the courtyard, everyone except Meng Qingxue had to raise their protective aura and retreat repeatedly. Lu Xiao, who was closer, had no time to dodge and was thrown several meters away by a flying rock. After a while, the smoke and dust in the courtyard finally dissipated slowly, and peace returned. Everyone who saw what was happening couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hearts filled with horror. In the center of the courtyard, Jiang Chun stood proudly. A large hole, 3 meters in diameter, appeared in front of him. The black-robed elder's body was slammed into the ground by Jiang Chun's attack. He stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chun with a terrified expression, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Finally, his head lolled to the side, and he remained motionless. This moment, all the members of the Azure Frost Adventurer group stared blankly at Jiang Chun, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. This Elder Hong, the retainer of the Black Tiger Adventurer group, is a peak martial artist at the 8th level of chi control. Even among all the adventurer groups in Thunderstone City, he had a formidable reputation. Such a powerful expert at the 8th level of chi control was actually suppressed by Jiang Chun in one move. Powerful. That's incredibly powerful. Seeing Elder Hong, one of the 3 great elders of the Black Tiger Adventure Group, so easily killed by Jiang Chun, Lu Zhao's face turned deathly pale instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled out of the courtyard. Get back here. Did I say you could leave? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and he appeared beside Lu Xiao in a flash. His sharp claws instantly grabbed Lu Zhao's shoulder and pulled him forcefully. Immediately, Lu Zhao's body flew backward several meters, finally landing face first on the ground. What do you want to do? Lu Xiao was filled with shock and anger. He stared at Jiang Chen with a ferocious look in his eyes. I am the young leader of the Black Tiger Adventurer Group. If you dare to touch me, my father will definitely not let you off. Jiang Chen's gaze was icy, and his figure appeared beside Lu Xiao as if he had teleported. He reached out and grabbed Lu Xiao by the neck with one hand, lifting Lu Xiao off the ground. At the same time, his cold voice instantly reached Lu Xiao's ears. Don't threaten me with your father. So what if he comes? If he dares to come, I'll kill him too and send him to the underworld to reunite with you. Chapter 67. They'll never return. Lu Zhao's neck was suddenly grabbed by Jiang Chen, and his face instantly turned bright red. Looking at the cold, killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes, I felt this suffocating sensation coming from my neck. Lu Xiao finally panicked. He couldn't help but beg for mercy with a look of terror on his face. I was wrong. I'm willing to kneel down and apologize. At this critical juncture of life and death, Lu Xiao had no choice but to lower his proud head. A gentleman takes his revenge, even after 10 years. As long as he returns to the Black Tiger Adventure Group, he will definitely get his father to take action and wipe out this kid along with everyone in the Azure Frost Adventure Group. Of course, Yi Qingxuang and Meng Qingxue, these two peerless beauties, would definitely be kept for him to play with. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I hope you could be a good person in your next life. Jiang Chen's face was cold, and the hand that was gripping Lu Zhao's neck suddenly tightened. No. Lu Xiao looked terrified and struggled frantically to escape from Jiang Chen's grasp. Before he could struggle for long, Jiang Chen snapped his neck with a snap. Lu Xiao felt his vision suddenly go completely black, and he fell to the ground with a look of resentment on his face. Seeing this scene, almost everyone in the Azure Frost Adventure Group could not believe their eyes. Lu Xiao, the young leader of the prestigious Black Tiger Adventure Group, who reigned supreme in Thunderstone City, was actually eliminated just like that. Young Master, thank you for helping my Azure Frost Adventure Group out of a predicament today. After a moment of astonishment, Yi Qingxuang finally came to her senses and said to Jiang Chen with a grateful expression, It's nothing serious. Jiang Chen waved his hand and chuckled, Commander Yi, all you need to do is take us to the Thundercloud Mountains to find a heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk. So you came here for the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk from that place. Yi Qingxuang glanced at Meng Qingxue beside her and suddenly realized something. Taking you to find the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk is no problem, but we probably won't have a chance to leave the city now. The news of Lu Zhao's death here will probably spread very soon. I'm afraid it won't be long before Lu Zhao's father, Lu Heihu, brings the Black Tiger Adventure Group to our door. Yi Qingxuang gave a wry smile. It's all right. We can go into the Thundercloud Mountains after we've dealt with the Black Tiger Adventure Group. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then asked, How strong is this Black Tiger Adventurer Group? Very strong. Arguably one of the most powerful adventure groups in Thunderstone City. In the Black Tiger Adventure Group, besides the leader Lu Heihu, a master of the 9th level of Qi control, there's also a retainer who is also at the 9th level of Qi control. In this Thunderstone City, there are no more than 3 adventurer groups that can rival the Black Tiger Adventurer Group. Yi Qingxuang said in a deep voice. 2 martial artists at the 9th level of Qi control. Don't worry, if they dare to come, I guarantee they won't leave alive. Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, and then he took out the array materials he had snatched from Gong Yuan and began to set them up in the courtyard. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger Adventure Group's base, Lu Heihu was meditating in his room when a series of urgent knocks on the door suddenly startled him awake. Lu Heihu suddenly opened his eyes and said sternly, Didn't I already tell you not to bother me unless it's necessary? Regimental Commander, something terrible has happened. The young regimental commander is in trouble. The panicked voice outside the door made Lu Heihu's expression change drastically. He appeared outside the room in a flash, staring intently at the middle-aged man at the door. "What happened to Shower?" the middle-aged man said in a trembling voice. "The young commander. He's been killed." Chapter 68, Lu Heihu's Rage. "What did you say?" No sooner had the middle-aged man finished speaking than a terrifying killing intent erupted from Lu Heihu's body. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. Who? Who killed Xiao? The one who killed the young commander was a member of the Azure Frost Adventurers Guild. The young commander took Hong Gongfeng to the Qing Shuang Adventurer Group's base today. But not long after, news of the young commander's death spread. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, "The Frost Adventurers?" Lu Heihu was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he roared in disbelief. "Where's Hong Tao? How did he protect my son? Tell him to get over here right now." The Azure Frost Adventure Group is nothing more than a third-rate adventure group. Their leader, Yi Qing was only at the 6th level of Qi control. Beside his son was a retainer of the Black Tiger Adventure Group at the 8th level of Qi control. The middle-aged man said weakly, "Master Hong, he was also killed by the Qing Shuang Adventure Group." "Excellent. Well done, Frost Adventurers. Pass down the word. All members above the Qi control realm are to assemble immediately and join me in attacking the Azure Frost Adventure Group. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my son, Lu Heihu, I will make the entire Qing Shuang Adventurer Group pay for my son's death." Lu Heihu exuded murderous intent, his eyes flashing with boundless rage. He was the leader of the Black Tiger Adventure Group, a martial arts expert at the 9th level of Qi control. In Thunderstone City, he was practically the one who had the final say. But now his son, Lu Xiao, has been murdered right under his nose. Lu Heihu was furious. He had never been this angry in all these years. No matter who killed his son, he was determined to make that person pay 10 or even 100 times the price. Lu Heihu quickly gathered the remaining 2 elders of the Black Tiger Adventure Group, along with dozens of Qi Control Realm warriors, and marched towards the Azure Frost Adventure Group in a mighty force. 10 minutes later, Lu Heihu appeared outside the Qing Shuang Adventure Group's base with a group of elite members from the Black Tiger Adventure Group. His icy gaze shot towards the tightly closed gate of the Azure Frost Adventurers Guild, and his thunderous roar exploded in midair. "Yi Qing, get out here and face your death." This scene immediately attracted the attention of many martial artists around. "Holy crap, what's going on?" Lu Heihu actually led his men to the entrance of the Qing Shuang Adventure Group. It said that the Qing Shuang Adventure Group killed Lu Heihu's precious son, Lu Xiao. No wonder Lu Heihu is furious. Holy crap, the Azure Frost Adventurers have gone mad. They even dared to kill Lu Heihu's son. Alas, the Azure Frost Adventure Group is probably doomed this time. Many martial artists around couldn't help but shake their heads. In this Thunderstone City, how many adventure groups can withstand the wrath of the Black Tiger Adventure Group? Yi Qing, do you think you can hide by cowering inside and refusing to come out? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll raise your Azure Frost Adventurer Group to the ground. Seeing that there was no movement from the Qing Shuang Adventure Group, Lu Heihu's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and unleashed a fierce punch towards the gate of the Azure Frost Adventurers Guild. Boom! With a loud bang, the gate of the Azure Frost Adventurer Group, along with the walls on both sides, were completely destroyed by Lu Heihu's punch. With a single punch, Lu Heihu smashed through the gate of the Azure Frost Adventurers Guild and waved his hand, shouting, "Charge in and raise the Azure Frost Adventurers Guild to the ground." Chapter 69, I can solve you without lifting a finger. Lu Heihu smashed through the door with a single punch, leading dozens of elite members of the Black Tiger Adventure Group into the Frost Adventure Group. Just then, Yi Qing finally emerged from inside with a group of members from the Qing Shuang Adventure Team. "Commander Lu, what is the purpose of you leading your men to break into my Qing Shuang Adventure Group in such a grand manner?" Yi Qing looked at Lu Heihu and the others who rushed in aggressively and asked calmly, "Yi Qing, stop pretending in front of me. Enough with the nonsense. Hand over the murderer who killed my son right now. Otherwise, I will slaughter every single member of your Azure Frost Adventure Group, leaving no one alive." Lu Heihu stared at Yi Qing with a gloomy expression, his tone revealing a chilling, killing intent. "Do you think the Frost Adventuring crew is someone you can bully as you please? With me here, you won't be able to touch a single hair on anyone's head in the Azure Frost Adventure Group. Seeing Lu Heihu's arrogant appearance, Jiang Chun gave a cold snort and walked out from behind Yiqing Shuang. Lu Heihu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at Jiang Chun, who was walking up to him. "Boy, who are you?" Jiang Chun said casually. "I am the person you are looking for." Upon hearing this, Lu Heihu instantly transformed into a menacing figure. He stared at Jiang Chun with a chilling gaze. "You little bastard, is it you who killed my son?" He brought this upon himself. Who can he blame? Jiang Chun curled his lips, and his domineering voice instantly resounded throughout the courtyard. "Lu Heihu, I'll only say this once. I'll protect the Qing Shuang Adventurer Group from now on. Take your people and disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sending you to the underworld to reunite with your son." Jiang Chen's domineering words caused many martial artists who had come to watch the spectacle to widen their eyes in astonishment. Holy crap, that kid. Killing Lu Heihu's son is one thing. Now that Lu Heihu has brought his Black Tiger Adventure Group to his door, he still doesn't take Lu Heihu seriously. Awesome. In this Thunderstone City, this kid is definitely the first one who dares to disregard Lu Heihu like this. "You little brat. Who do you think you are, daring to be so insolent in front of me? Today I will use all of your blood to pay tribute to the spirit of my son in heaven." Lu Heihu stared coldly at Jiang Chun, and his furious roar, filled with overwhelming killing intent, instantly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. "Brothers, charge! Blood Slaughter Frost Adventurer Group." Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. "Lu Heihu, it seems you really want the Black Tiger Adventurer Group to be removed from Thunderstone City? You, kid, I'll give you a chance to make a move right now. I'm also curious to see what you're capable of doing to get the Black Tiger Adventurer Group removed from Thunderstone City." Lu Heihu laughed wildly with a disdainful expression. "I didn't want to kill anyone, but since you insist on courting death, I'll grant your wish. Why would I need to lift a finger to deal with trash like you from the Black Tiger Adventure Group?" Jiang Chun stared coldly at Lu Heihu and the others, his hands quickly forming a strange hand seal, which he then struck out into the air above the courtyard. "Activate the heart-shattering array." As Jiang Chen's calm shout faded away, countless rays of light shot into the sky from around the courtyard, enveloping all the members of the Black Tiger Adventurer Group. Formation. Upon seeing this, Lu Heihu's expression changed drastically. He stared at Jiang Chun in astonishment. You're a formation master?" Jiang Chen's expression was cold. "Lu Heihu, taste the power of my grade 3 heart-shattering array." Chapter 70, The Terrifying Heart-Destroying Array. Heart-Destroying Array, a rank 3 beginner-level array. This is an extremely powerful, illusionary killing formation. Any martial artist below the innate realm who gets caught in the formation will lose their mind, develop inner demons, and eventually go mad. Therefore, at the moment Jiang Chun activated the formation, some of the weaker members of the Black Tiger Adventurer Group instantly showed expressions of pain on their faces. "You bastard! You kill my whole family. I will tear you to pieces. Haha, I'm a leader of the Black Tiger Adventure Group. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. You can all die now." In just a short while, the members of the Black Tiger Adventurer Group went berserk. As they roared, they began to attack their companions around them in a frenzy. In an instant, the dozens of Qi Control Realm warriors in the Black Tiger Adventure Group were instantly thrown into chaos. A series of loud metallic clanging sounds and shrill screams echoed continuously in midair. In just 5 minutes, of the entire Black Tiger Adventure Group, only Lu Heihu and the Elder at the 9th level of Qi Control remained conscious. The rest perished. "Stop! All of you stop!" This scene instantly enraged Lu Heihu, who roared at his men. However, these members of the Black Tiger Adventure Group had long lost their minds under the influence of the heart-destroying array, so how could they possibly listen to Lu Heihu's words? Two middle-aged men, enraged by Lu Heihu's angry roar, lunged at him with ferocious expressions. Watching Jiang Chen's every move caused a group of Black Tiger adventurers to turn on each other. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Chen revealed an expression of utter terror. "Holy crap! I never expected this kid to be a third-grade array master. That's incredibly powerful. That idiot Liu Heihu actually went and offended a formation master. The Black Tiger Adventure Group is completely doomed this time. Haha, this is karma. Let's see how the Black Tiger Adventure Group will dare to be arrogant in Thunderstone City from now on. Seeing the miserable state of the Black Tiger Adventure Group members in the arena, many martial artists who had been bullied by the Black Tiger Adventure Group revealed gloating expressions. Behind Jiang Chun, Yi Qing Shuang and the other members of the Qing Shuang Adventure Group were also stunned by the scene before them. This young man is incredibly powerful. He killed a martial artist at the 8th level of Qi control with a single move. This young man's mastery of formations is even more astonishing. A single formation easily slaughtered the Black Tiger Adventure Group. At this moment, they were simply unable to describe Jiang Chun's power in words. Jiang Chun, you killed my son and destroyed my Black Tiger Adventure Group. I will kill you. Over time, even Liu Heihu, whose strength was at the 9th level of Qi control, gradually lost his mind under the influence of the heart-destroying array. With a ferocious roar, he slaughtered all the members of the Black Tiger Adventure Group around him, like a tiger among sheep. In just a short while, of the dozens of Qi control realm experts in the Black Tiger Adventure Group, all but Liu Heihu and the Qi control 9th level elder died tragically. After dealing with the others, Liu Heihu immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Qi refining 9th level elder. After exchanging over 100 blows, the two were ultimately both severely injured and died from exhaustion. Chapter 71, The Third-Ranked Demonic Beast, the Netherworld Snow Lion. Jiang Chun set up the heart-destroying array, instantly annihilating all the high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Adventure Group, causing a sensation throughout the entire Thunderstone City. Countless adventure groups from Thunderstone City were deeply shocked. The Azure Frost Adventure Group has produced a powerful rank 3 Array Master. This third-grade Array Master's array is enough to annihilate a top-tier adventure group like the Black Tiger Adventure Team with just one array. In a short time, the once unknown Frost Adventurers in Thunderstone City have become a taboo in the city, and almost no one dares to mess with them. However, while countless adventure groups in Thunderstone City were utterly shocked by Jiang Chun's actions, Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue, led by Yi Qing Shuang, entered the Thundercloud Mountains. Yi Qing Shuang has been in Glacier City for quite some time. In order to survive, she often led the Azure Frost Adventure Team into the Thundercloud Mountains. Therefore, Yi Qing Shuang was very familiar with the Thundercloud Mountains near Thunderstone City. Jiang Chun and his group had a very smooth journey. Even when encountering demonic beasts, the strongest is only at the mid-level of the 2nd rank, equivalent to a martial artist at the 5th or 6th level of Qi control. Such a monster was almost killed by Meng Qingxue with a single sword strike, without Jiang Chun even having to lift a finger. The three of them continued their journey deeper into the Thundercloud Mountains. About half a day later, Yi Qing Shuang led Jiang Chun and the others to a slightly gloomy valley. This is it. The heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk is in a cave deep in the valley. We came here half a year ago when Qingxue was in the Qing Shuang Adventure Group. But there is a netherworld snow lion at the peak of the 2nd rank in that cave. Its strength is comparable to that of a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of Qi control. We have no choice but to give up. Yi Qing Shuang pointed to the depths of the valley and said to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked up into the depths of the valley. Just then, a shrill scream suddenly came from the depths of the valley. Let's go in and take a look. A glint flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes, and he quickly sped towards the depths of the valley. After the three of them had traveled several hundred meters at high speed, they saw a figure rushing out from the depths of the valley. This is a 16 or 17-year-old boy. Judging from the aura emanating from him, he has at least the strength of the 8th level of Qi control. However, this young man, who was at the 8th level of Qi control, was in a very bad situation at the moment. He was covered in blood, his long sword was broken in half, and his clothes were tattered, making him look extremely disheveled. My 3 friends, please help me. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and his 2 companions suddenly appear, the boy was overjoyed and immediately ran towards them. Jiang Chun frowned, but before he could speak, the boy then fled hastily out of the valley. Court death. Jiang Chun's expression turned cold, and he was about to stop the boy. Sudden, a cold, damp wind swept in from ahead. This cold wind was unusual. Even with Jiang Chen's strength at the 9th level of chi control, he still felt a bone-chilling cold throughout his body. This moment, it was as if the surrounding space had been frozen. Be careful, this should be the 2nd-grade demonic beast, the Netherworld Snow Lion, inside. Yi Qingxuang's pretty face changed, and she said angrily, "That bastard just now actually used us as a shield." Such a terrifying aura could not possibly be emitted by a 2nd-grade demonic beast. The Netherworld Snow Lion inside has probably already advanced to a 3rd-grade demonic beast. A solemn expression also appeared in Meng Qingshue's beautiful eyes. What? The Netherworld Snow Lion has advanced to become a 3rd-grade demon beast. Yi Qingxuang was horrified. A 3rd-grade demonic beast. That's a powerful existence comparable to a martial artist at the innate realm. Chapter 72, Slaughtering a Rank 3 Demonic Beast. Hoofbeats. Hoofbeats. Just as Yi Qingxuang was filled with shock, heavy footsteps came from ahead. In just a few breaths, a gray and white lion-shaped monster appeared in Jiang Chen's and his companion's field of vision. This monster was enormous, standing at least 3 meters tall. Every part of its body exudes a chilling aura. In particular, his huge, dark blue pupils shot out 2 chilling beams of light as he looked down at Jiang Chen and the other 2 below. This Netherworld Snow Lion has truly advanced to become a 3rd-grade demon beast. Looking at the Netherworld Snow Lion in front of her, Yi Qingxuang's face turned pale. It's just a newly advanced 3rd-grade demon beast. Nothing to worry about. Jiang Chen glanced at the Netherworld Snow Lion in front of him, his arrogant voice instantly resounding in midair. No matter what, I'm determined to have this heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk today. Even if it's a 3rd-grade demonic beast, I'll kill it without hesitation. As Jiang Chen spoke, he took out a diagram of the 3 absolute formations and tossed it into the air. Before entering the Thundercloud Mountains, Jiang Chen created several array diagrams just in case. Now that this Netherworld Snow Lion has advanced to a 3rd-grade demon beast, these formations have come in handy. The Netherworld Snow Lion was enraged when it saw that Jiang Chen, this insignificant human, dared to attempt to harm it. Oh, it suddenly roared and spat out an ice arrow that shot towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained calm and composed, making a strange hand gesture with both hands and pointing at the array diagram in midair. The 3 absolute formations activate. With a soft shout from Jiang Chen, a dazzling light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the Netherworld Snow Lion. The ice arrows it spat at Jiang Chen were instantly blocked by the strange light around them. Seeing that his attack was actually blocked by the strange light barrier around him, the Netherworld Snow Lion's enormous eyes grew even colder as it frantically attacked the surrounding light barrier. Under the frenzied attacks of the Netherworld Snow Lion, the light on the 3 absolute formation began to flicker incessantly. It seems your 3 absolute formation can't trap this Netherworld Snow Lion. Seeing the 3 absolute formation teetering on the brink of collapse under the attack of the Netherworld Snow Lion, Meng Qingxue frowned slightly. Certainly, the 3 absolute formations alone are definitely not enough to solve it. However, it will take a lot of effort for it to forcibly break the 3 absolute formation. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. When he breaks the 3 absolute formation, I will give him another great gift. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, the Netherworld Snow Lion unleashed its power, continuously launching attacks on the 3 absolute formations. In less than 15 minutes, the 3 absolute formation was completely broken under the domineering attack of the Netherworld Snow Lion, and at the moment the 3 absolute formation was broken. With a flick of his hand, Jiang Chen conjured a lightning shimmering array diagram in his palm. Activate the lightning summoning array. With a cold shout, Jiang Chen activated the lightning array diagram, which shot into the air. In an instant, the once clear blue sky was instantly transformed into a scene of rolling dark clouds. Dazzling lightning flashed incessantly in the dark clouds. It was a loud bang. A bolt of silver lightning descended from the sky, striking the Netherworld Snow Lion's head with tremendous force. Boom! The Netherworld Snow Lion had just broken the 3 absolute formations and hadn't even had time to react when it was struck hard by a bolt of lightning that fell from the sky. The terrifying power of lightning blasted the top of the Netherworld Snow Lion's head open, splattering crimson blood all over the ground. In midair, a burnt smell instantly emanated from the Netherworld Snow Lion's head. Chapter 73. No one can stop me from killing you. Lightning Array. A third-grade intermediate formation, primarily focused on attack. Activating this formation can summon thunder from the sky to unleash a powerful attack. The power of this strike is at least no less than the full-force strike of a martial artist at the 4th level of the innate realm. The Netherworld Snow Lion before them had only recently advanced to the 3rd rank, and had just been weakened by Jiang Chen's 3 absolute formations, losing 2 or 3/10 of its strength. Now, after being struck by lightning drawn by Jiang Chen's lightning-attracting array, he was left with less than half a life. Qingxue, let's go together and take care of this guy. He called out to Meng. Qingxue instantly activated the sky-stepping technique and stomped hard on the Netherworld Snow Lion's head. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. At this moment, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't give the Netherworld Snow Lion any chance to catch its breath. Meng Qingxue did not hesitate at all. She brandished her long sword, and a sharp sword aura slashed through the air, aiming for the Netherworld Snow Lion's eye. Under the two's relentless onslaught, the Netherworld Snow Lion could only let out a series of unwilling roars before finally collapsing helplessly to the ground. The Netherworld Snow Lion, a 3rd-grade demon beast, was killed just like that? Looking at the scene before me, it took Yi Qingxuang a while to recover from her shock. This guy's a complete freak. Yi Qingxuang was utterly speechless, even though she already knew that Jiang Chen was very powerful and awesome. But no one expected that Jiang Chen had become this awesome. The Netherworld Snow Lion before us is a genuine grade 3 demonic beast, a powerful being comparable to a martial artist at the innate realm. Yet, this powerful demonic beast was easily killed by Jiang Chen. It can no longer be described as easy. This is absolutely brutal. After dealing with the Netherworld Snow Lion and collecting their spoils, Jiang Chen and his group headed into the valley. Soon, they arrived at the cave where the Netherworld Snow Lion lived. Jiang Chen glanced around and found a small pool less than a meter wide in the deepest corner of the cave. At the top of the small pool, 2 milky white stalagmites hang upside down in midair, brewing a drop of crystal-clear, milky white liquid. Tian Sun Lingru. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked towards the small pond. The 3 of them spent half an hour collecting all the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk from the small pool. After collecting the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk, just as Jiang Chen and his group were about to leave, suddenly, a voice came from outside the cave. Senior Brother Lei, the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk is right here. As the voice faded, several figures slowly walked in from the entrance of the cave. Among this group of people, Jiang Chen also spotted a familiar figure, who was none other than the purple-haired boy who had been chased by the Netherworld Snow Lion earlier. Boy, hand over the heavenly bamboo, shoot spirit milk. The purple-haired youth glanced at the empty pond, and his arrogant voice rang directly in Jiang Chen and the others' ears. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you the heavenly bamboo, shoot spirit milk? You were being chased by the Netherworld Snow Lion just now. If it weren't for us, would you still be alive? I saved your life, and you not only don't appreciate it, but now you shamelessly bring people to steal the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold, and his gaze toward the purple-haired youth was instantly filled with icy, killing intent. I must say, you have successfully angered me. Today, no one can stop me from killing you. Chapter 74. The 5 Elements Illusion Array is nothing special. Haha. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the purple-haired youth couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kid, do you know who this guy next to me is? This is our senior brother Lei Qing, a master of both sword and formation techniques from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy. Senior brother Lei is not only a master of the 9th level of Qi control, but also a 3rd-grade formation master. You dare to speak so arrogantly in front of senior brother Lei? The purple-haired boy looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. With senior brother Lei Qing here, he really didn't believe Jiang Chen could do anything to him. You think I can't kill you with him by your side? Jiang Chen merely glanced at the boy named Lei Qing indifferently. Immediately, Pation's punch slammed directly towards the purple-haired youth. Just then, Lei Qing, who was standing next to the purple-haired boy, moved. He flashed and stood in front of the purple-haired boy, his hand radiating a fierce aura that shattered Jiang Chen's fist force. "You attack my people right in front of me? Do you really think I'm invisible?" Lei Qing stared at Jiang Chen with a cold expression, exuding a chilling aura that made people afraid to look him in the eye. Jiang Chen's gaze was icy. "I'm going to kill the person behind you today. Are you really going to stop me?" "Since he calls me senior brother, I naturally can't just sit idly by," Lei Qing said indifferently. "Besides, I also need the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk in your possession." "Oh," Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. "The heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and take it. Senior brother Lei, why waste words with him? Let's join forces to kill them and retrieve the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk." The purple-haired youth stared at Jiang Chen with a ferocious look in his eyes. "You all step back." Lei Qing waved his hand, then looked down at Jiang Chen. "That netherworld snow lion outside. You killed it with the formation, didn't you?" Jiang Chen said casually. "So what if it is, and so what if it isn't?" "I, Lei Qing, have never liked taking advantage of others in their time of need. You were able to kill the netherworld snow lion with an array, which proves that you are quite skilled in array formations. I have a magic array. If you can break it, I'll let you leave. If you can't, then leave the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk behind." As Lei Qing finished speaking, a formation diagram shimmering with 5-colored light appeared in his hand. "You want to compete with me in formations?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. "If I can't break through, I'll leave behind the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk. If I do break through, shouldn't you also leave something behind?" "Haha, you really think you can break Senior Brother Lei's formation?" "That's right. Senior Brother Lei is a 3rd-grade array master. You think you can break Senior Brother Lei's array? You're simply overestimating yourself." Behind Lei Qing, the purple-haired youth and several students from the 100 Martial Academy all sneered with disdain. "If you can break my formation, this Xian-grade sword technique, Thunderclap sword technique, will be yours." Lei Qing took out a Xian-grade martial arts manual and said to Jiang Chen in a calm tone. "Good." Jiang Chen nodded and gestured to Lei Qing. "Go ahead and do it." With a change of gesture, Lei Qing activated the array diagram that was flashing with 5-colored light, enveloping Jiang Chen and the other two. Immediately, he looked calmly at Jiang Chen, who was shrouded in the formation. "You can begin breaking the formation now." "Ah, so this is the formation you wanted me to break." Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, and his disdainful voice instantly emanated from within the formation. "To be honest, your 5-element illusion array is nothing special. Chapter 75. You may leave, but he must die." Jiang Chen's disdainful voice immediately made Lei Qing's face turn extremely gloomy. He sneered, "Don't be so arrogant in front of me. If you're so capable, then walk out of this formation." The 5-elements illusion array is based on the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It transforms the myriad things in the world, causing those within the array to become lost in the illusions and never find a way out. Unfortunately, the 5 elements of your formation are not balanced, and the illusions it creates are full of flaws. Breaking your 5-elements illusion array will only take me the blink of an eye. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he led Meng Qingxue and the other person out of the 5-elements illusion array. The bizarre scene before them left the people behind, Lei Qing instantly petrified. Even Lei Qing's usually cold and stern face showed an expression of disbelief. He never expected that the 5-elements illusion array, a 3rd-grade intermediate array he had painstakingly created, would be so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen. Over the years, this was the first time Lei Qing had encountered someone his age who could completely overwhelm him in terms of array formation skills. "I admire your mastery of formations." Lei Qing forced himself to take a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "My name is Jiang Chen, and I come from Lingyun Martial Academy." "So you're from a Lingyun Martial Academy?" Lei Qing nodded and tossed the Thunderclap sword technique to Jiang Chen. At the same time, his cold voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. "Jiang Chen, I accept my defeat in today's formation contest wholeheartedly. But one day, I will come to Lingyun Martial Academy and defeat you. As Lei Qing spoke, he turned to leave with several students from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy, etc. Just then, Jiang Qin's calm voice came from behind them. Lei Qing paused in his steps. He turned to look at Jiang Chun, frowning slightly, and asked, "Is there anything else, sir? You can leave, but he must die." Jiang Qin pointed at the purple-clad youth and said calmly, "Snort." Lei Qing's face turned ashen as he coldly snorted. "Jiang Chun, don't go too far. Don't think that just because you broke my 5 elements illusion array, I'll be afraid of you." Jiang Chun said coldly, "I said from the beginning that no one can stop me from killing him today." "Good. Very good." Lei Qing laughed in fury, waving his hand at the purple-haired youth and the others. "You guys go first. I want to see how he kills you in front of me." "Yes, senior brother Lei." The purple-haired youth responded, gave Jiang Chun a mocking look, and then turned away smugly. Jiang Chun stared at the purple-haired boy who had turned and left, his icy words instantly echoing throughout the cave. "You think you can leave? D." As the shout fell, Jiang Chun immediately used the sky-stepping step, dodging Lei Qing as if by teleportation, and appeared above the purple-haired boy's head. "Senior brother Lei, save me." The purple-haired boy was instantly terrified, his face turning deathly pale, and he screamed in horror. But before his scream could even finish, Jiang Chen's foot had already stomped heavily on his head. The purple-haired youth's head exploded instantly under Jiang Chen's sky-stepping technique. He didn't even have time to utter a scream before he was dead beyond any hope of survival. "Jiang Chen, you actually dared to kill him." Looking at the purple-haired boy's corpse, Lei Qing stared coldly at Jiang Chun, his pupils burning with fury like flames. Chapter 76, Hatching the Fire-Scaled Beast. Advancing to 4th rank Beast Tamer. He was just a piece of trash. Killing him is no big deal. Jiang Chun looked at Lei Qing calmly. "If you want to avenge him, then go ahead and do it." Lei Qing's expression was extremely grim. "The young man before me has already reached the 9th level of Qi control. Moreover, the martial skill he just used was at least at the mid-level of the Xian rank, and even he wasn't confident he could withstand it. In terms of strength, this kid is in no way inferior to him. In terms of skill and formations, this kid is far superior to him. Even if he wanted to avenge the purple-haired boy, he probably wouldn't have the ability." "Jiang Chun, you wait, this isn't over." Lei Qing's gaze shifted uncertainly for a while before he coldly said something to Jiang Chun and turned to leave. After Lei Qing and the others left, Jiang Chun and his group also quickly left the cave. Having already obtained the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk, Jiang Chun did not linger in the Thundercloud Mountains for long. By evening, Jiang Chun and his group had already returned to the Qing Shuang Adventure Group's base. After dinner, he returned to the room that Yi Qing Shuang had arranged for him. Jiang Chun then took out the fire-scale beast hatching egg and placed it in front of him. He first took out a bottle of heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk and coated it thoroughly onto the surface of the fire Kirin beast's hatching egg. Then, following the method in his mind for repairing the fire Kirin beast's hatching egg, he quickly formed a hand seal. A moment later, all the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk on the surface of the fire Kirin beast's hatching egg was absorbed. Jiang Chun repeated this process 3 times in a row, finally restoring the damaged fire-scale beast hatching egg to its original state. "Ding! You have restored the fire Kirin beast hatching egg and gained 1,000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have become a 1st-grade beast tamer. Ding! You have become a 2nd-grade beast tamer." By restoring the fire-scale beast's hatching egg, Jiang Chun instantly became a 2nd-grade beast tamer, and his mind was instantly filled with a great deal of knowledge about beast taming. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly cast a beast-nurturing technique on the fire Kirin beast's hatching egg. In an instant, the fire-scale beast hatching egg, which had been completely still, suddenly began to wobble. A scorching heat emanated from the surface of the hatching egg, filling the room. A moment later, a cracking sound was heard. A crack appeared on the surface of the hatching egg, and then spread out like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, a bright red little head pushed open the cracked eggshell and emerged from the hatching egg. "Ding! You have hatched a rank 6 fire Kirin beast and gained 6,000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have become a rank 3 beast tamer. Ding! You have become a 4th grade beast tamer. As the system notification sounded in his mind, the Fire Kirin beast body was fully revealed in front of Jiang Chun. It has dragon horns, an oxtail, horse hooves, and faint red scales on its body. Its appearance bears a striking resemblance to the legendary mythical beast, the Qilin. Click, click. As Jiang Chun was examining the little guy in front of him, the little guy immediately bit into the eggshell and began to eat it in big bites. Soon, it ate all the eggshells that were incubating the egg. After the little guy ate the eggshell, its body rapidly swelled up. The fire-scaled beast, which was originally only the size of a kitten, suddenly became several times larger. Its aura was almost comparable to that of some second-grade demonic beasts. This little guy, it was born with strength comparable to a second-grade demon beast. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chun was also amazed. As expected of a 6th-grade ancient beast with divine beast bloodline, it is truly too powerful. Chapter 77, Moonmark Merchant Guild. After eating the eggshell, the Fire Kirin beast trotted over to Jiang Chun and started acting cute. The Fire Kirin beast was very affectionate towards Jiang Chun, its master who had hatched it. Jiang Chun patted the Fire Kirin beast's head and said with a smile, "Little guy, I'll call you Little Fire from now on." The fire-scaled beast tilted its head and thought for a while before finally nodding reluctantly. He seemed dissatisfied with the name Jiang Chun had given him. "Can you understand me?" Jiang Chun looked astonished, then couldn't help but ask, "Little Fire, can your body shrink even more? As this creature grows, its size will definitely increase. If he can't turn back, he can't keep having a huge creature following him around every day." Upon hearing this, the fire-scaled beast's body shrank dramatically, quickly becoming exactly the same as when it was first born. "Not bad, not bad." Jiang Chun nodded with a smile. This makes it much easier to take the little guy out. After teasing the Fire Kirin beast for a while, Jiang Chun, who had been busy all day, finally collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Chun was awakened by a knock on the door. After tidying up briefly, Jiang Chun opened the door and saw Meng Qingxue standing there. Just then, a fiery red shadow darted out of the room. It nimbly jumped onto Meng Qingxue's shoulder and waved its little paws to greet her. Fire-scaled beast. Meng Qingxue glanced at the little creature on her shoulder and looked at Jiang Chun in surprise. "You really hatched it?" "As I said, as long as we find the heavenly bamboo shoot spirit milk, hatching it will not be difficult." Jiang Chun smiled faintly and asked, "You want to see me so early in the morning?" "It was Sister Qing Shuang who asked me to call you." Meng Qingxue's attention was completely drawn to the adorable little guy on her shoulder. She reached out and hugged the Fire Kirin beast, not even glancing at Jiang Chun. "The Moonmark Merchant Guild has sent people to the Azure Frost Adventurer Group. They want to see you." "Moon's Car Chamber of Commerce?" Jiang Chun was clearly taken aback when he heard Meng Qingxue's words. Moonmark Merchant Guild is one of the largest merchant guilds in the Great Xia Kingdom. The Moonmark Chamber of Commerce is powerful, with its branches covering almost all the cities in the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom. It can be said that in the Great Xia Kingdom, there are very few people who haven't heard of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Jiang Chun found it strange, as he had never had any dealings with the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. Why would the people from the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce be looking for him? Jiang Chun ignored Meng Qingxue, who was having a great time playing with the Fire Kirin beast, and walked straight outside. Enter the council hall of the Azure Frost Adventurers. Jiang Chun saw Yi Qing chatting with a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. "Jiang Chun, you've arrived." Yi Qing looked at Jiang Chun as he walked into the council hall and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. This is President Chui of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce in Thunderstone City. Master Jiang, I am Chui Fu from the Moonmark Merchant Guild in Thunderstone City. I apologize for disturbing you." The middle-aged man quickly stood up and spoke to Jiang Chun very politely. "President Chui, you're too kind." Jiang Chun smiled faintly and went straight to the point. "President Chui, please speak frankly about what you need me for. Since Master Jiang is so straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush. To be honest, my Moonmark Merchant Guild in Thunderstone City urgently needs a formation master to set up a grade 3 spirit formation." Chui Fu looked at Jiang Chun with a sincere expression. I hope Master Jiang can come with me. My Moonmar Chamber of Commerce will definitely reward you handsomely. Chapter 78, You're Not Worthy to Assist Me. After learning of Chui Fu's purpose, Jiang Chun gladly accepted Chui Fu's invitation. The Moonmark merchants are powerful and control almost half of the commerce in the Great Xia Kingdom. If he could get to know some people from the Moonmark Merchant Guild, it would definitely be beneficial to him. 20 minutes later, Chui Fu led Jiang Chun to a courtyard in the backyard of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Chun discovered that there were already about 10 figures standing there. At the very front, a middle-aged man in white and a young man in his early 20s in purple stood side by side. Behind them were about a dozen people dressed in the attire of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, who appeared to be alchemists and beast tamers from a guild. However, their grades are not high. They all seem to be only second grade. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on a giant eagle in the center of the courtyard. The giant eagle was enormous. Its wings, which shimmered with faint lightning, were over 10 feet long. However, the giant eagle's feathers were disheveled. Its entire body was covered in bloodstains, and it appeared extremely weak, clearly indicating that it had suffered severe injuries. A grade 3 demonic beast, Thunderwing Divine Eagle. And it was an injured Thunderwing Eagle. Looking at the giant eagle in the center of the courtyard, Jiang Chun was also shocked. Could it be that Chui Fu summoned him here just for this Thunderwing Divine Eagle? Lord Yu, I've already invited Master Jiang. While Jiang Chun was still in shock, Chui Fu led him to the middle-aged man in white and said respectfully. The man in white was about 40 years old, with a handsome and refined appearance, and exuded an unfathomable aura. Jiang Chun felt a chill run down his spine. This middle-aged man in white is very strong. He is probably at least a master of the innate realm, or even the opening origin realm. President Chui, don't tell me this kid is the third-grade array master you found. Just as Jiang Chun was sizing up the middle-aged man in white in front of him, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from his side. Jiang Chun raised his head slightly and saw that the purple-clad youth next to the white-robed middle-aged man was looking at him with disdain. Master Kong, Master Jiang is indeed a third-grade array master, and the only third-grade array master in Thunderstone City right now. Upon seeing this, Chui Fu frowned slightly. President Chui, the art of array formations is profound and ever-changing. Even if an ordinary person studies it for 10 or 8 years, it is impossible for them to become a third-grade array master. Even among the array formation geniuses of the Gong family in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, those who can reach the third-grade array formation master level by the age of 20 are few and far between. Don't tell me this kid can compare to those array geniuses from the Gong family? The young man in purple immediately sneered disdainfully. Whether I'm a third-grade array master or not is none of your business. Are you out of your mind? Before Chui Fu could speak, Jiang Chun gave the purple-clad youth a cold look and said irritably, Boy, the Moonmark Merchant Guild invited you here to help me heal this Thunderwing Divine Eagle. As a beast tamer, I have devised a healing method for the Thunderwing Divine Eagle, but requires the assistance of a grade 3 spirit gathering array. If you can't set up a grade 3 spirit gathering array, you'd better not come out and embarrass yourself. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong during the treatment, the consequences will be unbearable for you. The young man in purple stared at Jiang Chun, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. This kid actually dared to talk to him like that. He's practically asking for death. It seems that we really do need to treat this Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Jiang Chun nodded, then glanced at the purple-clad youth with disdain. But you're not worthy of my assistance. Chapter 79, What kind of garbage method is this? Kid, what the hell did you say? Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, the young man immediately flew into a rage, his eyes practically spitting fire as he looked at Jiang Chun. Uncle Yu, it seems I can't cure the wound on your Thunderwing Divine Eagle. You should find someone else to treat it. As the young man in purple spoke, he turned and was about to turn and leave. Nephew Kong Mo, you're the only third-grade beast tamer around Leisure City right now. I'm afraid the injuries on my Thunderwing Divine Eagle are truly beyond your ability to heal. The middle-aged man in white smiled and said something to Kong Mo, then looked at Jiang Chun and said, Young brother, would you do me the honor of helping to heal my Thunderwing Divine Eagle? Can. Jiang Chun nodded and said calmly. He naturally had to give face to the middle-aged man in white. Thank you. The middle-aged man in white thanked him, then looked at Kong Mo and said, Nephew Kong Mo, can you tell me about your treatment plan now? Uncle Yu, your Thunderwing Divine Eagle, is severely injured and is on the verge of death. I need a Grade 3 Thunder Spirit Pill and a Grade 3 Spirit Gathering Array, along with my Grade 3 Beast Tamer's Beast Healing Technique, to restore the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Kong Mo said with a confident expression. What kind of garbage method is this? Just then, a faint, cold laugh rang in Kong Mo's ears. Kid, who do you think you are? I am a Rank 3 Beast Tamer. What right do you have to call my methods trash? Kong Mo's expression darkened, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A third-grade Beast Tamer. Is that so great? Jiang Chun smiled dismissively, then said decisively, I can tell you with certainty that if you follow this treatment method, the Thunderwing Divine Eagle will surely die. Hearing Jiang Chen's resolute words, everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The middle-aged man in white couldn't help but ask, Young man, are you also a beast tamer? Jiang Chun said calmly, I am merely a fourth-grade beast tamer. Holy crap, a fourth-grade beast tamer? This kid's just bragging, isn't he? Isn't it obvious? Even Kong Mo from the Kong family, next to him, is only a third-grade beast tamer. How could he possibly become a fourth-grade beast tamer? A third-grade array master is already suspicious enough, but now he claims to be a fourth-grade beast tamer? Isn't that just nonsense? In the courtyard, the members of the Moonmark Merchant Guild couldn't help but mock Jiang Chun with disdain. Haha, kid, I think you're just bragging without thinking. Kong Ma felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed wildly as he looked at Jiang Chun. If you were a third-grade array master and a fourth-grade beast tamer, I'd change my name from now on. While both the Thunder Spirit Pill and the Spirit Gathering Array help the Thunderwing Divine Eagle recover, they're both extremely powerful. With your abilities as a third-grade beast tamer, you simply can't handle it. Jiang Chun said indifferently, If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. What this kid said seems to make some sense. Yes. If the Thunder Spirit Pill and the Spirit Gathering Array are used on the Thunderwing Divine Eagle at the same time, even a third-grade beast tamer might not be able to handle it. If the tamer can't control these two domineering powers, given the Thunderwing Divine Eagle's current state, it will surely die. As soon as Jiang Chun said this, the alchemists and beast tamers of the dozen or so Moonmark Merchant Guild couldn't help but start discussing it. Hearing the whispers around him, Kong Mo's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Chapter 80, it's just a fourth-grade pill. I can just refine one. Great, very good. Since you say my method is garbage, then come up with a method that isn't garbage. Kong Mo laughed in anger, his gaze icy as he stared at Jiang Chun. If you can't produce it, don't blame me for being impolite. The solution is simple. Just replace the Thunder Spirit Pill with a Grade 4 Purple Thunder Profound Pill. The Purple Thunder Mystic Pill is not only of higher quality, but also has a purer and gentler medicinal effect. It is not only free of any risks, but its effects are many times better than the Thunder Spirit Pill. You, a Rank 3 Beast Tamer, don't even know this basic common sense? I bet you picked up that Rank 3 Beast Tamer badge you're wearing. Jiang Chun glanced at Kong Mo indifferently and said casually, Haha, is this the method you were talking about? Kong Mo couldn't help but burst into a disdainful laugh. Kid, I thought you had some brilliant ideas, but it turns out you're nothing special. Don't fucking try to show off your intelligence in front of me. Do you think I don't know how good the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill is? If Thunderstone City had Purple Thunder Mystic Pills right now, would I need you to teach me? The members of the Moonmark Merchant Guild in the courtyard also couldn't help but shake their heads. They certainly knew that the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill was better than the Thunder Spirit Pill. However, in Leisure City, there is simply no fourth-grade alchemist who can refine the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. Isn't this kid's idea just a waste of time? Jiang Chun remained calm and said casually, It's just a fourth-grade pill. I could just refine one. What's the big deal? Quiet. At this moment, the courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chun as if he were an idiot. Purple Thunder Mystic Pill, a fourth-grade elixir. Is this something you can just make whenever you want? Not to mention in Thunderstone City, even in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, there are only a handful of fourth-grade alchemists who can refine the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. Haha, kid, Don't tell me you're a fourth-grade alchemist. Kong Emo almost burst out laughing. Jiang Chun said calmly, "Congratulations, you guessed right. I really am a fourth-grade alchemist." Upon hearing Jiang Chun acknowledge his status as a fourth-grade alchemist once again, everyone in the courtyard was dumbfounded and utterly speechless. They'd seen plenty of people who could brag, but they'd never met anyone as good at bragging as this guy in front of them. A mere 15 or 16-year-old boy first claimed to be a third-grade array master, then admitted to being a fourth-grade beast tamer, and now he's even boasting that he's a fourth-grade alchemist. If you're really that awesome, why don't you just fly to the moon? Young man, are you telling the truth? I don't want you to spout nonsense in front of me. At that moment, even a usually composed, middle-aged man in white couldn't help but frown slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. How could a 15 or 16-year-old boy possibly possess the skills of a third-grade array master, a fourth-grade beast tamer, and a fourth-grade alchemist all at once? That's utterly absurd. Whether it's just empty talk or not, we'll find out by trying. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then turned his head to look at Chui Fu, who was already dumbfounded. Beside him, President Chui, your Moonmark Merchant Guild should be able to gather the materials for the Purple Thunder Profound Pill, right? Yes, you can. Chui Fu finally came to his senses and quickly said. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly, and his arrogant voice instantly echoed throughout the courtyard. Then please trouble Chairman Chui to bring over a set of materials for the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill. Right here, in public, I will refine the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill. Chapter 81, I have never failed at alchemy. What? Jiang Chen's arrogant words immediately caused everyone in the courtyard to widen their eyes. They all stared at Jiang Chen in horror. This kid actually wants to refine the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill in front of all of them. Purple Thunder Mystic Pill. That's a mid-grade, fourth-rank pill. Even some renowned fourth-grade alchemists in the Great Xia Kingdom might not be able to easily refine the Purple Thunder Profound Pill. How could this kid possibly refine the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill? Young man, I, Kong Mo, have never admired anyone in my life, but today I have to admire you. With your talent for boasting, you're probably unparalleled in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Kong Mo gave a cold laugh. He turned directly to the middle-aged man in white beside him and said, Uncle Yu, this kid is just a bragging idiot. His presence will only hinder my healing of the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Let's just kick him out. The middle-aged man in white ignored Kong Mo. He stared at Jiang Chen for a while before saying indifferently, Chui Fu, go and prepare some materials for the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill. He had met countless people in his life, and the young man who could remain calm and confident in front of him at this moment was truly one of the most rare he had ever seen. The middle-aged man in white suddenly had a feeling. The boy in front of me is definitely not the boastful idiot that Kong Mo described. Perhaps this young man really can refine the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill. If that's true, then this young man is definitely a one-in-a-million alchemy genius. This moment, the middle-aged man in white even felt a sense of anticipation. I don't need several portions. One portion is all I need. Jiang Chen waved his hand. His words, though seemingly casual, exuded an air of domineering power. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone in the courtyard couldn't help but twitch their lips. This kid only wants one set of materials. Does he really want to successfully refine the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill in one go? This is absolutely insane. For alchemists, the higher the grade of the elixir, the lower the success rate. Generally speaking, even if a fourth-grade alchemist wants to refine a fourth-grade pill, it is normal to fail 10 or 8 times before successfully refining one. Even if this kid really is a fourth-grade alchemist, there is absolutely no chance of him succeeding in refining an alchemy on the first try, except by sheer luck. Are you sure? The middle-aged man in white was also greatly shocked by Jiang Chen's words. Certainly, Jiang Chen smiled confidently. I've never failed at alchemy. What an arrogant, confident, and domineering little guy. Since that's the case, then let me see if your skills are really as monstrous as you claim. He took a deep breath and then glanced at Chui Fu, who was still in a daze. Chui Fu, quickly go and get the materials for the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill. Yes. Chui Fu snapped out of his daze and quickly ran out of the courtyard. A few minutes later, Chui Fu brought back the materials for the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill. Jiang Chen took the materials, retrieved a pill furnace from his storage ring, and entered a pill refining state as if no one else was around. Jiang Chun moved very quickly. With the system's 100x success rate boost, even the occasional problems encountered during the alchemy process were perfectly resolved by Jiang Chun. Half an hour later, as Jiang Chun formed a hand seal for condensing the elixir, a rich fragrance of elixir instantly filled the center of the courtyard. This kid actually managed to refine a 4th-grade pill, the Purple Thunder Profound Pill, and it succeeded on the first try. Looking at the scene before me, everyone in the courtyard stared blankly, their eyes filled with unprecedented horror. Chapter 82. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? Wow, I never expected that he would actually be a 4th-grade alchemist. He's not just a 4th-grade alchemist. He's many times stronger than an ordinary 4th-grade alchemist. This guy is truly monstrous. Compared to him, all the alchemy geniuses I've seen before are utter trash. In the courtyard, it took the alchemists from the Moonmark Merchant Guild a while to recover from their shock. They all looked at Jiang Chun with awe and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. A 4th-grade alchemy master. And such a young 4th-grade alchemy master. This is probably an unprecedented phenomenon in the thousands of years of history of the Great Xia Kingdom. How is this possible? Kong Mo also stared blankly at Jiang Chun, letting out a low growl of disbelief. Purple Thunder Mystic Pill. How could this kid possibly refine a 4th-grade Purple Thunder Profound Pill? Nothing is impossible in this world. Jiang Chun's lips curled slightly. What's more, something even more impossible will happen right in front of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun took out the Purple Thunder Profound Pill from the alchemy furnace and walked up to the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. He first fed the Purple Thunder Mystic Pill into the mouth of the Thunderwing Divine Eagle, then took out the materials and quickly arranged them around the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. Activate the Spirit Gathering Array. A few minutes later, Jiang Chun waved his hands in the air, and an array enveloped the Thunderwing Divine Eagle. All around, countless streams of spiritual energy frantically converged into the formation at this moment. Hiss! In the courtyard, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This guy really is a 3rd-grade array master. However, after setting up the 3rd-grade Spirit Gathering Array, Jiang Chun showed no sign of stopping. He crossed and changed the shape of his palms in midair, and a beast healing technique that only a 4th-grade beast tamer could use appeared before everyone's eyes. In an instant, everyone in the courtyard was completely petrified. They originally thought that the boy in front of them was just an idiot who was bragging about things beyond belief. But now it seems they were the ones who were truly ridiculously foolish. That person isn't stupid. That person is truly awesome, and awesome in a way that defies description. 3rd rank Formation Master. 4th rank Beast Tamer. 4th-grade Alchemist. These 3 incredibly prestigious titles actually appeared on a boy who was only 15 or 16 years old. How could there be such a monster in this world? Meanwhile, Kong Mo, standing to the side, felt as if he had been hit by a critical strike. His expression was numb, his mind a complete blank. A 15 or 16-year-old boy can easily surpass 99% of the geniuses in the world in all aspects of formations, beast taming, and alchemy. Is this even something a human could do? I never imagined that there would actually be such a monstrous young man in this world. Seeing Jiang Chun's shocking actions, even the middle-aged man in white, who was used to all kinds of storms, was still unable to recover from the shock for a long time. As an elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, he has seen countless geniuses in his life. He had not only seen geniuses from the Great Xia Kingdom, but also geniuses from outside the Great Xia Kingdom. But among these geniuses, none of them impressed him as much as the boy before him. Such an all-around prodigy can no longer be described as a once-in-a-millennium talent. This is simply unprecedented and will never be repeated. Stunning. It's absolutely stunning. Chapter 83, Moonmark Merchant Guild Supreme, Golden Token. I never expected that you, young brother, are such an all-around genius with exceptional talent in array formations, beast taming, and alchemy. Today has truly broadened my horizons. I am Yang Zhu, an elder of the Wuhan Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for your help, young brother. The middle-aged man in white, looking on with amazement, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Jiang Chun and said, "May I ask who you are, young brother?" "My name is Jiang Chun, and I come from Lingyun Martial Academy." Jiang Chun smiled faintly. It's just out of interest. I've dabbled in various things. So please excuse my ignorance, Elder Yu. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the members of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce in the courtyard couldn't help but feel ashamed. Holy crap! You, in any aspect, formation, beast taming, alchemy, can easily crush all of us. They're already so amazing, yet they claim they've only had a slight involvement. Isn't this just deliberately trying to hurt people? I never expected that Lingyun Martial Academy would produce such an unparalleled genius as Brother Jiang Chun. It seems that Lingyun Martial Academy will definitely shine in the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom in a few months. Yangzu looked at Jiang Chun with a smile. He suddenly moved his hand and took out a golden token engraved with a crescent moon from his storage ring. Brother Jiang Chun, this is the supreme golden token of my Moonmark Merchant Guild. With this token, you can make free purchases at any branch of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. I don't have anything valuable on me, so I can only express my feelings with this. I hope Brother Jiang Chun will accept it. As an elder of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, how astute is Munyang's Hao's insight? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, given this young man's talent, he will likely become a renowned figure across the divine martial continent within 10 years. It's entirely worthwhile to befriend someone like that using a supreme gold token from the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Seeing the golden token in Yangzu's hand, not to mention the Yuan Chamber of Commerce members in the courtyard were stunned. Even Kong Mo showed a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred. This is the Moonmark Merchant Guild's supreme gold token. Even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, the number of people who can obtain the Moonmark Merchant Guild's supreme golden token can be counted on one hand. What makes this guy so special that he actually managed to obtain a supreme gold token from the Moonmark Merchant Guild? Thank you for your kindness, Elder Yu. I will respectfully accept your offer. Jiang Chun didn't stand on ceremony. He smiled slightly at Yu Yangzu and put away the supreme golden token of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Haha, great. Today, he not only healed the Thunderwing Divine Eagle's injuries, but also met a peerless hero like Jiang Chun. Yu Yangzu was naturally in a great mood. He laughed heartily as he looked at Jiang Chun. Brother Jiang Chun, please come into the inner courtyard with me for a chat, and let me entertain you properly. Elder Yu, you're too kind. Jiang Chun smiled slightly and said, I still have matters to attend to and cannot stay in Leisure City for long. When I arrive in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom in the future, I will definitely visit Elder Yu. Since Brother Jiang Chun has something to attend to, I won't insist. Yangzi nodded and smiled. Then I will be at the headquarters of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce, awaiting Brother Jiang Chen's arrival. After leaving the Moonmark Merchant Guild, Jiang Chun returned to the Azure Frost Adventure Group, then bid farewell to Yi Qingshuang with Meng Qingxue and left Thunderstone City. A day later, Jiang Chun returned to the Jiang family in Songshan City and learned that the Lin and Li families had already withdrawn from Songshan City, and the entire city had been taken over by the Jiang family. Seeing that the Jiang family posed no threat in Songshan City, Jiang Chun set up a third-grade defensive formation in the Jiang family compound, and then returned to Lingyun Martial Academy with Meng Qingxue. Chapter 84 My Things Are Mine. You can't just take them as you please. On the night Jiang Chun and the others returned to Lingyun Martial Academy, Meng Qingxue's tiny death body suddenly flared up, causing her to fall into a coma. Therefore, early the next morning, Jiang Chun went straight to the Baodan Pavilion and found Tang Sheng, preparing to collect materials to refine the ancient Xianyang pill. Brother Jiang Chun, among the materials you mentioned, the Xianfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Ginseng are too rare. Our Baodan Pavilion does not have them. These two medicinal herbs are probably only available from the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Tang Sheng shook his head and gave a wry smile, then looked at Jiang Chun and said, I'll send someone to check with the Moonmark Merchant Guild. If they have these two medicinal herbs, I'll have someone buy them. No need. I'll go to the Moonmark Merchant Guild myself. Jiang Chun waved his hand and said, now that he has the supreme golden token of the Moonmark Merchant Guild in his hands, getting two kinds of medicinal materials from the Moonmark Merchant Guild is a piece of cake. After leaving Baodan Pavilion, Jiang Chun turned through several streets and came to a magnificent building. Above the main entrance of this building, the four large, elegant characters of Moonlight Merchant Guild stand out prominently. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? As Jiang Chun entered the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, a beautiful waitress from the Chamber of Commerce walked towards him with a big smile. Jiang Chun nodded and asked, "Does your merchant guild carry the Xianfeng Essence Stone and the Dragonblood Ginseng?" "Please wait a moment, sir." As the pretty waitress spoke, she skillfully took out a list of items from the counter next to her and began to look through it. About 2 minutes later, the beautiful waitress looked up at Jiang Chun and smiled. "Sir, you're in luck. Our Chamber of Commerce happens to have a Xianfeng Essence Stone and a Dragon Blood Spirit Ginseng. Could you please fetch these 2 medicinal herbs for me?" Jiang Chun didn't waste any words and went straight to the beautiful waitress. "Wait, I want the Phoenix Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Ginseng." Just then, a faint, cold shout suddenly came from behind Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun frowned. He turned around and saw a somewhat familiar-looking young man in white walking towards him. "Bai Zixuan, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Chun looked at the white-clad youth, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. This young man in white was none other than Bai Zixuan, the one who had clashed with Yan Qingxian at Qingxian residence and was eventually expelled by him. "It doesn't mean anything." A cold glint flashed in Bai Zixuan's eyes, and he sneered, "I've also taken a liking to the Xianfeng Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Ginseng. Is that not allowed?" Bai Zixuan harbored extreme hatred for Jiang Chun. He was originally a genius alchemist in the Lingyun Martial Academy and was fortunate enough to receive guidance from Yan Qingxian, so he had a bright future in the field of alchemy. But all of this was ruined by this kid in front of me. Because of this kid, he was even expelled from Qingxian residence by Yan Qingxian. This was an utter disgrace to the proud Bai Zixuan. Now that he has encountered Jiang Chun at the Moonmark Merchant Guild, Bai Zixuan naturally has no intention of letting Jiang Chun go and wants to teach Jiang Chun a lesson. So what if you like it? Everyone comes to the Moonmark Merchant Guild to buy things, so there has to be a first-come, first-served order. I've already bought the Phoenix Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Ginseng. You can't just take what's mine. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to be kicked out like you were at Qingxian residence last time, you'd better get as far away from me as possible. Jiang Chun stared coldly at Bai Zixuan, his calm voice echoing throughout the hall. Chapter 85, What right do you have to show off in front of me? Jiang Chun, don't be so arrogant. Do you think the Moonmark Merchant Guild is your personal property? You think you can just kick me out like that? You said you bought these 2 medicinal herbs. Did you pay for them? Since you didn't pay, then these 2 medicinal herbs are not yours yet. Upon hearing Jiang Chun mention Qingxian residence, a look of embarrassment and anger involuntarily appeared on Bai Zixuan's face. He gave a cold laugh, then said to the beautiful waitress, "Miss, I'll take the Phoenix Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Ginseng." However, the beautiful waitress from the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce remained unmoved by Bai Zixuan's words. She smiled at Bai Zixuan and said, "I'm sorry, but our Moonmark Merchant Guild has its own principles. The Phoenix Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Ginseng have already been chosen by this gentleman." Bai Zixuan's expression darkened, and he immediately took out a token from his person. He looked at the beautiful waitress and said calmly, "I have a VIP pass from the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Now you can sell me the medicinal herbs, right?" The beautiful waitress immediately looked embarrassed. To be honest, she didn't like Bai Zixuan, that arrogant guy, at all. However, the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce has clear regulations. Those who hold a Moonmark Merchant Guild VIP token can indeed enjoy discounts and priority purchasing rights at the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Moreover, someone who possesses a VIP token from the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce is someone a mere waitress like her could never afford to offend. Holy crap, isn't that Bai Zixuan, the young city lord of Lingyun City? Yes, who is that kid over there? He actually dares to try and steal something from Bai Zixuan. This is utterly absurd. To go against Bai Zixuan in Lingyun City is simply courting death. The argument between Jiang Chun and Bai Zixuan quickly attracted the attention of other guests in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce Hall. They immediately began to discuss among themselves, and their gazes toward Jiang Chun held a hint of pity. The surrounding chatter only made Bai Zixuan feel even more smug. He arrogantly shouted at the beautiful waitress, "Hurry up and bring me the Phoenix Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Ginseng, or I'll kick you out of the Moonmark Merchant Guild right now." Upon hearing Bai Zixuan's words, the pretty waitress's face instantly turned deathly pale. The young lord of Lingyun City is openly threatening a woman. Don't you feel ashamed? She won't be kicked out of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, and you can't take my Phoenix Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Ginseng away either. Jiang Yunhong gave Bai Zishuan a cold look. I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight immediately. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll be kicked out of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Haha, Jiang Yunhong. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew when you talk big? Bai Zishuan laughed loudly, raised the token in his hand, and said arrogantly, I am a VIP of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. Who dares to kick me out of here? Jiang Yunhong glanced at the token in Bai Zishuan's hand. The shape of this token is somewhat similar to the supreme gold token of the Moonmark Merchant Guild that Moon Yangzhou gave him. However, the one in Bai Zishuan's hand was merely a bronze token. Compared to his supreme golden token, this thing is leagues below. He immediately looked at Bai Zishuan with a contemptuous smile. It's just the lowest level bronze VIP token from the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Why do you have to show off in front of me? Chapter 86. I could get rid of you back then, and I still can now. Jiang Yunhong's arrogant words immediately made everyone look at him as if he were a fool. The Moonmark Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the Great Xia Kingdom. It is not only powerful, but also incredibly wealthy. In the Great Xia Kingdom, almost everyone wants to be a VIP of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Even the most ordinary bronze VIP token from the Moonmark Merchant Guild is a symbol of status and power. Why does this kid have to look down on the Moonmark Merchant Guild's bronze VIP token? Haha, Jiang Yunhong, I think you're out of your mind. Bai Zishuan laughed arrogantly with a disdainful look. You say I'm not qualified to show off in front of you? Do you think you could produce a silver VIP token from the Moonmark Merchant Guild? Jiang Yunhong said expressionlessly, I don't have a silver VIP token, but I can still get you kicked out of here. Jiang Yunhong, don't try to be clever with me. Bai Zishuan laughed in fury, his gaze dark as he stared at Jiang Yunhong. I'll soon show you who's kicking whom out today. What happened? Just then, a faint angry shout suddenly rang out in the hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with an imposing presence slowly walking into the hall. This middle-aged man was none other than Wu Jiannan, the president of the Lingyun City branch of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. President Wu, you've come at the perfect time. I've come to your Moonmark Merchant Guild to purchase Phoenix Essence Stones and Dragon Blood Ginseng. According to the rules, I have your Chamber of Commerce's VIP pass, which gives me priority in purchasing. But this kid insists on causing trouble here. Please kick him out. Bai Zishuan looked at Wu Jiannan approaching and said calmly, Young Master Bai is too kind. Our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce is open to business. Anyone who enters our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce is our guest. Wu Jiannan smiled faintly and said, However, since young City Lord Bai has a VIP token from my Moonmark Merchant Guild, he naturally has the right to purchase first. I will have someone bring you the Phoenix Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Ginseng right away. As Wu Jiannan spoke, he was about to instruct the beautiful waitress to bring the medicinal herbs to Bai Zishuan. Wait a moment. Just then, a faint voice suddenly rang in Wu Jiannan's ear. Wu Jiannan tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on Jiang Yunhong. Young man, you seem to have a problem with this? That's right. Jiang Yunhong nodded and said, I was the one who set my sights on the Xianfeng Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Ginseng first, so you can't sell them to him. Jiang Yunhong, you must have a death wish to cause trouble at the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Bai Zishuan immediately sneered with disdain. You think you could just say you can't sell it to me, and that's it? Who do you think you are? I said I could kick you out of Yan Qingxuan's Qingxian residence back then, and I can kick you out of the Moonmark Merchant Guild today. As Jiang Yunhong spoke, he immediately took out the supreme golden token that Yang Prefecture had given him. He placed the supreme golden token in front of the middle-aged man, pointed at Bai Zishuan, and said calmly, President Wu, I only have one question for you. Can this token in my hand make him get out of my sight? Wu Jiannan stared intently at the supreme golden token that Jiang Yunhong had casually taken out, his eyes immediately revealing undisguised shock. The young man before us actually possesses the supreme golden token of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. This moment, Wu Jiannan was extremely shocked, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Chapter 87. The Tragedy of Bai Zishuan. Moonshadow Merchant Guild Supreme Gold Token. This is the highest level VIP pass from the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Those who hold the Supreme Gold Token can not only enjoy free consumption at any branch of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, but also have rights equivalent to those of the Chamber of Commerce elders. However, the Moonmark Merchant Guild has an extremely limited number of supreme gold tokens, and even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, only a handful of people possess them. Even ordinary outsiders are completely unaware of the existence of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce's supreme golden token. Wu Jianan had been involved with the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce for over 10 years, and this was the first time he had ever seen the true face of the supreme golden token. "Sir, I was blind to your greatness before, and I apologize for my rudeness." Wu Jianan snapped out of his daze and immediately stood cautiously in front of Jiang Chun like a child who had made a mistake, his expression as respectful as could be. "What?" Looking at this incredible scene before my eyes. Not only Bai Zixuan was stunned, the surrounding onlookers were equally astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Who is Wu Jianan? This is the president of the Lingyun City branch of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. In terms of status, he is almost comparable to the city lord of Lingyun City. Yet, this very person turned into this pathetic mess after seeing the token Jiang Chun presented. What the hell is going on? President Wu, your Moonmark Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any golden VIP tokens at all. The VIP token he is must be fake. Don't be fooled by him. After being stunned for a while, Bai Zixuan finally came to his senses and roared in disbelief. "Whether our Moonmark Merchant Guild has a gold VIP pass or not, I know better than you do." Wu Jianan stared coldly at Bai Zixuan. "Young City Lord Bai, our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce does not welcome you. You can get out of here." Bai Zixuan trembled with rage, staring at Wu Jianan in disbelief. "Wu Jianan, what the hell did you say?" "Young City Lord Bai, I don't want to say the same thing a second time." Wu Jianan's face turned cold. "Are you going to leave on your own, or should I make you get out?" "Wu Jianan, don't push your luck." Bai Zixuan glared angrily at Wu Jianan. "I am a VIP of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. You are the president of a branch of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. What right do you have to kick me out?" "President Wu, isn't your efficiency in getting things done a bit too low? Get him out of here right now, and then give me the Phoenix Essence Stone and the Dragon Blood Ginseng. I have no time to waste with him here." Just then, Jiang Qin's very dissatisfied voice rang directly in Wu Jianan's ear. Hearing Jiang Qin's displeased voice, Wu Jianan's heart trembled. He didn't waste any more words with Bai Zixuan and appeared beside him in a flash. Bai Zixuan's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Wu Jianan, how dare you!" However, before Bai Zixuan could finish a shout, Wu Jianan grabbed his shoulder and lifted him up. Immediately, Wu Jianan dragged Bai Zixuan and threw him out of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce as if he were trash. The scene before them immediately silenced the Moonmark Merchant Guild. The gazes of everyone looking at Jiang Chun were filled with undisguised horror. The dignified young city lord of Lingyun City was thrown out of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce by Wu Jianan because of this kid's words. Powerful. This kid is incredibly powerful. Chapter 88. You're injured. Comprehending the invincible body refining technique. After throwing Bai Zixuan out of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, Wu Jianan immediately ordered someone to deliver the Xianfeng Essence Stone and Dragon Blood Ginseng to Jiang Chun as quickly as possible. Jiang Chun accepted the two medicinal herbs, and then, with Wu Jianan's apologetic smile, left the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. After collecting the materials for the ancient profound Yang pill, Jiang Chun returned directly to the Lingyun Martial Academy to begin refining it. The ancient profound Yang pill is a 5th grade elixir, and it is extremely difficult to refine. Moreover, whether it's the essence blood of the Crimson Flame Phoenix, or the essence stone of the mysterious Phoenix, and the spirit ginseng of the Dragon Blood, there is only enough for one ancient profound Yang pill. Therefore, even with the system's 100-fold success rate boost, Jiang Chun still had to be extremely vigilant. From warming the furnace to preparing the medicine, Jiang Chun was extremely careful at every step. It took Jiang Chun a full half hour just to prepare the medicine. Even so, when Jiang Chun put the last ingredient, the essence blood of the Crimson Flame Phoenix, into the furnace, something unexpected still happened. The amount of the Crimson Flame Phoenix's essence blood was slightly excessive, causing the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace to become extremely violent. Jiang Chun's expression changed slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he added an ice soul grass in a flash, then forcibly reached into the alchemy furnace and pulled out a wisp of the crimson flame phoenix's essence blood. In an instant, Jiang Chen's hand, which was holding the crimson flame phoenix essence blood, immediately emitted a wisp of green smoke, almost being roasted by the domineering energy of the crimson flame phoenix essence blood. Ding! You're injured. Triggering 100-fold comprehension, you have comprehended the invincible body refining technique. Ding! You are injured. You have gained 100 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your invincible body refinement technique has successfully reached the first level. Jiang Chun completely ignored the notification sound that suddenly came to his mind. His gaze remained fixed on the alchemy furnace in front of him until it gradually calmed down, at which point he breathed a slight sigh of relief. After about 10 more minutes, the essence and blood of the crimson flame phoenix finally merged with the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace. With a single condensation technique, Jiang Chun successfully refined the ancient profound yang pill. After successfully refining the ancient profound yang pill, Jiang Chun began to organize the extra thoughts that had accumulated in his mind. He had forcibly extracted a wisp of the crimson flame phoenix's essence blood from the alchemy furnace, resulting in an injury to his hand. Unexpectedly, he comprehended a technique called the invincible body refining technique. Without a doubt, this invincible body refining technique is an extremely powerful body refining method. The invincible body refining technique has 9 levels. With each level of cultivation, his physical body would become stronger, with both his defense and recovery abilities increasing exponentially. For example, at the first level of the invincible body refinement technique, his physical strength alone is enough to confront a martial artist in the chi control realm head-on. If he cultivates to the second level, he will be able to easily fight against experts in the innate realm with his physical body. This invincible body refining technique is probably an ancient body refining method that is extremely difficult for ordinary people to cultivate. However, this was not a difficult task for Jiang Chun, who could cheat using the system. TSK, what a powerful and invincible body refining technique. I'll cultivate it to the second level first. Jiang Chun was amazed. Immediately, he swung his fist and punched himself in the shoulder. Ding! You've been punched. You've gained 100 by 100 experience points. Sure enough, as long as I get hit or injured, this invincible body refining technique will give me 100 times more experience. Jiang Chun was immediately excited and began to pound his fists against himself repeatedly. Chapter 89 Jiang Chun, get out here. Ding! You've been punched. Invincible body refinement technique has gained 100 by 100 experience points. Ding! You've been punched. Invincible body refinement technique has gained 100 by 100 experience points. Ding! Your invincible body refinement technique has reached the second level. After Jiang Chun gave himself a good beating, he quickly mastered the invincible body refining technique to the second level. Jiang Chun also clearly felt that his physique was many times stronger than before. With his current defense, even if he stood there and let an ordinary chi control realm martial artist attack him, they probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense. After cultivating the invincible body refining technique to the second level, Jiang Chun took the ancient profound yang pill to Meng Qingshue's room. After giving Meng Qingxue the ancient profound yang pill, Jiang Chun stayed by her side, observing her physical condition. When he saw that the ancient profound yang pill could indeed change the condition of the Taiyin severed meridian body, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Jiang Chun, get out here right now. Just then a cold, angry shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment, then strode outside. Upon exiting the courtyard, Jiang Chun saw Meng Dongxing standing angrily at the entrance. Around him, many students were watching and discussing the matter. Damn, Meng Dongxing was just punched to death by Jiang Chun a while ago, and now he still dares to come looking for trouble with Jiang Chun. Isn't he just asking for death? That's not necessarily true. I heard that after Meng Dongxing was defeated by Jiang Chun with one punch last time, he turned misfortune into blessing and broke through to the chi control realm in one fell swoop. Oh, if that's the case, then things are about to get interesting. Jiang Chun looked at Meng Dongxing at the entrance of the courtyard and couldn't help but smile faintly. I wonder who's been shouting here. Oh, it's you. Jiang Chun, what exactly did you do to my sister? Meng Dongxing glared angrily at Jiang Chun, his eyes practically spitting fire. Some time ago, he went to cause trouble for Jiang Chun, but ended up getting smashed by Jiang Chun with a single punch. Later, his sister Meng Qingxue got him a second-grade pill. During this time, Meng Dongxing took the pills his sister gave him, and not only did his injuries heal, but he also broke through to the Qi control realm in one fell swoop. Meng Dongxing had just emerged from seclusion after his breakthrough when he learned that his older sister, Meng Qingxue, had become Jiang Chen's maid. Meng Dongxing was naturally furious. Without saying a word, he immediately stormed over to Jiang Chen's residence. Your sister is my maid now, so of course I can do whatever I want with her. Jiang Chun curled his lip and said, I'll let you off the hook today because you're my maid's brother. You should leave now. Jiang Chun, I challenge you to a duel. Meng Dongxing trembled with rage, staring coldly at Jiang Chun. If you lose, release my sister immediately. Jiang Chun said casually, You're no match for me. Go back and train for another 10 or 8 years before we talk again. Jiang Chun, don't be so arrogant. Thanks to that punch you gave me last time, I've now broken through to the Qi control realm. Meng Dongxing stared coldly at Jiang Chun. If you're a man, then fight me if you dare. I just don't want to waste my time with you. Jiang Chun said calmly. Don't you know that even your sister is no match for me? That's laughable. How could you possibly be a match for my sister? You must have used some kind of trick to deceive my sister. Meng Dongxing snorted coldly. Jiang Chun, enough nonsense. Come with me to the dueling arena and let's have a showdown. Chapter 90 this time, it's my turn to let you hit me. Meng Dongxing, I was not going to hold it against you for your sister's sake. But since you insist on coming here to be tortured, I'll grant your wish. Jiang Chun stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Meng Dongxing calmly. If you want to fight me, then make your move. Meng Dongxing was stunned for a moment. Right here. Yes, right here. Jiang Chun said casually. This time it's your turn to hit me. I won't lift a finger. If you can push me back even one step, I'll consider a loss. Jiang Chen's arrogant words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding students. Holy crap, Jiang Chun is way too arrogant. Yes, Meng Dongxing has broken through to the Qi control realm. Even if he's not at his best, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take a step back. Damn, does this kid really think he's a genius on the Lingyun ranking? Jiang Chun, don't think that just because you defeated me with one punch last time, you can look down on people like this. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which showed no regard for him, Meng Dongxing's face immediately showed a look of embarrassment and anger. It's not that I look down on you. It's just that with your abilities, you're not qualified to be even slightly respected by me. Enough with the nonsense. Do you still want to challenge me? If you're going to take on a challenge, then do it now. Don't waste my time here. Jiang Chun pursed his lips and said impatiently. Jiang Chun, you asked for this. I'll show you soon enough what the consequences of being so arrogant in front of me will be. Meng Dongxing roared furiously, his face contorted with rage. Immediately, he pushed off the ground, and his body shot towards Jiang Chun like a rock spreading its wings. A fierce fist force, as powerful as thunder, struck straight at Jiang Chen's chest. However, faced with Meng Dongxing's thunderous punch, Jiang Chen remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back, without making a sound. Holy crap, Jiang Chun didn't even manage to set up a protective shield? Does he really intend to physically withstand Meng Dongxing's attack? Holy crap, this guy is insane. Seeing that Jiang Chun didn't make a single move. He didn't even use his internal energy to form a protective aura around his body. All the students watching from all around stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with utter shock. You should know that Meng Dongxing is now a genuine Qi control realm martial artist. Even a master of the innate realm couldn't possibly withstand Meng Dongxing's attack without retreating an inch. Could he? Bang! Just as everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's actions, a crisp impact sound rang out in midair. Immediately, everyone saw Meng Dongxing let out a muffled groan, and then he staggered back 7 or 8 steps. On the other hand, Jiang Chun stood there calmly and nonchalantly. How is this possible? Was Meng Dongxing holding back with that punch just now? The scene before their eyes completely stunned the countless students who were watching the spectacle. They never expected that Jiang Chun would actually withstand Meng Dongxing's attack with his own body. Of course, that's secondary. What surprised the most was that Jiang Chun not only did not retreat a single step after this attack, but also sent Meng Dongxing flying. Is this guy even human? Such a powerful physique is even stronger than some second-grade demonic beasts. Chapter 91 Your punch was no different from a tickle. You've practiced body-refining techniques? Meng Dongxing stared blankly, his gaze toward Jiang Chun revealing undisguised horror. Although he didn't use any martial arts techniques in that punch, he used almost all of his strength. Even so, his punch not only failed to knock Jiang Chun back a step, but instead sent him staggering back several steps. Even his fists were aching slightly. The feeling was as if his punch hadn't hit a person, but rather an incredibly hard stone statue. Such a powerful physique is something that even a Qi control realm martial artist could not possess. Even some experts at the innate realm cannot be this powerful with just their physical strength. Unless there's one possibility, which is that this kid has cultivated a body-refining technique. However, the path of physical cultivation has long since declined in the divine martial continent, because the body-refining techniques that have been passed down are not only extremely rare, but also extremely difficult to cultivate. How could this kid have cultivated such a powerful physique? That's right, I did indeed practice body-refining techniques. Jiang Chun looked at Meng Dongxing with a smile. Do you still want to continue? I'll say it again. As long as you can make me back down, I'll consider it a loss. Jiang Chun was now actually hoping that Meng Dongxing would punch him a few more times. Meng Dongxing was, after all, a martial artist at the Qi control realm. Meng Dongxing's punch just now hit him, directly increasing his experience in the invincible body refining technique by a large margin. The rate at which he gains experience is much faster than if he were to criticize himself. If Meng Dongxing were to hit him a few more times, perhaps his invincible body refining technique could advance to the third level. Damn, so Jiang Chun cultivated a body refining technique. No wonder his physique is so powerful. But the body cultivation of Shenwu continent has long since declined. How exactly did he cultivate his physique to be so powerful? Hearing Jiang Chun admit that he had practiced a body refining technique, countless students were amazed. They never expected that Jiang Chun not only had outstanding talent in martial arts, but also such powerful talent in physical cultivation. Meng Dongxing took a deep breath. He stared intently at Jiang Chun. Fine, I'd like to see just how powerful your physique has been tempered. When Meng Dongxing spoke, he instantly raised his aura to its limit. High-grade yellow rank martial art, Heavenly Python Fist. With a loud shout, Meng Dongxing unleashed a fierce burst of energy from his fist. The fierce fist force transformed into a giant python in midair, opening its blood-red maw and surging towards Jiang Chun. Bang! Meng Dongxing's punch landed on Jiang Chun's body in the blink of an eye. In an instant, a recoil force several times stronger than before emanated from Jiang Chun. Meng Dongxing's body trembled, and he was sent flying backwards several meters away in a disheveled state, his face turning pale instantly. Is this your strongest attack? Sai, this won't work. Jiang Chun shook his head and said with a mocking expression, Your punch is no different from a tickle. Jiang Chun, I refuse to believe I can't beat you today. Feeling Jiang Chun's mocking gaze, Meng Dongxing's face instantly turned ferocious. With a flick of his hand, a long sword that looked extraordinary appeared out of thin air in his hand. Meng Dongxing gripped his long sword tightly, just as he was about to unleash his strongest attack on Jiang Chun. A clear, cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. Meng Dongxing, stop right there. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough already? Chapter 92, I'm tired of staying in the outer palace, so I plan to go to the inner palace for some fun. The sudden sound startled Meng Dongxing slightly. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw his sister, Meng Qingxue, walking out of the courtyard. Sister, are you all right? When Meng Dongxing saw Meng Qingxue appear before him, his eyes immediately lit up with joy. What could possibly happen to me? Meng Qingxue snorted coldly. As long as you don't cause me trouble all the time, I'll be perfectly fine. Sister, I heard them say that you became Jiang Chun's maid. What's going on? Meng Dongxing stared fiercely at Jiang Chun. Did he use some trickery to deceive you? If that's the case, I, Meng Dongxing, will never forgive him. This is my own choice. It's my business, and you have no right to meddle. Meng Qingxue said calmly. Now that you have broken through to the Qi control realm, you should be challenging the Lingyun Tower and striving to become an inner academy student as soon as possible, instead of coming here to embarrass yourself. Meng Dongxing looked at Meng Qingxue in disbelief. Sister, how could you? All right. Meng Qingxue interrupted Meng Dongxing directly. She raised an eyebrow. Meng Dongxing, have you grown too big for your britches? You don't listen to me anymore, do you? Jiang Chun, you'd better not bully my sister. If anything happens to her, I, Meng Dongxing, will risk my life to make you pay. Seeing Meng Qingxue's anger, Meng Dongxing could only glare fiercely at Jiang Chun before turning around and leaving. Jiang Chun, thank you. After Meng Dongxing left, Meng Qingxue looked at Jiang Chun beside her, a look of gratitude appearing in her beautiful eyes. Even Meng Qingxue herself hadn't expected it. The tying death body, which had troubled her for more than 10 years, was easily resolved by Jiang Chun. You are now my maid, so it is only right that I save you. Jiang Chun waved his hand, then stroked his chin and said, Life in the outer palace seems a bit boring. Should I go and have some fun in the inner palace now? You should indeed enter the inner court. The Inner Court Academy will not only have more resources for cultivation, but also possess genuine artifacts left by the predecessors of Lingyun Martial Academy. For example, there is a Swordmar Hall in the inner courtyard of the Lingyun Martial Academy, where inner courtyard students can go to comprehend sword intent. More importantly, the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament of the Great Xia Kingdom is about to be held. Only by becoming an inner prefecture student can you qualify to participate in the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament. Those who stand out in the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament can become students of the Yunhong Martial Academy, the holy land of martial arts in the Great Xia Kingdom, and enter a wider world. Just then, Meng Qingxue whispered in Jiang Chun's ear. Oh, Jiang Chun immediately became interested. In that case, I'll go and challenge the Lingyun Tower now and become an inner academy student. After Jiang Chun finished speaking, he and Meng Qingxue walked towards the Lingyun Tower of the Lingyun Martial Academy. In Lingyun Martial Academy, the assessment for outer academy students to be promoted to inner academy students is actually very simple. They just need to conquer the Lingyun Tower. When Jiang Chun and his group arrived at Lingyun Tower, it was surrounded by a large crowd. Meng Qingxue's younger brother, Meng Dongxing, has also arrived here. Jiang Chun, it seems you're also planning to challenge the Lingyun Tower? Seeing Jiang Chun walking towards him with his sister, Meng Dongxing couldn't help but snort coldly. That's right. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. I'm really tired of staying in this outer palace. I plan to go and have some fun in the inner palace. As soon as Jiang Chun said this, countless eyes around him turned to look at him. Chapter 93. The top spot on this Lingyun steel belongs to me alone. Who is this kid? How dare he be so arrogant? Does he really think he can just walk into the inner palace whenever he wants? Brother, you're so out of touch. You don't even know who he is? He's Jiang Chun, who's been making headlines at Lingyun Martial Academy lately. Holy crap, it was him. No wonder he's so awesome. While everyone was looking at Jiang Chun and discussing him, Jiang Chun's gaze fell on the magnificent blue stone tablet next to the Lingyun Tower. On this blue stone tablet, Jiang Chun also saw nearly 100 densely packed names, especially the 3 names at the very top of the stone tablet, whose characters shimmered with a faint luster, appeared exceptionally dazzling. What does the name on the stone tablet mean? Looking at the blue stone tablet, Jiang Chun asked Meng Qingxue beside him with some curiosity. This is the ranking of the Lingyun Martial Academy students in their tower climbing achievements. The Lingyun Tower has 10 floors. The identity tokens of the inner academy students are placed on the 10th floor. As long as you pass the 10th floor, you will become an inner academy student. However, the Lingyun Tower can also reflect the potential of those who attempt to conquer it to some extent. The shorter the time taken to conquer the tower, the greater the potential. It can be said that the 100 names on the stone tablet are the 100 most outstanding geniuses since the founding of Lingyun Martial Academy. Before Meng Qingxue could speak, Meng Dongxing's voice rang in his ears. This ranking is quite interesting. Jiang Chun asked with great interest. I wonder how long it took that Shi Xingqi, who is at the top of the list. Shi Xingqi was a peerless genius of Lingyun Martial Academy 30 years ago. It is said that he passed the Lingyun Tower in less than 10 minutes. His records over the past 30 years remain unmatched to this day. Jiang Chun, don't even dream of comparing yourself to Shi Xingqi. With your abilities, it's questionable whether you even have the chance to leave your name on the Lingyun stele. Meng Dongxing sneered with disdain. Look, Li Shangjie, the second-ranked gold student, has also come out of the Lingyun Tower. Wow, that token in his hand must be the identity token of an inner court student. Yes, I didn't expect him to succeed. Just then, countless students around looked at Li Shangjie, who walked out of the Lingyun Tower, and all of them showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Seeing that Li Shangjie, whom he had been suppressing, had successfully broken through the tower, Meng Dongxing could no longer sit still. He moved swiftly, heading directly towards the entrance of the Lingyun Tower. About 15 minutes later, Meng Dongxing finally emerged from the Lingyun Tower with his inner court student identity token. Buzz. Just then, a slight ripple appeared on the stone tablet next to Lingyun Pagoda. A dazzling name was instantly sketched at the end of the list on the stone tablet. Haha, see? I've left my name on the Lingyun stele. Seeing his name outlined on the stone tablet, Meng Dongxing glanced at Jiang Chun and couldn't help but smile smugly. Jiang Chun curled his lip. It's just that you left your name at the end of the stone tablet. What's there to be so smug about? You make it sound so easy. Meng Dongxing sneered. Let's see if you can actually leave your name on the Lingyun stele first. Leaving your name on the Lingyun stele? That's way too easy. If I'm going to play big. Jiang Chun glanced at Meng Dongxing indifferently, and his domineering voice instantly resounded in everyone's ears. Today, I will break the record set by Shi Xingqi. From this day forward, the top spot on the Lingyun stele will undoubtedly belong to me. Chapter 94. This record is way too easy to break. Quiet. Jiang Chen's domineering voice immediately plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence. It took almost a while for everyone to recover from their shock. The way they looked at Jiang Chun was full of mockery. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Jiang Chun actually wants to break Shi Xingqi's record. Shi Xingqi is the most monstrous genius in the hundreds of years since the founding of our Lingyun Martial Academy. How can the records he set be broken so easily? Don't even mention breaking Shi Xingqi's record. If he can even break into the top 10, I'll kneel down and call him daddy. Haha, Jiang Chun, you're so arrogant. You actually want to break Shi Xingqi's record? Meng Dongxing couldn't help but burst into a disdainful laugh. Although he had to admit that Jiang Chen's martial arts talent was good, even better than his own. But that's all there is to it. Even if you beat him to death, he still wouldn't believe that this guy could be even more monstrous than the most monstrous genius in the history of Lingyun Martial Academy. Whether it can be broken or not, we'll find out by trying. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, and then walked towards the entrance of Lingyun Tower under everyone's watchful eyes. Sis, this guy's a complete egomaniac. I really don't know why you insist on staying by his side. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure as he entered the tower, Meng Dongxing couldn't help but say to Meng Qingxue, "You're like this." "All right, I told you, my affairs are none of your business. I'm warning you. You'd better not mess with him in the future. He's not someone you can afford to mess with. If you really anger him, even I can't save you." Meng Qingxue interrupted Meng Dongxing directly, coldly saying, "Although he is arrogant, he never makes empty boasts. Since he said he would break the record, then the top spot on the Lingyun stele will definitely be his. Sis, are you out of your mind? Shi Xingqi is a legendary figure at Lingyun Martial Academy, and you actually believe that kid can break Shi Xingqi's record?" Meng Dongxing was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. "Your sister isn't crazy. The Stone Star Pool is a legend of the Lingyun Martial Academy, but to me, legends are meant to be broken. After you praise Shi Xingqi so highly, I thought this record would be very difficult to break. Who knew it would be so easy? The records on this Lingyun stele are far too easy to break." Just as Meng Dongxing's sneer faded, a faint voice rang in his ear. The sudden, faint voice immediately caused Meng Dongxing's expression to change drastically. He looked up abruptly and saw Jiang Chun walking out of the Lingyun Tower with the identity token of an inner court student in his hand. This bizarre scene left Meng Dongxing standing there in terror, as if he had seen a ghost. After Jiang Chun entered the Lingyun Tower, he only chatted with his sister for a while. This process will absolutely not take more than 5 minutes. In such a short time, Jiang Chun walked out of the Lingyun Tower with the identity token of an inner court student. Keep in mind that even a Stone Star pull back then took 9 minutes for the whole process. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chun not only broke Shi Xingqi's record, and they actually cut the time by almost half? This moment, an unprecedented look of horror finally surfaced in Meng Dongxing's eyes as he looked at Jiang Chun. Evildoer. This guy's talent is just too damn monstrous. Chapter 95. A glimpse of the sword marked stone, a comprehending a layer of sword intent. This unbelievable scene before his eyes shocked Meng Dongxing to the extreme. The students watching from all around were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, this guy actually passed the Lingyun Tower. This isn't just breaking a record. It's completely shattering the record set by Shi Xingqi back then. Holy crap. He cleared the Lingyun Tower in less than 5 minutes. How did he do that? I must be seeing things. This is way too fake. There must be something wrong with the Lingyun Pagoda. Otherwise, the Lingyun Steel would have responded. When everyone came to their senses, they looked at Jiang Chun with expressions of disbelief. But at that moment, the Lingyun Steel, which had been silent all along, suddenly trembled. An exceptionally bright light shot into the sky from the Lingyun stone tablet. Immediately, Jiang Chun's name, shining with golden light, also instantly condensed at the very top of the Lingyun Steel. His name forcefully pushed Shi Xingqi, who was originally at the top of the list, down to second place. The most tragic case is that of Meng Dongxing. He had only been on the Lingyun Steel for a few minutes when Jiang Chun pushed him off. Holy crap, this is actually true. Shi Xingqi's record, which had stood on the Lingyun Steel for 30 years, was completely shattered by Jiang Chun. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the name Jiang Chun, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. However, Jiang Chun didn't care about any of this at all. After obtaining the identity token of the inner court student, he left Lingyun Tower amidst the shocked and incredulous gazes of everyone. Back at the residence of the gold students, Jiang Chun quickly tidied up and then, together with Meng Qingxue and the fire scale beast, entered the inner courtyard of the Lingyun Martial Academy. After receiving his inner court student robes and settling in, Jiang Chun couldn't wait to have Meng Qingxue take him to see the Swordmark Hall. Swordmark Hall is one of the core buildings in the inner palace of Lingyun Martial Academy. It is said that in the Swordmark Hall, an ancestor of the Lingyun Martial Academy once left 3 sword marks here. Each of these 3 sword marks contains the sword intent of that ancestor. Sword intent is a true essence of martial arts that completely transcends any martial arts technique or move. However, the true meaning of martial arts is extremely difficult to comprehend. Even the hundreds of years of history of Lingyun Martial Academy, there have been very few geniuses who have been able to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts is a very powerful state of mind. Once any martial arts practitioner can comprehend this, they will be invincible among those of the same level. It's not impossible to even defeat enemies of a higher level. 10 minutes later, Meng Qingxue led Jiang Chun to the main gate of the Swordmark Hall. At Lingyun Martial Academy, any student from the inner academy is qualified to come to the Swordmark Hall to comprehend sword intent. However, to enter the Swordmark Hall, one needs to pay 10,000 student points each time. Generally speaking, apart from the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking, few people are willing to spend 10,000 student points to comprehend this elusive sword intent. After Meng Qingxue paid 10,000 student points for him, Jiang Chun strode into the Swordmark Hall. The Swordmark Palace was not large. Apart from a square stone in the center of the palace, there was nothing else there. Jiang Chun glanced at the stone and noticed 3 sword marks on it. Each mark is extremely sharp, as if the mark itself is a sharp sword. Ding! You have gained 100 by 100 experience points by looking at the sword mark stone. Ding! You have successfully comprehended 1 level of sword intent. Chapter 96. Enemies meet on a narrow road. As the 2 system notifications sounds rang out, Jiang Chun instantly felt that he had grasped the essence of a first level of sword intent. While excited, Jiang Chun couldn't help but marvel once again at the power of the 100-fold cultivation system. Sword intent is one of the most powerful martial arts intents among all the martial arts intents. Even an ordinary sword cultivator, even if he exhausts his entire life's energy, may not be able to grasp even the slightest bit of sword intent. However, Jiang Chun only glanced at the sword-marked stone containing sword intent and successfully comprehended one level of sword intent. If the genius sword cultivators of the divine martial continent found out about this, who knows if they would be so angry they'd vomit blood. After comprehending one level of sword intent, Jiang Chun continued to observe the sword-marked stone for a while. When he realized that observing these sword marks would no longer grant him experience points, he turned and left the sword mark hall. "Why did you come out so quickly?" Looking at Jiang Chun, who had only been inside the sword mark hall for about 10 minutes, he ran out. A look of astonishment immediately appeared in Meng Qingshue's beautiful eyes. Comprehending sword intent is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Generally speaking, students who enter the sword mark hall to comprehend sword intent will almost always stay in the sword mark hall for a full day. After all, 10,000 student points is no small amount. In Lingyun Martial Academy, even an average intercourt student might not earn 10,000 student points in a month. I had some insights in the sword mark hall just now. I can go back and slowly ponder them on my own. I don't necessarily have to stay inside. Jiang Chun said it casually. What? Meng Qingshue's beautiful eyes widened instantly as she stared at Jiang Chun in disbelief. She even began to doubt if there was something wrong with her ears. This guy only stayed in the sword mark hall for 10 minutes, yet he managed to gain some insight. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Isn't it normal that I can gain some understanding from observing the sword intent left behind by the predecessors of Lingyun Martial Academy? Normal? That's normal, my foot. This moment, even Meng Qingxue, who is usually calm and collected, couldn't help but feel a little frantic. Meng Qingxue has already comprehended the sword intent within the sword mark hall more than 10 times. Even so, she only grasped the basics of sword intent. But this guy in front of her, who had only been in the sword mark hall for about 10 minutes, came out and told her that he had already gained some insights. This is just too damn hurtful. Jiang Chun. Just as Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue were talking, a cold voice suddenly rang in their ears. The sudden sound startled Jiang Chun slightly. He looked up and saw a tall, handsome young man striding toward the sword mark hall. Looking at the young man in front of him, Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed slightly. This young man is none other than Linyu, the former #1 young talent in Songshan City and now the third-ranked genius on the Lingyun Martial Academy's Lingyun ranking. Jiang Chun did not expect that he would run into Linyu not long after he entered the Inner Palace. It seems these two are destined to be enemies. Jiang Chun, I was just about to go find you, but you came to me on your own initiative, which saved me a lot of trouble. Linyu stared coldly at Jiang Chun, his entire being instantly filled with murderous intent. Yeah. Jiang Chun glanced at Linyu indifferently and said arrogantly, even if I were standing in front of you right now, what could you do to me? Chapter 97, you want to fight? I'll gladly oblige. Jiang Chun, don't you dare be so arrogant in front of me. Linyu stared coldly at Jiang Chun. I'm asking you, did you kill my father? He who kills will be killed by others. Since he dared to come and kill me, he should have been prepared to be killed. He only has himself to blame for dying in my hands. Jiang Chun said expressionlessly. Good, very good. Linyu laughed in fury, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Jiang Chun, you kill my father. If I don't avenge this, I, Linyu, swear I'm not a man. Linyu never expected that this once infamous good-for-nothing in Songshan City would suddenly rise to such an incredible level. Even her own father died at the hands of Jiang Chun. As a result, the Lin family had no choice but to withdraw from Songshan City. All of this was caused by Jiang Chun. Linyu had long wanted to tear Jiang Chun to pieces. Out of fear of Jiang Chun's strength, Linyu had no choice but to suppress his killing intent and focus on his arduous cultivation. In the past few days, Linyu has almost unleashed his full potential. He not only successfully broke through from the 8th level of Qi control to the 9th level, but also comprehended the rudimentary form of sword intent in the sword mark hall. With his current strength, he might not be without a fighting chance even against some experts at the innate realm. Now that he has encountered Jiang Yunhong here, how could he possibly let Jiang Yunhong go? If you want revenge, you can. Jiang Yunhong smiled faintly. But that depends on whether you have the ability. Jiang Yunhong, back when Lingyun dominated Songshan City, you were nothing but a piece of trash from the Jiang family. Even if you've gotten incredibly lucky and escaped being labeled a loser, you still have no right to be arrogant in front of me. Lingyun stared at Jiang Yunhong with a murderous look on his face. Enough with the nonsense. Do you dare to come out and fight me? We'll fight to the death. The standoff between Jiang Yunhong and Lingyun quickly attracted the attention of some students passing by the sword mark hall. They all stopped in their tracks and couldn't help but stand there and watch. Holy crap! Who is that kid? Lingyun, ranked 3rd on the Lingyun ranking, actually wants to fight him to the death. He must be the amazing guy who took Meng Qingxue as his maid. Didn't you see Meng Qingxue standing right next to him? So that's him. No wonder he's so awesome. I remember Lingyun has always been infatuated with Meng Qingxue. This is going to be interesting. Lingyun, if you don't want to end up like your father, you'd better disappear from his sight immediately. Meng Qingxue frowned slightly and looked at Lingyun in front of her, speaking calmly. Lingyun's face darkened. Meng Qingxue, what do you mean by this? It doesn't mean anything. I'm just giving you some advice, because you helped me once before. Meng Qingxue said coldly. If you leave now, it might still be in time. Meng Qingxue, what benefits did this kid give you that made you do this for him? Lingyun's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He looked up at Jiang Yunhong and said with a mocking expression, Jiang Yunhong, what kind of skill is it to hide behind a woman? If you're a man, come out and fight me. First of all, the fact that I can have a woman I can hide behind is also a skill of mine. Secondly, you overestimate yourself. Why would I need to rely on anyone else to deal with trash like you? If you really want to fight me, I'll gladly oblige. Jiang Yunhong smiled faintly, and his arrogant voice resounded directly in Lingyun's ears. Chapter 98, Is This Kid Even Human? As soon as he finished speaking arrogantly, Jiang Yunhong stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Lingyun calmly and said, Make your move. Let me see just how much skill you, the former #1 genius of Songshan City, really have. Jiang Yunhong, you killed my father and destroyed my Lin family. This is an irreconcilable hatred. A ferocious look flashed across Lingyun's handsome face. With a furious roar, his aura instantly surged to its peak, and he delivered a lightning-fast punch straight to Jiang Yunhong's chest. However, faced with Lingyun's attack, Jiang Yunhong stood motionless in place, showing no intention of resisting. They looked as if they had been frozen in place. What is Jiang Yunhong doing? Is he trying to take Lingyun's palm strike head-on? Wow, even if this guy wants to show off, this is the way to do it. He's not showing off, he's practically courting death. Seeing this, many people looked at Jiang Yunhong as if he were an idiot. Faced with a full-force attack from a martial artist at the 8th level of Qi control, this guy didn't even bother to defend. He wanted to just use his body to withstand it. You really think you're some kind of expert at the innate realm? Moreover, even a master of the innate realm probably wouldn't dare to play like this, right? While everyone was speechless at Jiang Yunhong's idiotic behavior, Lingyun's fist slammed solidly into Jiang Yunhong's body with a loud bang. Immediately, a horrifying scene unfolded. Jiang Yunhong only took half a step back after being hit by Lingyun's punch before regaining his balance. On the other hand, Lingyun on the opposite side was forced to retreat more than 10 steps in a disheveled state. Holy crap! What on earth is going on? Where did this monster Jiang Yunhong come from? He actually managed to withstand Lingyun's attack with his bare body. Awesome, that's fucking awesome. Seeing the scene before them, countless onlookers were stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. Having effortlessly withstood Lingyun's attack, Jiang Yunhong couldn't help but smile contemptuously. Lingyun, your punch was far too weak. Jiang Yunhong, don't be so arrogant. I'm about to make you pay the price for your arrogance. Faced with Jiang Yunhong's mockery, Lingyun couldn't help but let out a ferocious roar. With a flick of his hand, a sharp burst of energy surged through his palm. A moment later, a giant transparent palm, about 2 or 3 zhang in size, condensed directly on his palm. A beginner-level, Xian-grade martial skill, the cloud-shocking palm. With a loud shout from Lingyun, a giant, transparent palm instantly enveloped Jiang Yunhong. However, Despite Lin Yu's powerful attack, Jiang Chun remained standing there quietly. He offered no resistance or evasion. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Boom! Lin Yu's Xin-grade martial skill, the cloud-shocking palm, struck Jiang Chun, who was not resisting, almost instantly, engulfing Jiang Chen's entire body. A moment later, the force of Lin Yu's startling cloud palm finally dissipated slowly in midair. Jiang Chen's figure reappeared in everyone's sight. When they saw Jiang Chun still standing there unharmed, their eyes widened in astonishment. Holy crap! Lin Yu, the genius ranked third on the Lingyun ranking, couldn't even hurt Jiang Chun, who was not putting up any resistance, after he used a Xin-level martial skill. Awesome. Abnormal. This kid, is he even human? Chapter 99, even without using my internal energy, I can still cripple you. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Looking at Jiang Chun, who remained unharmed despite being subjected to his Xin-grade martial skill, the cloud-shocking palm, Lin Yu stared blankly and couldn't help but let out an incredulous roar. He, a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi control, couldn't even break through Jiang Chen's defenses after using a Xin-grade martial skill. You must have had your fun just now, right? If you did, isn't it my turn now? Jiang Chun calmly looked at Lin Yu, who was filled with shock, then suddenly clenched his fist and blasted it towards Lin Yu with lightning speed. A crackling sound came from between the bones. A moment later, Jiang Chun gently lifted his foot and then slammed it down. Bang! As the ball of the foot landed, a muffled explosion resounded instantly. Jiang Chen's body shot out towards Lin Yu like an arrow released from a bow. His fist, devoid of any energy fluctuation, slammed directly and cleanly towards Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu stared coldly at Jiang Chun, who was coming towards him, and his fist clashed with Jiang Chen's fist with a fierce force. In an instant, a deafening collision sound rang out in midair. Immediately, Lin Yu's body trembled, and he was sent flying backwards several meters away in a sorry state. However, before he could regain his footing, Jiang Chun suddenly closed in and unleashed another devastating punch at him. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he hurriedly erected a defensive aura around himself to block Jiang Chen's attack. Bang! Jiang Chen's punch landed squarely on Lin Yu, shattering Lin Yu's protective shield. Lin Yu's body, like a kite with a broken string, crashed several meters away. Puff! Upon landing, Lin Yu felt a sweet taste in his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking calmly at Lin Yu in front of him, Jiang Chen's disdainful voice rang out instantly. Lin Yu, who were once the #1 young talent in Songshan City and ranked third on the Lingyun ranking, are nothing more than this. Even without using my internal energy, I can still cripple you. Seeing Jiang Chun casually beat Lin Yu into such a sorry state with just 2 punches, the countless students watching around were once again stunned. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I never imagined that even someone like Lin Yu would be so miserably tortured. Yes, it seems that Jiang Chun didn't use a single trace of internal energy during the entire process. This guy is already this powerful, just by his physique, it's terrifying. Hearing the discussions around him, and Jiang Chen's disdainful sarcasm, Lin Yu's face was extremely gloomy. He endured the excruciating pain in his body and slowly stood up from the ground. Jiang Chun, I have to admit, you are very strong, even to a degree that has surprised me greatly. Even so, I, Lin Yu, will never lose to you today. As Lin Yu's cold words fell, a long sword gleaming with a chilling light appeared out of thin air in his hand. He gripped his long sword tightly, his eyes narrowed, and an extremely sharp aura instantly erupted from his body. As Lin Yu unleashed his aura, the long swords of some of the surrounding students suddenly emitted a strange trembling sound. Jiang Chun, ever since I learned that you killed my father, I sat in the sword mark hall for 3 days and finally succeeded in comprehending the sword intent. Today, I'll show you the power of sword intent. Chapter 100 Sword Intent. I comprehended it without even trying. Sword intent. Lin Yu actually comprehended sword intent. Hearing Lin Yu's cold words and feeling the astonishing aura emanating from him, the students watching from all around were horrified. Holy crap, Lin Yu truly lives up to his reputation as the most promising genius of our Lingyun Martial Academy. Yes, I didn't expect him to have even comprehended sword intent. Sword intent. This is one of the most domineering martial arts' true intents. Jiang Chun is probably going to be in trouble this time. Seeing the sword intent emanating from Lin Yu, not only were the surrounding students shocked, but they were also deeply impressed. Even Meng Qingshue's beautiful eyes showed a look of shock. Meng Qingxue knew very well how difficult it was to comprehend sword intent. Even with her talent, she has only grasped the basics so far. But the sword intent emanating from Lin Yu is already a complete prototype of sword intent. As long as he continues to improve, he may be able to condense a true first level of sword intent. Sword intent. This is synonymous with invincibility and power. Anyone who comprehends the sword intent is almost invincible among those of the same level, and even killing those of higher levels is not a problem. Seeing Lin Yu unleash his sword intent, even Meng Qingxue, who knew Jiang Chun was very strong, couldn't help but show a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect you to have some talent, actually being able to comprehend sword intent. However, with your still unformed sword intent, you pose no threat to me. Despite the sword intent emanating from Lin Yu, Jiang Chun remained calm. He glanced at Lin Yu indifferently, then turned to Meng Qingxue behind him and said, "Qingxue, lend me your sword." Meng Qingxue was slightly taken aback, but she quickly took out the sword from her storage ring and tossed it to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun held Meng Qingshue's silver longsword, twirling it beautifully in his hand, and his soft voice rang in everyone's ears. When I was observing the sword mark stone in the sword mark hall, just now, I accidentally comprehended the sword intent. Since you insist on using your sword intent, then I will use the sword intent that I accidentally comprehended to fight you. I will show you what true sword intent is. Jiang Chen's calm words immediately stunned everyone around, leaving them speechless. This guy actually claimed that he had also comprehended the sword intent, and I only comprehended it by accident when I went to the Sword Scar Hall. Holy crap, does this guy really think sword intent is like cabbage on the street, something he can comprehend whenever he wants? Haha, Jiang Chun, you've already comprehended sword intent on your first visit to the Sword Mar Hall today. Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into a disdainful laugh. Jiang Chun said casually, "Is it not allowed? All right, then let me see the sword intent you accidentally comprehended." Lin Yu smiled coldly, and with a sword infused with sword intent, he suddenly slashed at Jiang Chun. In an instant, a gray-white sword aura slashed straight towards Jiang Chun. The sword energy contained a chilling aura that seemed to pierce through everything and cause all things to wither. Jiang Chun watched Lin Yu's attack, which incorporated sword intent, with a calm expression. His gaze sharpened, and a tangible sword intent instantly surged from Jiang Chen's body into the sky. Immediately, Jiang Chen's hand holding the long sword moved slightly, and he swung the sword out calmly and casually. At the same time, a faint, cold shout instantly rang in everyone's ears. Break! Chapter 101, I have no reason not to kill you. Jiang Chen's seemingly ordinary sword strike was unstoppable, easily shattering Lin Yu's sharp sword light infused with sword intent. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lin Yu with lightning speed. No, impossible. How could he possibly comprehend such a powerful sword intent? Seeing that his sword intent attack had been easily broken by Jiang Chun, Lin Yu let out a low growl of disbelief. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his sword intent to its limit, his 3-foot-long sword whistling as it shot out. Bang! The two attacks, imbued with sword intent, collided once more, their energy raging wildly in all directions. In an instant, Lin Yu was directly hit by this burst of energy, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward. On the other side, Jiang Chen's figure was like a straight sword, completely unaffected by the raging wind. Holy crap! I didn't expect Lin Yu to be defeated even after unleashing his sword intent. The sword intent that Jiang Chun just unleashed was many times stronger than Lin Yu's sword intent. It would be strange if he didn't lose. It said that when Jiang Chun challenged the Lingyun Tower, he broke Shi Xingqi's record. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I have to. Yeah, This guy is simply a monster among monsters. Seeing Linyu unleash his sword intent, only to be completely overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's even more powerful sword intent, countless onlookers were shocked. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Chen was one of utter horror. This guy really wasn't bragging. The first time he entered the sword mark hall, he accidentally comprehended the sword intent. Moreover, it's an extremely powerful sword intent. Even Linyu, who had also comprehended sword intent, appeared utterly vulnerable in his presence. However, compared to the crowd of onlookers, Meng Qingxue was the most shocked. Right now, Meng Qingxue was beyond words to describe how monstrous and abnormal Jiang Chen was. Meng Qingxue cultivates the way of the sword, and given her extraordinary status, she naturally understands sword intent far better than the average person. The sword intent that Jiang Chen just unleashed has reached the point of solidifying the ethereal into the tangible. Such sword intent is already a true first-level sword intent, completely incomparable to Lin Yu's rudimentary sword intent. If Jiang Chen had been practicing swordsmanship since childhood and was able to comprehend a level of sword intent at this age, Meng Qingxue would be shocked, but she could still accept it. But Jiang Chen is not a sword cultivator at all. This time, entering the sword mark hall, it seems to be his first time coming into contact with sword intent. What left Meng Qingxue speechless was that Jiang Chen only stayed in the sword mark hall for less than 10 minutes. Someone who had been exposed to sword intent for less than 10 minutes managed to comprehend a level of sword intent. What kind of comprehension could be so abnormal? While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Jiang Chen, holding a long sword, walked towards Linyu with a blank expression. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? As Jiang Chen slowly approached him, a look of panic appeared on Linyu's pale face. If I remember correctly, this battle should be a life-or-death struggle for us. Since this is a life-or-death battle, I have no reason not to kill you. Jiang Chen looked at Linyu with a cold expression, and a sharp killing intent suddenly burst out in his eyes. With a flick of his long sword, a silver sword light shot towards Lin Yu's brow with lightning speed. Chapter 102 Who Hurt the Fire-Scale Beast? Come out and face your death. Jiang Chen's sword strike was incredibly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sword light appeared in front of Lin Yu. No. Seeing the oncoming sword light, Lin Yu, who was no longer able to fight, finally showed a look of despair in his eyes. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and the way he looked at Lin Yu was as if he were looking at a dead man. Lin Yu is quite talented. Although he doesn't pose much of a threat to someone with a system, he's still a menace. The conflict between him and Lin Yu had long since reached a point of no return. Now that Lin Yu has delivered himself to his doorstep for a life-or-death battle, how could he possibly let Lin Yu go? However, just as Zhang's fierce sword was about to pierce Lin Yu's head, a fiery red figure suddenly descended from the sky. With a gentle wave of his hand, he caused Jiang Chen's sword light to vanish without a trace. At the same time, a soft sigh rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Hey, little one, could you give me the honor of letting this matter drop for today? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked at the suddenly appearing red-robed elder. Who are you, senior? The old man in red robe smiled and said, I am Yin Songming, an elder of the inner court of Lingyun Martial Academy. So it's Elder Yin. Jiang Chen looked at Yin Songming calmly. This life-or-death battle was proposed by Lin Yu himself. It's not appropriate for Elder Yin to interfere like this. A life-or-death battle must be held on a Martial Academy's life-or-death arena. Your actions of conducting it privately are against the rules. Our Lingyun Martial Academy has always ranked low among the 9 academies of the Great Xia Kingdom. Now that we have finally produced 2 geniuses who have comprehended sword intent, I do not want either of you to make a mistake. As Yin Songming spoke, he directly took out a long sword that shimmered with red light from his storage ring. Little fellow, this flame dragon sword is a rare second-grade spiritual weapon. Consider it my compensation to you. How about we just stop this battle for your sake? Second-grade spiritual weapon. Upon hearing Yin Songming's name, countless students around him turned their gazes toward the flame dragon sword with intense fervor. In the divine martial continent, weapons are divided into ordinary weapons and spiritual weapons. Spirit weapons are extremely difficult to forge and are very rare. Even the lowest grade, first-rank spiritual weapon is priceless, and ordinary people simply cannot afford it. The second-grade spiritual weapon before us is a weapon that countless sword cultivators dream of. Since Elder Yin has put it this way, I will spare his life. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and took the flame dragon sword from Yin Songming. This old guy is very strong. If he really wants to protect Linyu, I can't kill him at all. He's already quite fortunate to have obtained the flame dragon sword. There's no need for him to fight this old man to the death. After putting away the flame dragon sword, Jiang Chun didn't even glance at Linyu again. He bid farewell to Yin Songming and then turned and left. After leaving the Swordmark Hall, Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue returned to their residence. However, when he returned to the gate of his courtyard, he found that there was also a group of people gathered there. In the center of the group, a fire-scaled beast covered in wounds let out a series of angry roars. In front of the fire-scaled beast, a giant black python, 10 meters long, was eyeing it menacingly. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun's expression suddenly turned cold. He took a step forward, his body soaring into the sky, and then instantly descended from the sky in the center of the crowd. At the same time, his cold voice rang out in everyone's ears. Who let this reptile injure my fire-scaled beast? Come out here and face your death. Chapter 103. You choose to die, or it dies. Jiang Chun's figure descended from the sky in an instant, causing everyone around to be stunned. Who is this guy? Is he the master of this fire-scaled beast? I don't recognize him. This kid is incredibly lucky to have gotten a 6th-grade fire-scaled beast cub. TCH. So what if he gets it? He'll just be doing all the work for someone else. Now, that Wu Feiyu has his eye on the fire-Kirin beast. Is there any chance it could be his? Just as everyone was watching Jiang Chun and discussing it amongst themselves, behind the giant black python, a haughty young man in black robes slowly emerged. He looked down at Jiang Chun. Kid, is this fire-Kirin beast yours? Jiang Chun did not answer. He stared coldly at the black-robed youth. Was it you who ordered this reptile to injure my fire-scaled beast? So what if it is? And so what if it isn't? The black-robed youth sneered and said, I didn't intend to hurt it. I just wanted to subdue it. But it just didn't know what was good for it. So don't blame me. Jiang Chun's eyes turned cold. You think you could just tame my fire-Kirin beast as you please? In this world, there is nothing that I, Wu Feiyu, cannot obtain if I set my sights on it. Wu Feiyu looked at Jiang Chun with disdain. Kid, you are not worthy of possessing the fire-Kirin beast. Jiang Chun sneered. If I'm not worthy, do you think you are? That's right. Wu Feiyu said proudly. I'm a 3rd-grade beast tamer, and I will soon break through to the 4th grade. The fire-scale beast can only grow better in my hands. You're just a mere 3rd-grade beast tamer. You're not qualified to show off in front of me. Jiang Chun's eyes turned cold. The fire-Kirin beast is mine. Whether I can help it grow is my business, and it's none of your concern. Kid, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Wu Feiyu said impatiently. No matter what, I've taken a liking to your fire-Kirin beast. If you know what's good for you, sell it to me. Jiang Chun's expression turned cold. Just because you say you'll sell it to me, does that mean I have to sell it to you? Boy, a 6th-grade demonic beast is not something you can possess. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins. Sell me the fire-Kirin beast. This is your best choice. Otherwise, this fire-scaled beast might even bring you death. Wu Feiyu looked at Jiang Chun with a cold smile, his eyes even carrying a hint of threat. I'll only say this once. I won't sell the fire-scaled beast, no matter how high the offer is. Jiang Chun sneered inwardly. The fire-scaled beast is a 6th-grade demon beast with divine beast blood. Its value is simply immeasurable in monetary terms. This kid actually wants 100,000 gold coins to buy his fire-Kirin beast. What's the difference between that and robbery? Kid, I'm saying this one last time. Sell me the fire-scaled beast. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't even get 100,000 gold coins. Seeing Jiang Chun's ungrateful attitude, a sharp glint flashed in Wu Feiyu's eyes. I've already said, the fire-Kirin beast isn't for sale. Can't you understand human language? I don't want to waste words with you. You and your reptile injured my fire-scale beast, so you have to pay the price. Jiang Chun's expression was utterly indifferent. His sharp gaze shot straight at Wu Feiyu, and his cold voice instantly echoed in the air. I'm giving you a choice. Do you choose to die, or does it die? Chapter 104 One Punch Kills a High-Rank Second-Grade Demonic Beast. Holy crap, has this kid taken the wrong medicine? How dare he be so arrogant in front of Wu Feiyu? Yes, in this Lingyun Martial Academy, almost everyone who offends Wu Feiyu ends up in a bad way. This kid is probably going to be dead soon. Seeing that Jiang Chun was so reckless and arrogant in front of Wu Feiyu was shocked. Many people around couldn't help but shake their heads, showing a hint of pity towards Jiang Chun. Haha, who do you think you are, daring to say such things to me? Wu Feiyu immediately burst into a disdainful laugh. He looked at Jiang Chun arrogantly. Kid, do you know who I am? Who is Wu Feiyu? The renowned genius beast tamer of Lingyun Martial Academy. His older brother, Wu Feilong, is the #1 genius on the Lingyun ranking. In the Lingyun Martial Academy, Wu Feiyu was practically an existence that no one dared to provoke. This nobody in front of me actually dares to spout nonsense and ask how he's going to die. That's an absolute joke. Who you are is none of my concern. All I know is that you injured my fire scale beast, and you must pay the price. Since you won't choose, then I'll choose for you. I'll take your life, you black cloud python. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun appeared in front of the giant black python like a ghost. He clenched his right fist and delivered a simple, unadorned punch to the head of the black python. Bang! This seemingly ordinary punch actually contained a powerful force comparable to the strike of a master of innate cultivation. The black cloud python's massive body, nearly 10 meters long, was instantly blasted away by Jiang Chun's punch. Boom! A moment later, the ground suddenly trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The black python crashed to the ground several feet away with a thud, creating a large crater. Immediately, crimson blood gushed from the black cloud python's head. After struggling slightly for a few moments, the black python finally breathed its last, unwilling to die any longer. The shocking scene before their eyes instantly plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence. The look in everyone's eyes as they looked at Jiang Chun revealed an undisguised shock. The black cloud python is a high-grade second-rank demonic beast. A fully grown black cloud python is a powerful being capable of rivaling someone at the 9th level of chi refining. However, this powerful black cloud python was actually killed by this kid with a single, seemingly effortless punch. Even the top geniuses on the Lingyun ranking could never kill a high-grade second-rank demon beast with a single punch. How does this guy do that? The surroundings are so unbelievable, so breathtaking. It took Wu Feiyu a while to recover from the shock of watching his black cloud python being killed by Jiang Chun with a single punch. Immediately, he stared at Jiang Chun with a chilling gaze, his eyes burning with raging anger. You bastard, you actually dare to kill my black cloud python. I, Wu Feiyu, am not finished with you today. He spent a great deal of effort to obtain this high-grade second-rank demon beast, the black cloud python. Now, he was killed by Jiang Chun with a single punch. How could Wu Feiyu not be furious? You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Chun gave Wu Feiyu a cold look. He pointed at the corpse of the black cloud python, his cold, emotionless voice ringing directly in Wu Feiyu's ears. You still have two choices. Either disappear from my sight immediately, or you'll end up like it. Chapter 105 Don't Run Wild on My Territory. Jiang Chun's voice, filled with icy killing intent, made Wu Feiyu's body tremble slightly. He is a beast tamer who relies on controlling pets to fight people. He is not very strong himself, but he has only recently broken through to the Qi control realm. Now that even his black cloud python has been killed by Jiang Chun with a single punch, how could he possibly be a match for Jiang Chun? Good, very good. Boy, you're the first person in this Lingyun Martial Academy to embarrass me like this. You just wait, this isn't over. After his expression shifted between anger and uncertainty for a while, Wu Feiyu finally uttered a harsh remark to Jiang Chun before turning and leaving. TSK, this guy is awesome. He actually made Wu Feiyu suffer. That guy is awesome because he has awesome strength. He killed the black cloud python with one punch. His strength is probably no less than Wu Feilong's, right? When did such a remarkable person emerge from our Lingyun Martial Academy? After Wu Feiyu left, Jiang Chun, under the astonished gazes of the group, led the fire Kirin beast into his courtyard. Just then, Meng Qingxue walked directly into the courtyard. I didn't see wrong, did I? The one who just went in was Meng Qingxue, the genius beauty on our Lingyun ranking. Holy crap, I know who that young man was just now. He must be Jiang Chun, the legendary man who took Meng Qingxue as his maid, right? So it was him. No wonder he's so awesome. Seeing the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement once again. Jiang Chun returned to the courtyard and used the Beast Tamer's healing technique to heal the Fire Scale Beast's injuries. Then, with a serious expression, he gave the Fire Kirin Beast some instructions, telling it never to run off on its own. A 6th-grade Fire Scale Beast cub is something that countless Beast Tamers dream of. Even some ordinary martial artists would probably be extremely envious. On his first day in the Inner Palace, Jiang Chun continued the legend of the Outer Palace. He comprehended sword intent in the Sword Mark Hall, defeated Linyu, who was ranked 3rd on the Lingyun ranking, and killed Wu Feiyu's Black Cloud Python with a single punch. Such a formidable record instantly caused a sensation within the inner sanctum of the Lingyun Martial Academy. This also caused his reputation at Lingyun Martial Academy to instantly rival that of Wu Feilong, the #1 genius on the Lingyun ranking, making him a legendary figure. But after causing a sensation among the inner disciples of Lingyun Martial Academy on the first day, Jiang Chun became much quieter for a while afterward. For several days in a row, Jiang Chun stayed in the courtyard to cultivate. With the 100x experience from the 100x Cultivation system, even without taking any pills, Jiang Chun's experience at the 9th level of Qi control was still at its maximum, allowing him to successfully break through to the 1st level of the innate realm. After breaking through to the 1st level of the innate realm, Jiang Chun was about to go out for some fresh air when he noticed a commotion coming from outside the courtyard. Jiang Chun frowned and strode outside. In no time, Jiang Chun arrived at the outer courtyard. In the courtyard, a tall, slender young man about 20 years old stood proudly in the center. And around the youth, the 2 servants assigned by Lingyun Martial Academy to take care of Jiang Chun's daily life seemed to have been beaten up by him, and they looked very disheveled. Upon seeing this, a hint of annoyance flashed in Jiang Chun's eyes. He moved swiftly and strode into the courtyard. At the same time, a cold voice echoed directly through the courtyard. I don't care who you are. Get out of here right now, and don't cause trouble on my turf. Chapter 1061 Sword to Take Your Dog's Life. The young man raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched Jiang Chun walk out of the courtyard. He looked at Jiang Chun calmly and said, You said this is your territory, so you must be Jiang Chun? Does it matter who I am? Jiang Chun said coldly, The important thing is that you not only acted recklessly on my territory, but you also injured my people. They're just 2 lowly lackeys, yet they dare to obstruct me. I'm already being lenient by not taking their lives. The young man didn't care at all and directly ordered Jiang Chun. I'm here to find Meng Qingxue. Go and call Meng Qingxue out for me. His condescending tone made it sound as if he were ordering around a servant. Yeah, Jiang Chun said coldly. In your eyes, they are lackeys. But in my eyes, you are probably not even as good as a dog. Kid, what the hell did you say? You, a mere inner disciple of the Lingyun Martial Academy, dare to insult me? You must be tired of living. The young man stared at Jiang Chun with a chilling gaze, his whole being instantly filled with murderous intent. Jiang Chun snorted coldly. You're not from Lingyun Martial Academy, yet you trespassed into the inner sanctum of Lingyun Martial Academy. I think you're the one who's tired of living. Haha, what's so special about the mere Lingyun Martial Academy? Not to mention the Lingyun Martial Academy. There is no place in the entire Great Xia Kingdom that I, Meng Xingyu, dare not venture into. Meng Xingyu burst into laughter. Immediately, he looked at Jiang Chun with impatience. Quickly call Meng Qingxue out to see me, and I will spare your life. Meng Qingxue is now my maid. Jiang Chun glanced at Meng Xingyu indifferently. Who do you think you are? Do you think you could just see my maid whenever you want? I gave you a chance to live, but you insisted on courting death. Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish. Meng Xingyu was immediately enraged by Jiang Chun's words. His expression turned cold, and with a wave of his right hand, his innate true energy transformed into a giant illusory palm, reaching out to grab Jiang Chun. Innate true qi. This Meng Xingyu is indeed a Xiantian expert. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. With a flick of his wrist, he swiftly drew the flame dragon sword and swung it at the illusory hand. The sharp sword energy shattered Meng Xingyu's illusory palm in the blink of an eye. The sword energy shattered Meng Xingyu's palm strike, its speed undiminished, and slashed at Meng Xingyu's palm with lightning speed. Puff! In an instant, a spurt of blood appeared, and a wound instantly appeared on Meng Xingyu's right palm, dripping with blood. Innate sword energy? You're actually an innate level expert too. Looking at the wound on his right palm, Meng Xingyu's gaze towards Jiang Chun revealed an undisguised shock. He never expected that Jiang Chun, who was just an inner student of Lingyun Martial Academy, was already a Xiantian realm expert. As far as he knew, there seemed to be no other students at the innate realm in Lingyun Martial Academy besides Wu Feilong, who ranked first on the Lingyun ranking. Where on earth did this kid come from? You, who are not even as good as a dog, can reach the innate realm, so why can't I be in the innate realm? Jiang Chun looked at Meng Xingyu expressionlessly. He suddenly raised the flame dragon sword in his hand, pointing the tip at Meng Xingyu, and his cold voice instantly entered Meng Xingyu's ears. Meng Xingyu, if you know what's good for you, get out of my courtyard right now. Otherwise, I'll take your dog's life with one sword. Chapter 107, Leave an Arm Behind. Haha, Jiang Chun, you think you're worthy to take my life with a single sword strike? Your breakthrough to the innate realm did surprise me somewhat, but that's all. You're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me right now. Meng Xingyu laughed disdainfully. Immediately, a blood-red longsword, radiating a sharp killing intent, instantly appeared out of thin air in his hand. Meng Xingyu, what are you doing here? Just as Meng Xingyu was about to make a move, a clear, cold shout suddenly rang out from inside the courtyard. In a flash, Meng Xingyu appeared beside Jiang Chun. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Meng Xingyu opposite her, her expression icy cold. I have come to take you back to the Meng family on the orders of the young master. Meng Xingyu raised her long sword and pointed it at Jiang Chun, saying calmly, I heard you willingly become this brat's maid. My affairs are none of your business. Meng Xingyu said coldly, Go back and tell Meng Tianheng that I will be returning to the Meng family within 10 days. You can get out now. 10 days, I can give you that. However, as a young lady of the Meng family, you are of noble status, yet you have become this boy's maid. Where do you place the face of the Meng family? Get out of my way. I'll kill this brat to show the power of the Meng family, and then I'll leave. Meng Xingyu brandished his long sword, staring at Jiang Chun with a murderous look on his face. Meng Xingyu, don't think that just because you're born in the Meng family, you're all that great. I'm not letting you do it. It's for your own good. If you really lay a hand on me, I guarantee you'll be the one who regrets it. Meng Xingyu stared coldly at Meng Xingyu, her pretty face frosty. Meng Xingyu said calmly, then step aside. I want to see how he can make me regret this. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, I won't stop you. Meng Xingyu glanced coldly at Meng Xingyu, then turned to Jiang Chun and said, Go ahead and do it. Just spare his life. The Meng family is one of the 4 great families of the imperial city of the Great Xia Kingdom, and also the #1 martial arts family in the Great Xia Kingdom. If this guy really dies at Jiang Chen's hands, it will probably bring Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. Good. Jiang Chen nodded. He stared at Meng Xingyu with an indifferent expression, and his cold voice instantly rang in Meng Xingyu's ears. For Qingshue's sake, I will spare your life today. However, while the death penalty may be spared, punishment is inevitable. You injure my men on my turf, so leave behind an arm. Ha! Meng Xingyu let out a chilling laugh, and the blood-red longsword in his hand suddenly unleashed a terrifying killing intent. My arm, Meng Xingyu's arm, is not something you can just leave behind as you please. Jiang Chun, you made Meng Xingyu your maid, which has damaged the reputation of my Meng family. How can I forgive you? Today, I will slay you with a single stroke to uphold the honor of the Meng family. Buzz! The blood-red longsword instantly unleashed a 10-foot-long blood-red blade light, exuding a sinister and eerie aura. Bloodfiend blade, D. With a loud shout, Meng Xingyu slashed down with his longsword. Suddenly, the enormous crimson blade of light roared out, sweeping across the sky and slashing towards Jiang Chun. Bloodthirsty Mad Blade, a mid-level Xian-grade martial art. Meng Xingyu's slash was clearly aimed at killing Jiang Chun, and he unleashed his strongest attack. "You're so self-righteous. You might as well leave me your arm." Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. His hand gripping the flaming dragon sword tightened suddenly, and a terrifying sword intent erupted from his body in an instant. Chapter 108, If there's a next time, I will show no mercy. The instant the sword intent surged into the sky from Jiang Chen's body, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above the courtyard quickly condensed into streaks of sword energy. These sword energies converged from all directions above Jiang Chen's head, forming a transparent, giant sword phantom. Cut! As Jiang Chen's icy shout rang out, the phantom of the giant sword, carrying an invincible aura, slashed out instantly at the oncoming blade light. Click! The giant sword phantom easily shattered Meng Xingyu's blade light and continued its relentless slash towards Meng Xingyu. In an instant, Meng Xingyu was struck as if by lightning, letting out a scream as he was sent flying backward. A moment later, Meng Xingyu's body crashed onto the ground several feet away in a disheveled state. From his chest to his left arm was a shocking wound, and his entire left hand hung limply, with bright red blood gushing out like a fountain. Sword intent. You actually comprehended sword intent. Meng Xingyu clutched his left arm, which had been severed by Jiang Chen's sword, with a pained expression. His gaze toward Jiang Chun finally revealed an unprecedented look of terror. He never expected that this kid in front of him would not only break through to the innate realm, but also comprehend sword intent. To break through the innate level at such a young age, and to comprehend the legendary true meaning of martial arts. Such talent is probably a rare genius even in the Yunhong Martial Academy. Get out! For Qingshue's sake, I'll spare your dog's life. If there's a next time, I will show no mercy. Just as Meng Xingyu was filled with shock, Jiang Chen's icy voice rang in his ears. "Jiang Chun, I'll remember you." Meng Xingyu glanced at Jiang Chun with a livid expression, then leaped away and disappeared. Good heavens, I didn't expect this kid to have broken through to the innate realm in just a few days. With this kid's current strength, he's more than capable of competing with the top geniuses of the 9 provinces. 3 months from now, my Lingyun Martial Academy will surely shine brightly in this 9 Academies martial arts tournament. Watching Jiang Chun decisively defeat Meng Xingyu, who was at the first level of the innate realm, with a single sword strike. Yin Songming, who had been watching all this from hundreds of meters away in midair, couldn't help but mutter to himself before disappearing from the spot in a flash. "Jiang Chun, I'm sorry. I come from a Meng family, one of the 4 great families in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. For some reason, I may have to go back to the Meng family. But don't worry, I'll be back to fulfill our promise in 6 months at most." After Meng Xingyu left, Meng Qingxue said to Jiang Chun with an apologetic expression, she had to go back to the Meng family. Otherwise, the Meng family would probably send even stronger people to take her back. That would likely bring endless trouble to Jiang Chun. "Okay, you can go back now." Jiang Chun chuckled and said, "In 3 months, it will be the annual 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament, a grand event in the Great Xia Kingdom. I will also be coming to the capital." "All right, then I'll wait for you in the capital." Meng Qingxue nodded, then turned and left. After Meng Qingxue left, Jiang Chun also left Lingyun Martial Academy directly. To prevent the Fire Kirin Beast from causing unnecessary trouble, Jiang Chun first went to the Moonmark Merchant Guild to get a pet bag and put the Fire Kirin Beast into it. Immediately afterwards, with nothing else to do, Jiang Chun headed straight for the Alchemist Guild in Lingyun City. Jiang Chun is now proficient in alchemy, formations, and beast taming, but he doesn't have any impressive credentials. Therefore, Jiang Chun decided to go to the Alchemist Guild first and get an alchemist badge to play with. Chapter 109, Let's get a Pill Master Badge to play with. Jiang Chun strolled casually along the main road leading to the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, the clattering of hooves came from behind. Immediately, Jiang Chun sensed that the street behind him was becoming somewhat chaotic. Jiang Chun turned around and saw a purple shadow rushing from the end of the road, with countless figures flashing to both sides along the way. The fiery red steed, like a flame, swept past from afar and appeared several feet away from Jiang Chun in the blink of an eye. "Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of my way." Looking at Jiang Chun, who was motionless not far ahead, the girl in purple frowned and shouted. Jiang Chun frowned. He glanced at the girl in purple indifferently, then walked forward as if nothing had happened. You're asking for death. Seeing that Jiang Chun was ignoring her presence, the girl in purple snorted coldly and swung the leather whip in her slender hand at Jiang Chun. In an instant, a red shadow tore through the air, creating a gust of wind, and swung directly at Jiang Chen's head. Sensing the attack from behind, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Without even turning his head, he stretched out his palm and grabbed the whip with a backhand swift motion. Immediately, Jiang Chun grabbed the leather whip and pulled hard, causing the girl in purple to lose her balance and fall off the horse. The girl in purple couldn't help but scream, then plopped down on the ground. You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? The moment her buttocks touched the cold, dirty ground, the girl in purple's face turned ashen, and she roared at Jiang Chun. He looked like an angry tigress. Jiang Chun glanced at the girl in purple and said calmly, If you can attack me, why can't I attack you? Who do you think you are, daring to lay a hand on me? Jiang Chun's calm words immediately enraged the girl in purple. Looking at the middle-aged woman who had caught up behind her, she shouted angrily, Aunt Lan, kill him. Ziluan, you're being silly again. The middle-aged beauty frowned slightly. How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words, the girl in purple realized that she had important business to attend to in Lingyun City and couldn't waste her time here. You're lucky. If I see you again, I'll make you pay. The girl in purple could only glare at Jiang Chun resentfully before the middle-aged woman quickly left. Jiang Chun watched the two girls in purple leave without saying anything and slowly walked towards the Alchemist Guild. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chun arrived in front of a magnificent building in the center of Lingyun City. Jiang Chun raised his head slightly, and 5 ancient characters, their writing somewhat blurred, flickered faintly in the firelight above the building's entrance. Alchemist Guild. Jiang Chun paused for a moment before walking towards the gate of the Alchemist Guild. Boy, this is the Alchemist Guild. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. What are you doing here? Just then, a tall, middle-aged man at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild shouted at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun said calmly, I'm not doing anything. I just want to go in and get an alchemist badge to play with. Want to go in and get an alchemist badge to play with? Do you fucking think you can just take this thing whenever you want? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. Chapter 1:10, I'll make you kneel down and beg me. The middle-aged man immediately glared at Jiang Chun with an unfriendly expression. Kid, since you're here to be tested as an alchemist, then show me your letter of introduction. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. What is a letter of introduction? You don't even know the rules of the Alchemist Guild, yet you dare to say you're here to assess alchemists? Anyone who comes to the Alchemist Guild to take the alchemist exam must be accompanied by an instructor and must present a letter of introduction from their instructor. The middle-aged man immediately said with a disdainful look, If you can't produce a letter of introduction, then get out of here right now. I don't have a letter of introduction, but I really am here to take the alchemist exam. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. You can go in and announce that Yin Qingxian sent me. Haha, kid. Yin Qingxian is one of the 3 great 6th-grade alchemists in our great Xia kingdom. You actually dare to say that Master Yin introduced you? Are you kidding me? The middle-aged man immediately gave a disdainful sneer. Where did you get all this nonsense from? Jiang Chen's expression turned cold, and he said impatiently, You have 2 choices now. Either let me in or go in and call someone in charge. Don't waste my time here. Kid, this Alchemist Guild isn't a place where you can cause trouble as you please. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he shouted angrily at Jiang Chun. If you know what's good for you, leave now, or don't blame me for being impolite. You really won't let me in? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't look down on people. If you don't let me in now, I'll make you kneel down and beg me to come in. Jiang Chun stared coldly at the middle-aged man, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Hey kid, you really think I'm easily intimidated? I like to see what you've got that makes me kneel down and beg you to come in. The middle-aged man sneered, clearly not taking Jiang Chen's words seriously. What is Master Yin Qingxuan's identity? If this kid is really related to Yin Qingxian, how could he not even produce the token to enter the Alchemist Guild? Master Jiang, Just then, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly came from inside the Alchemist Guild. Immediately, a middle-aged man wearing a badge of a second-grade advanced alchemist strode out from inside. This second-grade advanced alchemist was familiar to both Jiang Chun and the middle-aged man, because he was none other than Zhu Mingyuan of Baodan Pavilion. Looking at Zhu Mingyuan, a second-grade alchemist, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, as if he had a bad feeling. There was no one else at the main entrance of the Alchemist Guild except for him and Jiang Chun. Could it be that the Master Jiang that Zhu Mingyuan mentioned is this kid in front of us? Master Jiang, what brings you to the Alchemist Guild? Just as the middle-aged man was feeling uneasy, Zhu Mingyuan had already jogged up to Jiang Chun and said very respectfully. Jiang Chun glanced at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, I wanted to go in and get a pill master badge, but he stopped me at the door. What? Upon hearing this, Zhu Mingyuan's chilling gaze instantly fell upon the middle-aged man. It's over. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man's face instantly turned deathly pale. Before Zhu Mingyuan could speak, he knelt down in front of Jiang Chun with a thud. Master Jiang, I was wrong. I was blind and looked down on you. I was ignorant and offended you. Please be merciful and forgive me. Chapter 111, I'm here to take the test for a rank 3 alchemist. This moment, the middle-aged man no longer cared about saving face and hurriedly begged Jiang Chun for mercy. Even a dignified second-grade high-level alchemist like Zhu Mingyuan had to treat this kid with utmost respect. If this kid really wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be easier than killing an ant? Jiang Chun didn't bother arguing with the middle-aged man and simply asked, May I go in now? Yes, yes. Seeing that Jiang Chun seemed to have no intention of pursuing the matter further, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He quickly gestured for Jiang Chun to come in. Master Jiang, please come in. Please come in. Master Jiang, this is your first time at the Alchemist Guild, so you must be unfamiliar with the place. Why don't I take you to participate in the Alchemist assessment? Just then, Zhu Mingyuan also spoke up from the side. Good. Jiang Chun nodded, and then walked into the Alchemist Guild with Zhu Mingyuan. Master Zhu, what are you doing at the Alchemist Guild? Jiang Chun walked into the Alchemist Guild and asked Zhu Mingyuan with some curiosity. Zhu Mingyuan gave a wry smile and said, To be honest, I came to the Alchemist Guild today to take the exam for a third-grade alchemist, but I failed. As they talked, they soon arrived at the Alchemist Guild's Alchemist Examination Hall. As you enter the Alchemist Assessment Hall, a faint medicinal fragrance wafts towards you, making you feel refreshed and relaxed. Jiang Chun glanced around the hall and noticed a dozen or so stone platforms in the center, made of some unknown material. On each stone platform, there's a pill furnace and various kinds of medicinal materials for alchemy. At this moment, on these stone platforms, 7 or 8 boys sat there impatiently. What surprised Jiang Chun the most was that the purple-clad girl who had clashed with him on the street earlier was among them. Besides, there was an imposing white-haired old man standing directly in front of the hall. On the chest of this white-haired old man was a silver alchemist badge with 4 stars. Master Jiang, the old man in front of you is Danny Chen, the president of the Alchemist Guild of Lingyun City, and also the only 4th-grade alchemy master in Lingyun City. Just then, Zhu Mingyuan whispered something to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded, looking at the youths on the stone. Are all these people here to participate in the alchemist assessment? Yes and no. Generally speaking, unless it is an assessment for a 3rd-grade alchemist, the alchemist master will not personally preside over it. It's just that I recently heard that Master Dan intends to take on disciples, and these people are probably here for that reason. Zhu Mingyuan said in a low voice. Master Zhu, are you bringing your disciple to participate in the alchemist assessment? Just as the two were talking in hushed tones, Danny Chen's soft chuckle rang out in their ears. Danny Chen's soft chuckle drew the attention of the 7 or 8 youths on the rock, all of whom turned their gazes to Jiang Chun and his companion. How could it be him? Upon seeing Jiang Chun suddenly appear in her line of sight, the girl in purple couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Master Dan, you flatter me. I'm not qualified to be his teacher. Zhu Mingyuan quickly replied. Oh, a look of surprise immediately appeared in Danny Chen's old eyes. Young brother, are you here to take the alchemist exam? That's right. Jiang Chun nodded and said calmly. I'm here to be assessed as a 3rd-grade alchemist. Chapter 112, I refined a 1st-grade pill in 3 minutes. Quiet. Jiang Chen's calm words immediately silenced the hall. So quiet you could almost hear a pin drop. Especially the 7 or 8 boys on the stone platform who were about the same age as Jiang Chun. All looked at Jiang Chun as if he were a fool. A moment later, they couldn't help but mock Jiang Chun with disdain. Damn, is this kid out of his mind? He actually said he's here to be tested as a third-grade alchemist. Hey, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? With his looks, it's questionable whether he can even pass the first-grade alchemist assessment. Certainly, Jiang Chen's arrogant words also stunned Danny Chen. He glanced at Zhu Mingyuan, who stood beside Jiang Chun looking completely at ease, and was immediately taken aback. Could it be that this little guy in front of me really has the strength of a third-grade alchemist? If that's really the case, then it's just too bizarre. Little guy, are you really going to take the exam to become a third-grade alchemist? When Danny Chen came to his senses, a strange look appeared in his old eyes as he looked at Jiang Chun. Is there a problem? Jiang Chun said casually. However, if you can assess fourth-grade alchemists here, I wouldn't mind getting a fourth-grade alchemist badge for fun. Jiang Chen's words immediately caused an uproar in the hall. Holy crap, this kid is incredibly arrogant. Haha, this kid actually dares to say he's being assessed as a fourth-grade alchemist. If he can become a fourth-grade alchemist, then I'm probably even more awesome than Master Yin Qingxian. Fourth-grade alchemist. This guy actually wants to take the exam to become a fourth-grade alchemist. This time, even Zhu Mingyuan was shocked by Jiang Chen's words. He originally thought that the third rank was Jiang Chen's limit, but who knew that Jiang Chun could still be assessed at the fourth rank? Based on his understanding of Jiang Chun over this period of time, since this guy dared to say that, it proved that he could definitely refine a fourth-grade pill. A 15 or 16-year-old fourth-grade alchemist. This is just too insane. Little guy, I can only assess third-grade alchemists here. A glint flashed in Danny Chen's eyes as he smiled slightly at Jiang Chun and said, I wonder what grade of badge you have now. Jiang Chun shook his head and said, I haven't received an alchemist badge yet. Haha. This kid doesn't even have a pill master badge yet, but he's already dreaming of taking the fourth-grade pill master exam. It's hilarious. As soon as Jiang Chun said this, the group of teenagers in the hall couldn't help but burst into laughter. Young man, according to our alchemist guild, you must first pass the first-grade alchemist exam, and only after successfully advancing can you take the second-grade alchemist exam. Danny Chen looked at Jiang Chun with a big smile. Do you still want to participate in the assessment? He wanted to see if this kid was just a madman who spouted wild words, or a true peerless genius. All right, let's promote them one rank at a time then. Jiang Chun nodded, then flashed away and sat down on a stone platform. The stone he chose happened to be right next to the girl in purple with whom he had a conflict. I didn't expect to run into you here. You dare to presumptuously attempt to become a fourth-grade alchemist. I think you'd better get lost. If you can't even refine a first-grade pill later, let's see how you get out of this mess. The girl in purple looked at Jiang Chun and couldn't help but say, with a mocking expression, how I handle this is none of your business. Jiang Chun pursed his lips, and his calm voice instantly echoed throughout the hall. Besides, I can refine a mere first-grade pill in 3 minutes. Chapter 113 Alchemy is as simple as drinking water. Refining a first-grade elixir in 3 minutes. Jiang Chen's still arrogant voice left the youths on the stone platform speechless. They didn't even bother to say a word of mockery to Jiang Chun. 3 minutes isn't even enough time to prepare the medicinal herbs, light the fire, or warm the furnace. Yet this guy claims he can refine the pills. This idiot, does he really think we're all fools? All right, it's about time. Let's begin. The assessment for a first-grade alchemist is very simple. You can use your imagination as you like, and just refine a complete first-grade pill. Just then, Danny Chen's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. As soon as Danny Chen said this, the 7 or 8 teenagers on the stone platform all began to move. Jiang Chen glanced around and found that most of the teenagers had prepared materials for refining healing pills and energy-accumulating pills. Only the purple-clad girl beside Jiang Chun and the stern-faced black-clad youth were preparing to refine a first-grade high-level pill, the body-tempering pill. About 2 or 3 minutes later, everyone on the stone platform, except Jiang Chun, had prepared the materials and started to light the fire to warm the furnace. In an instant, all 7 or 8 alchemy furnaces were burning with raging flames. The temperature in the hall instantly became several degrees hotter. Although these teenagers were clumsy in their techniques, their alchemy steps were methodical and almost flawless, especially the girl in purple and the girl in black, who quickly began putting medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace. Why haven't you started yet? You don't even know how to begin alchemy. As the girl in purple put the medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chun beside her. Looking at Jiang Chun, who still hadn't made a move, she couldn't help but sneer with disdain. You should focus on refining your pills. I'm afraid that starting to refine pills might affect your mood and cause you to accidentally blow up the furnace. Jiang Chun said it casually. That's ridiculous. My body tempering pill is almost finished with the medicinal process and will soon be condensed. How could it possibly explode? The girl in purple sneered and looked at Jiang Chun with a defiant expression. You think you're so great? Please, let me explode the furnace. Since you're so reluctant to succeed in refining the pill, then I'll grant your wish. For me, refining pills is as easy as drinking water. As Jiang Chun spoke, he quickly started a fire in the alchemy furnace in front of him. Immediately, he spent less than 30 seconds warming the furnace before smoothly placing all the ingredients for the body tempering pill into it. Less than 2 minutes later, Jiang Chun quickly cast a core condensation technique. A moment later, Jiang Chun opened the alchemy furnace and took out a body tempering pill, presenting it to everyone. 3 minutes. This guy actually refined the first-grade high-level pill, body tempering pill, in less than 3 minutes. This scene instantly petrified the 7 or 8 boys on the stone platform. They even forgot the alchemy they were doing. Immediately afterwards, a series of loud explosions rang out. In the blink of an eye, the alchemy furnaces in front of the boys, including the girl in purple, exploded completely. You can't believe this. The girl in purple looked at the body tempering pill in Jiang Chun's hand, then at the exploding pill furnace in front of her, and couldn't help but scream in disbelief. Chapter 114 with me here. I'll guarantee your advancement to a third-grade alchemist. I've already told you that if I were to refine pills, it would affect your mood for refining pills, but you just wouldn't believe me. Jiang Chun pursed his lips, looked at the girl in purple with a smile, and said, Are you satisfied now? The girl in purple blushed instantly, wishing she could disappear into a hole in the ground. She never expected that Jiang Chun would actually refine the body tempering pill in just 3 minutes. She never expected that she would be so shocked by Jiang Chun's incredible performance that the assessment, which was going very smoothly, would suddenly go wrong at the crucial moment. She glanced at the black-clad youth who remained completely unaffected, and her face instantly turned pale. Whether she can become Danny Chen's disciple in Lingyun City is extremely important to her and her family. With her current performance, how could she possibly become Danny Chen's disciple? A few minutes later, the black-clad youth finally succeeded in refining the body tempering pill. This young man in black was also the only person besides Jiang Chun who successfully refined pills on the stone platform. This kid has good talent and temperament. He's a promising talent. Seeing the black-clad youth's performance, Danny Chen couldn't help but nod in approval. As for Jiang Chun, Danny Chen simply ignored him. Danny Chen already understood from Jiang Chen's move just now. That kid's seemingly arrogant words earlier were not bragging at all. This little guy's skill in alchemy is perhaps no less than his. Such a prodigy is simply beyond his ability to teach. President Dan, may I continue with the Rank 2 assessment now? Just as Danny Chen was filled with emotion, Jiang Chen's calm voice startled him back to reality. Yes, of course. To avoid disruptions to the assessment, starting with the second-grade alchemist assessment, our Alchemist Guild has dedicated assessment rooms. I wonder if you'd like to continue here, young man, or go to the special alchemist assessment room. Danny Chen looked at Jiang Chun with a smile. Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively. No need for all that trouble. Let's start right here. For the second-grade alchemist assessment, I will customize the pills for the assessment. You will refine one chi-boosting pill. Without wasting any words, Danny Chen quickly took out the materials for a grade 2 chi-boosting pill from a storage ring and placed it in front of Jiang Chun. The chi-boosting pill is a grade 2, low-level pill, which is 2 levels lower than the grade 2, high-level chi-gathering pill. For Jiang Chun, refining such pills was naturally effortless. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Chun perfectly refined the chi-boosting pill. Is this how I pass the assessment for a second-grade alchemist? Upon witnessing this shocking scene, the teenagers on the stone platform nearly popped their eyes out. This moment, they then realized that this kid wasn't bragging. He really was amazing. And it's the kind of awesome that has no friends. Young brother's skill in alchemy is unparalleled in my life. Danny Chin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He looked at Jiang Chun and asked, "May I ask if you, young brother, will you continue the assessment for a third-grade alchemist here?" "Certainly." Jiang Chun nodded, then glanced at Zhu Mingyuan beside him. "Master Zhu, why don't you join the assessment too?" Zhu Mingyuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid I'm not ready yet. I already failed the previous test." Jiang Chun smiled faintly, and his arrogant voice instantly resounded in everyone's ears. "Don't worry, just come and take the test. With me here, I guarantee you'll be promoted to a third-grade alchemist today." Chapter 1:15 Multitasking while refining pills? Awesome. Jiang Chen's arrogant words plunged the hall into a deathly silence once again. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chun as if he were a monster. "You say you're amazing at alchemy, able to refine first-grade, second-grade, and third-grade pills at will, and we accept that. Although a third-grade alchemist in his teens is abnormally powerful, it is still acceptable. But now this guy actually says he wants to help that second-grade alchemist next to him advance to the third grade. Holy crap. Is it possible to help an alchemist advance in their career just by wanting to? If it were that easy, second-grade alchemists would be as common as dogs and third-grade alchemists would be everywhere. They would not be as rare as they are now. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chun had no chance of helping Zhu Mingyuan advance to the third-grade alchemist level. Zhu Mingyuan was overjoyed and hurriedly ran to a stone platform next to Jiang Chun. This caused the corners of the mouths of the boys on the stone platform to twitch involuntarily. This second-grade alchemist actually believes that kid can help him advance to the third grade? Isn't this pure nonsense? Master Dan, could you please prepare a set of assessment materials for a third-grade alchemist as well? Zhu Mingyuan completely ignored the shocked gazes of the surrounding teenagers and excitedly spoke to Danny Chen. If it were in the past, if someone had said this to him, Zhu Mingyuan would have definitely wanted to call them an idiot. But these words came from Jiang Chen's mouth, so Zhu Mingyuan had no reason not to believe them. Since meeting Jiang Chun, Zhu Mingyuan had heard Jiang Chen spout such arrogant words countless times. However, every time everyone thought Jiang Chen's words were a fantasy. But he turned the impossible into the possible time and time again. Now that Jiang Chun has said he'll help him advance to the third rank of alchemist, how could Zhu Mingyuan be so foolish as to refuse? Regardless, Zhu Mingyuan decided to give it a try. After all, it's not a big deal if we fail again. But if he succeeds, he can fulfill his long-cherished wish and become a third-grade alchemist. As Danny Chen watched this scene, a look of surprise flashed across his cloudy old eyes. Without wasting any words, he directly prepared assessment content for third-grade alchemists for Jiang Chun and Zhu Mingyuan respectively. He wanted to see just how monstrous this little alchemy prodigy was. For this third-grade alchemist assessment, Danny Chen prepared a third-grade primary pill, the rejuvenation pill, for Zhu Mingyuan. As for Jiang Chun, Danny Chen directly prepared a high-grade third-rank innate spiritual pill. Clearly, Danny Chen was also eager to test the limits of this little prodigy. After receiving the test questions, Zhu Mingyuan quickly began to arrange the materials and start the alchemy process. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, was refining pills while keeping an eye on Zhu Mingyuan's movements. Soon, Zhu Mingyuan began putting medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace. After skillfully adding several medicinal herbs, Zhu Mingyuan directly grabbed a piece of transparent bamboo, about a foot long, in his hand. Put the heavenly heart bamboo and earthly nether sand into the furnace last. Just then, Jiang Chen's calm voice suddenly rang in his ear. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mingyuan quickly put down the heavenly heart bamboo and added other medicinal herbs to the alchemy furnace. Seeing that Jiang Chun was actually refining pills himself while instructing Zhu Mingyuan, everyone was once again stunned. This guy can actually multitask while refining pills. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. Chapter 116, I accepted this 3-star mission. Alchemy is a very delicate art. Generally speaking, any alchemist must be extremely focused when refining pills. Otherwise, The slightest oversight could lead to failure in alchemy. But this guy in front of me is doing two things at once, refining pills himself while instructing others on how to refine pills. This is inhuman. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, Zhu Mingyuan successfully added all the other medicinal herbs to the alchemy furnace, leaving only the heavenly heart bamboo and the earthly nether sand. Just as Zhu Mingyuan was hesitating about what to put in first, the furnace suddenly became restless. This scene immediately made Zhu Mingyuan somewhat flustered. Don't panic. Take 2/3 of the heavenly heart bamboo and 10 pieces of earthly nether sand, and add them to the alchemy furnace together. Just then, Jiang Chen's calm voice rang in his ears once again. Zhu Mingyuan dared not delay and immediately did as instructed. Soon, the previously restless alchemy furnace calmed down. Watching the medicinal herbs gradually being refined into elixir in the alchemy furnace, Zhu Mingyuan was also very excited and quickly began to condense the elixir. A few minutes later, he finally refined the rejuvenation pill. After Zhu Mingyuan successfully refined the pill, Jiang Chun also sped up the pill refining process and soon successfully refined the innate spirit pill. Seeing the scene before them, the boys on the stone platform were completely numb. This guy in front of me is simply inhuman and cannot be judged by common sense. Master Jiang, thank you. After Jiang Chan finished refining the pills, Zhu Mingyuan immediately bowed deeply to Jiang Chun. He looked as if he regarded Jiang Chun as his teacher. This young man's talent in alchemy is so great that it won't be long before our great Xia kingdom produces a master alchemist. It took Danny Chen a while to recover from shock. The 3 alchemists who have completed the assessment, please come with me to collect your alchemist badges. The rest of you may leave. After Danny Chen finished speaking, he led Jiang Chun and the other 2 into the hall. The remaining youths, including the girl in purple, left the alchemist assessment hall in a daze. After receiving the 3rd-grade alchemist badge, Jiang Chun accepted Zhu Mingyuan's invitation to have a meal before returning to Lingyun Martial Academy. My lord, the Hall of Imperial Affairs sent someone today, saying that you must complete an academy task this month, and that you should go to the Hall of Imperial Affairs to collect it when you have time. When Jiang Chun returned to his residence, one of the servants spoke to him. Okay, I understand. Jiang Chun nodded. Jiang Chun had heard Meng Qingxue mention the Academy's mission before. At Lingyun Martial Academy, inner students must complete 1 student task every month. This is also a method used by the Martial Academy to train its students. However, it is said that completing student tasks can earn a large number of student points. Within the Lingyun Martial Academy, whether exchanging for martial arts techniques or training in certain specific locations, students need points. Jiang Chen also planned to collect some student points to play around with. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Jiang Chun went directly to the Zhongwu Hall. You must be the recently famous junior brother Jiang from the inner court. I wonder what kind of student mission junior brother Jiang would like. As Jiang Chun entered the clan affairs hall, the inner palace steward in charge of distributing tasks greeted him with a smile. Jiang Chun smiled slightly and said, I want a mission with a generous reward. Generous rewards? The steward pondered for a moment and said, not long ago, the Martial Academy released a new 3-star mission that rewards 100,000 student points. Before the steward could finish speaking, Jiang Chun said directly, all right, I'll accept this 3-star mission. Chapter 117 heading to Windfire City. Junior brother Jiang, it's fine to give you this task. The steward smiled wryly. It's just that the 3-star missions for students are usually quite difficult, and there's very little information about this mission. Do you think we should change it? Jiang Chun shook his head and said, no need, I want this 3-star mission. Junior brother Jiang, the task for this 3-star mission is to go to the Hua family in Fenghua City. It is said that the Hua family is in trouble and needs help. However, the specifics of the situation were not clearly stated in the mission document. Seeing that Jiang Chun seemed to have made up his mind, the steward stopped trying to dissuade him and directly explained the details of the mission. All right, I'll set off for Windfire City right away. Having chosen his mission, Jiang Chun didn't linger at the Martial Academy and headed straight for Windfire City. Fenghua City is one of the cities under the jurisdiction of Lingyun Prefecture, located 800 miles northwest of Lingyun City. Unlike Songshan City, where Jiang Chun is located, Fenghua City has always been dominated by the Hua family. It can be said that the Hua family has been the overlord of Fenghua City for many years. Even so, the Hua family had no choice but to seek help from the Lingyun Martial Academy this time. Clearly, the trouble the Hua family is facing this time is not a simple matter. Half a day later, Jiang Chun arrived at a plain within the territory of Fenghua City. Strange. As far as I know, the prosperity of Fenghua City should be no less than that of Tsongshan City. We're not far from Fenghua City, so why is the main road so desolate? Jiang Chun looked up at the vaguely visible outline of the huge city in front of him and muttered to himself, "Help me." Just then, a sudden cry for help rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow and immediately darted towards the direction from which the sound came. At the bend, not far ahead, several martial artists surrounded an old man with murderous intent. The old man was hunched over, carrying a tattered cloth bag on his back, and holding the hand of a pretty girl of about 15 or 16. The girl looked terrified and her face was deathly pale. She was clearly quite frightened by what she was seeing. "Haha, old man, stop yelling nonsense. Our heavenly dragon stronghold will soon conquer Windfire City and become the overlord of this land. Do you think anyone will come to save you? If you know what's good for you, you'll give us your granddaughter to have some fun, and we might even consider sparing your life." Just as Jiang Chun was taking in the situation before him, the leader of the burly men in black spoke with unbridled arrogance right next to Jiang Chen's ear. "Grandfather." Hearing the black-clad man's unrestrained laughter, the girl trembled all over, and despair filled her bright, beautiful eyes. "You can forget about it. If you want to lay a finger on my granddaughter, you'll have to step over my dead body." The old man held the girl tightly behind him, a resolute look flashing in his cloudy old eyes. "Oomph. Old man, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish." The burly man in black snorted coldly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his long sword, he thrust it directly at the old man. "Call out." Just as the long sword in the black-clad man's hand was about to pierce the old man, a sword aura instantly tore through the void and swiftly swept past the black-clad man's neck. In an instant, bright red blood splattered out. The head of the burly man in black was severed and fell to the ground by the sharp sword energy. Chapter 118, I'm not courting death. I'm here to find someone. The sudden turn of events stunned the remaining martial artists. They all suddenly turned around and looked behind them. A boy of about 15 or 16 years old had appeared there at some point, his eyes filled with utter indifference. "Boy, who are you, and why are you interfering in the affairs of my heavenly dragon stronghold?" One of the bald, burly men, carrying a large knife, stared fiercely at Jiang Chun and said menacingly, "I don't care if you're from Tianlong Village or Tianchong Village. Bullying unarmed civilians deserves to be killed." As Jiang Chun finished speaking coldly, his figure transformed into a phantom, passing by several martial artists like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Immediately, those martial artists all fell to the ground. Almost without exception, a deep bloodstain appeared on their necks. Upon seeing Jiang Chun suddenly appear, he dealt with the group of people in front of him in the blink of an eye. The old man took quite a while to wake up. He immediately knelt down before Jiang Chun, saying, "Thank you so much, young hero, for saving my life." Beside the old man, the young girl stared blankly at Jiang Chun, a strange light flickering in her beautiful eyes. "It was nothing, sir. There's no need for such formalities." Jiang Chun quickly helped the old man up and asked with some confusion, "Uncle, who exactly are these martial artists? How dare they be so arrogant near Fenghua City?" The old man said, "In Tianlong Mountain, west of Fenghua City, there's a Tianlong stronghold. They are the thieves from Tianlong stronghold." Jiang Chun frowned slightly. "The people of Tianlong Village are so arrogant. Does Fenghua City not care at all? In the past, with the whole family in charge of Fenghua City, the people of Tianlong Village did not dare to be so rampant. But recently, Xiang Tianlong, the chief of Tianlong Village, broke through to the innate realm and became an innate realm expert. It is said that even the head of the Hua family was seriously injured. The Hua family is struggling to survive, so how can they possibly manage these matters?" The old man said with a wry smile. "I see." Jiang Chun nodded, somewhat enlightened. It seems the Hua family of Fenghua City is really in trouble. The source of this trouble is the so-called Tianlong village. Uncle, this Fenghua city is probably not going to be peaceful anytime soon. It's really dangerous for you to make a living here with your granddaughter. If you don't mind, you can go to the Baodan Pavilion in Lingyun City and find a job. Just say that Jiang Chun sent you there. After Jiang Chun finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to reply and quickly dashed towards Windfire City. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun finally arrived at Windfire City. From afar, Jiang Chun could see two groups of people standing facing each other at the city gate of Fenghua City, the atmosphere of which was extremely tense. Jiang Chun knew, without even thinking, that the two groups were the Hua family of Fenghua City and the people of Tianlong Village. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun strode towards the city gate of Fenghua City. Kid, what the hell do you want? Can't you see that we, Tianlong Village, are here on business? If you don't want to die, then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one blow. Just then, on the Tianlong Village side, the middle-aged man who was leading the group also spotted Jiang Chun walking towards the city gate. His face turned cold, and he shouted at Jiang Chun sternly. Jiang Chun looked up at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "I'm not looking for death. I'm here to find someone. A mere brat dares to act wildly in front of my heavenly dragon stronghold." The middle-aged man's face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted sharply, "Xiang Hu, kill him for me." Chapter 119, So what if I killed him? What can you do about it? As the middle-aged man's stern shout subsided, a tall, burly figure rushed out from behind him. "Kid, you must have a death wish, daring to meddle in the affairs of Tianlong Village." The burly man, named Xiang, who brandished his long sword, let out a roar, and the sword transformed into a black shadow as it slashed down at Jiang Chun. Mountain-shattering strike die. Jiang Chun stood calmly, looking at the long sword coming towards him with a composed expression. Only when the long sword appeared above his head did he casually extend two fingers. In an instant, Jiang Chun caught the long sword perfectly between his two fingers. That was done so casually, as if it were just like holding a leaf between your fingers. With a casual gesture, Jiang Chun caught the long sword. Then, with a forceful shake, the sword snapped in two. Xiang, whose figure was instantly blasted away by a powerful force. Jiang Chun remained expressionless, and his two fingers, which were holding half of the knife tip, flicked slightly. The blade arrived in an instant. Before Xiang, who could even react, the blade pierced through his chest, and crimson blood gushed out instantly. Immediately, Xiang, whose tall body fell straight to the ground with a thud. This sudden turn of events not only stunned the people of Tianlong Village, but also greatly surprised the Hua family. Xiang, who was, after all, a martial artist at the Qi control realm. He was actually killed by this young man with a single, seemingly casual move. This young man is absolutely a peerless genius. One in a million. Ziluan, isn't this the boy you had a conflict with in Lingyun City? What's he doing here? In front of the Hua family, a middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Chun, who had killed Xiang Hu in one move, and asked in surprise. "Yes, it's him." Beside the middle-aged beauty, a complex expression also appeared in the beautiful eyes of the girl in purple. This girl in purple is none other than Hua Ziluan, the daughter of the Hua family in Fenghua City, and the one who clashed with Jiang Chun in Lingyun City yesterday. Half a month ago, Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Tianlong Village, broke through to the innate realm and stormed into Fenghua City. Her father, Hua Wujin, the head of the Hua family, almost risked his life to defeat Xiang Tianlong. Yesterday, she went to Lingyun City to participate in the alchemist assessment, hoping to become Danny Chen's apprentice. If she could become Danny Chen's disciple, she could use Danny Chen's status as a fourth-grade alchemist to intimidate Xiang Tianlong and resolve the Hua family's crisis. However, the plan ultimately failed. Finally, left with no other choice, Hua Ziluan had to pay a price to issue a mission through the Lingyun Martial Academy, hoping to overcome this crisis with their help. This young man is very powerful. Xiang, who was a martial artist at the 4th level of Qi control, but he was easily killed by him in one move. This boy's martial arts talent is in no way inferior to the geniuses on the Lingyun ranking of the Lingyun Martial Academy. Could he be someone sent by the Lingyun Martial Academy to help our Hua family? The middle-aged woman stared at Jiang Chun, her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly. Although this young man has amazing talent, The Hua family is facing a Xiantian expert this time. Can this kid really help the Hua family get through this crisis? You little bastard, you dare to kill someone from my heavenly dragon stronghold. Seeing that Jiang Chun killed Xiang Hu in one move, the middle-aged man who led Tianlong village was stunned for a moment, and then his face instantly turned extremely ferocious. So what if I killed him? What can you do about it? Jiang Chun said calmly. I'm here today to kill the people of Tianlong village. Chapter 120 to defeat them. I only need one sword. Good, very good. You little bastard, soon I, Xiang Tianxiang, will show you just how miserable the consequences will be for those who oppose my Tianlong village. The middle-aged man, Xiang Tianxiang, laughed in extreme anger. He roared at the four burly men in golden robes behind him. Heavenly dragon guards, form a formation for me. With a roar from Xiang Tianxiang, four burly men in golden robes rushed out from behind him. Four burly men in golden robes surrounded Jiang Chun from four different directions and then launched an attack on him with perfect coordination. Jiang Chun's expression turned cold, and he instantly transformed into a faint shadow. Fierce fist energies blasted out from his fists, turning into a sky full of fist shadows in midair. In the blink of an eye, all four burly men in golden robes were struck by several punches. Immediately, several low, muffled groans echoed in midair. The four burly men in golden robes were seen flying into the air before crashing down several meters away. Young hero, be careful. The four heavenly dragon guards of Heavenly Dragon Stronghold have mastered a secret technique. The four of them working together have extremely strong defense and recovery capabilities, making them not so easy to deal with. Just then, a voice sounded behind Jiang Chun, reminding him. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chun was surprised to find that the four golden-clad men he had just knocked down were all emitting a burst of dazzling golden light. A moment later, the four burly men in golden robes all stood up from the ground unharmed. Ha, kid. When the four golden guards of my heavenly dragon stronghold join forces and use their secret technique, even a martial artist at the 9th level of chi refining can't do anything to them. Unless you are a master of the innate realm, you will surely die today. At this moment, Xiang Tianxiang couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter. After a moment of slight surprise, Jiang Chun quickly came to his senses. His gaze swept over the four burly men in gold, and a disdainful sneer immediately appeared on his lips. What kind of bullshit secret technique is this? It's nothing more than a combined attack technique that contains some rudimentary elements of array formations. You think these four guys can handle me? Just open your eyes wide and watch how I take them down with a single sword strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chun took out the flame dragon sword, and a burst of sword intent erupted instantly. He then swung it 4 times in the air. In an instant, for sharp sword energies, carrying an aura of invincibility, shattered the golden light emanating from the four golden-clad men in the blink of an eye. Even their bodies were instantly cleaved in two by Jiang Chun's sharp sword energy. Watching Jiang Chun effortlessly dispatch the four heavenly dragon guards of Tianlong village with just 4 sword strikes, one could see the situation unfold. Everyone present, whether from Tianlong village or the Hua family, was so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Aunt Lan, how can he be so powerful? Could he be a master of the innate realm? Hua Zilu stared blankly at the scene before her, and it took her a while to recover from the shock. This guy's talent in alchemy is already abnormal enough. He's now a genuine rank 3 alchemist. But Hua Zilu never expected that this guy's martial arts talent was just as monstrous. To kill the 4 heavenly dragon guards of Heavenly Dragon Stronghold in one move is something that only a master of the innate realm could do. I don't know if he's a Xiantian expert, but the 4 sword energies he just unleashed contain an indescribable artistic conception. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary sword intent. The middle-aged woman stared at Jiang Chun, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Genius. The young man before me is actually a peerless genius who has comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. Chapter 121. 3 days later, I will raze your Tianlong village to the ground. Sword intent. Upon hearing this, Hua Zilu couldn't help but let out an incredulous exclamation from her alluring cherry-like lips. Although Huazilu's martial arts talent wasn't great, she still knew what sword intent meant. Sword intent. This is the legendary true essence of martial arts. In the great Xia Kingdom, even among 10,000 martial arts practitioners, perhaps only one person could comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. At this moment, Huaziluan was completely at a loss for words to describe the monstrous nature of the boy before her. That's right, it's sword intent. With this young man here, it seems that our whole family should be able to overcome this crisis without any problem. The middle-aged woman smiled and said something, finally relaxing her tense nerves. The true essence of martial arts, a synonym for unparalleled power. Since this young man has comprehended sword intent, even without the strength of the innate realm, he is still qualified to compete with Xiang Tianlong. Kid, who exactly are you? Seeing that the 4 heavenly dragon guards had actually been killed by Jiang Chun with a single sword strike, it took Xiang Tianxiong a while to recover from a shock. The 4 heavenly dragon guards are the second strongest force in their heavenly dragon stronghold, second only to his elder brother, Xiang Tianlong. But now it has been easily destroyed by this kid in front of me. Xiang Tianxiong never expected that this kid's strength would be so great. Who I am is not for you to know. I don't want to start a bloodbath today. Take your men and get out of here. By the way, go back and tell Xiang Tianlong to come to Fenghua City to see me within 3 days, or he will face the consequences. Jiang Chun glanced at Xiang Tianxiong indifferently and said casually, Kid, who the hell do you think you are? Upon hearing Jiang Chun's extremely arrogant words, Xiang Tianxiong immediately became furious. He glared menacingly at Jiang Chun. Don't think that just because you have some strength, my heavenly dragon stronghold is truly afraid of you. Let me give you a piece of advice. Bang! However, before Xiang Tianxiong could finish speaking, Jiang Chun instantly used the sky stepping step, appearing like a ghost above Xiang Tianxiong's head and stomping him to the ground. He stared coldly at Xiang Tianxiong, who was coughing up blood on the ground, and his cold voice instantly echoed in the air. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? If you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Go back and tell Xiang Tianlong to get his ass in front of me within 3 days. Otherwise, I will raze your Tianlong village to the ground in 3 days. Xiang Tianxiong scrambled to his feet, looking utterly disheveled. Sensing Jiang Chun's chilling, killing intent, his expression instantly turned terrified. Without a second thought, he scrambled to his feet and led his men from Tianlong village away from Fenghua City in a panic. Master Jiang, thank you so much for coming to my whole family's rescue today. After the people from Tianlong village left, Huazilu hurriedly led her people forward. She looked at Jiang Chun and said apologetically, Yesterday in Lingyun City, I offended you in a moment of recklessness. I hope you won't take offense. It's nothing. I didn't take yesterday's matter to heart at all. Since I have accepted the task of helping your whole family, it is my duty to deal with Tianlong village for you. Jiang Chun naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against Huaziluan and simply smiled faintly. Ziluan is extremely grateful to Master Jiang for helping the whole family out of the crisis. However, Ziluan has one more request, and I hope Master Jiang will grant it. As Huazilu spoke, she clenched her teeth and knelt down before Jiang Chun. Chapter 122 You Can't Save Me. You can only blame your lack of skill. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chun lifted the kneeling Huaziluan up. Ziluan, although young hero Jiang has extraordinary talent in martial arts, the problems your father has cannot be solved by martial arts alone. Just then, the middle-aged beauty behind Huazilu also stepped forward. She looked at Huazilu with a reproachful expression. Don't make things difficult for young hero Jiang. No, I don't believe that Master Jiang can save my father. Huazilu looked at Jiang Chun with a pleading expression. I hope Master Jiang can help me. I will agree to any conditions. Others may not know Jiang Chun's background, but Huaziluan knows it all too well. Although Jiang Chun only tested the 3rd-grade alchemist at the Alchemist Guild in Lingyun City yesterday, even Danny Chen admired his mastery of alchemy. Huazilu even had a feeling. Of all the people she had met, if there was one who could truly save her father, it would probably be Jiang Chun standing before her. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Miss will want me to save your father, so you should take me to see your father first, right? Master Jiang, please follow me. Huazilu was overjoyed to see that Jiang Chun agreed, and quickly led Jiang Chun into Fenghua City. Half an hour later, Huazilla brought Jiang Chun to the room where Hua Wujin, the head of the Hua family, was staying. As Jiang Chun entered the room, he glanced around and saw a middle-aged man in a red robe lying on the bed, pale-faced and unconscious. Beside the bed, there lay a red tiger, 2 or 3 meters tall. With Jiang Chen's keen eye as a 4th-grade beast tamer, it was not difficult for him to recognize that this was a 2nd-grade high-level demonic beast, the flaming tiger. However, this flaming tiger's life force was extremely weak, and it seemed that it could die at any moment. Beside the fiery tiger, an old man dressed in a beast tamer's robe was sweating profusely as he treated the tiger. Looking at the scene inside the room, Jiang Chun couldn't help but frown slightly. It's actually a life-sharing contract. Master Jiang has a good eye indeed. My father did indeed sign a life-sharing contract with this flaming tiger. Half a month ago, my father joined forces with the flaming tiger to defeat Xiang Tianlong, which gave the Hua family a chance to catch their breath. But in that battle, the flame tiger was severely injured, and that's how my father ended up looking like this. Huazilu gave a bitter smile. In the divine martial continent, apart from beast tamers, ordinary martial artists must sign a contract with a demon beast if they want to control it. This life-sharing contract is a contract of equality. If one party is injured and their life is in danger, the other party must share their life. It can be said that the reason why this flaming tiger has been able to survive until now is because of the existence of a life-sharing contract. What it is consuming now is entirely Hua Wujin's life force. The only outcome of this will be that Hua Wujin and Lingyun who will die together. Miss Hua, I have done my best. Even if you bring the most powerful 6th-grade beast tamer in the Great Xia Kingdom, you probably won't be able to save this flaming tiger from its injuries. Looking at Hua Zilwan and the other person at the door of the room, the old man shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing the old man's words, Huazilu's pretty face turned deathly pale. Who told you that the flame tiger's injuries are beyond saving? If you can't save them, it's only because you're not skilled enough. Just then, a faint voice suddenly rang out in the room. Chapter 123 with me here. It can't die even if it wants to. Jiang Chen's indifferent snort immediately startled the old man. Immediately, his gaze instantly fell on Jiang Chun, seeing that this 15 or 16-year-old boy actually questioned his judgment. The old man's face immediately turned ugly. Young man, did you just say that my skills are not up to par? Isn't that so? This flaming tiger could clearly be saved, but you insist that it is beyond saving. What else could this be but a lack of skill? Jiang Chun said calmly. Kid, who do you think you are? What right does a mere kid who hasn't even grown his first beard have to speak so arrogantly in front of me? The old man gave a cold snort with an unfriendly expression. He stared at Jiang Chun with disdain. This flaming tiger is only clinging to life by sharing its life force. I say it's beyond saving, and that's an indisputable fact. Jiang Chun curled his lip and said, Since you said it still has a breath left, why can't you save it? Kid, if you don't know how to tame animals, don't spout nonsense here. The old man snorted coldly and said with certainty, If I say this flaming tiger is beyond saving, then it is beyond saving. Even if you bring in the most powerful beast tamer in the world, it won't make a difference. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. It's just treating a 2nd-grade flaming tiger. I can handle it myself, so why bother asking others? You? The old man looked Jiang Chun up and down, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life. If even a dignified 3rd-rank beast tamer like him couldn't solve this problem, what could this kid possibly do? Master Jiang, can you really save the flaming tiger? Just as the old man looked at Jiang Chun with disdain, Huazilla looked at Jiang Chun with excitement. Miss Hua, he's just a clueless kid who doesn't know anything. Don't let him fool you. Otherwise, if he causes any problems, your father might be in real danger. When the old man saw that Huazilu actually believed Jiang Chen's words, his expression immediately turned ugly. It's laughable that Blazing Tiger and Miss Fire's father share the same life. Since you say Blazing Tiger is beyond saving, what's the difference between that and saying her father is beyond saving? If you think her father is beyond saving, what danger could she possibly be in? Old man, I think you're really getting senile. Jiang Chun glanced at the old man indifferently and sneered. Kid, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew when you talk big? If you got guts, stop talking and start doing something. If you're so capable, go ahead and rescue this flaming tiger. If you can really cure it, I will kneel down and call you master." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the old man's face immediately showed a look of embarrassment and anger. Hee, I'm afraid you're really going to keep calling me master all along. With me here, this flame tiger won't be able to die even if it wants to. As Jiang Chen spoke, he focused his gaze on the fire tiger. Ding! You have observed the critically injured and dying rank 2 high-level demonic beast, the flaming tiger, triggering a 100-fold increase in comprehension. Ding! You have mastered the method to heal the flaming tiger. As the notification sounded in his mind, Jiang Chen sorted out the mental information he had received. Immediately, he went straight to the desk in a room, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote down about 10 items, then handed them to Huizilwan. "Miss Hua, could you please have someone boil these ingredients over high heat for 15 minutes, and then bring the finished medicinal liquid to me?" Chapter 124, Ancient Beast Control Technique. Okay, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Without the slightest hesitation, Zilu immediately took the list of medicinal herbs written down by Jiang Chen and had someone prepare them. The old man standing to the side looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. The old man's name was Lingyun Hua, a highly experienced third-rank beast tamer in Fenghua City. Since being invited by the Hua family, he has examined the flame tiger's injuries at least 10 times. During this time, he also tried various methods to treat the flame tiger, but none of them worked. Now he wanted to see what tricks this kid would pull. Jiang Chen and Lingyun Hua waited quietly. About half an hour later, Huizilu directed 2 servants from the Hua family to carry in 2 buckets a medicinal liquid. Upon seeing this, Lingyun Hua couldn't help but say with a mocking expression, "Kid, don't tell me you're going to use these medicinal liquids to save this flaming tiger?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "Is there a problem? Kid, you really don't know anything, yet you still have the nerve to pretend to be something you're not. Don't you know that this flame tiger is only clinging to life by the life-sharing contract and has already lost its physical functions? Even if your medicine is truly a miraculous elixir, it simply cannot be absorbed." Lingyun Hua said with a cold laugh. "Of course I know it can't absorb it. If it can absorb it on its own, then what's the point of having a beast tamer?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly, too lazy to waste words with the old man. He pointed his hands at the 2 buckets of liquid medicine, and the 2 buckets of liquid medicine flew to a height of 3 meters above the head of the flaming tiger. Under Jiang Chen's control, the medicinal liquid was rapidly poured down onto the flaming tiger below. At the same time, Jiang Chen's hands quickly formed a mysterious hand seal, continuously striking the flaming tiger's major acupoints. After Jiang Chen formed 12 hand seals in succession, the medicinal liquid pouring down from midair landed on the flaming tiger. In an instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The medicinal liquid landed on the flaming tiger, but instead of flowing down as expected, it did not. The medicinal liquid was quickly absorbed by the flaming tiger under the guidance of Jiang Chen's 12 hand seals. Ow, how is this possible? Seeing this incredible scene before him, Lingyun Hua was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A moment later, Lingyun Hua recovered from his shock. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered that he had once read an ancient book about animal trainers by chance. That ancient book contained some records about ancient beast taming techniques. The methods Jiang Chen is currently using are somewhat similar to those recorded in the ancient book. This could be the legendary ancient beast taming technique. You actually know the legendary ancient beast taming technique. Lingyun Hua's expression instantly turned to extreme terror. He stared blankly at Jiang Chen, and even his speech became somewhat incoherent. "You do have some knowledge. You actually know that this is an ancient beast taming technique." "That's right. What I'm using today is the Spirit Ascension chapter of the Ancient Beast Taming Technique. Today I will use this ancient beast taming technique to make this flaming tiger stand up after its fall and successfully advance to a 3rd-grade demon beast." As Jiang Chen finished speaking, the 2 buckets of medicinal liquid that poured down from midair were completely absorbed by the flaming tiger. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen quickly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Immediately, The 12-hand seals surrounding the flaming tiger instantly disappeared into its body. Chapter 125 Solo Adventure in Tianlong Mountain. After Jiang Chen's 12-hand seals were all inserted into the body of the flaming tiger, the life force in the flame tiger also recovered rapidly at a noticeable pace. All right, I have used the ancient beast taming technique to slowly restore the flame tiger's vitality and fully unleash its potential. In at most half a month, it will be able to break through its hind legs and advance to a third-grade demon beast. At that time, both the flaming tiger and your father will wake up. Seeing the condition of the flaming tiger, Jiang Chun clapped his hands and chuckled at Huazilu. Thank you, thank you. Huazilu was visibly excited upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. She had previously sought help from Jiang Chun to save her father, essentially as a last resort. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen solved it so easily. It was nothing, Miss Hua. You don't need to be so polite. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then looked at Lu Yuanhua beside him. So, do you agree with me that this flaming tiger can be saved? Master, you are proficient in ancient beast taming techniques. Your achievements in beast taming far surpass those of mine. I am completely convinced. I was blind and failed to recognize your true appearance just now. I beg your forgiveness. I am willing to follow the master for the rest of my life and listen to his teachings. As Lu Yuanhua spoke, he respectfully knelt down before Jiang Chun. Learning knows no age. The capable are teachers. Lu Yuanhua even had a feeling that the young man's achievements in animal taming surpassed those of his former mentor. It is not shameful to be the disciple of such a master animal trainer. And being able to follow a master beast tamer who possesses ancient beast taming skills is something that countless beast tamers dream of. Seeing Lu Yuanhua suddenly change like this in front of Jiang Chun, Huazila's expression was so shocked that she was almost numb. She never imagined that Jiang Chun was not only extremely talented in alchemy and martial arts, but also terrifyingly abnormal in beast taming. In just a short while, he completely won over a proud and arrogant third-rank beast tamer. Abnormal. That's absolutely insane. How can there be such a monstrous creature in this world, so extraordinary in every aspect? There's no need for you to follow me. The world is vast, and there are countless people who are truly capable but don't hide their talents. I hope you will never underestimate anyone again. Jiang Chun said something indifferently, then turned and walked out of the room. Having resolved the matter concerning Huazilwan's father, Jiang Chun settled down at the Hua family home, awaiting Xiang Tianlong of Tianlong village's arrival. 3 days passed in a flash, but Xiang Tianlong still did not appear in Fenghua City. Early on the 4th day, in order to resolve the Hua family's troubles and return to Lingyun Martial Academy as soon as possible, Jiang Chun disregarded the advice of Huazilwan and others and decided to go to Tianlong village. Even when Huazilu wanted to send someone from the Hua family to help, Jiang Chun flatly refused. After leaving Fenghua City, Jiang Chun headed west, heading straight for Tianlong Mountain. 1 hour later, Jiang Chun arrived at the foot of Tianlong Mountain. I looked up and saw the steep mountain peak in front of me, as if it had been carved by a knife and axe, piercing straight into the clouds. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun walked directly up the narrow and steep mountain path. Jiang Chun moved with lightning speed, walking on narrow and steep slopes as if on flat ground. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Chun arrived at a checkpoint set up by Tianlong village halfway up the mountain. Boy, who are you? Outsiders are forbidden from entering Tianlong Mountain. Get down here right now. Upon seeing Jiang Chun appear before the checkpoint, the Tianlong village warriors guarding the checkpoint all barked fiercely at him. Chapter 126, Let Your Chieftain Come Out and Face His Death. Jiang Chun looked up at the martial artist at the checkpoint and said calmly, I'm here to settle accounts with Xiang Tianlong, the leader of your Tianlong village. Where did this little brat come from, daring to cause trouble at Tianlong Mountain? I think you're courting death. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the martial artists from Tianlong village were immediately enraged. They swooped down from the checkpoint, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Jiang Chun. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds rang out instantly. Those martial artists didn't even have time to scream before they were lifted into the air and fell off the sheer cliff to one side. Having dealt with the few martial artists guarding the pass, Jiang Chun continued along the treacherous mountain path. Tianlong village is heavily guarded, with a checkpoint set up almost every 500 meters. Soon, Jiang Chun arrived at the second checkpoint. However, the checkpoints set up by Tianlong village posed no threat to Jiang Chun at all. In just a short while, Jiang Chun passed through 3 checkpoints and arrived at an open area halfway up Tianlong Mountain. Jiang Chun raised his head slightly, and a fortified village instantly came into his view. This is a huge mountain stronghold that is nearly 10 meters high. The mountain stronghold was built against the mountain, and the city walls of the stronghold gate were made of huge blue stones, resembling a natural and formidable pass. Boy, who are you, and why are you causing trouble in my Tianlong village? Just as Jiang Chun appeared at the gate of Tianlong village, a cold, angry shout instantly rang out on the village's city wall. Jiang Chun looked up slightly and saw a Tianlong village warrior with thick eyebrows and big eyes glaring at him angrily. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to settle accounts with Xiang Tianlong. Go immediately and inform your chieftain Xiang Tianlong to come before me and face his death. Jiang Chun looked at the burly man with thick eyebrows on the city wall, and his calm voice slowly echoed in the air. A mere brat dares to come to my Tianlong village alone and cause trouble? Does he really think my Tianlong village is easy to bully? If you know what's good for you, get out of Tianlong Mountain right now. Otherwise, if you dare to take another step forward, you will be killed without mercy. The burly man with thick eyebrows turned cold. With a wave of his hand, countless heads instantly appeared on the city wall. They all drew their bows with a whoosh, the arrows pointing directly at Jiang Chun below. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Just as Jiang Chun and the people of Tianlong village were about to clash, several whooshing sounds came from behind Jiang Chun. At the same time, a conversation drifted over on the wind. Senior brother Nangong, as expected, someone got there first. But, judging from the situation, we're not too late. No matter what, Xiang Tianlong's head is mine. Anyone who dares to take it from me shouldn't blame me for being impolite. With Xiang Tianlong's head, senior brother Nangong will obtain a heavenly spirit pill, allowing him to break through to the innate realm in one fell swoop. At that time, he will surely shine brightly in the upcoming 9 prefectures martial arts tournament. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. He turned around and saw 3 figures rushing toward the entrance of the mountain stronghold. Just as Jiang Chun was sizing up the 3 uninvited guests in front of him, the handsome young man at the head of the group, with his ethereal and otherworldly air, walked straight up to Jiang Chun. Immediately, his domineering voice rang directly in Jiang Chun's ears. Boy, I Nangong, I want the head of Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Tianlong village. Nobody can take it from me. Chapter 127, The Awesome Nangong, E. Are you from the Purple Cloud Martial Academy? Jiang Chun did not answer Nangong Yi's question, but instead glanced at the 3 of them. All 3 were dressed in purple robes, with the words Purple Cloud embroidered on their chests, making them particularly dazzling. Jiang Chun could guess without even thinking. The 3 people in front of me should be students of Lingyun Martial Academy, one of the 9 academies of the Great Xia Kingdom. The Purple Cloud Martial Academy is located to the west of Lingyun, almost bordering Fenghua City. The appearance of these 3 students from the Purple Cloud Martial Academy here did not surprise Jiang Chun. That's right, we are students of Lingyun Martial Academy. Senior brother Nangong is one of the top 3 geniuses on the Lingyun ranking of our Lingyun prefecture. At this moment, a pretty young girl walked out from behind Nangong Yi. She looked down at Jiang Chun with an arrogant expression. Judging from your attire, you must be a disciple of Lingyun Martial Academy. Jiang Chun said calmly, That's right, I am an inner student of Lingyun Martial Academy. Lingyun Martial Academy, the lowest ranked of the 9 academies in the Great Xia Kingdom. You, an inner disciple of Lingyun Martial Academy, actually came to Tianlong Mountain alone? Aren't you courting death? Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, the girl immediately sneered disdainfully. Haha, kid, didn't your instructors at Lingyun Martial Academy tell you that Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Tianlong village, is a martial artist at the 9th level of Qi control? If you don't want to die, hand over Xiang Tianlong's head to us, and then go back to where you came from. On the other side, the boy carrying the long sword also laughed loudly. Jiang Chun remained unmoved by the disdainful taunts from the 2 Lingyun Martial Academy students. He looked at Nangong Yi calmly, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. You really want me to give you Xiang Tianlong's head? First of all, apart from Wu Failong, who is ranked first on the Lingyun ranking, no one in your Lingyun Martial Academy can kill Xiang Tianlong. I'm saving you. Secondly, whether you give in or not, Xiang Tianlong's head is mine. Anyone who dares to stop me, I will kill. Nangong Yi looked arrogant, exuding an air of arrogance. I came to Tianlong Mountain only to resolve a little trouble, not for Xiang Tianlong's head. Since the three of you are so interested in Xiang Tianlong's head, then I'll give it to you. Jiang Chun looked at the three people in front of him indifferently, but inwardly he sneered. These three students from the Purple Cloud Martial Academy had no idea that Xiang Tianlong had already broken through to the innate realm. He wanted to see if these three guys would still be as arrogant as they were now after they met Xiang Tianlong. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Nangong Yi ignored him and headed straight for the gate of the stronghold. Kid, you're smart to know what's good for you. The female student from Lingyun Martial Academy glanced at Jiang Chun triumphantly, then quickly followed Nangong Yi. Humph, a few mere brats dare to act so presumptuously in my Tianlong village. Shoot the arrows. Kill them. Seeing Nangong Yi and his two companions walking straight toward the gate of the mountain stronghold, the burly man with thick eyebrows on the city wall suddenly turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a hail of arrows shot towards Nangong Yi and his companions. A bunch of ants, you're asking for death. Nangong Yi's expression turned cold. With a wave of his hand, the sharp energy instantly transformed into a phantom hand, grabbing all the arrows. Immediately, he swiftly threw the arrow at the city wall. In an instant, a series of screams echoed from the city wall. Chapter 128, I wouldn't stoop to associating with trash like you. With a single, effortless strike, Nangong Yi killed all the archers on the city wall. In the blink of an eye, only that burly man with thick eyebrows was left standing alone on the city wall. Who exactly are you people? The burly man with thick eyebrows looked down at Nangong Yi with a terrified expression. Nangong Yi of the Lingyun Martial Academy has come to Tianlong Mountain today only to take Xiang Tianlong's head. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, he threw a punch at the tightly closed gate of the mountain stronghold. Boom! The gate of the mountain stronghold was smashed to pieces. Nangong Yi smashed through the mountain stronghold's gate with a single punch. Just as he was about to enter the stronghold, a cold voice suddenly came from inside. Oomph! A few mere students from the Purple Cloud Martial Academy dare to run wild on my territory. Do you think you could just take my head, Xiang Tianlong's head, whenever you want? As his cold voice rang out, a burly middle-aged man led a group of martial artists out of the mountain stronghold. The burly man was dressed in a black robe, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding an extremely wild aura. Nangong Yi looked calmly at the burly man in black robes in front of him. You are Xiang Tianlong, the leader of Tianlong village? I'm Xiang Tianlong. Xiang Tianlong's face was contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with ferocity as he stared at Nangong. Was it you who just said you wanted to take my head? That's right, I, Nangong Yi, am determined to have your head today. Nangong Yi moved his hand and took out a long sword. He gripped his long sword, its tip pointing at Xiang Tianlong. Will you take your own life, or do you want me to come and get it for you? Ha, you think you're worthy of taking my head, Xiang Tianlong's head? Dare to cause trouble in my Tianlong village? Today, this will be your burial ground. Xiang Tianlong laughed wildly, and a 10-foot-long golden knife suddenly appeared in his hand. With the golden saber in hand, Xiang Tianlong slashed horizontally, and a sharp saber aura swift as lightning slashed straight down at Nangong Yi. At the moment Xiang Tianlong unleashed this strike, Nangong Yi, who had been calm and collected all along, finally couldn't help but change his expression drastically. You possess the innate blade chi. You are a powerhouse of the innate realm. Seeing the blade coming straight at him, Nangong Yi's expression instantly turned to one of extreme terror. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly retreated. As Nangong Yi retreated, he swiftly grabbed the shoulders of the two Lingyun Martial Academy students. Immediately, to the disbelief of the two students, he slapped them away with a single palm strike. Bang! The sharp blade energy instantly struck the two students, slicing their bodies in two. My friend, Xiang Tianlong has already broken through to the innate realm. If we all join forces, we might still be able to fight him. Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive today. Nangong Yi retreated rapidly to Jiang Chen's side and hurriedly said to Jiang Chun, "Join forces with you, and then wait for you to stab me in the back." A genius from the prestigious Lingyun Martial Academy, ranked on the Ziyun ranking, was willing to sacrifice his companions just to save his own life. "I wouldn't deign to associate with trash like you." Jiang Chun glanced at Nangong Yi with disdain, then looked directly at Xiang Tianlong opposite him, his calm voice instantly echoing in the air. "Xiang Tianlong, get rid of this scumbag quickly. Once you've dealt with him, I'll settle our score with you properly." Chapter 129, just because they can't kill you doesn't mean I can't. Now that you're here, none of you will leave alive. Yusti. Xiang Tianlong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. With a flick of his golden saber, another sharp blade aura swept out towards Jiang Chun and his companion with lightning speed. Upon seeing this, Nangong Yi's expression changed drastically. Heavenly Moon Slash. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his strongest Xian-grade sword technique, clashing head-on with Xiang Tianlong's blade energy. Boom! Nangong Yi's strongest attack was instantly shattered by Xiang Tianlong's blade energy. Immediately, Nangong Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward several feet like a kite with a broken string. Nangong Yi scrambled to his feet in a disheveled state, and without pausing, fled hastily towards the mountain path outside. Only a chilling voice remained, drifting from afar in midair. "Xiang Tianlong, I, Nangong Yi, will remember what happened today. When I return next time, I will definitely take your dog's head." You escaped pretty quickly." Xiang Tianlong snorted coldly. Then his gaze fell on Jiang Chun, who was standing to the side. When he saw Jiang Chun still standing motionless in the same spot, his eyes narrowed sharply. This guy seemed completely unaffected by the blade energy he had just unleashed. "Kid, you're not with that kid from earlier?" A glint flashed in Xiang Tianlong's eyes as he stared intently at Jiang Chun. "Of course not." Jiang Chun smiled faintly. "However, my purpose is no different from theirs. You want to kill me too?" With that kid's strength at the 9th level of chi control, he was still no match for me. "So what makes you think you can kill me?" Xiang Tianlong looked at Jiang Chun indifferently, his expression showing extreme disdain. "The young man in front of me looks even younger than the genius from the Purple Cloud Martial Academy." He really couldn't believe that this kid in front of him was a powerful expert at the innate realm. "He couldn't kill you because he wasn't capable, but that doesn't mean I can't either." Xiang Tianlong, 3 days ago, I sent someone to tell you to come to Fenghua City to see me. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, today I will fulfill my promise and raise your heavenly dragon stronghold to the ground." Jiang Chun remained expressionless, his cold voice ringing directly in Xiang Tianlong's ear. Jiang Chen's cold words immediately caused Xiang Tianlong's expression to change drastically. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Chun. "It's you, the young man who helped the Hua family in Fenghua City." Jiang Chun didn't bother to answer Xiang Tianlong, and simply said, "Disband Tianlong village, cripple your cultivation, and I might consider sparing your life." "Boy, don't be so arrogant in front of me. I know you've already grasped the essence of swordsmanship, but so what? As long as you're not a true innate expert, I, Xiang Tianlong, am not afraid of you." A chilling light suddenly flashed in Xiang Tianlong's eyes. He gripped the golden knife tightly with both hands, and a 3-meter-long blade of light instantly burst forth from the blade. The dazzling blade light, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the void, slashed down furiously at Jiang Chun. "Yeah. Then I regret to inform you that I have not only comprehended sword intent, but I have also broken through to the innate realm and become an innate realm expert." A cold smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and the aura of a master of innate strength and a layer of sword intent erupted from his body almost simultaneously. Chapter 130, Earth Grade Martial Skill, Heaven-Burning Sword Technique. The aura of a pre-heavenly expert and a layer of sword intent erupted simultaneously. Under Xiang Tianlong's horrified gaze, Jiang Chun swung his sword. As soon as the sword light appeared, Xiang Tianlong felt as if his entire body was locked on by it. A nameless fear instantly spread through Xiang Tianlong's heart. Jiang Qin's sword strike was simply too powerful. Don't even mention that he hasn't recovered from the battle with Hua Wujin, the head of the Hua family, half a month ago. Even at his peak, he probably wouldn't have been able to block that attack. Laugh. While Xiang Tianlong was still in shock, the sword light landed on his blade's edge, easily slicing it apart as if cutting tofu. Immediately, the sword flashed and pierced straight through Xiang Tianlong's chest. Thump! Xiang Tianlong stared at Jiang Shan with a look of resentment. Then his body swayed, and he fell heavily to the ground. One move. Just one move. The dignified leader of Tianlong village, Xiang Tianlong, a Xiantian expert, has already been killed by this young man. All the warriors of Tianlong village were stunned by this incredible scene. It took them a while to recover from the shock, and the look on their faces as they looked at Jiang Shan was one of extreme terror. Jiang Shan glanced expressionlessly at Xiang Tianlong's corpse before looking towards the group of Tianlong village warriors opposite him. Clang! Dozens of Tianlong village warriors trembled and dropped their weapons upon meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, kneeling on the ground together. My lord, we will disband Tianlong village and leave Tianlong mountain immediately. Please spare our lives. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. Get out of here, all of you. Don't let me see you doing these evil deeds, burning, killing, and looting again, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The group of martial artists were overjoyed and thanked Jiang Chun profusely before hurrying down the mountain. Xiang Tianxiong, everyone else can leave, but you're staying. Jiang Chun glanced at the crowd and suddenly spotted a somewhat familiar figure. He moved swiftly, grabbed the man's shoulder, and threw him out of the crowd. My lord, please don't kill me. I can tell you a secret about Tianlong village. Xiang Tianxiong's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he immediately cried out to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun said casually, what secrets could your Tianlong village possibly have? At the deepest part of Tianlong village, there is a cave left by a master. My elder brother broke through to the innate realm by obtaining the pills left by that master. On one of the stone walls of that cave, that master also left behind a level 1 martial arts technique. Xiang Tianxiong quickly said, a low-grade martial art, that's not a bad secret. Even if you tell me, I don't intend to let you off the hook. Jiang Chen nodded, then slashed the flame dragon sword at Xiang Tianxiong's neck. No, Xiang Tianxiong was instantly terrified, but he only managed to utter a single word of protest before his body was abruptly cut off, turning into a cold corpse. After killing Xiang Tianxiong with a single sword strike, Jiang Chun quickly rushed into Tianlong village and soon found the cave that Xiang Tianxiong had mentioned. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the room and was immediately drawn to a pattern on the stone wall on one side of the cave. Ding! You have observed the incomplete Earth-grade martial skill, the heaven-burning sword technique, and triggered a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You have mastered the complete version of the heaven-burning sword technique. Chapter 131, Su Lingxiang's Request. Earth-grade beginner martial art, heaven-burning sword technique. Jiang Chun was quite satisfied with the martial arts techniques inscribed on the stone wall. Last time, in the Swordmark Hall of Lingyun Martial Academy, he used the system to comprehend sword intent. Yet, a person who has grasped the essence of swordsmanship doesn't even have a single reliable sword technique. Although he has mastered a yellow-grade sword technique by practicing swordsmanship these past few days, it will take some time to upgrade it to an earth-grade martial art. The heaven-burning sword technique before him, however, filled the gap in his sword skills. After comprehending the burning heaven sword technique, Jiang Chun looked around the cave from top to bottom. After discovering that there was nothing of value in the cave, he vanished into the cave in a flash. After leaving Tianlong Mountain, Jiang Chun quickly returned to Fenghua City. When Hua Zilwan and the others learned that Jiang Chun had killed Xiang Tianlong and completely destroyed Tianlong village in less than half a day, they were all speechless with shock. Tianlong village was once a place that plunged the Hua family into crisis. Now, Jiang Chun has solved it so easily. Having resolved the Hua family's troubles and completed his mission, Jiang Chun didn't stay at the Hua family's residence for too long. Early the next morning, Jiang Chun bid farewell to Hua Zilwan and the others and left Fenghua City. Upon returning to Lingyun Martial Academy, Jiang Chen had just stepped into his courtyard when a servant hurriedly came to greet him. "My lord, you're finally back. A guest arrived in the courtyard very early this morning, and she is still waiting for you in the living room." Guest? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Although he had been in Lingyun Martial Academy for some time, he did not know many people who would come here to find him. With some doubt, Jiang Chen walked directly into the living room. As he entered the living room, a familiar and beautiful figure came into Jiang Chen's view. "Professor Su, what brings you here?" Looking at Su Lingxiang in the living room, Jiang Chen asked with a surprised expression. "Jiang Chen, you're back." Su Lingxiang raised her head slightly. She looked at Jiang Chen walking in from outside, and a look of great joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Yes, I went to Windfire City to complete a student mission and just got back." Jiang Chen nodded and asked with some curiosity, "Professor Su, what brings you here? Did Brother Yin send you to find me?" "Jiang Chen, please stop calling me mentor and just call me by my name." Hearing Jiang Chen call her teacher on one hand and then call her teacher brother on the other, Su Lingxiang couldn't help but be speechless. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll call you Sister Lingxiang." Su Lingxiang didn't dwell on the matter. She suddenly said somewhat embarrassedly, "Jiang Chen, I came to see you this time not because I was the teacher, but because I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Is there anything else I can help you with, Sister Lingxiang?" Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. "The woman in front of me is no mere pretty face. She is a genuine rank 3 alchemist. More importantly, she was also a disciple of Yin Qingxian, a 6th grade alchemy master. It can be said that, in terms of both status and strength, Su Lingxiang is someone that the vast majority of people in this world look up to." Jiang Chen really had no idea what else Su Lingxiang needed his help with. "This is a long story. Come with me to Qingxian residence, and we can talk as we walk." As Su Lingxiang spoke, she pulled Jiang Chen and walked outside. Just as Jiang Chen and his companions stepped out of the courtyard, a thunderous, cold shout rang out right in their ears. "Jiang Chen, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long." Chapter 132, Taking care of you will only take 5 minutes. The sudden, cold shout startled Jiang Chen. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall boy of about 18 or 19 years old jumping down from a nearby tree. Bang! The tall young man's body landed heavily 3 zhang away from Jiang Chen and the others, like a meteorite falling. In an instant, the bluestone floor within a radius of several meters around the tall boy instantly cracked. "Are you Wu Feilong?" Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "The tall young man in front of me is very strong. He is definitely stronger than Xiang Tianlong, the innate master he killed at Tianlong Mountain. In this Lingyun Martial Academy, besides Wu Feilong, who ranks first on the Lingyun ranking, who else has such strength?" "That's right, I am Wu Feilong." Wu Feilong looked at Jiang Chen calmly. "The black cloud python that killed my brother with one punch a couple of days ago, wasn't it?" "Yes." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What? You want to avenge your brother?" "Certainly. You have to consider the owner before beating a dog, let alone the one you're bullying. Who is my brother? I heard you have a 6th grade fire scale beast cub. Give it to my brother, and I can pretend this never happened." Wu Feilong looked at Jiang Chen calmly, but his voice, though soft, was full of domineering power. "Holy crap! Everyone look! Wu Feilong has really come to cause trouble for Jiang Chen." The confrontation between Wu Feilong and Jiang Chen quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. They were all there to watch the spectacle, and they all crowded around Jiang Chen and his companion. "Wu Feilong, what do you want to do?" "I have come to fetch Jiang Chen to Qingxian residence on my teacher's orders. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way right now." Su Lingxiang's pretty face turned cold, and she shouted directly at Wu Feilong in front of her. Upon hearing Su Lingxiang's words, Wu Feilong's expression changed slightly. "Qingxian residence. This is the residence of Yin Qingxian, a 6th grade alchemy master. If Yin Qingxian really wants to see Jiang Chen, wouldn't his act of blocking Jiang Chen here be going against Yin Qingxian? A 6th grade alchemy master is not someone a mere student of Lingyun Martial Academy can afford to offend. Jiang Chen, you're lucky today. I'll settle this score with you another day." Wu Feilong snorted coldly, his face ashen, and then turned to leave. "Wu Feilong, you think you could just come and go as you please? You're really not taking me seriously at all." Just as Wu Failong turned around, Jiang Chen's calm voice rang out behind him. Wu Failong suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and glared angrily at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I'm only giving you some face because of Master Yin. Don't be stubborn and refuse to listen to reason. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? Seeing that Jiang Chen had actually stopped Wu Failong, who was about to leave, Su Lingxiang was speechless. They've come to me, so I can't let them look down on me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Sister Lingxiang, wait for me a moment. Let me deal with this guy first, then I'll go to Qingxian residence with you. Haha, Jiang Chen, I've heard you're very arrogant, but today I, Wu Failong, finally get to experience it for myself. Wu Failong burst into laughter. He looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. I'd like to see what you're capable of doing to me. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Failong calmly and held up 5 fingers. Immediately, his arrogant voice instantly resounded in everyone's ears. I can take care of you in 5 minutes. Chapter 133, To Defeat You. Why bother with sword intent? Whoosh! Did I hear that right? Jiang Chen said he's going to take care of Wu Failong within 5 minutes. How is this possible? Jiang Chen's arrogant words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding students. Who is Wu Failong? The renowned genius of Lingyun Martial Academy. A peerless figure who has held the top spot on the Lingyun ranking for 3 years. For the past 3 years, no one in Lingyun Martial Academy has been able to challenge Wu Failong's position. Even more terrifying is, it is said that Wu Failong recently broke through to the innate realm and became an innate master. Such strength is among the best, even in the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even though Jiang Chen is a prodigy, has comprehended the legendary sword intent, and has the ability to fight beyond his level. But it's impossible to take down Wu Failong in just 5 minutes, right? You'll take care of me in 5 minutes? Jiang Chen, this is probably the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. If you can hurt a single hair on my head within 5 minutes, I, Wu Failong, will kneel down in front of you and admit defeat on the spot. Wu Failong laughed wildly as he spoke. As a peerless genius of Lingyun Martial Academy, Wu Failong already possessed extraordinary combat power. Especially after breaking through to the innate realm, his combat strength was in no way inferior to some innate level 2 or even innate level 3 experts. Not to mention Lingyun Martial Academy, even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there are probably few people of his age who would dare to say such things in front of him. You think you could defeat this guy in 5 minutes? That's utterly delusional. Joke. In my eyes, your position at the top of the Lingyun ranking is the real joke. To be honest, I think 5 minutes is a bit too long to finish you off. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen used the sky-stepping step and appeared above Wu Failong's head in 1 step. Court death. Wu Failong's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his entire body exuded an aura of unparalleled dominance. He clenched his fist suddenly, and a phantom fist image instantly materialized. Driven by him, the fist shadow, carrying an incomparably domineering aura, blasted towards Jiang Chen. Bang! A deafening crash resounded through the air. Jiang Chen's body was sent flying back several feet by Wu Failong's punch. Looking at Wu Failong, who was standing motionless opposite him, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. You've grasped the essence of the fist? Jiang Chen, you're not the only one in this world who can comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. Hurry up and unleash your sword intent. I also want to see whether your sword intent is more powerful or my fist intent is more domineering. Wu Failong punched Jiang Chen away and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Holy crap. I never expected that Wu Failong would also comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. With the strength of the first level of the innate realm, coupled with this fist intent, I'm afraid even some martial artists at the 3rd level of the innate realm wouldn't be a match for Wu Failong. Jiang Chen went too far with his boasting this time. He said he could finish the guy in 5 minutes. I think he'd be lucky if he didn't get finished in 5 minutes himself. The scene before them left everyone around speechless. The way they looked at Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal pity. This time, Jiang Chen is probably going to fail miserably and get screwed over instead. However, just as everyone was feeling sorry for Jiang Chen's impending fate, Jiang Chen's arrogant voice rang out once again. Wu Failong, you've only grasped the basics of fist intent. What right do you have to show off in front of me? Not to mention, why would I need to unleash my sword intent to defeat you? Chapter 134: The Power of the Heaven-Burning Sword Technique. Quiet. As soon as Jiang Chun said this, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chun as if he were an idiot. Holy crap, this kid must be terrified by Wu Failong on the other side, right? You say you're awesome, that you've grasped the essence of swordsmanship. But Wu Failong is no less impressive. He too has grasped the essence of the fist. Not to mention, Wu Failong is a Xiantian realm expert, and his cultivation level is much higher than yours. In this situation, it's clear that Wu Failong is the one who's humiliating you. But this guy in front of me actually dares to shamelessly say that he could defeat Wu Failong without using sword intent. A martial artist at the 9th level of Qi control wants to defeat a Xiantian expert who has mastered the essence of fist without even using his sword intent? Are you sure you're not fucking kidding us? Not only did the surrounding students think Jiang Chen's words were a fantasy, but even Su Lingxiang thought Jiang Chun was talking nonsense. Although she also knew that Jiang Chen's martial arts talent was no less than his alchemy talent. At the young age of 15, he already possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi control and had also comprehended sword intent. Geniuses like Jiang Chun do indeed possess the ability to fight beyond their level and defeat innate masters. But that also depends on what kind of naturally skilled opponent you are. The person opposite him, Wu Failong, is the top of the Lingyun ranking, a Xiantian expert who has comprehended the essence of fist. Do you think you can defeat someone like that so easily? Haha, Jiang Chun, I think you're incredibly arrogant. Don't even mention that you don't use sword intent. Even if you did, you wouldn't have the right to act arrogantly in front of me. I'll show you soon enough that your strength is utterly worthless in front of me. Wu Failong laughed disdainfully. He clenched his fist, and a burst of innate fist energy containing the intent of the fist blasted directly towards Jiang Chun. A primordial fist energy that integrates fist intent. Wu Failong's attack was powerful enough to severely injure an ordinary martial artist at the 2nd level of the innate realm. Jiang Chun watched Wu Failong's fierce attack with a calm expression. With a flick of his hand, the flame dragon sword appeared out of thin air. Jiang Chen's hand holding the flame dragon sword suddenly tightened, and a continuous stream of innate true energy flowed into the flame dragon sword. As true energy was poured in, an incomparably fiery red sword light shot into the sky. The fiery red sword light almost instantly made the temperature of the surrounding space several degrees hotter. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in midair was also stirred up by the fiery red sword light. A moment later, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged on the sword light, condensing into a 3-zhang-long giant flaming sword in midair. Burning Heaven Sword Technique / Looking at Wu Failong, whose pupils suddenly contracted, Jiang Chun let out a cold shout and slashed out with the flame dragon sword. In an instant, under countless shocked gazes, the flaming greatsword, carrying a fiery current, slashed straight down at Wu Failong. Snap! The flaming giant sword sliced through Wu Failong's fist force as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and struck Wu Failong's body. Wu Failong was struck dumb, screamed, coughed up blood, and flew backward, crashing several meters away. His clothes were completely ruined, and his whole body reeked of burning. A martial skill that can draw upon the power of heaven and earth. You actually mastered a low-grade martial skill. Wu Failong struggled to sit up, and his eyes, which were fixed on Jiang Chun, finally revealed an expression of extreme terror. Immediately, Wu Failong felt a sweet taste in his throat, spat out a mouthful of blood, then his neck tilted to the side, and he fainted on the spot. Chapter 135: What is our relationship? And what does it have to do with you? So strong. A grade earth martial technique. I never expected Jiang Chun to have mastered a legendary grade earth martial technique. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Seeing Jiang Chen's astonishing sword strike, which directly inflicted serious injuries on Wu Failong. Everyone around was staring blankly at Jiang Chun, their expressions filled with shock. They never expected that Jiang Chun, without using his sword intent, would still possess such a heaven-defying killing move as a grade earth martial skill. They never expected that Jiang Chun would actually defeat Wu Feilong in just 5 minutes. Wu Feilong, the top-ranked player on the Lingyun ranking and who had dominated the ranking for 3 years, couldn't even last 5 minutes against Jiang Chun. Shocking. This is absolutely amazing. What surprised them most was how incredibly fast Jiang Chun was growing. It had only been a month or two since Jiang Chun entered the Lingyun Martial Academy. In such a short time, Jiang Chun rose from a bronze student who got in through connections to achieve an incredible rise. This is how we've come this far. Jiang Chun first defeated the top student of the Outer Academy, then took the genius beauty Meng Qingxue as his maid, breaking the record on the Lingyun ranking that had remained unbroken for 30 years. Upon entering the inner courtyard, he defeated Lin Yu, a genius on the Lingyun ranking, on his very first day. Now, he has completely crushed Wu Feilong, the top of the Lingyun ranking, and ascended to the throne of the #1 student of Lingyun Martial Academy. Such a record is absolutely unprecedented in the history of Lingyun Martial Academy, and I'm afraid that even in the future, no one will be able to surpass it. All right, Sister Lingxiang, you can go now. Under countless shocked gazes, Jiang Chun sheathed the flame dragon sword, walked to Su Lingxiang's side, and smiled at her. You're a real pervert. Su Lingxiang stared at Jiang Chun in front of her, and it took her a while to recover from her shock. She finally understood why this guy insisted on cultivating both martial arts and alchemy. With his freakish talent, this is a piece of cake for him. Lingxiang, so you've been here all along. I finally found you. Just then, a slightly surprised voice suddenly rang in their ears. Jiang Chun looked up and saw a young man dressed in alchemist's robes walking towards them with a smile. The young man was about 24 or 25 years old and was very handsome. Certainly. Most importantly, the young man was wearing a 4-star silver alchemist badge on his chest. This young man is clearly a 4th-grade alchemist. Holy crap, am I seeing things? This young man is actually a 4th-grade alchemist. To be a 4th-grade alchemist at such a young age is simply amazing. Everyone couldn't help but show a look of reverence upon seeing this young man who had suddenly appeared. Jiang Chun, this young man is Dan Xioming from the Dan family, the #1 alchemy family in the Great Xia Kingdom. Ever since the teacher took me to the Dan family last time, he has been pestering me. This time he even came to the Lingyun Martial Academy. I came to you because I want you to get rid of this annoying guy for me. Seeing Dan Xioming walking directly towards them, Su Lingxiang's pretty face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Chun. So, Sister Lingxiang wanted me to be her protector. In that case, let's go and ignore him. As Jiang Chun spoke, he pulled Su Lingxiang away. Hey kid, what's your relationship with Lingxiang? Get your filthy hands off her. Seeing this, the young man's face darkened, and he shouted at Jiang Chun sternly. And who are you? Jiang Chun glanced at him indifferently. What our relationship is none of your business. Chapter 136, A 4th-grade alchemist is nothing special. Wow. Jiang Chun's words, which showed no respect for Dan Xioming, immediately earned him the admiration of everyone around him. This guy truly deserves to be called the #1 expert in their Lingyun Martial Academy. They weren't intimidated at all, even in front of a 4th-grade alchemist. A 4th-grade alchemist is someone that many innate masters and even Kaiyuan realm experts have to treat with utmost respect. I really don't know where this guy got the courage to go against a 4th-grade alchemist like this. Hearing Jiang Chun's words, which showed him no regard whatsoever, Dan Xioming's gaze turned cold. He stared coldly at Jiang Chun. Boy, who do you think you are? Who gave you the audacity to speak to a 4th-grade alchemist like that? Jiang Chun smiled dismissively. Is being a 4th-grade alchemist so great? Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, everyone around him couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, utterly speechless. This is a 4th-grade alchemist. Any 4th-grade alchemist hold a transcendent and incomparably noble status in the Great Xia Kingdom. This guy actually dared to say that a 4th-grade alchemist is nothing special. They're not just nothing special, they're absolutely amazing. Kid, what the hell did you say? Dan Xioming was so angry he almost exploded. He turned his gaze to Su Lingxiang and said, Lingxiang, don't tell me that this arrogant brat is the person you like. That's right, Jiang Chun is the person I like, and his talent for alchemy is in no way inferior to yours. Su Lingxiang said calmly. So I hope you won't bother me again in the future. His alchemy talent is no less than mine. Dan Xiaoming immediately laughed disdainfully. Lingxiang, are you running a fever? I am perfectly sober now. If you don't believe me, you can challenge him to a pill refining contest. If you win, I'll do whatever I want with you. If you lose, never show your face in front of me again. Upon hearing Su Lingxiang's words, everyone around was so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. They never expected that Su Lingxiang would actually have Jiang Chun compete with that fourth-grade alchemist in alchemy. Although Jiang Chun has amazing martial arts talent, does he really know alchemy? Even if they did know a little bit, wouldn't they be utterly crushed if they competed against a fourth-grade alchemist? All right, since you put it that way, Lingxiang, then I'll have a match with him. Dan Xiaoming's eyes flickered, and he looked at Jiang Chun with disdain. Kid, didn't you just say that a fourth-grade alchemist is nothing special? If you got the guts, come out and have a match with me. Jiang Chun said casually, I'm just telling the truth. A fourth-grade alchemist is really nothing special in my eyes. Dan Xiaoming laughed disdainfully. Kid, what right do you have to say that a fourth-grade alchemist is nothing special when you don't even have a rank? Who told you I don't have a rank anymore? I just went to the Alchemist Guild a couple of days ago and got a badge to play with. Unfortunately, Lingyun City is unable to participate in the assessment for those of rank 3 or above. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and took out a third-grade alchemist badge. Upon seeing the third-grade alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand, Dan Xiaoming's disdainful laughter instantly ceased. The students watching from all around stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Holy crap! This Jiang Chun is actually an alchemist. Chapter 137, If you lose, get out of here. Holy crap, Jiang Chun is such a monster. Yes, I never expected his alchemy talent to be so monstrous. He's already a third-grade alchemist. Awesome. Now, in the Lingyun Martial Academy, I admire no one but him. Jiang Chun directly pulled out a third-grade alchemist, which immediately caused everyone around to exclaim in amazement. Jiang Chen's ability to become the top student of Lingyun Martial Academy was already astonishing enough. They never expected that Jiang Chen was actually a third-grade alchemist. Moreover, judging from Jiang Chen's tone just now, he seems to be fully qualified to be assessed as a fourth-grade alchemist. It's just that the Alchemist Guild of Lingyun City doesn't have the authority to assess fourth-grade alchemists. Not to mention, even if Jiang Chen fails the assessment to become a fourth-grade alchemist, it's still incredibly impressive that he became a third-grade alchemist at the age of 15 or 16. Such alchemy talent is almost enough to instantly kill that fourth-grade young alchemist on the other side. No, imposible. How could you possibly be a third-grade alchemist? This badge of yours must be fake. Dan Xiaoming stared at the alchemist badge on Jiang Chen's palm for a while before recovering from his astonishment and roaring in disbelief. A 15 or 16-year-old third-grade alchemist. At this age, most people have only recently come into contact with alchemy, and those who could become first-grade alchemists are already very remarkable. Even in their Dan family, such a terrifying prodigy has never appeared before. Even if this kid is Yin Qingshuan's disciple, it's impossible for him to become a third-grade alchemist at the age of 15 or 16. If you can become a fourth-grade alchemist, why can't I become a third-grade alchemist? Enough with the nonsense. Didn't you want to compete with me in alchemy? If you want to compete, then let's do it. If you lose, get out of here and don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Jiang Chen pursed his lips and said with an impatient look. Good, very good. Dan Xiaoming laughed in extreme anger. How do you want to compete? Even if this kid really is a third-grade alchemist. So what? Dan Xiaoming really didn't believe it. He a dignified fourth-grade alchemist and one of the top alchemy geniuses in the alchemy family couldn't even handle this brat in front of him. Whatever, Jiang Chen said calmly. You set the questions for the competition. That way I can make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Kid, don't get too cocky. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Dan Xiaoming nearly exploded with rage. Just as he was about to lash out, Su Lingxiang's cool voice rang in his ear. Dan Xiaoming, if you want to compete with Jiang Chen in alchemy, then stop wasting your breath here. To be fair, I'll set the questions for the competition. Good. A cold glint flashed in Dan Xiaoming's eyes. He stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Kid, I'll show you soon enough how big the gap is between us. Jiang Chan didn't even bother to glance at him and turned to Su Lingxiang, saying, "Sister Lingxiang, you give me the question." Su Lingxiang did not hesitate. She flipped her hand and took out a scroll of pill formulas from her storage ring. Both of you are rare alchemy geniuses. Today, let's compare your comprehension of alchemy. This scroll of Azure Spirit Transformation Pill is a high-grade, third-rank pill formula newly developed by my teacher. No one else but my teacher and I will know about it. I will wipe off the 3 ingredients on the pill formula in a moment and show you the incomplete formula of the Azure Spirit Transformation Pill. Whoever correctly completes the 3 pieces of information I erased first wins. What do you all think? Chapter 138, Your comprehension is really too poor. I'm fine. Dan Xiaoming naturally had no objection to Su Lingxiang's competition topic. As a genius in the first alchemy world of the Great Xia Kingdom, Dan Xiaoming not only has high comprehension, but also has a much deeper foundation than ordinary 4th-grade alchemists. With his strength, defeating this kid in front of him would be a piece of cake. Sister Lingxiang, since he has no objections, let's begin. Upon hearing Su Lingxiang's question, Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile. Last time at Qingxian residence, Su Lingxiang witnessed his incredible ability to instantly complete the pill formula. Su Lingxiang took control of the question-setting authority, not for the sake of fairness, but clearly to help him cheat. After Jiang Qin and Su Lingxiang agreed, Su Lingxiang opened the pill formula in her hand and covered up the 3 medicinal ingredients in the formula. A moment later, she presented the pill formula directly to Jiang Qin and Dan Xiaoming. Jiang Qin glanced casually at the pill formula. Ding! You have viewed the incomplete formula for the Azure Spirit Transformation Pill, triggering a 100-fold increase in comprehension. Ding! You have comprehended the complete formula for the Azure Spirit Transformation Pill. Without a doubt, the system automatically triggered a 100-fold comprehension upon Jiang Qin's glance, completing the formula for the Azure Spirit Transformation Pill. In an instant, a complete recipe for the Azure Spirit Transformation Pill appeared directly in Jiang Qin's mind. A slight smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Qin's lips. He crossed his arms and lazily looked at Dan Xiaoming, who was deep in thought, his contemptuous voice ringing directly in Dan Xiaoming's ear. Dan Xiaoming, your comprehension is really too poor. You've been staring at it for ages. Are you finally able to complete the remaining 3 ingredients for the Azure Spirit Transformation Pill? If you can't do it, then just admit defeat and get out of here. Don't waste everyone's time. Jiang Qin's sudden disdainful words immediately stunned everyone present. Holy crap, no way. Jiang Qin completed the pill formula so quickly. From a moment Su Lingxiang displayed the formula until now, it has taken no more than 10 seconds. Could it be that Jiang Qin replenished the medicinal herbs that Su Lingxiang had erased in less than 10 seconds? This is ridiculously exaggerated. Kid, don't tell me you've completed this pill formula so quickly. Dan Xiaoming glanced at Jiang Qin and couldn't help but sneer. Completing the prescription is an extremely complex and difficult process. Even for him, if he wanted to complete the 3 medicinal ingredients for the Azure Spirit Transformation Pill, he would have to go through countless deliberations. And this kid in front of me actually said that he replenished the Azure Spirit Transformation Pill in just 10 seconds. Does this kid really think he's some kind of god? What difficulty is there in completing the recipe for a mere grade 3 elixir, especially since it's only missing 3 ingredients? If you can't complete it, it's only because you lack comprehension. There are 3 ingredients left in this Azure Spirit Transformation Pill formula: Azure Sun Vine, Returning Origin Leaf, and Willow Ginseng. After Jiang Qin finished speaking, he couldn't help but smile slightly at Su Lingxiang. Sister Lingxiang, I wonder if my 3 medicinal herbs are the correct amount? That's right. The 3 medicinal herbs I covered up are Qingyang Vine, Guyuan Leaf, and Fuliu Ginseng. As Su Lingxiang spoke, she directly revealed the 3 ingredients that had been hidden on the pill formula to everyone. 10 seconds. Jiang Qin answered Su Lingxiang's question perfectly in less than 10 seconds. Chapter 139, What's Wrong with Torturing You One More Time? Holy crap. Awesome. This guy is just too amazing. Seeing the scene before them, everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Jiang Qin as if he were a monster. Evildoer. This is absolutely phenomenal. The dignified fourth-grade alchemist Dan Xiaoming was actually crushed by Jiang Chun in the alchemy competition. This guy's talent in alchemy is even more terrifying than his talent in martial arts. Dan Xiaoming stared blankly at the scene before him, and it took him a long time to recover from his shock. Immediately, he stared at Jiang Chun with a ferocious expression, letting out an incredulous roar. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You must have cheated. You must have seen the complete formula for the Azure Spirit Transformation pill beforehand. Su Lingxiang raised her eyebrows. Dan Xiaoming, don't make false accusations. Jiang Chun has never even seen the formula for the Qingling Huayuan pill. Do you really think I, Dan Xiaoming, am a fool? If he hadn't seen the pill formula beforehand, how could he have completed it in less than 10 seconds? Dan Xiaoming said with a cold smile. Su Lingxiang was so angry that she trembled all over. She said angrily, Dan Xiaoming, you're a fourth-grade alchemist. Are you such a sore loser? If you hadn't colluded beforehand, would I have lost to him? Dan Xiaoming snorted coldly. He stared at Jiang Chun with a dark look in his eyes. If you're so capable, don't try any tricks. Have a fair fight with me. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. You're not as skilled as others, and you still have the nerve to accuse them of cheating after losing. Jiang Chun looked at Dan Xiaoming with a cold laugh, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Don't say such useless things in front of me. A cold glint flashed in Dan Xiaoming's eyes as he coldly said, if you're a man, then have a real alchemy contest with me. You don't need to use such a stupid provocation to provoke me. Jiang Chun looked at Dan Xiaoming calmly. Tell me, how do you want to compete this time? It's very simple. I have 5 sets of materials for a grade 4 returning origin pill. Whoever refines the returning origin pill first wins. Dan Xiaoming looked at Jiang Chun with a provocative expression. So, do you dare? Jiang Chun curled his lip. You want to compete with me in refining 4th-grade pills? Didn't you just say that a 4th-grade alchemist is nothing special? Dan Xiaoming sneered. Since you dare to say that, you must have the ability to refine 4th-grade pills. If you want to compete in refining 4th-grade pills, I'll gladly oblige. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. But if I win, the pills you refine are mine. Dan Xiaoming's face darkened, and he coldly snorted. As long as you have the ability to beat me, what's wrong with giving it to you? Hee. Beating you is just a piece of cake for me. Someone like you, I can beat you up once, and I can beat you up a second time. Since you've come here willingly to be tortured, why shouldn't I torture you one more time? Jiang Chen grinned at Dan Xiaoming, and his arrogant voice rang out in everyone's ears. You think you can beat me up? That's ridiculous. If you hadn't colluded to cheat, do you think you would have beaten me? You'll soon find out who's really going to beat whom next. Dan Xiaoming laughed angrily, then waved his hand, and 5 sets of alchemy materials instantly appeared in front of him. Chapter 140 complete and utter crushing. Are you convinced or not? Dan Xiaoming took out 5 portions of the ingredients for the Guiyuan pill and said coldly, Jiang Chun, enough nonsense. Let's begin. Dan Xiaoming truly didn't believe that he would lose to Jiang Chun again, this time in refining the Guiyuan pill. As a genius alchemist of the Dan family, Dan Xiaoming has been a 4th-grade alchemist for some time now. Dan Xiaoming already had considerable experience in refining 4th-grade pills. In particular, he had successfully refined the 4th-grade primary pill, the returning origin pill, more than once. The Jiang Chun in front of them was only a 3rd-grade alchemist and had not even participated in the 4th-grade alchemist assessment. Even if Jiang Chun really has the ability to refine 4th-grade pills, his experience is incomparable to his. He was determined to completely defeat Jiang Chun in this match and wash away the humiliation he had just suffered. Good. Since you're so eager to be tortured by me, then I'll grant your wish. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then took out a pill furnace and sat down opposite Dan Xiaoming. Immediately, the two were very in sync and started lighting the fire to warm the furnace at almost the same time. About 2 minutes later, Jiang Chun quickly began putting medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace, immediately putting some distance between himself and Dan Xiaoming. What's the use of being fast? 4th-grade pills aren't so easy to refine. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's actions, Dan Xiaoming merely sneered, and then continued to focus his gaze on the alchemy furnace in front of him. Refining fourth-grade pills is extremely difficult. Even he, as a fourth-grade alchemist, must proceed with extreme caution. Especially during the stage of lighting the fire and warming the furnace, we must strive for perfection. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to the failure of the entire alchemy process. In his view, Jiang Chen's eagerness to race against time was simply courting death. Dan Xiaoming spent 5 minutes warming up the furnace, and then began to add medicinal herbs into the furnace in an orderly manner. However, just as he had added half of the medicinal herbs, a rich aroma of elixir wafted into his nose. Immediately afterwards, a chorus of exclamations of amazement instantly filled his ears. Whoosh! That's incredible! Yes, the fourth-grade alchemist on the other side has only gone halfway through, while Jiang Chun has already refined the fourth-grade pill. Listening to the exclamations around me, and smelling the rich fragrance of cinnabar in the air, Dan Xiaoming froze instantly. He suddenly looked up at Jiang Chun opposite him, and saw that Jiang Chun had taken out a golden Guyuan pill from the alchemy furnace. How is this possible? Dan Xiaoming stared blankly at the scene before him, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Bang! At that very moment, the alchemy furnace in front of Dan Xiaoming exploded. Jiang Chun completely ignored all of this. He carefully put away the rejuvenation pill, and then, under countless astonished gazes, began refining the second batch. Jiang Chun quickly finished refining the materials for the remaining 3 Guyuan pills. The result was unsurprising. He successfully refined all 3 materials into the returning origin pill. The 4 rejuvenation pills have been refined. Jiang Chun raised his head and looked at Dan Xiaoming opposite him, his soft chuckle ringing out in everyone's ears. Dan Xiaoming, I'll ask you one question now. Are you convinced of your defeat this time? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone who looked at Dan Xiaoming couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy. This isn't a competition of alchemy skills. It's a complete and utter crushing defeat. Chapter 141, Don't underestimate the Lingyun Martial Academy. He's a monster. Senior brother Jiang Chun is just too monster. I never imagined his alchemy talent was so monstrous. He's more than just a prodigy. He even utterly crushed that genius from the Dan family on the other side. This moment, almost all the students of Lingyun Martial Academy looked at Jiang Chun with deep respect. Hearing Jiang Chen's soft chuckle and the exclamations of amazement from the Lingyun Martial Academy students around him, Dan Xiaoming's handsome face instantly turned bright red, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had no face to stay any longer, and under countless burning gazes, he slunk away. After defeating Wu Feilong and getting rid of Dan Xiaoming, a troublesome person for Su Lingxiang, Jiang Chun enjoyed a rare period of peace at Lingyun Martial Academy. However, these peaceful days did not last long. On this day, Jiang Chun was meditating and cultivating in his room when a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the courtyard. This is the aura of Yin Sangming, the Grand Elder of the Inner Palace. What was he doing here? Jiang Chun muttered something to himself, then stood up and dashed out of the room. Upon leaving the room, Jiang Chun discovered that Yin Sangming had already landed in the courtyard. Elder Yin, what brings you here? Jiang Chun looked at Yin Sangming, a strange look appearing in his eyes. They're looking for you to fight. Several students from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy challenged students from the Soaring Cloud Martial Academy in the outer square, and now they have beaten up all the students on the Soaring Cloud ranking one by one. Yin Sangming said with a somewhat unpleasant expression. If they don't teach those students from Tsang Lei Martial Academy a lesson, Lingyun Martial Academy will lose all face. Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Wu Feilong and Lin Yu also lost? How dare you say that? Lin Yu left Lingyun Martial Academy after you defeated him last time and hasn't returned yet. Wu Feilong was beaten up a couple of days ago and is still recovering from his injuries. Hua Tsangming said irritably. Now, only you can put down their arrogance in Lingyun Martial Academy. And there's even a kid from Tsanglei Martial Academy who specifically named you to challenge them. Upon hearing Yin Sangming's words, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. His only contact with the students of the Azure Thunder Martial Academy was with Lei Qing, whom he met in the Thundercloud Mountains last time. Could it be that guy who came to Lingyun Martial Academy? Okay, I'll go and meet them. Since someone had specifically named him as a challenger, Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to be seen as a coward. Anyway, he's been bored out of his mind these past few days, so he might as well stretch his muscles. A short while later, Jiang Chen arrived at the outer government square. A series of disdainful jeers rang directly in his ears. The students of Lingyun Martial Academy are getting worse and worse. Yes, senior brother Lei Qing single-handedly crushed all the geniuses on the Lingyun Martial Academy's Lingyun ranking. Senior brother Lei Qing has already broken through to the innate realm. These trash from Lingyun Martial Academy can't even withstand a single move from him. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voices and saw about a dozen students from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy standing in the center of the square. The tall young man at the head of the group was none other than Lei Qing, whom he had encountered in the Thundercloud Mountains last time. In front of Lei Qing, 5 or 6 students from Lingyun Martial Academy were in a sorry state, clearly having been injured by Lei Qing. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and a faint, cold snort resounded throughout the square. A few students from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy dare to act wildly at the Soaring Cloud Martial Academy. Don't you dare think that my Lingyun Martial Academy has no one to rely on. Chapter 142, you didn't even have a chance to make a move. Jiang Chen's indifferent snort immediately drew everyone's attention to him in the square. Look, it's senior brother Jiang Chen. Senior brother Jiang Chen. He has finally shown up. With senior brother Jiang Chen taking action, let's see how arrogant these disciples of the Azure Thunder Martial Academy can be now. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, many students from Lingyun Martial Academy couldn't help but reveal expressions of immense excitement in their eyes. Jiang Chen, you've finally shown yourself. I thought you were going to keep hiding like a coward. Seeing Jiang Chen slowly walking towards the center of the square, Lei Qing's eyes flashed with cold light, and a sneer appeared on his face. I wondered who was causing trouble at Lingyun Martial Academy. It turns out to be your defeated opponent. Jiang Chen glanced at Lei Qing casually. Was it you who injured my Lingyun Martial Academy student just now? A bunch of trash. They have no ability, but dare to challenge me. They deserve to be injured by me. Jiang Chen, the reason I came to Lingyun Martial Academy today is only for you. I said back in the Thundercloud Mountains that one day I would personally come to the Lingyun Martial Academy to defeat you. Lei Qing stared coldly at Jiang Chen, his whole demeanor becoming murderous. Back in the Thundercloud Mountains, Jiang Chen not only utterly defeated him in terms of formations, but also killed a student from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy right in front of him. This was an immense humiliation for the ever-proud Lei Qing. That is why Lei Qing came directly to Lingyun Martial Academy after breaking through to the innate realm. He wanted to avenge himself tenfold from Jiang Chen for the humiliation he had suffered. You dare to defeat me? I could deal with you back then in the Thundercloud Mountains, and I can still deal with you now. But before I deal with you, I need to vent my anger for the students of my Lingyun Martial Academy. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking coldly, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Immediately, then, a series of screams rang out. The students from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy behind Lei Qing were all thrown back several meters like kites with broken strings. Holy crap. These guys were so arrogant just now, but now they've been taken care of by senior brother Jiang Chen in one move. As expected of senior brother Jiang Chen, this is so damn satisfying. Seeing that Jiang Chen had swiftly and decisively knocked down the students from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy behind Lei Qing, they were amazed. All the students of Lingyun Martial Academy burst into laughter with excitement. Jiang Chen, aren't you going too far? Seeing Jiang Chen once again attack the Tsang Lei Martial Academy students behind him right in front of him, Lei Qing's face instantly darkened to the point that it looked like it was about to drip water. What? Are you only allowed to injure students from my Lingyun Martial Academy, but I can't injure students from your Tsanglei Martial Academy? Jiang Chen curled his lip and said indifferently, I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Chen, you've got guts. You're the first person in all these years to successfully provoke me. Lei Qing laughed in fury. Soon I'll show you what price you'll pay for angering me. Lei Qing, aren't you talking too much nonsense? Jiang Chen looked at Lei Qing with an impatient expression, and his cold voice rang out instantly. Aren't you going to try and defeat me? If you want to defeat me, Make your move now. Otherwise, once I make my move, you probably won't even have a chance to attack. Chapter 143, The Lin Family's Comeback. Jiang Chun, do you think I'm still the same person I used to be? Dare to underestimate me? I'll make you regret it. Lei Qing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a long sword crackling with lightning flashed from his hand. His eyes flashed with lightning, and the aura of a martial artist at the innate realm erupted instantly. Hiss! With a hissing sound of thunder, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the long sword in Lei Qing's hand. Thunderclap Sword Technique. With a thunderous roar, Lei Qing slashed directly down at Jiang Chun. Faced with Lei Qing's sword strike, Jiang Chun remained remarkably calm. Lei Qing, who was standing before them, had also broken through to the innate realm. However, in terms of combat strength, he is many times inferior to Wu Failong. Jiang Chun calmly watched the oncoming attack. Only when the lightning sword light appeared less than 3 zhang away from him did he casually throw a punch. Bang! A loud bang suddenly came from midair, and Lei Qing's thunderclap sword technique was shattered by his punch. With a single punch, Jiang Chun shattered Lei Qing's thunderclap sword technique and flashed to Lei Ting's side, delivering a clean and decisive punch to Lei Qing. The next moment, Lei Qing's body was sent flying by Jiang Chun's punch. Lei Qing coughed up blood and was thrown back several meters in a sorry state. He looked at Jiang Chun, who stood calmly and proudly before him, and his expression was one of utter terror. Holy crap, is this senior brother Jiang Chun's strength? It's even more monstrous than the legends. Yes, it even defeated a Xiantian expert with a single punch. It's incredibly strong. All the students of Lingyun Martial Academy were dumbfounded by the astonishing scene before them. A single, seemingly casual punch was enough to crush a martial artist of innate level. Although they knew Jiang Chun was strong, they still didn't expect him to be this incredibly strong. Take your people from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy and get out of here right now. If you don't have the ability, don't come out and embarrass yourself. With a single punch, Jiang Chun severely injured Lei Qing. Looking down at Lei Qing from his superior position, his calm voice rang out directly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Lei Qing's already pale face instantly turned even more ashen. Feeling the mocking gazes of the Lingyun Martial Academy students around him, Lei Qing felt utterly ashamed and indignant. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Chun again and left with a dozen or so disheveled Song Lei Martial Academy students. Having dealt with Lei Qing and his group from the Azure Thunder Martial Academy, Jiang Chun, having nothing else to do, decided to return to the Jiang family. Life at Lingyun Martial Academy is rather boring for him now. Since the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament of the Great Xia Kingdom was not far off, Jiang Chun decided to head to the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom ahead of schedule. After leaving, Jiang Chun didn't know when he would return to Lingyun Mansion again. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary for him to return to the Jiang family. After quickly packing up, Jiang Chun left Lingyun Martial Academy alone. Upon returning to Tsongshan City, Jiang Chun sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere. The once bustling Tsongshan City appeared extremely deserted, with the entire city exuding a chilling atmosphere. Boy, today is the day my Lin family annihilates the Jiang family and takes over Tsongshan City. Outsiders are forbidden from entering Tsongshan City. If you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Just as Jiang Chun reached the gate of Tsongshan City, several guards wielding long spears stopped him. The Lin family has actually returned to Tsongshan City. Jiang Chun's face immediately turned extremely gloomy. Chapter 144, Your Dog's Life. I'll take it today. Jiang Chun's eyes turned cold, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the sight of the guards. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts resounded instantly. Before the guards could even react, their bodies were sent flying backward like kites with broken strings. In an instant, a series of shrill screams also came from guards. Jiang Chun stomped his foot in the chest of one of the guards and said coldly, "Tell me, what exactly happened in Tsongshan City?" Since the day Lin Tianxiong and Li Qian joined forces to kill Jiang Chun, but were killed by Jiang Chun, the Lin and Li families withdrew from Tsongshan City. Jiang Chun originally thought that the Lin and Li families no longer posed any threat to the Jiang family. But he never expected that the Lin family would make a comeback and return to Tsongshan City. Could it be that Linyu made a move? knowing full well that he was no match for him. Why would Linyu seek his own death and rashly make a move? 3 days ago, Linyu, the new head of the Lin family, led the Lin family back to Songshan City. The Jiang family has now been completely defeated and is only holding on by hiding in the Jiang family courtyard with a single formation. Sir, we were forced by Linyu. Please spare us. The guard stared at Jiang Chun in terror, and without the slightest hesitation, he quickly recounted the entire situation in Songshan City. I already gave you a chance back then. But you all are so ungrateful, insisting on following Linyu back to Songshan City and going against the Jiang family. Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and with 2 casual palm strikes, he ended the lives of several guards. After dealing with the guards at the city gate, Jiang Chen's figure transformed into a blur as he sped towards the Jiang family's location. At the same time, the Jiang family compound is located west of Songshan City. Linyu, carrying a long sword on his back, led over 100 Lin family disciples, who surrounded the Jiang family's main gate with a cold expression. Beside Linyu were a burly middle-aged man with an imposing presence and an elderly man with white hair wearing a Taoist robe. Opposite Linyu and his group, Jiang Kuei and Shueisha led a group of Jiang family disciples to guard the main gate of the Jiang family, confronting Linyu and his group. Jiang Kuei, your Jiang family's defensive formation has now been breached by me. Use whatever other tricks you have up your sleeve. Today, no one can stop me from annihilating your Jiang family. Linyu stared coldly at Jiang Kuei opposite him, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Linyu, back then your father joined forces with the Li family to attack my Jiang family patriarch, but he was still killed by our patriarch alone. You think you can destroy my Jiang family? Jiang Kuei laughed loudly as he looked at Linyu. Even if you manage to break through my Jiang family today, my Jiang family will not be destroyed. The day our patriarch returns will be the day your Lin family perishes. Don't say Jiang Chen isn't here. Even if he really were here, I could still wipe out your Jiang family. Upon hearing Jiang Kuei mention Jiang Chun, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in Linyu's eyes. He drew his long sword from his back and shouted, "Charge in! Leave no one alive!" However, just as Linyu was about to lead the Lin family towards the Jiang family's gate to attack, a cold, angry shout suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "Linyu, how dare you? I spared your life that day out of respect for Yin Songming, but I never expected you to dare to cause trouble at the Jiang family. Since you insist on courting death, then I'll take your dog's life today." Chapter 145, Those who offend the Jiang family will be killed without mercy. The sudden, cold voice startled everyone present. Before they could even react, a figure stepped through the void and descended from the sky with lightning speed, landing directly in front of the Jiang family's gate with a bang. Patriarch Jiang Chun has returned. Haha, our Jiang family is finally saved. Yes, Patriarch Jiang Chun is even more powerful than the old patriarch. Let's see how arrogant these Lin family members can be now. Seeing Jiang Chun descend from the sky, all the Jiang family disciples couldn't help but show expressions of excitement. Master, you're back? Jiang Kuei and Shueisha were overjoyed to see Jiang Chun appear before them. Since the Lin family made their move, Jiang Kuei has sent people to Lingyun City several times to inform Jiang Chun. Every single person he sent out was intercepted and killed by Linyu. He had already prepared for the worst and arranged for most of the Jiang family disciples to evacuate through the secret passage. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen returned at this crucial moment. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned to look at the slightly disheveled Jiang Kuei and Shueisha behind him, and frowned slightly as he asked, "Uncle Kuei, are you all right?" "It's nothing, just some minor injuries sustained in the battle." Jiang Kuei shook his head, then smiled bitterly and said, "Elder Jiang Qianhe, on the other hand, was killed by Linyu a couple of days ago while trying to buy us some time. Don't worry, I will settle this score with him properly." Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and a surge of overwhelming anger instantly rose from his heart. This time, Jiang Chun was truly enraged. If it weren't for his last-minute decision to return to the Jiang family, the Jiang family would probably have faced annihilation at Linyu's hands. Patriarch, be careful. Linyu has somehow managed to bring in a master of innate cultivation and a formation master. If it weren't for these two people helping Linyu, our Jiang family wouldn't have fallen so quickly. At this moment, Shueisha reminded Jiang Chun from behind. Jiang Chun remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping over Linyu and the two people beside him before locking onto Linyu. When Linyu met Jiang Chun's gaze, his heart trembled slightly, and he felt a strange chill run through his body. Jiang Chun, I didn't expect you to return to the Jiang family at this time. It's good that you're back. I'll take care of you too, and wipe out your Jiang family completely in Songshan City. Linyu's pupils narrowed slightly as he sensed Jiang Chun's gaze. He suppressed the inexplicable fear in his heart and roared at Jiang Chun with a ferocious expression. You dare to kill me? I spared your life back then out of respect for Yin Songming, but you are so ungrateful. No one can save you today. Jiang Chun stared coldly at Linyu, and a sharp, killing intent instantly emanated from him. Ahead, Jiang Chun, don't be so arrogant in front of me. I know I'm no match for you, yet I still dare to attack the Jiang family. How could I have been unprepared? I can't kill you, but there are many people in this world who can. Linyu grinned menacingly and said, If either of us is destined to die today, I guarantee that it will be you. What you're relying on must be those two people beside you, right? However, a single innate master and a third-grade array master are not qualified to deal with me. Jiang Chun glanced at the two of them indifferently, and his domineering voice echoed through the air. Since they dare to come to your aid, I'll kill them all. Anyone who offends the Jiang family will be killed without mercy. Chapter 146, Killing a Master of the Innate Realm with a Brick. A mere brat dares to be arrogant in front of me. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which showed no regard for them, the middle-aged man next to Linyu was the first to get angry. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. The next moment, the powerful aura of a martial artist at the innate realm erupted directly from his body. He stared at Jiang Chun with a chilling gaze. Kid, I like to see what gives you the right to be arrogant in front of me. Your innate true chi is weak and your foundation is unstable. You will probably not break through to the innate realm for more than 10 days. I could easily take on 10 of you. Jiang Chun curled his lip and said with a disdainful look, Ha! You little brat at the chi control realm, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The middle-aged man laughed wildly, and with a flick of his hand, a phoenix beak knife appeared out of thin air in his palm. He gripped the phoenix beak knife tightly in his right hand, pointed it at Jiang Chun, and sneered, Kid, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I might consider sparing your life. I originally wanted to let you live a little longer and settle accounts with you after I dealt with Linyu. But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. As Jiang Chun finished speaking calmly, he stomped his foot hard on the ground. The bluestone floor beneath his feet shattered with a crack. Immediately, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chun bent down and picked up a bluestone brick slightly larger than his palm. He tossed the bluestone brick lightly in his hand, and his proud voice rang out once again. Sandao, you overestimate yourself. You won't have the chance to strike 3 times in front of me. To take you down, all I need is a brick. Jiang Chen's arrogant words stunned Linyu and the others. Even the Jiang family members behind Jiang Chun stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Holy crap, their patriarch actually wanted to kill that innate master with a brick. If this were actually done, it would be incredibly awesome. Haha, that's an absolute joke. Kid, I've seen plenty of madmen in my life, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you before. I'd like to see how you manage to defeat me with a brick. The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully and brandished the phoenix beak knife in his hand. In an instant, sharp blade energies shot out from the blade tip in an instant, the sound of which was exceptionally sharp and piercing. But just as the middle-aged man was about to swing his knife at Jiang Chun, Jiang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. His pupils suddenly contracted, and a cold sensation instantly rose from the soles of his feet. He was terrified and moved his feet to retreat. However, just as he was about to back away, a sharp killing intent suddenly attacked from behind. Jiang Chun suddenly appeared out of thin air behind the middle-aged man. He swung the bluestone brick in his hand and smashed it hard on the back of the middle-aged man's head. Bang! A crisp impact sound instantly resounded in midair. The middle-aged man suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed out from the back of his head, quickly staining a large area of the ground red. The shocking scene before their eyes left everyone around them completely petrified. Shocking. This is absolutely shocking. Jiang Chun actually killed a master of innate realm with just a brick. Chapter 147. No one can save you. Holy crap, that's fucking awesome. Haha, awesome. Our Jiang family head is awesome. Yes, even a master of innate level was killed by the patriarch with a single brick. Tell me, who else can do that? Seeing Jiang Chun kill the innate master opposite him with a brick, it took the Jiang family members a while to recover from their shock. They couldn't help but show a look of sympathy as they looked at the middle-aged man's corpse on the ground. A dignified master of innate level was actually killed by a brick. This is probably the most humiliating way for a martial artist to die in history. This guy is really a freak. Shueisha was also deeply shocked as he looked at Jiang Chun, who stood proudly in the arena. When Jiang Chun defeated him, his strength was only at the 9th level of chi control. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, Jiang Chun not only broke through to the innate realm, but also became so powerful that he could kill an innate realm expert with a single brick. Such a rate of growth is truly astonishing. At this moment, Shueisha's last bit of resentment towards submitting to Jiang Chun vanished in an instant. While everyone was thrilled that Jiang Chun had killed a master of innate level with a single brick, on the other side, the faces of the Lin family members turned deathly pale. Their gazes toward Jiang Chun were filled with utter terror. You actually broke through to the innate realm. How is this possible? Linyu stared blankly at Jiang Chun and couldn't help but let out a low growl of disbelief. Just half a month ago, he fought Jiang Chun at Lingyun Martial Academy. Although he was defeated by Jiang Chun in that battle, Jiang Chun only had the strength of the 9th level of chi control. Linyu never expected that Jiang Chun would successfully break through to the innate realm in just half a month. Moreover, his strength is far greater than that of ordinary innate masters. Even the innate master he had gone to great lengths to invite was easily killed by Jiang Chun with a single brick. Nothing is impossible in this world. Linyu, I told you long ago, today I, Jiang Chun, am determined to take your dog's life. Before Jiang Chun could finish speaking, a golden light flashed on his fist, and he unleashed a fierce burst of energy towards Linyu. Linyu's expression changed drastically with shock. He hurriedly unleashed his sword intent, trying to block Jiang Chun's earth-shattering punch. However, her current strength is on a completely different level from Jiang Chun's. With a loud bang, his sword intent was completely shattered by Jiang Chun's punch, and he was sent flying backward. Puff! A moment later, Linyu's body crashed heavily several meters away, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chun, I am a genius of Lingyun Martial Academy. Elder Yin still needs me to participate in the 9 Academy's martial arts tournament. You can't kill me. If you kill me, Elder Yin will definitely not let you off. Seeing Jiang Chun approaching step by step with murderous intent on his face, Linyu's eyes finally showed a look of utter terror. Hey, that's laughable. You think bringing Yin Tsangming into this will really stop me from killing you? Don't say Yin Tsangming isn't here. Even if he really came, I would still kill you. From a moment you returned to Tsongshan City with your men and attacked the Jiang family, no one could save you. Jiang Chun smiled coldly and instantly used the sky-stepping step. His figure flashed and appeared above Linyu's head, stomping down hard with his foot. Chapter 148. Even if Bai Jin Tian comes, I will still kill him without hesitation. No. Seeing Jiang Chun appear above him like a ghost, he stomped down on him. A look of desperate terror immediately appeared in Linyu's eyes. But before he could even utter a word of protest, Jiang Chun's foot had already stomped heavily on his head. Bang! In an instant, the hard bluestone ground was blasted into a hole 3 meters wide by Jiang Chun's fierce stomp. Linyu's entire body was submerged in countless fragments of bluestone. Jiang Chun first killed the innate martial artist who came with him with a brick, and then mercilessly killed Linyu. The white-haired old man, standing to the side, also instantly became extremely flustered. He didn't dare hesitate for a second and turned to flee in panic. Old man, stop right there. Do you think you could just come and go as you please on my Jiang family's territory? However, just as the white-haired old man turned around, Jiang Chen's cold snort instantly reached his ears. The white-haired old man only felt a blur before his eyes, and Jiang Chen's figure had already appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen, let me leave, and I promise I will never get involved in the affairs of Tsangshan City again. The white-haired old man looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. Old man, do you know that by breaking my Jiang family's formation for Linyu, you almost caused the entire Jiang family to be wiped out? You think you can just walk away without getting involved? It's not that easy. If I don't kill you today, how can I face the dead Jiang family disciples? As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking coldly, he threw a punch directly at the white-haired old man's head. The white-haired old man's expression changed, and he quickly activated a defensive array to block Jiang Chen's punch. Jiang Chen, do you know who I am? I'm a dignified third-rank array master and a guest elder of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I guarantee the City Lord of Lingyun City will not let you off. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually wanted to kill him, the white-haired old man immediately screamed in terror. He was merely a rank 3 beginner array master. This defensive array might be very powerful against a Qi control realm martial artist. But the Jiang Chen before them was not only a Xiantian expert. Moreover, he is a powerful being who can kill even a Xiantian martial artist with a single brick. His third-grade defensive formation was simply no match for Jiang Chen's full-force attack. In order to survive, the white-haired old man had no choice but to reveal his identity. I was wondering where Lin Yu found such innate experts and formation masters. It turns out they were invited from the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion. Jiang Chen looked at the white-haired old man indifferently, a cold smile involuntarily appearing on his lips. That's right. I am the guest elder of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion. If you let me leave, I promise we'll never cross paths again. Otherwise, if you offend the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, your Jiang family can forget about surviving in Lingyun Mansion. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to have no intention of making a move, the white-haired old man assumed that Jiang Chen was afraid, and his expression became arrogant once again. The City Lord's Mansion of Lingyun City, is it that impressive? Upon hearing the white-haired old man's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh with a contemptuous expression. I dare to offend even the young City Lord of Lingyun City, let alone a mere guest elder like you. Anyone who offends the Jiang family will be killed without mercy. Don't think that just because you're a guest elder of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, you could do anything. Even if Bai Jintian dares to offend my Jiang family, I'll kill him without hesitation. Chapter 149, Kill Them All, Leave No One Alive. As Jiang Chen's soft chuckle faded, the flame dragon sword instantly appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen, your martial arts talent is unparalleled, and your future is limitless. However, with your current strength, if you were to become an enemy of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, it would be tantamount to courting death. If you spare my life today, I can speak to the City Lord about forming an alliance with the Jiang family of Tsangshan City. This would benefit everyone. The white-haired old man looked at Jiang Chen, who had drawn his sword, and his expression instantly turned to one of extreme terror. He quickly resorted to threats and inducements towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the white-haired old man expressionlessly. Why would people from your Lingyun City Lord Mansion come to help Lin Yu? It was our young master who spoke up for Lin Yu, which is why we came to Tsangshan City. But don't worry, after I return to Lingyun City, I will explain everything to the City Lord and guarantee that Lingyun Prefecture will not be an enemy of your Jiang family. The white-haired old man did not hide anything and told the whole story. Just as I expected, it was that idiot Bai Zishuan who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Since Bai Zishuan ordered you to come, there is no room for negotiation, so you might as well just die. Jiang Chen sneered, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and a surge of sword intent erupted instantly. In an instant, a chilling, oppressive sword light flashed through the air. With a soft sound, a clear line of blood instantly appeared on the white-haired old man's neck. Crimson blood spurted out from the bloodline, instantly splattering all over the ground. The white-haired old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chen, his expression gradually losing its luster. I never thought that idiot Bai Zishuan would dare to lay a hand on my Jiang family. With Bai Zishuan around, the existence of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion will always be a threat to the Jiang family. It seems that before leaving Lingyun Prefecture, I must make a trip to the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion to completely eliminate this threat. As Jiang Chun looked at the white-haired old man's corpse, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Patriarch Jiang, we were wrong. We will never dare to do it again. It was Linyu who forced us to come. Please have mercy on us this time. We promise we will never set foot into Songshan City again. Upon seeing that Jiang Chun had killed all three of Lin Yu's companions, the face of the leading elder of the Lin family turned deathly pale. He trembled all over and led a group of Lin family disciples to kneel before Jiang Chun, begging for mercy. Now you know to beg for mercy? Too bad it's too late. Back then, Lin Tianxiong attacked me, but I killed him instead. Afterwards, I didn't wipe out your Lin family, which is already giving you a chance. Now you dare to come back and attack my Jiang family? How can I let you off? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. This time, you will not give the Lin family any chance to turn things around. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's order, Jiang Kuei and Shui Sha did not hesitate at all. They led a group of Jiang family disciples and swiftly charged forward, amidst the desperate and terrified gazes of the Lin family members. Under the leadership of Jiang Kuei and Shui Sha, two martial artists at the 8th level of Qi control. In just a short while, all the Lin family disciples present were killed. Chapter 150, A Lone Warrior Arrives at the Door. Jiang Chun suddenly returned, killed Lin Yu and the rest of the Lin family, and resolved the crisis for the Jiang family. Songshan City has once again returned to its former tranquility. Having resolved the Lin family's matter, Jiang Chun was not in a hurry to leave the Jiang family. He spent 3 whole days creating several powerful rank 3 array diagrams. Then he refined many pills for the Jiang family to enhance their strength. They even refined a considerable number of pills to help Jiang Kuei and Shui Sha break through to the innate realm. After doing all this, Jiang Chun gave some instructions to Jiang Kuei before leaving Songshan City. After returning to Lingyun City, Jiang Chun did not go back to Lingyun Martial Academy, but strode directly towards the City Lord's Mansion, in order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the Lin family. Before leaving Lingyun Prefecture, he must first deal with the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion of Lingyun City is located in the center of Lingyun City. Outside the mansion was a huge square. In the square, there were many people who had come to the City Lord's Mansion to handle business. They formed a long line at the City Lord's gate, waiting to be summoned. Jiang Chun paused briefly in the square before striding towards the City Lord's Mansion gate. Hey kids, stop right there. This is the City Lord's Mansion of Lingyun City. Unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from entering. If you need to enter the City Lord's Mansion on business, register and wait in line. When it's your turn, you will be called. Just then, 4 guards stepped out from the door and blocked Jiang Chen's way. One of them shouted at Jiang Chun with a wary expression. Jiang Chun glanced at the group of people in front of him and shook his head slightly. I'm not here to do anything. I'm here to cause trouble. As soon as Jiang Chun said this, in the square, countless gazes instantly fell upon Jiang Chun. They all looked utterly shocked. This young man in front of us actually came to the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion alone to cause trouble. And so blatantly. That's incredibly audacious. Boy, I think you're tired of living, daring to cause trouble at the City Lord's Mansion. I don't care who you are, if you know what's good for you. Get the hell out of here. If you dare take another step forward, don't blame us for being ruthless. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the 4 guards drew their weapons and glared at him menacingly. What happened to the City Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City this time? I'm really going to turn this Lingyun City Lord's Mansion upside down today. A soft voice came from Jiang Chen's mouth. Before he could finish speaking, he casually threw a punch. Not good. Sensing the terrifying power contained in Jiang Chen's punch, the leading guard's expression changed drastically. He quickly raised the weapon in his hand. Bang! A fist flashed by, followed by a shrill scream. The guard's body was instantly sent flying backward, finally crashing heavily onto the steps at the entrance of the City Lord's Mansion, where he died instantly. You actually dared to kill someone from the City Lord's Mansion? Seeing that the leading guard had been killed by Jiang Chun in one move, the remaining 3 guards were terrified. The look of disbelief in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Chun was one of disbelief. Meanwhile, those who had come to the city lord's mansion for business were staring wide-eyed in the square. Holy crap! This young man in front of me actually came all by himself to the city lord's mansion in Lingyun City. Moreover, he killed a guard from the city lord's mansion with his first move. This is absolutely insane. Chapter 151. I'm here to settle accounts with by Zishuan. Holy crap! Who is this kid? He's so awesome. Hey, a mere brat dares to cause trouble at the Lingyun City Lord's mansion? I think he's just asking for death. Yeah, this kid must be crazy. It took everyone in the square a while to recover from their shock. They all stared at Jiang Chun speechlessly. This is the Lord's mansion of Lingyun City. Even in the entire Lingyun prefecture, there are very few people who dare to offend the city lord's mansion. The boy in front of them was only 15 or 16 years old. An unknown young man came to the city lord's mansion in Lingyun City to kill someone in public. What difference is there between such an action and coming to one's death? Jiang Chun paid no attention to the discussions among the people in the square. He calmly looked at the remaining 3 guards and said indifferently, I'm here today to settle scores with Bai Zishuan, not to start a bloodbath. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Haha, brat, who do you think you are? You dare to come and settle scores with our young master. You killed people from my city lord's mansion today, and you still dare to spout nonsense here. No matter who you are, you won't leave here alive. Let's attack together and kill him. Just then, one of the guards finally came to his senses. He grinned menacingly at Jiang Chun, then beckoned his 2 companions to charge at Jiang Chun. We've already warned you not to come here to your deaths, but you just wouldn't listen. Jiang Chun looked at the 3 people charging towards him, shook his head slightly, and threw a punch. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds rang out instantly. Jiang Chun's seemingly ordinary punch sent the 3 guards flying. They didn't even have time to scream before they fell to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. This moment, the crowd in the square stared in astonishment. These 3 guards from the city lord's mansion all possessed at least the strength of the 5th or 6th level of chi control. The 3 of them, working together, were killed by a single, seemingly casual punch from this young man. Just how terrifying is the strength of this young man before us? After casually dispatching several guards, Jiang Chun raised his head slightly, his sharp gaze piercing into the depths of the city lord's mansion. At the same time, his cold voice echoed throughout the city lord's mansion. Bai Zishuan, I, Jiang Chun, have come to settle accounts with you. Get out here right now and face your death. Jiang Chun's cold words shocked everyone in the square. This guy actually came to cause trouble for Bai Zishuan, the young city lord of Lingyun City. Who dares to run wild in my city lord's mansion? Just then, a powerful roar erupted from inside the city lord's mansion. Immediately afterwards, a burly man with broad shoulders and a thick waist appeared on the wall of the city lord's mansion in a flash. He pushed off the wall with his foot and landed directly in front of Jiang Chun. Boy, did you kill all the people in my city lord's mansion? The burly man looked at the 4 guards' corpses on the ground, then raised his head and stared at Jiang Chun with murderous intent. Jiang Chun's gaze remained calm, and his expression showed no change whatsoever. He looked calmly at the burly man in front of him. You are Bai Jin Tian, the city lord of Lingyun City? How dare you? Do you think you could just call our city lord by his name, as you please? I am He Du, the commander of the city lord's mansion. You killed my city lord's mansion guards and damaged the prestige of the city lord's mansion. You shall die now. As the burly man's shout fell, a fierce aura instantly erupted from his body. Chapter 152, Innate Masters. It's not like I haven't killed them before. Damn. It's He Du, the commander of the city lord's mansion. I didn't expect him to come in person. He Du, this is a renowned expert at the innate realm in Lingyun City. That kid's probably dead meat now. Seeing He Du fly out of the city lord's mansion, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He Du, the commander of the Lingyun city lord's mansion, is one of the few innate experts in Lingyun Prefecture. Even if Jiang Chun is incredibly strong, how could he possibly be a match for a Xiantian expert? Despite the aura emanating from He Du, Jiang Chun remained remarkably calm. He looked at He Du calmly. I'll say it one last time. I'm here today to see Bai Zishuan and his son. If you really try to stop me, I guarantee the one who will die will be you. Haha, you're just a kid. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew when you talk big in front of me? Dare to cause trouble in the city lord's mansion of Lingyun City? Your only fate is death. Hidu burst into laughter. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and charged towards Jiang Chun with lightning speed. At the same time, a fierce burst of innate energy surged from his claws as he reached out to grab Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and without any attempt to dodge, he threw a punch straight at Hidu. Bang! A deafening crash resounded through the air. The next moment, in an instant, Hidu's clothes ripped apart, and he was covered in blood, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The shocking scene before them left everyone staring wide-eyed in disbelief. The vast square fell into a deathly silence at this moment. Shalt! Unbelievable. They never expected this. Hidu, the commander of the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion and a renowned, innate expert of Lingyun Prefecture, was also smashed to pieces by Jiang Chun with a single punch. A boy who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old actually severely injured a martial artist at the innate realm with a single punch. Even the top geniuses in Lingyun Martial Academy could not possibly possess such terrifying strength. Where on earth did this monster come from? Bang! Under the almost stunned gazes of the crowd, Hidu was blasted away by Jiang Chen's punch, flying 3 or 4 zhang away, and finally crashed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Ooh, who are you? He coughed up blood incessantly, and his eyes, as he looked at Jiang Chun, revealed a look of extreme terror. One punch. Just one punch. He was severely injured by this kid in front of him. Hidu couldn't believe that this boy, who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, possessed such terrifying strength. I told you not to meddle in other people's business, but you just don't know what's good for you. You think you're so great just because you're a martial artist at the innate realm? Jiang Chun said coldly. I've killed many of the innate masters from your Lingyun City Lord's Mansion before. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Hidu's expression changed drastically. Commander Guan and the others, you killed them all? 3 days ago, another commander from the City Lord's Mansion and a third-grade array master were instructed by the young city lord by Zishuan to go to Tsongshan City to handle matter. But to this day, neither of them has returned. Bai Zishuan was about to send him to Tsongshan City to investigate. Before he could even take action, the main culprit had already come knocking on his door. Moreover, he is a monstrous talent with an abnormally high level of martial arts ability. Hidu took a deep breath, and with a flick of his wrist, he took out a token and threw it into the air. A deafening explosion resounded over the City Lord's Mansion. Chapter 153. You are not worthy to be the City Lord of Lingyun City. Holy crap! Isn't this an emergency summons from the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion? Yes, it said that by using this emergency signal, Lingyun City can summon powerful experts from the Lingyun Martial Academy to come and help. Wow, Hidu is way too exaggerated. Seeing this scene, everyone in the square was stunned. They couldn't help but look at Jiang Chun with admiration. This kid is really something else. He single-handedly stormed into the City Lord's Mansion in Lingyun City, forcing Hidu to use the City Lord's emergency summons. Hidu had no interest in paying attention to the discussions of the people around him. Although the boy in front of me looks no more than 15 or 16 years old, his strength is unfathomable. Hidu even had a feeling that this guy's strength was in no way inferior to their city lord. This young man is definitely the most powerful enemy their City Lord's Mansion has ever encountered. If they are not careful, their City Lord's Mansion may really face a huge crisis. That's why Hidu didn't hesitate to use the City Lord's Mansion's emergency summoning signal. With this signal from Hidu, inside the Lingyun City Lord's Mansion, squads of armored guards, exuding an imposing aura, rushed out at lightning speed. Very quickly, Bai Jintian, the City Lord of Lingyun City, wearing a magnificent purple and gold robe, strode out of the mansion with an imposing presence. Behind Bai Jintian, Jiang Chun also spotted a familiar figure. This person was none other than Bai Zishuan, the young City Lord of Lingyun City. Jiang Chun, how could it be him? Upon seeing Jiang Chun appear in his line of sight, Bai Zishuan's expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. Hidu, what's going on? Why did you use the City Lord's mansion's emergency summoning signal? Bai Jingtian glanced at the disheveled Hidu beside him and frowned slightly. Hidu quickly explained, City Lord, this kid is causing trouble at the City Lord's mansion, and he's quite powerful. He's just a troublemaking brat. Does he really warrant the use of the City Lord's emergency summons? Before Hidu could finish speaking, Bai Jingtian shouted angrily with a displeased expression. He raised his head slightly, staring sharply at Jiang Chen opposite him. Boy, who are you, and why are you causing trouble in my City Lord's mansion? Songshan City, Jiang family, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said calmly. Why I'm causing trouble here is a question for your son, Bai Zishuan. No matter what my son has done, the City Lord's mansion in Lingyun City is not a place where you can run wild. If I don't kill you today, how will I, Bai Jingtian, have the face to stand in Lingyun City? Bai Jingtian snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and a stream of innate true energy gathered in mid-air into a phantom giant palm, which slapped towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He instantly used the sky-stepping step and stomped fiercely on the illusory giant hand. In an instant, the giant hand shattered under Jiang Chen's feet. At the same time, Jiang Chen's icy voice instantly reached everyone's ears. Bai Jingtian, your son conspired with others to send powerful figures from your City Lord's mansion to attack the Jiang family, almost destroying them. You, as the City Lord of Lingyun City, attacked me without asking any questions. I think it's time to replace you as the City Lord of Lingyun City. You are simply not fit to be the City Lord of Lingyun City. Chapter 154 Beating by Jingtian. In the square, everyone who heard Jiang Chen's cold words was once again stunned into silence. Mel, that kid is way too arrogant. Although they had to admit that the kid in front of them was indeed very impressive. Not only did he single-handedly storm the City Lord's mansion in Lingyun City, but he also smashed Hidu to pieces with a single punch. Bai Jingtian is not only incredibly strong, being a 4th-level innate realm expert, but he also has the Lingyun Martial Academy as his backer. As long as the Lingyun Martial Academy doesn't give its approval, Bai Jingtian's position as the City Lord of Lingyun City is as secure as Mount Tai. Not to mention, the City Lord's mansion has issued an emergency summons, and experts from the Lingyun Martial Academy will arrive shortly. Even if this kid is incredibly powerful, he probably can't prevent Bai Jingtian from becoming the City Lord of Lingyun City. Haha kid, do you think you're the master of the Lingyun Martial Academy? Whether I, Bai Jingtian, am worthy to be the City Lord of Lingyun City is not for you to decide. Bai Jingtian laughed in extreme anger. He stared at Jiang Chen with a chilling gaze. Boy, if you leave here alive today, I, Bai Jingtian, will write my name backwards from now on. Even if you wanted to write your name backwards, you'd have to have the opportunity first. After today, there will be no more Bai Jingtian in this world. However, after you die, I can consider preparing a tombstone for you and having your name engraved backwards. As Jiang Chen finished speaking calmly, he clenched his fist tightly. Mid-level, profound, martial skill, Azure Dragon, sky-shattering fist. With a loud shout from Jiang Chen, a giant Azure Dragon roared to the sky and pounced on Bai Jingtian with its claws outstretched. Court death. Bai Jingtian snorted coldly and directly clashed palms with Jiang Chen. Mid-grade, profound martial skill, sky-stepping step. Bai Jingtian blocked the Azure Dragon sky-breaking fist, and Jiang Chen's figure instantly soared into the sky, stomping down on Bai Jingtian with a powerful kick. How did this kid learn so many mid-level, Xin-grade martial arts techniques? Just as Jiang Chen finished using a mid-level Xin-grade martial skill, a second mid-level Xin-grade martial skill came at him again. Bai Jingtian's expression couldn't help but change slightly. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much and quickly swung his palm again to block Jiang Chen's attack. Just as Bai Jingtian blocked Jiang Chen's sky-stepping step and forced Jiang Chen back, a flash of red light appeared in Jiang Chen's hand in midair, and the flame dragon sword appeared in his hand. Earth-grade martial skill, heaven-burning sword technique. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. A blazing sword light, 5 or 6 zhang long, shot into the sky and condensed into a giant flaming sword in midair. With a swing of Jiang Chen's long sword, The flaming greatsword slashed straight down at by Jin Tian. Excellent martial arts. Seeing Jiang Qin's earth-shattering sword strike, Bai Jin Tian's pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply. He dared not be negligent in the slightest, and quickly activated his internal power to form a protective aura in front of him. At the same time, Bai Jin Tian also unleashed his strongest technique, the Xian grade intermediate martial skill, the 8 Desolate Overlord Flame Fist, and blasted it towards the giant flaming sword. Boom! 2 incredibly powerful forces collided in midair, and a deafening explosion resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, Bai Jin Tian's 8 Desolate Overlord Flame Fist was shattered by the giant flaming sword. Immediately, Bai Jin Tian stumbled backward. With each step he took back, his foot left a huge footprint about a foot deep in the ground. However, before Bai Jin Tian could recover from Jiang Qin's burning heaven sword technique, another cold shout rang in his ears. 1 layer of sword intent / Chapter 155. Your deaths are the best explanation. With a soft shout from Jiang Qin, the sharp sword intent transformed into a 10-meter-long sword shadow, pressing down on Bai Jin Tian. Sword intent, and it's even the first level of sword intent. Bai Jin Tian stared in horror at the sword shadow that was slashing towards him with an invincible aura, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not hesitate for a moment, and immediately pushed his power at the 4th level of the innate realm to its limit, unleashing the 8 Desolate Overlord Flame Fist once again. Boom! The 2 fierce attacks collided in the blink of an eye. Amidst the deafening roar, the energy surged wildly in all directions. Bai Jin Tian's body was sent flying backward in a sorry state by the impact of this shockwave. On the other side, Jiang Qin was completely unaffected, his figure standing straight and proud like a long spear. Quiet, looking at this astonishing scene before my eyes. The square fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, incredulous murmurs arose in the square. Holy crap! He actually defeated Bai Jin Tian. Bai Jin Tian, the city lord of Lingyun City, is a powerful expert at the 4th level of the innate realm. He was actually defeated by him, just like that. This is truly monstrous. When did our Lingyun Martial Academy produce such a freak? In the square, everyone was filled with astonishment and amazement. No one could have imagined that things would develop to this point. No one could have imagined that this young man, named Jiang Qin, would possess such extraordinary strength. It's one thing for a 15 or 16-year-old boy to break through to the innate realm, but he also possesses ridiculously powerful martial arts skills. 2 mid-level Xian grade martial arts techniques. A single earth grade sword technique. The most terrifying thing is that this kid has also comprehended the legendary sword intent. He defeated Bai Jin Tian, the city lord of Lingyun City and a 4th level innate expert, with just 4 moves. Moreover, he tortured Bai Jin Tian so much that he had no temper at all. Bai Jin Tian, as the city lord of Lingyun City, you allowed your son to send people to attack the Jiang family of Songshan City, almost bringing about the extermination of my clan. Today, I will take your dog's life and establish a new city lord for Lingyun City. Jiang Qin unleashed a barrage of attacks, severely injuring Bai Jin Tian, and his cold voice instantly resounded in everyone's ears. Jiang Qin, you say my son sent people to attack your Jiang family, but I had no knowledge of that. Give me some time, and I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory explanation. Sensing the chilling killing intent emanating from Jiang Qin, Bai Jin Tian trembled and quickly spoke to Jiang Qin. Faced with this terrifying young man, Bai Jin Tian no longer cared about the dignity of a city lord and immediately chose to submit. If you had said this when you came out, it might have been useful, but it's too late now. I no longer need you to give me a satisfactory explanation. Jiang Qin said casually. As long as you all die, that will be the best explanation for the Jiang family. Jiang Qin, I am the city lord of Lingyun City, personally appointed by the lord of Lingyun Martial Academy. Bai Jin Tian stared at Jiang Qin with a ferocious expression. If you dare to touch me in the slightest, you will be making an enemy of the entire Lingyun Martial Academy. Is that so? I'd like to see if killing you will make the Lingyun Martial Academy my enemy. Jiang Qin sneered, just as he was about to take action to deal with Bai Jin Tian. A fiery red figure exuding a powerful aura instantly hurtled towards Jiang Chun and his companions. Chapter 156 Yin Songming arrives. By Jin Tian is dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the fiery red figure appeared directly in front of Jiang Chun and the others. The red figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Yin Songming, the Grand Elder of Lingyun Martial Academy. Haha, Jiang Chun, the expert from Lingyun Martial Academy, have arrived. Now, let's see how arrogant you can be in front of me. Upon seeing Yin Songming rushing over after hearing the news, Bai Jin Tian couldn't help but burst into a smug laugh. Elder Yin, this brat not only caused trouble at the City Lord's mansion, but also severely injured us. Not only that, he even threatened to kill me, the City Lord of Lingyun City. We implore Elder Yin to uphold justice for our City Lord's mansion. Despite the excruciating pain, Bai Jin Tian got up from the ground and quickly addressed Yin Songming with a respectful expression. Yin Songming didn't even glance at Bai Jin Tian, but turned his head to Jiang Chun beside him and frowned, asking, Jiang Chun, what's going on? The Lingyun City Lord's mansion sent a Xiantian expert and a third-grade array master to Tsongshan City to take action against the Jiang family. If I hadn't returned to the Jiang family in time, they probably would have destroyed my family. Jiang Chun said it casually. Elder Yin, I was unaware of this matter. Rest assured, I will immediately have someone thoroughly investigate this matter. If what he says is true, I will not let anyone off lightly, no matter who it is. Seeing that Jiang Chun seemed to be very familiar with Yin Songming, Bai Jin Tian's expression changed, and he quickly said something. Whether you knew about it or not, since your subordinates did such a thing, it's your dereliction of duty. Yin Songming snorted coldly and said indifferently, Since Jiang Chun thinks you are not worthy to be the City Lord of Lingyun City, I think you don't need to be the City Lord anymore. Elder Yin, what did you say? Bai Jin Tian looked at Yin Songming with disbelief. He even began to doubt if there was something wrong with his ears. The bizarre scene before them left everyone in the square speechless with astonishment. Holy crap, what on earth is going on? Wasn't this powerful figure from Lingyun Martial Academy summoned by the City Lord's mansion? He should be here to help Bai Jin Tian deal with this guy who came to cause trouble at the City Lord's mansion. But what about now? The Lingyun Martial Academy, which suddenly appeared, was so powerful that it actually helped this troublemaker deal with Bai Jin Tian. Unbelievable. This is absolutely incredible. Yin Songming didn't bother to answer Bai Jin Tian, and instead turned to Jiang Chun and said, Will you handle this yourself? Or should I help you? I'll do it myself. Jiang Chun said calmly, his sharp gaze shooting directly at Bai Jin Tian opposite him. Bai Jin Tian, today you have no other way but to die. If you have someone to blame yourself for having such a disappointing son. I'm giving you one last chance. Do you want to end it all yourself? Or do you want me to take care of you personally? Bai Jin Tian's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. His gaze toward Yin Songming was practically spitting fire. Yin Songming, as an elder of Lingyun Martial Academy, it is your duty to protect Lingyun City Lord's mansion. I'm the City Lord of Lingyun City. Only the Lord of your Lingyun Martial Academy has the authority to dismiss me. Now you're actually helping this kid to deal with me. If the head of Lingyun Martial Academy blames you, can you bear the responsibility? Chapter 157, a stunning scene. Bai Jin Tian, don't try to intimidate me with your status as the head of the manor. Now that the Lord of Lingyun Martial Academy is not here, all matters concerning Lingyun Martial Academy will be handled by me, Yin Songming. Moreover, Jiang Chun is the top of the Lingyun ranking and has power in Lingyun Prefecture that is equivalent to that of the Prefecture Master. Yin Songming gave Bai Jin Tian a cold look. So Jiang Chun is fully qualified to decide your life or death. No. Upon hearing Yin Songming's words, Bai Jin Tian's expression instantly turned terrified. Haha, a mere city lord of Lingyun City dares to offend a distinguished guest of my Moonmark Merchant Guild. Even if Lingyun Martial Academy doesn't take your life today, I, Wu Jianan, will not let you off. Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out in the square. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary presence appeared in the square. Wu Jianan, president of the Lingyun City Moonmark Chamber of Commerce Branch. He actually came here too, and he's even here to support Jiang Chun. Everyone stared wide-eyed once again at Wu Jiannan appearing in the square. Awesome. This guy named Jiang Chun is really incredibly awesome. This kid is not only incredibly strong, but his connections are also ridiculously powerful. It was one thing for Elder Yin Songming of Lingyun Martial Academy to speak up for him, but now even Wu Jiannan of Yuehen Chamber of Commerce has stepped forward. What a fine Lingyun City Lord's mansion, daring to attack young friend Jiang Chen's family. Young friend Jiang Chun, go ahead and do it. Anyone who dares to say a word against it will not be spared by me, Yin Qingxian. Before everyone could recover from Wu Jiannan's appearance, an old, cold shout rang out again in the sky above the square. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Then they saw an old man dressed in an alchemist robe with a 6-star silver alchemist badge hanging on his chest descend from midair. Boom! Once again, a storm raged in everyone's hearts. 6th grade alchemist Yin Qingxian. This is a very important figure in the Great Xia Kingdom. Someone whose every move shakes the entire kingdom. Even such a big shot came directly to stand up for Jiang Chun. This Jiang Chun is really too fierce. Looking at Wu Jiannan and Yin Qingxian, who had suddenly arrived, Bai Jin Tian looked terrified, his face ashen, and then collapsed to the ground in despair. Wu Jiannan, president of the Lingyun City Moon Mark Chamber of Commerce. Yin Qingxian, a renowned 6th grade alchemy master in the Great Xia Kingdom. Either of these two people could easily deal with him, the city lord of Lingyun City, as easily as crushing an ant. The arrival of Wu Jiannan and Yin Qingxian surprised even Yin Songming, the grand elder of Lingyun Martial Academy. Immediately, a hint of pity crept into his gaze as he looked at Bai Jin Tian. Of all people to mess with, this idiot had to provoke Jiang Chun. Isn't he just asking for death? Mr. Jiang Chun, if the city lord's mansion of Lingyun City dares to attack you, then they're making an enemy of my Yuehen Chamber of Commerce. Just say the word, and I'll have the city lord's mansion razed to the ground. Wu Jiannan stood beside Jiang Chun like a servant, speaking to him with utmost respect. Holy crap! Seeing Wu Jiannan's polite manner towards Jiang Chun, everyone was once again so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Chapter 158, Killing the Bai Family Father and Son. Moonmark Merchant Guild is the most powerful merchant guild in the Great Xia Kingdom. As the highest-ranking manager of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce in Lingyun Prefecture, Wu Jiannan already held a very high position. Even within the entire Great Xia Kingdom, few would dare to disrespect him. Yet this person of such high status stood cautiously before Jiang Chun like a servant. This scene, it's absolutely amazing. No need. This is a matter between me and Bai Jin Tian and his son. I'll handle it myself. I'm here today only to settle scores with Bai Jin Tian and his son, and I have no intention of wreaking havoc in the city lord's mansion of Lingyun City. Jiang Chun said calmly. Then his cold gaze shot directly at Bai Jin Tian opposite him. Jiang Chun, I'm willing to give up the position of city lord of Lingyun City. As long as you spare our lives, I promise to take my son and leave Lingyun Prefecture and never set foot in Lingyun Prefecture again. Bai Jin Tian gritted his teeth and quickly begged Jiang Chun for mercy. In this situation, his only chance of survival is to beg Jiang Chun for mercy. A gentleman takes his revenge, even after 10 years. If they can get Jiang Chun to let them go, they'll have plenty of opportunities for revenge later. When the time comes, he will make Jiang Chun pay 10 times or even 100 times the price. I don't trust your words. I don't want to leave behind 2 venomous snakes that could bite me in the dark at any moment. So I think it's better to kill you all. As Jiang Chun finished speaking coldly, he swung the flame dragon sword and thrust it at Bai Jin Tian. Bai Jin Tian's expression changed drastically with shock. He hurriedly used the last of his strength to block Jiang Chen's sword. However, given Bai Jin Tian's severely injured state, how could he possibly withstand Jiang Chen's attack, which incorporated sword intent? It only takes the blink of an eye. Bai Jin Tian's head was severed by Jiang Chen's sword. No, Jiang Chun, I was wrong. I'm not human. I shouldn't have listened to Lin Yu's instigation and sent people to attack your Jiang family. I won't do it again. I promise I'll never do it again. Please forgive me. Upon seeing Jiang Chun kill his father with a single sword strike, Bai Zishuan, who was standing nearby, was so frightened that he knelt down with a thud and kowtowed to Jiang Chun, begging for mercy with a terrified expression. Jiang Chun remained indifferent, completely ignoring Bai Zishuan. A flash of sword light appeared in his hand, instantly ending Bai Zishuan's life. Jiang Chun, you're such a troublemaker. You manage to stir up so much trouble wherever you go. After Jiang Chun killed Bai Zishuan and his son, Yin Songming couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, I think you should just stay in a martial academy and prepare to participate in the upcoming 9 Academies martial arts tournament. There's nothing I can do. I don't look for trouble, but trouble just keeps coming to me. Jiang Chun pursed his lips and then said directly, Elder Yin, quietly cultivating in a martial academy is not the life I want. I have decided to go out and gain some experience and go to the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom alone. You're going to the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom all by yourself? Yin Songming frowned slightly. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. Lingyun Prefecture is at least half a month's journey from the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Moreover, the imperial capital is not comparable to the Lingyun Martial Academy. Given this kid's temper, he might offend the powerful and wealthy families in the capital if he's not careful. This kid is now their Lingyun Martial Academy's hope for rising in this 9 prefectures martial arts tournament, and Yin Songming doesn't want anything to go wrong with Jiang Chun. Chapter 159, Heading to the Capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yin Songming, just let him go without worry. Even a fledgling eagle must learn to spread its wings on its own before it can soar through the sky. I believe that with young friend Jiang Chen's abilities, even in the capital, he can still carve out his own niche. Just then, Yin Qingxian smiled slightly and said, After I finish taking care of something in a couple of days, I will also go to the capital. With me here, I will definitely make sure that nothing happens to my young friend Jiang Chun. Elder Yin, rest assured, Mr. Jiang Chun is a distinguished guest of our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. In the capital, even if someone wants to lay a finger on Mr. Jiang Chun, they have to ask our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce for permission. Wu Jiannan, who was standing to the side, quickly added. Hearing Yin Qingxian and Wu Jiannan's words, Yin Songming felt much more at ease. He looked at Jiang Chun and said, Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you to stay. But the world outside is dangerous, so you must be very careful when you're alone. Mr. Jiang Chun, Lingyun Prefecture is half a month's journey from the capital. You have never been to the capital before, and it is indeed inconvenient for you to go alone. Wu Jiannan smiled and said, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you think it's feasible? Jiang Chun was taken aback. What suggestion? Tomorrow, the Tunglong Escort Agency in Lingyun City will be entrusted to transport a batch of goods to the capital. Wu Jiannan smiled and said, If Mr. Jiang Chun doesn't mind, I can speak with the people from Tunglong Escort Agency and have you go to the capital with them. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Jiang Chun nodded. Lingyun Prefecture is quite far from the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, and Jiang Chun is unfamiliar with the route. If we could go with the people from Tunglong Escort Agency, it would save us a lot of trouble. Mr. Jiang Chun, you're too kind, Wu Jiannan quickly said. Then I'll go and inform the people from Tunglong Escort Agency. You can meet them at the North Gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Jiang Chun left Lingyun Martial Academy alone and headed towards the North Gate of Lingyun City. We arrived at the North Gate of Lingyun City. Jiang Chun saw a line of convoys in an open space outside the city gate. At the very front of the convoy was a flag with the 4 large characters, Tunglong Escort Agency, embroidered on it in a flamboyant style. On either side of the convoy stood dozens of powerful martial artists. You're Jiang Chun? Uncle Wu from a Moonmark Merchant Guild sent us to take you to the capital. You're not much older than me, but you've got quite the ears. You want to come to the capital with our Tunglong Escort Agency, and you expect us to wait for you alone. If it weren't for Uncle Wu's sake, I probably would have set off long ago. Seeing Jiang Chun walking towards them, the leading woman, a mature and fiery beauty with striking features, couldn't help but snort coldly. Greetings, everyone. My name is Jiang Chun. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Seeing that the people from Tunglong Escort Agency seemed to be all ready and waiting for him, Jiang Chun immediately said apologetically, Miss, we arrived earlier than the agreed time. It has nothing to do with this young man. Just then, a burly man standing next to the beautiful woman smiled and said, Now that everyone is here, let's set off. The beautiful woman nodded indifferently, then immediately mounted her horse and shouted, "Raise the dart." Yes. A rough voice instantly resounded in the air, and a group of people escorted the caravan northward. Chapter 160, The Black Armored Bandits. Brother Jiang Chun, I am Tong Xiang, the deputy head bodyguard/escort of Tunlungbuk Escort Agency. That lady just now was our young lady, Tong Xiuyu. She hasn't been in a good mood lately because of some things, and we hope you won't take offense. As soon as the convoy set off, the burly man walked directly to Jiang Chen's side and said to him apologetically, "Brother Tung, you're too kind." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "It was because I was late that I delayed you all. I should be the one apologizing. Our young lady is kind-hearted and a very good person. You'll know once you get to know her." Tung Xiang sighed. It's just that Tunglong Escort Agency is facing a life-or-death crisis recently, and Miss has been in a bad mood. Jiang Chen nodded without asking any further questions. Moreover, even without asking, he could vaguely guess the general idea. The Chief Fado of Tunglong Bao, the Tunglong Escort Agency, did not appear on this escort mission. If he guessed correctly, it was probably because the Chief Voucher of Tunglong Bao, Tunglong Escort Agency, had an accident that Tong Chuyu had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing Tunglong Bao. 3 days later, the caravan finally left Lingyun Prefecture. Jiang Chun and his group also arrived at a vast plain. "Stop!" A delicate shout rang out from the front of the convoy. Tong Chuyu dismounted and instructed the people behind her, "We'll camp here tonight." Upon hearing Tong Chuyu's words, everyone couldn't help but perk up. For the past 3 days, they have been traveling at high speed since leaving Lingyun City, without taking much rest along the way. Even though they were all martial artists who had at least reached the Qi control realm, they were already finding it difficult to keep up. The group set up camp and had dinner. After arranging for several martial artists to take turns on guard duty, Tong Xiu instructed everyone to rest up and set off early the next morning. However, just as everyone was preparing to rest, a thunderous sound of horses' hooves suddenly came from afar. "Someone's robbing the goods." Everyone quickly form ranks and prepare to fight. Tung Xiang's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly, shouting at the group of bodyguard beside him. Clang! As the thunderous roar subsided, the sounds of swords being drawn rang out in succession. Dozens of bodyguards quickly took their positions, forming a battle formation, and stared menacingly at the approaching group of people. The horse galloped very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of them. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly fell on the group of people opposite him. The group consisted of about 40 or 50 people, all dressed in identical black armor. In the pitch-black night, it swept in like a black whirlwind. The aura emanating from these people was extremely strong, all above the Qi control realm. Especially at the very front of this group, a fierce-looking, middle-aged man with scars all over his face led the way, exuding a powerful aura. With Jiang Chen's keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this big man was a powerful expert at the innate realm. Looking at the dozens of burly men in black armor in front of him, suddenly, Tong Xiuyu realized something, and her pretty face changed drastically. "Black Armored Bandits. You are members of the Black Armored Bandits?" "Hee, little girl, you do have some knowledge, knowing the name of our Black Armored Bandit gang. Enough with the nonsense. If you know what's good for you, leave your caravan behind and get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me, Niu Tiankue, for unleashing a bloodbath." Just then, the loud, maniacal laughter of the scarred man at the head of the group rang out right in everyone's ears. Chapter 161, You Can't Touch a Hair on Their Head. The Black Armored Bandit Gang. That's the largest bandit gang operating around Lingyun Prefecture. How unlucky of us to run into them. Rumor has it that Niu Tiankue, the leader of the Black Armored Bandit Gang, is a powerful, innate master. We're doomed. We're definitely going to be wiped out this time. Hearing Niu Tiankue's arrogant laughter, many of the Tunglong Escort Agency's warriors turned pale. Tung Xiuyu and Tung Xiang, who were standing at the very front, both had gloomy expressions. Tung Xiang took a deep breath, then clasped his hands in a fist and said to Niu Tiankue, "So it's Commander Niu. Today, Tunglong Escort Agency is passing through this place. We hope that Commander Niu could do us a favor. Tunglong Escort Agency is willing to offer 10,000 taels of gold. The Black Armored Bandit gang is incredibly powerful, and Tunglong Escort Agency simply cannot afford to provoke them. Since they've already encountered this situation, they have no choice but to pay up to avoid further trouble. Hey, you think you can get rid of me with 10,000 taels of gold? Do you really think I'm a beggar? You have 3 minutes to leave your goods behind, and then disappear from my sight immediately. But this chick has to stay. Nyodike, haven't been with a woman for days, so she'll be perfect for venting my frustrations. Nyodike surveyed the area from his elevated position, his gaze finally settling on Tung Chiuyu's alluring body, his eyes instantly burning with desire. Upon hearing Nyodike's arrogant words, Tung Chiuyu's pretty face changed. Suppressing her anger, she stared coldly at Nyodike with her beautiful eyes. Your Black Armored Bandit gang is always elusive. How could you have known we would pass through here? Hee. I not only knew you would pass through here, but I also knew your shipment was being delivered to the Zhao family in the capital. Let me tell you the truth. Someone doesn't want your shipment to be delivered safely to the Zhao family, so they've prepared a large sum of money to hire me. Enough with the small talk. Drop your goods and get out of here. Otherwise, your only fate will be death. As Nyodike spoke, the aura of a Xiantian expert instantly erupted from his body. Don't even think about it. Despite the powerful aura emanating from Nyodike, Tang Xiuyu's delicate face showed no fear whatsoever. She said coldly, as Baosher bodyguards/escorts, once we accept a mission, we are responsible to the end. If you want to rob the goods, you'll have to step over our dead bodies first. Upon hearing Tung Chiuyu's words, the group of black armor thieves behind Nyo Tianke couldn't help but burst into disdainful laughter. Captain, since these people from Tunglong Escort Agency don't know what's good for them, why waste words with them? Just kill them all. The members of the Black Armored Bandit gang all looked at the people from Tunglong Escort Agency with disdain, their words revealing a chilling, murderous intent. Miss, you should immediately lead the main force to evacuate first. I will stay behind to cover the rear. Seeing that the Black Armored Bandits clearly had ill intentions, Tang Xiang drew his longsword and said in a deep voice to Tang Xiuyu beside him, "No, we'll leave together or stay together." Tang Xiuyu said resolutely, "At worst, we'll fight them to the death." I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since you insist on courting death, then I'll grant your wish. Nyo Tiankuei's face turned cold, and he roared, "Attack! Kill these people from the Tunglong Escort Agency." However, just as Nyo Tiankuei finished speaking, a faint voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "Nyo Tiankuei, if you dare to lay a finger on them, believe me, I'll wipe out your Black Armored Bandit gang." Chapter 162, What Can You Do If Your Man Kills You? The sudden, faint voice startled everyone present. Their gazes followed the sound and quickly landed on Jiang Chun. It was him. The person speaking turned out to be Jiang Chun, the young man who had accompanied them to the capital. Everyone from Tunglong Escort Agency was taken aback. Tung Xiuyu's beautiful eyes revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. She never expected that the young man who had accompanied their Tunglong Escort Agency to the capital would stand up for them at this moment. She never expected that this young man could say such arrogant things when facing Nyo Tiankuei. You little brat who hasn't even grown a beard, yet dares to talk so arrogantly in front of me. You think you can wipe out my Black Armored Bandit gang? That's a complete joke. Kid, since you've come here to die, I'll send you to meet the King of Hell first." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which showed no regard for them, Nyo Tiankuei's face turned cold. "Kill this arrogant brat first." "Yes, Commander." Behind Nyo Tiankuei, two members of the Black Armored Bandit gang immediately grabbed their spears and charged towards Jiang Chun. Tang Xiuyu's pretty face changed slightly, and she was about to call on Tang Xiang beside her to stop the two people. Swish! Swish! Two sharp sword lights suddenly flashed past in midair. The next moment, the two members of the Black Armored Bandit gang who were charging straight at them suddenly froze. They instinctively touched their necks and discovered that blood was gushing out from them. Immediately, the two men's necks snapped to the side, and they fell off the horse with a thud. Holy crap! I never expected this young man's martial arts skills to be so strong. Yes, Those two members of the Black Armored Bandit gang were probably at least at the 6th level of chi control, yet he killed them both with a single sword strike. I never expected that this young man would be such a hidden master. The scene before their eyes left the Bowser bodyguards/escorts of Tanglongbevin, a type of security escort agency, dumbfounded. He's incredibly talented. Tung Shiyu stared blankly at the scene before her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. I knew it. This little guy is probably not simple. A glint of light flashed in Tung Xiang's eyes. Yesterday, Wu Jianan came to Tanglong Escort Agency and asked them to bring Jiang Chun with them. He could tell from Wu Jianan's tone that this little guy named Jiang Chun was no ordinary person. Now it seems this guy is even more formidable than he imagined. You little brat, you dare kill my men? Niu Tiankui's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. I killed your men, so what can you do to me? Jiang Chun said casually. If you leave now with your men, you might still have time. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Kid, you're asking for it. Next, I'll show you what the consequences will be when you anger a Xiantian expert. Enraged, Niu Tiankui roared, and a powerful aura soared into the sky. He swung a huge meteor hammer and smashed it fiercely at Jiang Chun. Call. Although Niu Tiankui was physically strong, his speed was by no means slow. In the blink of an eye, he had already flashed in front of Jiang Chun, and the meteor hammer brought a domineering force to smash down on Jiang Chun's head. Chapter 163, Leave It to Me Forever. A martial artist at the innate realm, is that so great? I've killed more than one innate realm martial artist who's stronger than you. Jiang Chun sneered as he watched Niu Tiankui hurl a hammer at him, and promptly and cleanly punched the meteor hammer in return. Clang! In midair, a crisp impact sound rang out instantly. Jiang Chun's seemingly ordinary punch contained a power even more domineering than that of Niu Tiankui's meteor hammer. Niu Tiankui's body trembled, and he was instantly blasted away by Jiang Chun's punch. Puff! Niu Tiankui was sent flying several meters backward in an instant. Only with the support of the meteor hammer in his hand did he manage to regain his balance, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The shocking scene before their eyes made all the members of the Tanglong Escort Agency widen their eyes in astonishment. Although they already knew that the boy was very strong, they did not expect him to be this powerful. One punch. With just a casual punch, he sent Niu Tiankui, the leader of the Black Armored Bandit gang, and a Xiantian expert, flying. This is just too outrageous. Kid, who exactly are you? Niu Tiankui raised his head and looked at Jiang Chun opposite him, a look of horror finally flashing in his eyes. Niu Tiankui never expected that this boy, who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, would actually be a Xiantian expert. Moreover, he was a powerful innate expert whose strength far surpassed his own. Jiang Chun looked at Niu Tiankui calmly. Who I am is none of your business. Young man, I, Niu Tiankui, have been blind to your greatness today. Please forgive me for any offense I may have caused. I'll leave with the Black Armor Bandits right now. Niu Tiankui suppressed his shock, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Jiang Chun, then mounted his horse and prepared to leave. Niu Tiankui was able to become the leader of the Black Armored Bandits and lead them to a fearsome reputation, so he was certainly not a reckless fool. The young man in front of him was someone that his mere Black Armor Bandit gang could not afford to offend. However, just as Niu Tiankui mounted his horse, Jiang Chun's ghostly figure descended from the sky and blocked his way. Niu Tiankui's expression suddenly changed. Young man, what do you mean by this? I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't go. Jiang Chun said casually. Now that I don't want you to leave, you'll stay here forever. Kid, don't think I'm afraid of you, just because I'm giving you some face. Niu Tiankui flew into a rage, a ferocious look suddenly flashing in his eyes. He leaped directly from his horse, gripping the meteor hammer in both hands, and pressed down on Jiang Chun like a giant mountain. Heaven-shaking hammer. In midair, Niu Tiankui roared, becoming one with his hammer, and slammed it down on Jiang Chun with earth-shattering force. Jiang Chun's expression was indifferent. He used all his strength and punched the meteor hammer that was coming at him again. Boom! Jiang Chun's fist slammed into the meteor hammer, unleashing a deafening roar. Immediately, On the meteor hammer in Niu Tinkui's hand, cracks spread out like a spider web. A moment later, the meteor hammer shattered into countless fragments. Jiang Chen's fist moved with undiminished speed, slamming into Niu Tinkui's chest. Ah! A piercing scream instantly echoed through the air. The next moment, Niu Tinkui's body crashed to the ground several feet away, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and he was dead beyond any doubt. Chapter 160 For the Demise of the Black Armored Bandits. Quiet. The incredible scene before their eyes instantly silenced the surroundings. Everyone stared blankly at the proud young man, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Niu Tinkui, the leader of the Black Armored Bandit gang, and a Xiantian expert. Such a notorious figure was utterly powerless against Jiang Chun. With just a casual punch, Niu Tinkui was completely killed, and the person who accomplished this amazing feat was actually a 15 or 16-year-old boy. At this moment, almost everyone was in disbelief. Shocked. Unbelievable. Holy crap. Killing a Xiantian expert with a single punch. I never expected this young man to have such monstrous strength. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I never thought I'd be wrong about someone. Everyone, charge together and kill these black armored bandit scum. After a brief silence, the bodyguards from Tanglong Escort Agency were all greatly excited. At Tang Xiang's command, they all pounced on the black armored bandits like wolves and tigers. After witnessing their leader being killed with a single punch, the members of the Black Armor Bandit gang were already terrified and had completely lost any will to fight. Tang Xiang and his group of high-spirited bodyguards, like wolves among sheep, quickly decimated the Black Armored Bandit gang. In just a short while, apart from a few members of the Black Armored Bandit gang who fled in panic, the rest were all killed by Tang Xiang and his men. Haha, that's really refreshing. Yes, I never expected that even the infamous Black Armored Bandit gang would be wiped out by us this time. After defeating a group of black armored bandits, all the bodyguards couldn't help but burst into excited laughter. Brother Jiang Chun, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your help, our Tanglong Escort Agency would probably be in danger. Tang Xiang stepped forward and said to Jiang Chun with a grateful expression. It was just a small favor. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and said, Deputy Chief Escort, there's no need to be so polite. Watching Jiang Chun effortlessly kill Niu Tinkui and help their Tanglong Escort Agency wipe out the Black Armored Bandit gang, Tang Xiu took a while to recover from her shock. Her beautiful eyes, which were fixed on Jiang Chun, flashed with a strange light, revealing a shock that she could not hide. Tang Xiu had always believed that Jiang Chun was a spoiled young master from some family in the capital. Wu Jianan's reason for sending Jiang Chun back to the capital with their Tanglong Escort Agency was simply to use the agency to protect Jiang Chen's safety. However, Tang Xiu never expected that the reality would be completely different from what she had anticipated. This young man is not a spoiled brat at all, but an unparalleled genius with talent that is almost supernatural. At only 15 or 16 years old, he already possesses the ability to easily kill a Xiantian expert. Such terrifying talent is almost enough to completely annihilate those peerless geniuses in Lingyun Martial Academy. This moment, Tang Xiu was even somewhat relieved that she had brought Jiang Chen along. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's presence, their Tanglong Escort Agency would probably have faced annihilation. After annihilating the Black Armored Bandit gang, Tang Xiu quickly directed the Tanglong Escort Agency to clean up the battlefield and then rested on the spot for a night. The next morning, after having breakfast, Jiang Chun then set off once again with the Tanglong Escort Agency's convoy, heading towards the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 165 I'm here to find Yang Prefecture. After dealing with the Black Armor Bandits, Jiang Chun and his group encountered no further obstacles along the way. About 10 days later, Jiang Chun and his group finally arrived at the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Compared to Tsangshan City and even Lingyun City, the capital city of the Great Xia Kingdom undoubtedly appeared much more imposing. Looking into the distance, Jiang Chun could see that the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom stretched for dozens of miles, with city walls towering 100 meters high, resembling a crouching behemoth. Walking on the main road south of the capital city of the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Chun looked at the passers-by and was amazed. He glanced around and spotted several powerful martial artists nearby, all of whom had at least reached the innate realm. A master of innate strength is an extremely rare find within Lingyun Prefecture. However, in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, they could be seen everywhere. This shows that the martial arts level in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom is indeed much higher than that in the other 9 prefectures. Brother Jiang Chun, after we enter the capital, we will deliver the goods to the Zhao family. What are your plans? Just then, Tang Xiang suddenly walked up to Jiang Chun and said to him with a smile, I need to go to the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. Deputy Chief Escort, since that's the case, let's part ways here. Thank you for bringing me to the capital. It is an honor for our Tunglong escort agency that Brother Jiang Chun is able to make this trip with us. Tang Xiang quickly clasped his hands in greeting to Jiang Chun and said, Brother Jiang Chun, then we'll meet again someday. Until we meet again. Jiang Chun nodded, then strode away. Etc. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun paused, turned around, and saw Tang Qiuyu walking towards him. Jiang Chun, the Tunglong escort agency was able to reach the capital smoothly thanks to your help. As Tang Qiuyu spoke, she took out a scroll and said, This Xin-grade martial art was left to me by my father, and it is the only gift I can offer as a token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Miss Tang, now that I've joined the Tunglong escort agency, I won't stand idly by no matter what happens. Since this martial arts manual was left to you by your father, you should keep it safe. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then quickly darted towards the city gate. Tang Qiuyu stood there, staring blankly as Jiang Chun disappeared from her sight. Uncle Xiang, let's go into town together. After a while, Tang Qiuyu came to her senses and led the Tunglong escort agency's convoy forward. Upon entering the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Chun wandered around the city for a while and realized that it was getting late. So he decided to find an inn to rest for the night before visiting Yiyang Prefecture at the Weikling Merchant Guild. However, all the inns he visited were fully booked, and he had nowhere to stay. Left with no other choice, Jiang Chun asked for directions and headed directly towards the headquarters of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chun arrived in front of a building that was dozens of times more luxurious than the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce in Lingyun City. Since it was already evening, there weren't many customers left at the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Jiang Chun glanced around briefly and walked towards a beautiful waitress dressed in the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce uniform. Young master, is there anything you wish to purchase? Upon seeing this, the beautiful waitress quickly spoke to Jiang Chun. I'm not buying anything. Jiang Chun shook his head, then said casually, I'm here to see Yiyang Prefecture. Please have him come out to see me. Chapter 166, Get Out of the Moonshine Merchant Guild. Although Jiang Chun's voice was not loud, it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the hall. In an instant, all the dozen or so guests in the hall were focused on Jiang Chun. The strange look in their eyes as they looked at Jiang Chun was evident. Yingzhu, one of the 3 elders of the Weikling Chamber of Commerce, is a well-known figure in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Even in the entire capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, there are very few people qualified to visit Yiyang Prefecture. Moreover, almost all of these people were renowned figures in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. But this kid in front of me actually said he came to find Yiyang Prefecture. What's even more speechless is that this guy actually demanded that Yangzhu come out and meet him. Holy crap, who is this kid? He's so awesome. Damn it, did I hear that right? This kid wants Yangzhu to come out and see him. How ridiculous. Who does this kid think he is? A prince of the Great Xia Kingdom or something? Hey, even if he really is a prince of the Great Xia Kingdom, he probably doesn't have the authority to summon Yiyang Prefecture to meet him, does he? In the lobby, after hearing Jiang Chun's words, everyone couldn't help but look at him with disdain and mockery. Young master, you said you're here to see Elder Yiyang. Do you have an appointment? The beautiful waitress was stunned by Jiang Chun's words for a while before she came to her senses and asked Jiang Chun a question. I didn't make an appointment. Jiang Chun shook his head and said calmly, Please go and inform him that Jiang Chun from Lingyun Prefecture has come to see him. Haha, this is hilarious. Looking at his arrogant attitude, I really thought he had a great background. Who knew he was from Lingyun Prefecture, the most remote place in the Great Xia Kingdom? A mere brat from Lingyun Prefecture dares to speak so arrogantly in the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce? He's practically courting death. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's self-introduction, everyone in the hall looked at him with even more disdain. Young master, Elder Yang is one of the 3 elders of our Yuehen Chamber of Commerce and holds a very high position. It's impossible to see you without an appointment. I think you should leave, the pretty waitress said with a hint of helplessness. Even for members of the Moonmar Chamber of Commerce, it is extremely difficult to meet Yu Yangzhou, one of the 3 elders of the Moonmar Chamber of Commerce. The young man in front of me has no identity, no background, and comes from the remote Lingyun Prefecture. How could someone like that possibly be associated with Yang Prefecture? Jiang Chun frowned slightly, just as he was about to take out the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce Supreme Golden Token. A faint, cold snort suddenly rang out in the hall. Oomph. Do you think a mere brat like you can just see the elders of our Moonmark Merchant Guild? Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now and don't cause trouble at the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll regret it. Jiang Chun looked up slightly and saw a middle-aged man walking over with an unfriendly expression. Jiang Chun glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently. You must be someone in charge of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, right? That's right. I'm the steward of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce headquarters. The middle-aged man said arrogantly. Kid, are you going to get out of here on your own? Or do you want me to kick you out? I came here to find Yang Prefecture. Why should I leave? Jiang Chun said coldly. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to be kicked out of the Moonmar Chamber of Commerce, go and inform Moonyang Prefecture to come see me right now. Chapter 167, If you have the guts, come and cripple me. Quiet. Jiang Chen's cold words immediately plunged the hall into a deathly silence. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chun as if he were an idiot. This kid must have something wrong with his head. The Moonmark Merchant Guild is one of the most powerful forces in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. A greenhorn from a small town who came to the capital actually dared to come to the Moonmark Merchant Guild and tell the Moonmark Merchant Guild steward to get lost. Is this supposed to be a joke? Ha, one arrogant brat. Since I, Hu Yangcheng, became a steward of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, you're the first person who has dared to speak to me like this. You think you're worthy of kicking me out of the Moonmark Merchant Guild? The middle-aged man, Hu Yangcheng, laughed angrily. Men, throw this arrogant brat out of here. With Hu Yangcheng's command, several menacing Moonmark Merchant Guild warriors charged directly towards Jiang Chun. Get out of my way. Jiang Chun's expression turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a surge of powerful, innate energy swept out, sending several of the martial artists from the Moonmark Merchant Guild flying. The earthquake sent those martial artists flying with a casual gesture. Damn, I didn't expect this kid to be quite capable. Yes, almost all the warriors from the Moontrace Merchant Guild those months possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi control, yet they were defeated by him so easily. Is this guy really from small place like Lingyun Prefecture? A Xiantian master at the age of 15 or 16, such martial arts talent is extraordinary even in the capital. Seeing that Jiang Chun had defeated several martial artists at the 9th level of Qi control with a single palm strike, they were amazed. A look of astonishment appeared on the faces of everyone in the hall. Good, very good. Kid, I never thought I would underestimate you. However, with your meager strength, you still don't have the right to run wild in my Moonmark Merchant Guild. Hu Yangqing stared coldly at Jiang Chun. Today, I will show you the price of causing trouble at the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. I'm saying this one last time. I'm not here to cause trouble. Jiang Chun stared coldly at Hu Yangqing. You only have 2 choices now. Either take me to see Yangzhu, or make him come out to see me. Kid, who do you think you are? You think I only have 2 choices, and that's why I only have 2 choices. Hu Yangqing sneered. What if I had to make a 3rd choice, like crippling you and then throwing you out? Yeah. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, come and cripple me. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, which showed him no respect whatsoever, Hu Yangqing immediately became furious. As a steward of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, Hu Yangqing was a figure of considerable importance in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. This little brat from Lingyun Prefecture dares to look down on him. Kid, since you're asking for death, then I'll grant your wish. A ferocious look flashed in Hu Yangqing's eyes, and his aura as a 4th-level innate cultivator instantly erupted. His 5 fingers curled up like eagle claws and swiftly grabbed at Jiang Chen's throat. A mere steward of the Moon Trace Chamber of Commerce possesses strength no less than that of Jing Tian, the city lord of Lingyun City. The top-tier forces in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom are indeed extremely powerful. Seeing Hu Yangcheng rushing towards him, Jiang Chun muttered to himself, his expression remaining remarkably calm. When Hu Yangcheng's claws were less than 3 meters from his throat, Jiang Chun then calmly took a golden token out of his storage ring. Chapter 168 The appearance of the Supreme Golden Token shocked the entire audience. Jiang Chen's sudden action also surprised Hu Yangcheng. The next moment, when he saw the appearance of the golden token in Jiang Chen's palm, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. His hand, which was reaching for Jiang Chen's throat, suddenly froze in mid-air, as if he had been frozen in place. Supreme Golden Token. Ow! How did you obtain the Moonmark Merchant Guild's Supreme Golden Token? Hu Yangcheng stared in horror at the token in Jiang Chen's hand, as if he had seen a ghost, and his face turned deathly pale. The Moonmark Merchant Guild's Supreme Golden Token is the most prestigious token of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. In the Moonmark Merchant Guild, anyone who holds the Supreme Golden Token has a status almost equivalent to that of an elder. Even if Hu Yangcheng racked his brains, he couldn't understand how this young man from Lingyun Prefecture could possess the Supreme Golden Token of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. If the Supreme Golden Token in this kid's hand is real, then wouldn't he really have the right to kick him out of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce? At this moment, Hu Yangcheng felt extremely uneasy. Holy crap, is this real or fake? The Supreme Golden Token of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there are probably only a handful of people who possess it, right? How could this kid possibly possess the Moonmark Merchant Guild Supreme Golden Token? In the lobby, everyone stared in disbelief and shock at the token in Jiang Chen's hand and the terrified look on Hu Yangcheng's face. No one could have predicted it. This seemingly ordinary young man from a remote place like Lingyun Martial Academy, who appears to have no background or connections, is actually incredibly powerful. Jiang Chun didn't even bother to glance at Hu Yangcheng. He looked directly at the stunned waitress beside him and said calmly, "Now you can go and inform Yangzu to come see me, right? I'll go right now." The beautiful waitress quickly came to her senses and hurriedly ran into the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. And shortly after the beautiful waitress left, a middle-aged man in white with an imposing presence strode out of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. This middle-aged man in white was none other than Yangzu, whom Jiang Chun had met in Leisure City. "Ah, brother Jiang Chun, I didn't expect you to come to the capital so soon. It's quite a surprise." As Yu Yangzhou entered the hall, his gaze swept across the room, and he spotted Jiang Chun standing in the center. He quickly walked towards Jiang Chun. "Elder Yu, it's really not easy to get an audience with you, an elder of the Wehen Merchant Guild. If it weren't for this token you gave me, I'd probably have been kicked out of your Chamber of Commerce by now." Jiang Chun smiled as he looked at Yiyang Prefecture approaching. Yu Yangzu's expression immediately darkened. He coldly demanded of Hu Yangcheng, "Hu Yangcheng, what exactly is going on?" "Elder San I didn't know he had our Moonmark Merchant Guild Supreme Golden Token," Hu Yangcheng said tremblingly. "Even without the Supreme Golden Token, he is still a friend of my Yiyang Prefecture. Brother Jiang Chun has clearly told you that he came to see me. So why didn't you come to inform him?" Yu Yangzu gave a cold snort with an unfriendly expression. He looked directly at Hu Yangcheng and said indifferently, "Our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce doesn't need a steward like you who bullies others and looks down on people. You can pack your things and get out." "Elder San, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time." Hu Yangcheng's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he hurriedly begged Yu Yangzhou for mercy. Chapter 169 The Third Prince, Xia Xian. Despite Hu Yangcheng's pleas for mercy, Yu Yangzu remained unmoved. He looked at Hu Yangcheng with a cold expression. "Are you going to get out on your own? Or do I have to make you get out myself?" Upon hearing Yu Yangzhou's words, which left no room for negotiation, Hu Yangcheng's face instantly turned ashen. He glared at Jiang Chun with resentment before slinking away and walking outside. Seeing that Hu Yangcheng had been ruthlessly expelled from the Wehen Chamber of Commerce by Yiyang Prefecture for offending Jiang Chun, it took everyone around a while to recover from their shock. The look of horror in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Chun was undisguised. No one could have predicted it. This young man from Lingyun Prefecture will possess the supreme golden token of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Moreover, he can become sworn brothers with Yangzu, one of the 3 elders of the Wehan Chamber of Commerce. Shocking. This is absolutely amazing. It is rumored that the president of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce and the 3 elders each possess a Moonmark Chamber of Commerce supreme golden token. As far as I know, the other 3 golden tokens have already been acquired. Only the 3rd elder's golden token is still in his possession. But only today did I realize that the golden token in the 3rd elder's hands already has an owner. Just then, a soft chuckle suddenly rang out in the hall. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback and looked in the direction of the voice. A tall, slender young man, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, was walking towards them with a smile on his face. The young man walked up to Jiang Chun and Yu Yangzhou and said with a smile, "Third elder, could you please introduce this brother to me? His name is Jiang Chun, and he's a friend I met in Lingyun Prefecture." After Yu Yangzhou finished speaking, he smiled at Jiang Chun beside him and said, "Brother Jiang Chun, let me introduce you. This is Xia Xian, the 3rd prince of our great Xia kingdom." 3rd Prince Xia Xian. Upon hearing Yu Yangzhou introduce the young man's identity, Jiang Chun couldn't help but be taken aback. Obviously, Jiang Chun had not expected that the seemingly kind young man in front of him would be the 3rd prince of the great Xia kingdom's royal family. "Greetings, 3rd prince." After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Chun bowed slightly to Xia Xian. "Brother Jiang Chun, there's no need for such formalities." Xia Xian smiled slightly and said, 3 days from now, I will be hosting a banquet at my residence, inviting many talented young people from the capital to gather together. I wonder if Brother Jiang Chun would do me the honor of attending. Your Highness is too kind. I am just an ordinary boy from Lingyun Prefecture, and I am not worthy of the title of genius. Jiang Chun politely declined. He was new to the capital and unfamiliar with everything there. Regardless of the 3rd prince's motives for inviting him, Jiang Chun had no intention of getting involved. Brother Jiang Chun is too modest. The 3rd elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild has always had a discerning eye. The fact that you have gained his appreciation and received the Moonmark Merchant Guild Supreme Golden Token is enough to prove that you are a rare young talent. Xia Xian, still with a friendly expression, said, "For this banquet, I have also invited Meng Qingxue, the #1 genius and beauty in the capital of the great Xia Kingdom. Brother Jiang Chun, don't you want to see her charm? All right, I will be there for the banquet on time in 3 days." Upon hearing Xia Xian mention Meng Qingxue, Jiang Chun immediately agreed. "I will be waiting for Brother Jiang Chun in my residence 3 days from now." Xia Xian said with a smile, then greeted Yu Yangzhou before slowly walking out of the Wehan Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 170 Advanced Profound Grade Movement Technique. Qiankuan Shifting Step. Brother Jiang Chun, you can attend the party in 3 days, but try not to get too close to Xia Xian. Watching Xia Xian's departing figure, Yu Yangzhou suddenly whispered to Jiang Chun, "I'm not familiar with him, and I never intended to get too close to him." Jiang Chun smiled slightly and said, "I went to the party only for a friend. Now that the king of the great Xia kingdom wants to establish a crown prince, several powerful princes are secretly forming factions to seize the position of crown prince. Xia Xian came to visit me, undoubtedly hoping to gain the support of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. If I'm not mistaken, the banquet Xia Xian will hold in 3 days is probably also to win people over and cultivate his own power." In just a few words, Yangzu revealed Xia Xian's purpose. "I see." Jiang Chun nodded and said, "Don't worry, I have no interest in participating in this struggle for the crown prince position. Royal power struggles have always been incredibly cruel. Even my Moonmark Merchant Guild has no desire to get involved." Yangzu chuckled and said, "Brother Jiang Chun must have had a long journey. Let me arrange for you to rest well at the Wehan Chamber of Commerce for a couple of days." Under Yang Prefecture's arrangement, Jiang Chun quickly settled into a luxurious courtyard of the Wehan Chamber of Commerce. For 3 days in a row, Jiang Chun stayed in his room except to catch up with Yu Yangzhou and didn't go anywhere else. Until the 3rd night, Jiang Chun then left the Moonmark Merchant Guild and headed to the 3rd prince's residence to attend the banquet. The residence of the 3rd Prince Xia Xian was not hard to find. Jiang Chen only asked a few questions and soon arrived at the gate of the third prince's residence on foot. Ding! Your intermediate grade, Xian level movement technique, Sky Stepping Step, has reached the perfect state. Ding! You have successfully mastered the advanced Xian grade movement technique, Qinkuan Shifting Step. Having traveled from Lingyun Prefecture to the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Chen's movement technique has finally advanced once again. Moreover, the Qinkuan Shifting Step that he comprehended this time is a movement technique equivalent to teleportation. With this Qinkuan Shifting Step, he could move to any location within 100 meters in an instant. Young master, please show me your invitation. Just as Jiang Chen was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough in movement technique, he walked towards the gate of the third prince's residence. A guard suddenly stepped in front of Jiang Chen and spoke to him neither humbly nor arrogantly. Invitation? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. 3 days ago at the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, Xia Xian only verbally invited him. It seems he didn't actually give him an invitation. I don't have an invitation. My name is Jiang Chen, and I was personally invited by your third prince. I'm sorry, but I can't let you in without an invitation. The guard immediately spoke with a serious expression. Haha, how ridiculous. Who among those who attended the third prince's banquet today wasn't personally invited by the third prince? Just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned around and saw a young man dressed in a gorgeous formal suit slowly walking over. This young man was none other than Dan Xiaoming, who had been brutally beaten by Jiang Chen at Lingyun Martial Academy. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately turned cold. Dan Xiaoming, it's you. Hey Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to come to the capital. This is the residence of the third prince of the Great Xia Kingdom. How dare a country bumpkin like you from Lingyun Prefecture enter? Dan Xiaoming gave a disdainful sneer. Immediately, he took out a golden invitation from his pocket and proudly showed it off to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, look carefully. This is the third prince's invitation. But someone like you, a nobody from a remote place, will never be able to receive one in this lifetime. Chapter 171, This move is too powerful. Dan Xiaoming looked at Jiang Chen with a mocking expression, his eyes filled with provocation. Last time, he competed with Jiang Chen in alchemy at Lingyun Martial Academy, but was completely humiliated by Jiang Chen in front of everyone. This was an immense humiliation for him, a genius alchemist from the Dan family. Dan Xiaoming had long ago secretly vowed that when he met Jiang Chen again, he would definitely get back 10 times the humiliation he had suffered from Jiang Chen. Dan Xiaoming had no idea that Jiang Chen would actually come to the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. And to make matters worse, he bumped into the third prince's residence at the gate. Now that he had encountered Jiang Chen, how could Dan Xiaoming let him go so easily? In the capital city of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Dan family is one of the 6 major powers. Dan Xiaoming still didn't believe he couldn't handle a mere Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, a good dog doesn't block the way. Since you're not qualified to go in, then get out of my way and don't block my way. Seeing that Jiang Chen was unmoved by his taunts, Dan Xiaoming continued his taunting mode, relentlessly mocking Jiang Chen. Bang! Jiang Chen didn't bother with words, raised his fist, and threw a heavy punch. The next moment, Dan Xiaoming was sent flying by the blast. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say a word, he directly punched Dan Xiaoming and sent him flying. Not only were the guards at the entrance stunned, but even some of the guests who had been invited to the banquet were dumbfounded. Holy crap! Isn't that Dan Xiaoming from the Dan family? He actually got beaten up. Yeah, who is that kid over there? He even dares to hit the Dan family. And he did it right in front of the third prince's residence. This guy is practically asking for death. Jiang Chen, you fucking dare to hit me? Dan Xiaoming scrambled to his feet, looking disheveled, his gaze towards Jiang Chen practically spitting fire. Ignoring Dan Xiaoming's fiery glare, Jiang Chen simply extended his palm and said calmly, "If you don't want to keep getting beaten up, hand over the invitation." Dan Xiaoming sneered, "Jiang Chen, you have quite the nerve, actually." Bang! However, before Dan Xiaoming could finish speaking, Jiang Chen kicked him again, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. He kicked Dan Xiaoming over. Jiang Chen walked directly to Dan Xiaoming's side in full view of everyone and snatched the invitation from his hand. Immediately, Jiang Chan walked directly to the guard at the door with the invitation in his hand and said calmly, "Can I go in now?" Jiang Chen's amazing move left everyone around him so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. The kid first gave Dan Xiaoming of the Dan family a good beating and then snatched the invitation from Dan Xiaoming's hand. And so, armed with the stolen invitation, he tried to enter the third prince's residence. Impressive. That's fucking amazing. Young master, you assaulted a guest invited by the third prince and forcibly seized the invitation. Isn't that a blatant disrespect for our third prince? The guard's face turned ashen as he looked at Jiang Chun. I said I'm a distinguished guest invited by your third prince, and you want me to show you my invitation. I've now brought you an invitation, but you still won't let me in. In that case, I'd rather not attend your third prince's banquet. As Jiang Chun spoke, he casually tossed aside the invitation in his hand and strode away. Chapter 172 tonight. It's either him or me. It's either him or me. Hey kid, stop right there. You publicly injured one of the third prince's guests at the entrance of the third prince's residence. How can I let you leave so easily? Brothers, take him down. With a loud shout, the guards at the mansion gate rushed forward and surrounded Jiang Chun. So what if it's the third prince's residence? I can come and go as I please, and it's none of your business to interfere. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. Get out of my way, all of you. You're not allowed to act so presumptuously in front of the third prince's residence. If you know what's good for you, you'll obediently surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The leading guard snorted coldly, staring at Jiang Chun with murderous intent, looking ready to attack at the slightest provocation. Good. Very good. Since you won't let me leave, then I'll storm the third prince's residence. I want to ask him. He invited me to tonight's dinner party, but he won't let me in. What exactly does he want? Jiang Chun laughed in extreme anger, and his whole being instantly transformed into a murderous aura. Stop it, all of you. Just as Jiang Chun was about to engage in a fierce battle with the 7 or 8 guards around him, a sharp shout suddenly came from inside the mansion. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the third prince, Xia Xian, striding out of the mansion. Greetings, third prince. Upon seeing the third prince arrive, the 7 or 8 guards immediately bowed in greeting. Xia Xian waved his hand, signaling them to step back. He walked directly up to Jiang Chun and said apologetically, "Brother Jiang Chun, I was careless at the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce and forgot about the invitation. I hope you won't take offense." What? Seeing the third prince, Xia Xian's polite attitude towards Jiang Chun, everyone's eyes widened, revealing expressions of disbelief. Holy crap! Who is this kid? He's so awesome. Even among the younger generation of the 6 major powers in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, there are probably very few who can make Xia Xian so polite. Third prince, do you really want him to attend the banquet at your residence? Then I can tell you definitively now, tonight's dinner party is either him or me. It's either him or me. Just then, Dan Xiaoming's angry voice came from his side. Xia Xian was slightly taken aback, then turned his head to look at Dan Xiaoming, who was in a disheveled state, and asked in surprise, "Brother Dan, what happened to you?" Dan Xiaoming's face was gloomy, and he stared at Jiang Chun through gritted teeth, saying, "Why did I become like this? Ask him yourself." That's right. I had a personal grudge against him, and I couldn't help but beat him up. Jiang Chun said casually, "If the third prince finds it difficult, I will leave now and will not attend tonight's banquet." Brother Jiang Chun, wait a moment. Xia Xian quickly stopped Jiang Chun, who was about to turn and leave. Then he glanced at Dan Xiaoming and said with a smile, "Both of you are distinguished guests invited by me today. I wonder if you could give me the honor of letting this matter drop." These 2 people in front of him were extremely important. One of them is one of the core figures of the younger generation of the Dan family, and can represent the Dan family to a certain extent. An elder who possesses the supreme golden token of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, whose status is comparable to that of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. If he could get the help of these 2 people, it would be extremely beneficial for him to seize the position of Crown Prince. That's the end? Absolutely not. Dan Xiaoming said with a gloomy expression, "Third Prince, if you allow him to attend the banquet tonight, I, Dan Xiaoming, will never set foot in your residence again." Chapter 173, The Third Prince's Banquet. Brother Dan, are you threatening me? Xia Xian's expression immediately turned rather unpleasant. As the third prince of the great Xia kingdom, Xia Xian was an extremely arrogant figure. Although he hoped to unite more forces in the struggle for the crown prince position in the great Xia kingdom, he would never allow himself to be threatened because of it. Third prince, you flatter me. I don't have the guts to threaten you. Dan Xiaoming snorted coldly. I'm just stating a fact. A cold glint flashed in Xia Xian's eyes as he said indifferently, since Brother Dan does not wish to enter my residence, then please leave. Although Dan Xiaoming is the core figure of the younger generation of the Dan family, Jiang Chen's status is no less than that of Dan Xiaoming. Jiang Chen, who possesses the supreme golden token of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, hold a position in the Chamber of Commerce that is almost equivalent to that of an elder. How could Xia Xian possibly drive Jiang Chen away just because of Dan Xiaoming's threat? Not to mention, if Xia Xian had to choose between Dan Xiaoming and Jiang Chen to befriend, he would choose Jiang Chen without hesitation. You need to know, the vision of Yangzhu, the third elder of the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce, is truly remarkable. Many prodigies have tried to obtain the supreme golden token of Yiyang Prefecture, but Yiyang Prefecture has remained unmoved. But in the end, Yiyang Prefecture gave the supreme golden token to the boy named Jiang Chen in front of them. Xia Xian believed that since Jiang Chen had gained the favor of Yiyang Prefecture, he must be no ordinary person. Well, third prince, now that you have made your choice, I will take my leave. When Dan Xiaoming saw that Xia Xian had chosen to side with Jiang Chen, his face immediately fell. He laughed angrily, then turned and stormed off. Xia Xian remained expressionless. Without even glancing at Dan Xiaoming again, he gestured directly to Jiang Chen, saying with a smile, "Brother Jiang Chen, please come in." Jiang Chen nodded, and then walked into the mansion with Xia Xian. In a short while, Xia Xian then led Jiang Chen to a large hall that was several hundred meters long. The hall is decorated with many exquisitely carved rosewood tables. These tables, arranged in rows of 4, filled the entire hall. These tables, arranged in rows of 4, filled the entire hall, and a large portion of them were already occupied by guests. Brother Jiang Chen, please sit here. Xia Xian arranged for Jiang Chen to sit in the first row, in the seat that originally belonged to Dan Xiaoming. This scene, immediately, all eyes in the hall fell on Jiang Chen. Generally speaking, at this kind of banquet, the earlier position is the higher one's status and position are. Therefore, everyone almost naturally assumed that the 4 seats in the first row were prepared by Xia Xian for the young talents of the 4 major families in the capital. When they saw that this unfamiliar young man had been arranged to sit in the first row by Xia Xian, they couldn't help but start discussing it amongst themselves. Holy crap, who is this kid? He seems pretty awesome. Yes, not only was he personally welcomed in by the third prince, but he was also seated in the first row. This guy doesn't look like one of the 4 great families. When did such a remarkable person appear in the capital of the great Xia kingdom? While everyone was watching Jiang Chen and discussing him, Jiang Chen, however, calmly sipped his tea, waiting for the banquet to begin. Soon, all the people attending the banquet arrived. Meng Qingxue, whom Jiang Chen had been waiting for, slowly walked in from outside the hall under the watchful eyes of countless people. Chapter 174, The Troublemaker has arrived. So this is Meng Qingxue from the Meng family. It is said that after Meng Qingxue returned to the Meng family this time, her strength suddenly increased dramatically, and she has broken through to the innate realm. TSK, a 16-year-old master of innate level. No wonder she's the #1 genius in beauty in the capital. Upon seeing Meng Qingxue appear in the hall, a series of exclamations of amazement rippled through the hall. Miss Meng's presence is an honor to my humble abode. Please come in. Upon seeing Meng Qingxue enter the hall, Xia Xian quickly ushered her to a seat on the far right of the first row. You're too kind, third prince. Meng Qingxue returned the greeting calmly, and then sat down in her seat. Suddenly, Meng Qingxue felt as if a gaze was fixed on her from her left, and she turned her head to look. When she saw Jiang Chen sitting in the first seat on the left, a look of surprise immediately appeared in her beautiful eyes. Meng Qingxue clearly hadn't expected that Jiang Chen would arrive in the capital of the great Xia kingdom ahead of schedule. Moreover, he attended the banquet hosted by the third prince Xia Xian and was treated as an honored guest by Xia Xian, sitting in the first row, although they were somewhat surprised by Jiang Qin's appearance. However, at this moment, Meng Qingxue did not go up to greet Jiang Qin. "Gentlemen, thank you very much for gracing this banquet hosted by me. Next, I will introduce 4 outstanding young people to you." Xia Xian wore a smile, exuding a calm and composed kingly aura. He first pointed to Meng Qingxue on the right side of the first row and said with a smile, "I probably don't need to introduce her, right? She is Meng Qingxue, the genius beauty of our great Xia Kingdom's capital. This is Gong Qi, a genius formation master from a Gong family. At only 17 years old, he is already a third-grade formation master." After introducing Meng Qingxue, Xia Xian then pointed to a young man in a Taoist robe next to Meng Qingxue and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, Brother Gong Qi should be breaking through to the 4th-grade array master soon, right? The third prince thinks too highly of me." Gong Qi smiled faintly. "A 4th-grade array master? It's not that easy. Brother Gong Qi, there's no need for you to be modest." Xia Xian smiled slightly, then pointed to a cool-looking young man next to Gong Qi and said, "This is Kong Rei, the genius beast tamer of the Kong family. Like Brother Gong, he is 17 years old and is currently a 3rd-grade beast tamer. And this Brother Jiang Qin is from the Moonmark Merchant Guild." Xia Xian's gaze finally settled on Jiang Qin, and after a brief introduction, she said nothing more. After listening to Xia Xian's introduction, everyone in the hall couldn't help but show a strange expression. The Moonmark Chamber of Commerce is incredibly powerful and wealthy, comparable to a nation. However, the Moonmark Merchant Guild has always maintained neutrality and has never participated in the royal family struggles. Why would the Moonmark Merchant Guild send anyone to the third prince's banquet this time? Could it be that the third prince has already won over even the people from the Moonmark Merchant Guild? The crown prince has arrived. Just as everyone was surprised by Jiang Qin's identity, a shout suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. "Why is the eldest prince here?" Hearing the shouts coming from the doorway, everyone in the hall couldn't help but pause in surprise. The eldest prince, Xia Lin, is one of the most powerful princes among the many princes of the Great Xia Kingdom. He is also the third prince's biggest rival in the competition for the position of crown prince. The eldest prince's sudden appearance at the third prince's banquet is clearly ill-intentioned. He's here to cause trouble. I've got my eye on chapter 175. "Third brother, I heard you're hosting a banquet tonight. As your eldest brother, I've come uninvited. I wonder if you welcome me." Just as everyone was shocked by the arrival of the eldest prince, a loud voice suddenly came from outside. Immediately, a handsome young man, about 25 or 26 years old, walked in with a big smile on his face. Xia Xian quickly stood up from his seat and went to greet the eldest prince. He looked at Xia Lin with a smile on his face. "It is my honor that you, elder brother, can come and support my banquet." Xia Xian held this banquet to win people's hearts and prepare for the struggle for the position of crown prince. But at this moment, the eldest prince, Xia Lin, suddenly appeared. Xia Xian knew without a doubt that his elder brother was up to no good. Although he knew Xia Lin's purpose, Xia Xian's expression did not change at all, and his face was still full of a bright smile. "Hee, it's rare for third brother to hold a banquet. How could I, as the eldest brother, not come and support him?" Xia Lin smiled slightly and said, "This time, I've also brought a distinguished guest on behalf of my third brother. I wonder who the guest you're talking about is." Xia Xian said with a smile, "Brother Yang, why don't you come in and greet my third brother?" Xia Lin turned around and called out to the entrance of the hall. As soon as Xia Lin finished speaking, everyone in the hall couldn't help but turn around and look. Immediately, a boy about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a long robe of an alchemist, walked straight in. The boy had an ordinary appearance and a thin build. But when everyone saw the third-grade alchemist badge on the boy's chest, they couldn't help but change color abruptly. A 15 or 16-year-old third-grade alchemist. Even the most renowned alchemy families probably don't have such a monstrous genius. The seemingly unremarkable young man before me possesses an astonishing talent for alchemy. Third brother, let me introduce you. This is Brother Yang Ping, the last disciple of Peng Yongyan, a 5th-grade alchemy master. The Yangping brothers broke through to the 3rd-grade alchemist level at the age of 16, breaking the record once set by the young master of the Dan family, and becoming the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist in the Great Xia Kingdom in hundreds of years. The eldest prince had a big smile on his face, and the smug look in his eyes was obvious. A 16-year-old third-grade alchemist, the closed-door disciple of Pang Yongyan, a fifth-rank alchemy master. Upon hearing Xia Lin's introduction, everyone in the hall's expression changed drastically. Even Xia Xian couldn't help but let a serious look flash across his eyes. It seems he's likely to suffer a silent loss at this banquet at the hands of his elder brother. His elder brother truly deserves to be called the most qualified candidate to compete with him for the position of crown prince of the great Xia kingdom. His methods are indeed remarkable. If he's right, Xia Lin must have learned that Dan Xioming had stormed out of his mansion, which is why he brought Yang Ping, the alchemy genius, to cause trouble for him. Xia Lin's purpose in doing this was nothing more than to send a signal to everyone. He won over the top alchemy genius in the capital of the great Xia kingdom, and also gained the support of a fifth-grade alchemy master. So it's Brother Yang. Please come in. Although he knew that this person was brought by Xia Lin to strike at him, Xia Xian still politely gestured for Yang Ping to enter. Yang Ping nodded indifferently, then walked directly to Jiang Chen's seat on the far left of the first row of the hall. At the same time, his domineering voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. "Kid, get out of my way right now. I've got my eye on your spot." Chapter 176, Why Should I Give You My Position? Seeing Yang Ping walk straight up to Jiang Chen and domineeringly tell him to get lost, Xia Xian's expression immediately turned somewhat ugly. He is the true master of this banquet today. But the boy named Yang Ping completely ignored him and simply told his most valued guest to get lost. That's incredibly disrespectful of him. But Yang Ping certainly has the right to be domineering. The youngest third-grade alchemist in the history of the great Xia kingdom, and also has a fifth-grade alchemy master as his master. Even Xia Xian wouldn't easily offend someone with such a background. Xia Xian was furious at Yang Ping's domineering behavior, but ultimately did not retaliate. Although Yang Ping was of extraordinary status, Jiang Chen, who was sitting there, was no pushover either. Seeing that Yang Ping was about to forcibly take Jiang Chen's place. In the lobby, all eyes were now focused on Jiang Chen. Even Gong Qi from the Gong family and Kong Rui from the Kong family looked at Jiang Chen with a mocking expression. They all wanted to know what choice Jiang Chen, the boy Xia Xian placed first, would make. Only Meng Qingxue, sitting on the left side of the first row, couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy in her gaze as she looked at Yang Ping. Under the watchful eyes of countless people in the hall, Jiang Chen remained seated without moving, showing no intention of getting up. He glanced up at Yang Ping and said calmly, "This is my seat. Why should I give it to you? You have 10 seconds to get out of my sight." "Haha, kid, even the third prince wouldn't dare say such a thing to me. Who do you think you are, to have the right to tell me to disappear from here? I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I've got my eye on this position. If you don't want to die, you'd better give it up." Yang Ping shouted arrogantly. He was sent by the first prince to cause trouble at the third prince's banquet. Since he's here to cause trouble, the person he's looking for can't be of low status. Among the guests in the first row of Xia Xian's banquet, 3 were from the 3 major families. Yang Ping was naturally not foolish enough to cause trouble for the 3 of them. Therefore, Yang Ping did not hesitate to choose Jiang Chen, who was in first place. This kid doesn't look like one of the 4 major families. If we can crush this brat under our feet, we'll definitely ruin the third prince's banquet. Looking at Yang Ping, who was arrogantly shouting beside him, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Yang Ping's neck. Immediately, Jiang Chen lifted Yang Ping up like an eagle snatching a chick. Wah! Yang Ping's face instantly turned bright red, and he made a series of whimpering sounds. His limbs were also struggling frantically in midair. However, given his strength, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's control would undoubtedly be a waste of effort. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They all stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with unbelievable shock. This Jiang Chen, as expected of the chief guest invited by the third prince, is indeed exceptionally impressive. Yang Ping, the last disciple of a 5th-grade alchemist and the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist in the history of the great Xia kingdom, was actually beaten up like this. Seeing that Jiang Chen made his move without hesitation, it took the first Prince Xia Lin a while to recover from his shock. He stared coldly at Jiang Chen and roared, "Boy, Do you want to die? Let go of me now. Chapter 177 of the youngest rank 3 alchemist. You don't deserve it. The eldest prince, Xiaolin, stared at Jiang Yunhong with a chilling gaze, his entire body radiating a terrifying killing intent. He never expected this. The boy sitting in the first seat dared to attack Yang Ping even after knowing his identity. He brought Yang Ping here today to undermine Xiaoxian. If we let this kid teach Yang Ping a lesson, we'll really be shooting ourselves in the foot. Xiaolin didn't want this situation to happen. Today, he's determined to make this kid pay a heavy price. Keep an eye on your dog, and make sure he doesn't go out and bite people indiscriminately in the future. Jiang Chun said it casually, then casually tossed Yang Ping towards Xiaolin. Xiaolin's expression changed, and he quickly reached out to support Yang Ping. You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? After Yang Ping regained his balance with Xiaolin's help, he screamed at Jiang Chun with a ferocious expression. Yang Ping is going crazy. He was the youngest third-grade alchemist in the Great Xia Kingdom and the closed-door disciple of Peng Yongnian, a fifth-grade grand alchemist. Even the eldest prince, Xiaolin, was very polite to him. He has always been a respected figure wherever he goes. This time, Jiang Chun not only beat him up, but also compared him to a dog by the crown prince's side. How could Yang Ping, who had never suffered any humiliation since childhood, tolerate this? You little bastard, I'll kill you. Yang Ping stared at Jiang Chun with a ferocious look in his eyes. Your Highness, kill this brat. Brother Yang Ping, rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation for what happened today. The eldest prince, Xiaolin, nodded. He glared at Jiang Chun and roared, Boy, how dare you attack Master Pang's disciple? The cold, angry shout fell. Xiaolin waved his hand, and a terrifying innate energy rushed towards Jiang Chun. However, just then, Xiaoxian appeared in front of Jiang Chun in a flash, blocking Xiaolin's attack with a palm strike. He looked at Xiaolin calmly and said, Brother, everyone here today is a distinguished guest I invited. It seems a bit inappropriate for you to treat my guests like this. Third Prince, you should think this through. My teacher is a renowned fifth-grade alchemy master in the Great Xia Kingdom, and I'm a youngest third-grade alchemist in the Great Xia Kingdom. Do you really want to be my enemy? Looking at Xiaoxian blocking Jiang Chen's way, Yang Ping shouted with an unfriendly expression. Hee, stop trying to make yourself look good. A 16-year-old third-grade alchemist dares to call himself the youngest third-grade alchemist in the Great Xia Kingdom. You probably don't deserve the title of the youngest third-grade alchemist. Just as Yang Ping finished speaking, before Xiaoxian could reply, a disdainful chuckle rang out in the hall. In an instant, all eyes in the hall once again focused on Jiang Chun, who was speaking. A 16-year-old third-grade alchemist. That's already incredibly prodigious. Could there really be someone in this world with a more monstrous talent for alchemy than Yang Ping? Haha, I'm not worthy, but do you think you are? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yang Ping burst into a disdainful laugh. That's right, I'm at least more qualified than you. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then took out a third-grade alchemist badge from his person and placed it in front of everyone. I'm about 3 or 4 months away from turning 16. You dare call yourself the youngest third-grade alchemist in front of me? Chapter 178, another troublemaker arrives. Quiet. Looking at the third-grade alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the third-grade alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand, their faces filled with disbelief. A third-grade alchemist. Almost no one could have imagined that this young man was actually a third-grade alchemist. Moreover, he is a third-grade alchemist who is not yet 16 years old. Thinking back to Yang Ping's smug expression when he claimed to be the youngest third-grade alchemist in the Great Xia Kingdom, everyone who looked at Yang Ping couldn't help but show a hint of sympathy. That's a slap in the face. That's a real slap in the face. As expected of the person favored by Elder Yuan, he is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the third-grade alchemist badge that Jiang Chun suddenly pulled out from his body, even the third prince, Xiaoxian, couldn't help but show a look of amazement in his eyes. Although he had already anticipated that this young man, who was favored by Yiyang Prefecture, was definitely not a simple character. However, he still hadn't expected Jiang Chun to be this monstrous. A 15-year-old third-grade alchemist. This is probably an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Opposite the third prince Xia Xian, the first prince Xia Lin also took a while to recover from his shock. He looked at the third-grade alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand, and his face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Not long ago, the eldest prince, Xia Lin, received news that Xia Xian and Dan Xioming of the Dan family had fallen out. He instantly sensed that this was a good opportunity to suppress Xia Xian. So, as expected, he brought Yang Ping to Xia Xian's residence. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Xia Lin never expected that after losing Dan Xioming, Xia Xian would actually gain an alchemy genius even more monstrous than Yang Ping. This time, he ended up losing more than he gained. No, impossible. How could you possibly be a third-grade alchemist? It took Yang Ping a while to recover from his shock, and he screamed in disbelief. If you can become a third-grade alchemist, why can't I? Jiang Chun curled his lip and said impatiently, if you don't want to keep getting beaten up, get out of here right now. Kid, you just wait. This isn't over yet. Yang Ping glared at Jiang Chun with a livid expression, then strode away. Since he began learning alchemy, he had never been humiliated like this before. He was determined to invite his master to make this kid pay a heavy price. Third brother, you are indeed amazing. I underestimated you. The eldest prince, Xia Lin, gave Xia Xian a gloomy look, then strode out of the hall. After the eldest prince and his companion left, the third prince, Xia Xian, displayed his personal charm, once again enlivening the atmosphere of the banquet. Third prince, tonight's banquet is indeed incredibly lively. I, Dan Haoqian, have come uninvited just to join in the fun. I'm sure the third prince won't mind. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet had been restored, another burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the entrance of the hall. Dan Haoqian, the third young master of the Dan family. Loud laughter came from the doorway. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but show a strange expression. The third prince had just had a falling out with Dan Xioming of the Dan family at the entrance. Now, Dan Haoqian, the third young master of the Dan family, has come knocking on our door. This is clearly a hostile move. Chapter 179, you want it? I'll give it to you. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, a tall, imposing young man strode in. Dan Haoqian, the third young master of the Dan family, is an outlier in the Dan family. This person was fond of martial arts from a young age, and among the direct disciples of the Dan family, he was the only one who did not pursue a career in alchemy. However, Dan Haoqian's talent in martial arts is indeed outstanding. Dan Haoqian is only 18 or 19 years old, yet he already possesses the strength of the 6th level of the innate realm. Even in the Yunhong Martial Academy, where geniuses abound, Dan Haoqian is considered an outstanding individual. Why is young Master Dan, instead of staying at the Yunhong Martial Academy to cultivate, having the leisure to come here? Xia Xian looked at the suddenly appearing third young Master Dan, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, but on the surface he still appeared very polite. I had nothing to do, so I came over to take a look and take care of some things. Dan Haoqian smiled faintly, glanced around the hall, and then walked forward on his own. Kid, I want to take your seat. You don't mind, right? Dan Haoqian walked straight up to Jiang Chun, looked down at him, and said coldly. Dan Haoqian had an excellent relationship with Dan Xioming in the Dan family. He was naturally furious when he learned that Dan Xioming had been bullied outside the third prince's residence. How could the Dan family, the #1 alchemy family in the Great Xia Kingdom, be so easily bullied by an outsider? Then, Dan Haoqian went alone to the third prince's residence, wanting to get revenge for Dan Xioming. It's fair to say that he came here purely to cause trouble for Jiang Chun. Although he had never met Jiang Chun, it did not prevent him from guessing Jiang Chen's identity at a glance. Since the third Prince Xia Xian was willing to offend Dan Xioming for Jiang Chen's sake, it is enough to prove that Xia Xian values this person very much. Of the 4 customers in the first row, only the person in front of him was unfamiliar to him. Therefore, Dan Haoqian could almost certainly tell that the young man in front of him was Jiang Chun, who had beaten Dan Xioming. Jiang Chun looked up at Dan Haoqian and said with a smile, "You really want to sit in this seat? Do you think I'm joking with you?" Dan Haoqian snorted coldly. "Enough nonsense. Are you going to step down yourself? Or do you want me to do it myself? It's just a position. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then stood up from his seat. Holy crap. The incredible scene before their eyes nearly made everyone in the hall's eyes pop out of their sockets. They never expected that Jiang Chun would give up his seat to Dan Haoqian so easily this time. Just now, when Yang Ping stood in front of Jiang Chun and said those words, Jiang Chun beat Yang Ping up without saying a word. But now, when facing Dan Haoqian, he so voluntarily gave up his position. Although Dan Haoqian is a member of the Dan family, his background is even more terrifying than Yang Ping's. But didn't this kid also beat up Dan Xiaoming of the Dan family outside the third prince's residence? Now understand, they really couldn't understand why Jiang Chun, who had been so arrogant just moments before, suddenly became so timid in front of Dan Haoqian, not to mention the other people in the hall who found it unbelievable. Even Meng Qingxue, who knew Jiang Chun quite well, couldn't help but show a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. In her memory, Jiang Chun had always been very domineering and arrogant. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, Jiang Chun almost never bowed his head. But this time, Jiang Chun actually gave in to Dan Haoqian, which is too illogical. Chapter 180 Light Snow. Let's sit together. Jiang Chen's actions also greatly surprised the third prince, Xia Xian. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Jiang Chun would so easily give up his seat to Dan Haoqian. As the third prince of the great Xia kingdom, Xia Xian was a popular candidate for the crown prince position, and his temperament was naturally extraordinary. He was only slightly taken aback for a moment before he came to his senses. This Dan Haoqian is one of the top 100 geniuses on Yinhuang Yuan Zhenlongbang, and he already has the strength of the 6th level of the innate realm. If a fight were to break out, unless he summoned experts from the manor, there would be no one in this hall who could subdue Dan Haoqian. Jiang Chen's choice to avoid conflict with Dan Haoqian could reduce some unnecessary trouble. However, since Jiang Chun has now given his seat to Dan Haoqian, Xia Xian naturally cannot let Jiang Chun fall into the awkward situation of not having a seat. Just as he was about to instruct his servants to set up another seat for Jiang Chun, Jiang Chun walked straight toward Meng Qingxue under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall. He walked up to Meng Qingxue and said something surprising. "Qingxue, do you mind if we sit together?" Puff. As soon as Jiang Chun said this, many people in the hall burst out laughing. They stared at Jiang Chun with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Holy crap, did I hear that right? That kid actually dared to flirt with Meng Qingxue. Hey, he's really asking for trouble. Doesn't he know that Meng Qingxue is a famous ice queen? However, just when everyone was expecting Meng Qingxue to explode and teach Jiang Chun a lesson, Meng Qingxue then stood up from her seat and, under the almost petrified gazes of everyone in the hall, gave her seat to Jiang Chun. After giving up her seat to Jiang Chun, Meng Qingxue did not leave but stood quietly to Jiang Chen's side. She looked just like a maid who served Jiang Chun. In an instant, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the incredible scene before them, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. No one could have predicted it. Meng Qingxue, the genius beauty of the prestigious Meng family, the #1 martial arts family, actually behaves like this in front of Jiang Chun. Shocking. This is absolutely amazing. One incredible guy. It took the third prince Xia Xian a while to recover from his shock, and he couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Chun. Although he already knew that Jiang Chun was extraordinary, he never expected that Jiang Chun would be extraordinary to this extent. Seeing that Jiang Chun had an unusual relationship with Meng Qingxue of the Meng family, Dan Haoqian's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He snorted coldly and then sat down directly in his seat. Meng Qingxue was completely unconcerned about the incredulous looks from those around her. She asked Jiang Chun with some curiosity in her voice, "Why did you give up your seat to Dan Haoqian?" "That Yang Ping is a very arrogant fellow. He suffered a loss at my hands, and he will definitely not let it go. If I'm not mistaken, he'll probably call over that 5th-grade alchemist master soon." Jiang Chun smiled slightly and said, "If I don't give up my position to him, how can I let them put on a good show for us?" Meng Qingxue was speechless for a moment. It seems that Jiang Chun wasn't afraid of Dan Haoqian after all. Rather, he dug a huge pit for Dan Haoqian. Chapter 181, Dan Haoqian Vomits Blood. Meng Qingxue glanced at Dan Haoqian, who was sitting in Jiang Chen's seat, and a look of sympathy appeared in her beautiful eyes. This time, Dan Haoqian, is probably really going to be screwed over by Jiang Chun. As far as Meng Qingxue knows, Pang Yongyan, a 5th-grade alchemy master, not only has a very fiery temper, but is also extremely protective of his own. Given Pang Yongyan's personality, once he arrives, he will probably take immediate action. Although Pang Yongyan is a 5th-grade alchemy master, he is also quite strong, already a powerful expert in the Kaiyuan realm. Even Dan Haoqian would only get beaten up in front of Pang Yongyan. As for whether Jiang Chun would anger Pang Yongyan afterward, Meng Qingxue didn't care at all. 5th-grade alchemy master. This is indeed an extraordinary achievement, and even the Meng family has to give it some respect. But such a status is utterly insignificant in front of Jiang Chun. Others may not know Jiang Chun's strength, but she knows better than anyone how monstrous Jiang Chun is. Back when they were at Lingyun Martial Academy, Jiang Chun was able to refine a grade 5 ancient profound yang pill for her. Jiang Chun's skill in alchemy was so great that even Yin Qing Xian, a 6th-grade alchemy master, was astonished. How could a mere 5th-grade alchemist pose a threat to Jiang Chun? While Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue were whispering to each other, Dan Haoqian sat in Jiang Chun's seat with an unfriendly expression. Dan Haoqian hadn't expected Jiang Chun to be so spineless, giving up his position to him so readily. Even so, Dan Haoqian had no intention of letting Jiang Chun go. However, since this was the 3rd prince's residence, he couldn't be too aggressive. Only after the banquet ends, if Jiang Chun dares to step out of the 3rd prince's residence, he will teach Jiang Chun a lesson. He was determined to make Jiang Chun understand just how miserable the consequences would be for going against the Dan family. Although Xia Xian was somewhat caught off guard by the series of unexpected events that occurred at the banquet, she quickly recovered. Following his plan, he used the banquet to win over talented individuals, hoping to gain more support in the upcoming struggle for the crown prince position. Teacher, he's the one who hit me. Just as the 3rd Prince Xia Xian was making every effort to win over the young talents of the banquet, a venomous voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Immediately, then everyone saw Yang Ping, who had left earlier, appear at the entrance of the hall with an old man in black robes. Yang Ping's finger pointed without hesitation to the leftmost position in the 1st row. Kid, you have some nerve. You dare to touch my disciple? You'd better die. The old man in black robes snorted coldly. He appeared beside Dan Haoqian in a flash. Before Dan Haoqian could react, the withered hand had already grabbed his shoulder and slammed him down. Bang! A loud bang was heard. Dan Haoqian's body, he fell flat on his face, on the open ground several feet away. This moment, Dan Haoqian felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. He never imagined that he, the 3rd young master of the Dan family, would be beaten up so inexplicably. Moreover, the person who beat him up was ridiculously strong. With his 6th-level innate strength, he had almost no power to resist. Haha, you little brat. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Go ahead and be arrogant again if you dare. Seeing his teacher throw the person sitting in the seat face first into the dirt, Yang Ping couldn't help but burst into a smug laugh. Chapter 182 Jiang Chun. How dare you trick me? Kid, are you out of your mind? I, Dan Haoqian, have no grudge against you, so why the hell did you send people to attack me? Looking at Yang Ping, who suddenly ran up to him and acted arrogantly, Dan Haoqian's eyes were also filled with boundless rage. As the 3rd young master of the Dan family and a genius on the True Dragon ranking of Yunhong Martial Academy, he has always been the one bullying others. But this time, he was inexplicably beaten up by a complete stranger. When Dun Yang was surprised to hear the person who had been thrown to the ground by his teacher suddenly introduce himself, he was taken aback. Yang Ping had naturally heard of Dan Haoqian, the 3rd young master of the Dan family. This shouldn't be happening at all. Wasn't the person he beat up the bastard who attacked him earlier? How did it become Dan Haoqian, the 3rd young master of the Dan family? Yang Ping snapped out of his daze and quickly looked at the person on the ground. Immediately, Yang Ping then realized that the person his teacher beat up was not the same bastard who had just beaten him up. Yang Ping was stunned for a moment. You're really Dan Haoqian, the 3rd young master of the Dan family? Dan Haoqian suddenly felt an urge to vomit blood. You don't even know me, and you just come in and get beaten up like crazy. What kind of nonsense is this? Dan Haoqian stared at Yang Ping with icy eyes, his gaze almost spitting fire. You bastard, do you really think I, Dan Haoqian, am easy to bully? Younger, what exactly happened? Upon seeing this scene, Pang Yongyan's face instantly darkened. Judging from the situation, Dan Haoqian, the third young master of the Dan family, is clearly not the one who had a conflict with Yang Ping. But he was caught off guard and punched Dan Haoqian. The Dan family is the #1 alchemy family in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even he wouldn't dare to offend them easily. Teacher, I don't know what happened. The person who hit me was sitting in this seat. I don't know how I became the third young master of the Dan family, Yang Ping said with a wronged expression. Upon hearing Yang Ping's words, many people in the hall couldn't help but secretly wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. The look of fear in their eyes as they gazed at Jiang Chun was one of utter terror. That kid is way too cunning. So, his earlier act of backing down in front of Dan Haoqian wasn't out of fear, but rather a ploy to set a trap for Dan Haoqian. And at this moment, Dan Haoqian also realized what was happening. He finally understood why Jiang Chun had given him his seat earlier. It turned out that Jiang Chun had offended this kid, and he had known all along that this kid wouldn't let it go and would definitely come back for revenge. So, when he was vying for the position, Jiang Chun took the opportunity to give it to him. As a result, this idiot mistook him for Jiang Chun and had someone beat him up, thinking that he, the dignified third young master of the Dan family, had actually foolishly jumped into the pit dug by Jiang Chun. Dan Haoqian was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. What drives him crazy is that he has no way to get revenge on the person who beat him up, because the person who beat him up was the renowned 5th grade alchemy master, Pang Yongyan. Even if the Dan family is the #1 alchemy family in the Great Xia Kingdom, they wouldn't easily offend a 5th grade alchemy master. Since he couldn't seek revenge on Pang Yongyan, Dan Haoqian could only vent his anger on Jiang Chun, who had wronged him. He looked up at Jiang Chun on his right, his face contorted with rage, and roared, "Jiang Chun, you fucking dare to screw me over?" Chapter 183, You Hit the Wrong Person. What does it have to do with me? Dan Haoqian, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Which eye of yours saw me cheating you? I was originally sitting in that seat, but you insisted on taking it. So I had no choice but to give you face as the third young master of the Dan family and let you have a seat. Jiang Chen curled his lip and said, "You brought this on yourself. Who else can you blame?" Upon hearing Dan Haoqian and Jiang Chen's conversation, Pang Yongyan instantly understood. This kid named Jiang Chen is probably the one who beat up his disciple. But this kid is incredibly cunning. He actually gave up his position to Dan Haoqian. He was caught off guard and ended up hitting the wrong person. A chilling glint flashed in Pang Yongyan's old eyes. Before Dan Haoqian could react, he coldly shouted at Jiang Chun, "Boy, how dare you to even play tricks on me?" Considering his status as a 5th-rank alchemy master, he was a figure of immense prestige. Now he's been outmaneuvered by a mere brat who beat up Dan Haoqian, the third young master of the Dan family. How could he not be furious? Holy crap, Jiang Chun has really messed up this time. Yes, although he used Master Pang's help to trick Dan Haoqian, he offended Master Pang in the process. This kid dares to scheme against even a 5th-grade alchemy master. Isn't he a bit too audacious? Seeing Pang Yongyan's anger, many people in the hall couldn't help but shake their heads. Offending a 5th-grade alchemy master, this kid might not die, but he'll probably be in serious trouble. Beside Pang Yongyan, Yang Ping also had a cold smile on his lips. This kid actually schemed against Dan Haoqian's teacher in order to trick him. He's practically courting death. When the third prince, Xia Xian, saw that Pang Yongyan had directly targeted Jiang Chun, his brows furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and said, "Master Pang, this matter is actually just a misunderstanding. I hope." However, before Xia Xian could finish speaking, Pang Yongyan interrupted her. "Third prince, you don't need to say anything more. No matter who pleads for you today, it won't make a difference. This kid dares to play tricks on me like this. I will never let him get away with it." As soon as Pang Yongyan finished speaking coldly, he moved his hand and a fierce surge of Yuan energy erupted out. The immense Yuan energy instantly transformed into a phantom hand, which swiftly grabbed at Jiang Chen's head. "Master Pang, stop. You can't kill him." Upon seeing this, the third prince Xia Xian's expression changed drastically. Jiang Chun possesses the supreme golden token of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, making him equivalent to an elder of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. If something were to happen to Jiang Chen's residence, causing the Moonmar Chamber of Commerce to take its anger out on him. It would be an extremely heavy blow to him. Pang Yongyan completely ignored Xia Xian's shouts. This kid dares to mess with even a dignified 5th-grade alchemy master like him. If we don't teach him a lesson, how will he ever be able to stand firm in this capital? Seeing that Pang Yongyan made his move without giving Jiang Chun any chance at all, everyone in the hall couldn't help but close their eyes. They could almost predict what would happen next. Faced with an attack from a Kaiyuan realm expert, Jiang Chun was doomed to die. Just when everyone thought Jiang Chun was doomed, Jiang Chun then vanished from the spot with Meng Qingxue in a ghostly manner. The next moment, his calm voice rang out from behind Pang Yongyan. "Old man, I'm not in the mood to play games with you. You hit the wrong person. What does it have to do with me?" Chapter 184, I want to discuss the Tao of Alchemy with you. A soft voice suddenly sounded behind Pang Yongyan, causing everyone in the hall to pause in surprise. Their eyes all turned to look behind Pang Yongyan. Immediately, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chun and Meng Qingxue had appeared there at some unknown time. Looking at the scene before me, the faces of everyone in the hall were filled with unprecedented shock. This young man named Jiang Chun actually managed to easily evade an attack from a Kaiyuan realm expert while carrying another person. How is this possible? Pang Yongyan suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chun not far behind him, his gaze suddenly sharpening. "Boy, I didn't expect you to have some skill. No wonder you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me." Pang Yongyan stared intently at Jiang Chun. A very impressive movement technique. If I'm not mistaken, the movement technique you just used should have reached the advanced level of the profound rank. Advanced Xian grade movement technique. Pang Yongyan's words caused an uproar among the people in the hall. Damn, it's actually a high-grade Xian-level movement technique. This is probably extremely rare in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. No wonder he was able to dodge Master Pang's attack just now. This kid is really awesome. I didn't expect him to have even mastered a high-level Xian-grade movement technique. Jiang Chun completely ignored the astonishment of the people around him. He looked at Pang Yongyan indifferently. "Old man, you do have some knowledge, being able to recognize my advanced Xian-grade movement technique at a glance. Don't think that just because you have this high-grade Xian-level movement technique, I can't do anything to you." Pang Yongyan snorted coldly, and the aura of a Kaiyuan realm expert was unleashed without reservation. So what if this kid has mastered a high-level Xian-grade movement technique? Faced with an absolute difference in strength, even the most powerful martial arts techniques are useless. "Old man, as a Kaiyuan realm expert, you actually use your full strength to deal with a junior like me who is only at the first level of the Xintian realm. Have you no shame?" Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold, and he instantly used the Qingquan shifting step, creating distance between himself and Pang Yongyan as if he had teleported. At the same time, his calm voice rang in everyone's ears. "Old man, as alchemists, why do we need to solve problems with force? Aren't you a 5th-grade alchemy master? I want to sit down and discuss the Tao of Alchemy with you. I'd like to see just how capable you really are, this so-called 5th-grade alchemy master." Jiang Chen's calm words immediately plunged the hall into a deathly silence once again. All eyes turned to Jiang Chun, their expressions filled with disbelief and shock. This kid is unbelievably strong. Although they had to admit that this kid's talent for alchemy was indeed extraordinary, becoming a 3rd-grade alchemist at the age of 15. Even if you are incredibly talented, you probably are not qualified to sit down and discuss alchemy with Pang Yongyan. Who is Pang Yongyan? He is a renowned 5th-grade alchemy master in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, the number of people qualified to sit down and discuss alchemy with Pang Yongyan can be counted on one hand. You, a mere 3rd-grade alchemist, actually dare to dream of discussing alchemy with a 5th-grade alchemy master? Aren't you just handing yourself over to be humiliated? Ah, kid, who do you think you are? What right do you have to sit and discuss alchemy with my teacher? Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Yang Ping couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. "If you want to compete in alchemy, I'll play with you." Chapter 185, You're not worthy of comparing to me. You? Jiang Chen shook his head and said casually, "You're not worthy." Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, everyone in the hall was speechless. You're a 3rd-grade alchemist, and so is he. We're all at the same level. What right do you have to say that others aren't worthy of competing with you in alchemy? On the other side of Jiang Chun, Yang Ping was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Boy, we're both third-grade alchemists. What right do you have to talk to me like that? Yang Ping stared at Jiang Chun with a chilling gaze. Enough with the nonsense. If you have the guts, step forward and have a match with me. Jiang Chun curled his lip and said, I have no interest in competing with you. Not interested? Yang Ping immediately sneered. Kid, are you scared? Hee, I'm not competing with you. I just think it's pointless to beat up a newbie like you. I'm not even afraid of that old man next to you. So why should I be afraid of you? Since you're so eager to compete with me, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can answer one question for me, I'll grant your wish. Jiang Chun looked at Yang Ping calmly and asked, Do you know how alchemists can increase the success rate of refining the limitless nourishing yuan pill? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Yang Ping's lips twitched involuntarily. The limitless nourishing essence pill is a low-grade, fourth-rank pill. I've only just passed the assessment to become a third-grade alchemist, and I'm still a long way from becoming a fourth-grade alchemist. You asked me a question about fourth-grade pills? How the hell would I know the answer? Yang Ping immediately said angrily, Jiang Chun, the Wuji Yanyuan pill is a fourth-grade pill. Did you do this on purpose? This kid clearly knows he's a third-grade alchemist, yet he asked a question about fourth-grade pills. Isn't that blatant bullying? Don't make excuses for your incompetence. I'm not that bored to deliberately make things difficult for you with such a question. Jiang Chun smiled dismissively. Since you can't even answer this question, what qualifications do you have to compete with me in alchemy? Yang Ping scoffed dismissively. I don't know, so do you? Alchemist skills improve gradually. Generally speaking, apart from a few advanced third-grade alchemists who aspire to become fourth-grade alchemists, they will not seek out knowledge about fourth-grade pills in advance. Yang Ping really didn't believe that this kid could understand how to refine the Wuji Yanyuan pill. Wuji Yanyuan pill, a fourth-grade primary pill with Guyuan Du, Ziji Xinsha, and Bixia fruit as its main ingredients. If these three main ingredients are added to the medicine in a ratio of 2 to 1 to 1, the success rate of the Wuji Yanyuan pill can be increased to the maximum. Jiang Chun spoke eloquently, then turned to Peng Yongyan beside him and said, Old man, I wonder if what I said is correct. You're right. Peng Yongyan stared intently at Jiang Chun. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such attainments in alchemy. Holy crap, Jiang Chun actually knows so much about fourth-grade pills. Being able to access knowledge about fourth-grade pills, Jiang Chun is probably at least a high-level third-grade alchemist. A 15-year-old advanced third-grade alchemist. That's incredible. Watching Jiang Chun recite the methods to increase the success rate of the Wuji Yanyuan pill as if they were his own treasures. In the lobby, everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. This kid is simply a prodigy among prodigies. Chapter 186. Your question is too simple. In the lobby, everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's incredible performance and couldn't say a word. How was this possible? Hearing his teacher personally acknowledge Jiang Chen's answer, Yang Ping couldn't help but let out an incredulous roar. Since breaking through to the third rank of alchemists some time ago, Yang Ping has often referred to himself as the #1 alchemy genius in the Great Xia Kingdom. Yang Ping originally thought that even if the young man in front of him was also a third-grade alchemist, his experience and knowledge in alchemy might not be comparable to his. But he never expected this. Jiang Chun completely outmaneuvered him with a question about a fourth-grade pill. This undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to his mind and body, and he didn't even want to believe it was real. Certainly, Yang Ping couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even Dan Haoqian, who had been waiting to watch the show from the sidelines, was still unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Dan Haoqian was born into the foremost alchemy family in the Great Xia Kingdom. From childhood to adulthood, he had witnessed the growth of countless alchemy geniuses in the Dan family. Even if you look at all the alchemy geniuses in the Dan family, there isn't a single one who can so readily grasp the knowledge of fourth-grade pills at the age of 15. Jiang Chun completely ignored the shock of everyone in the hall. He smiled slightly and looked at Peng Yongyan calmly, saying, Old man, do I now have the right to discuss alchemy with you? Young man, although I must admit that your talent in alchemy is indeed rare in the world. However, if you want to sit down and discuss alchemy with me, I'll give you another 10 years. Pang Yongyan shook his head. He looked at Jiang Chun with disdain. Don't say you know about fourth-grade pills. Even if you are already a fourth-grade alchemist, you are not qualified to discuss the Tao of pills with me. Old man, don't be so arrogant. A fifth-grade alchemist may seem impressive to others, but to me he's just so. Jiang Chun smiled faintly. Didn't you want to avenge your disciple? As long as you can beat me in alchemy, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Good, very good. Kid, you're the first person in all these years to dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Pang Yongyan laughed in extreme anger. He stared coldly at Jiang Chun. Since you insist on discussing alchemy with me, then I'll grant your wish. As long as you can answer 3 questions for me, I'll turn around and leave immediately. Jiang Chun said calmly. Please feel free to ask any questions you may have. You'd better pray you can answer my question. Otherwise, I'll show you what happens when you anger a fifth-grade alchemist. Pang Yongyan snorted coldly. First question, what's the difference between a fourth-grade alchemist and a third-grade alchemist refining the same third-grade pill? In the world of alchemy, there's a watershed between fourth-grade alchemists and third-grade alchemists. The reason why fourth-grade alchemists are called alchemy masters is because fourth-grade alchemists have strong spiritual senses and can master the alchemy technique of condensing pills in harmony with heaven and man. When refining the same grade 3 pill, the quality of the one refined by grade 4 alchemist will be at least 1 level higher. Jiang Chun answered Pang Yongyan's question casually, his calm voice instantly echoing throughout the hall. Old man, the question you asked is far too simple. If you don't want to lose to me, you'd better ask some more technical questions. Chapter 187, even a 5th-rank alchemy master was convinced. How come Jiang Chun knows so much about the knowledge of a 4th-grade alchemist? Could he really be a 4th-grade alchemist already? Holy crap, this guy's a real freak. Watching Jiang Chun casually discuss the alchemy knowledge of a 4th-grade alchemist with Pang Yongyan in the lobby, many couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Very well. I'd like to see just how far you've progressed in the art of alchemy. A cold glint flashed in Pang Yongyan's old eyes as he coldly asked, second question, what kind of pills can the rare and precious spirit dragon milk be used to refine? The rare and precious material, spirit dragon milk, is an ingredient used to refine 5th-grade elixirs. This time, Pang Yongyan didn't stand on ceremony at all and directly asked a question about 5th-grade pills. He didn't believe the kid could answer that. However, just when Pang Yongyan didn't believe Jiang Chun could answer his question, Jiang Chun's eloquent voice rang in his ears again. Spirit dragon milk is a rare 5th-grade material. It is said that it can only be produced in the habitat of 5th-grade or higher demon beasts with the bloodline of a divine dragon. As far as I know, spirit dragon milk can be used to refine 2 kinds of grade 5 pills. When used as the main ingredient, it can be combined with the immovable heavenly ginseng to refine the heavenly origin divine pill. When used as the main ingredient, it can be combined with the illusionary spirit divine herb to refine the illusionary spirit true intent pill. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's near-perfect answer, Pang Yongyan's expression instantly became completely blank. He looked up at Jiang Chun in front of him, his cloudy old eyes revealing an expression of disbelief and shock. The hearts of everyone else in the hall couldn't help but clench at that moment. The way they looked at Jiang Chun was almost numb with shock. For a 15 or 16-year-old boy to produce a 3rd-grade alchemist badge is already incredibly impressive. He can now even sit down and discuss alchemy with Pang Yongyan, a 5th-rank alchemy master. The most incredible thing is, Pang Yongyan asked about 4th-grade elixirs, and this kid answered correctly. Now, Pang Yongyan changed the question to a 5th-grade pill, and this kid still answered it perfectly. Awesome. Powerful. Just how monstrous is this kid's talent in alchemy? I've heard that Yu Yangzhou, the 3rd elder of the Wuhan Chamber of Commerce, has exceptional insight that is rarely seen in the world. I didn't quite believe it before, but now I finally do. Watching Jiang Chun's amazing performance against Pang Yongyan, a 5th-grade alchemy master, it took the 3rd Prince Xia Xian a while to come to his senses, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Jiang Chun's talent in alchemy is absolutely unparalleled throughout history. Old man, you have one last question. Ask away if you have anything to ask. Just as everyone was shocked by Jiang Chun's incredible performance, Jiang Chun's calm voice once again resounded in everyone's ears. Pang Yongyan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Chun in front of him, and his previous nonchalant demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Young friend Jiang, at the age of 15 or 16, has already achieved such attainments in alchemy. I admire you. I was mistaken. With your abilities, young friend Jiang, you are indeed qualified to discuss alchemy with me. As Pang Yongyan spoke, he took out a pill formula from his person and placed it in front of Jiang Chun. Young friend Jiang, this is an improved version of the grade 4 returning origin pill formula that I made in my spare time. Please take a look. Chapter 188. Your plan isn't very good. Jiang Chun calmly accepted Pang Yongyan's prescription. His gaze swept briefly over the prescription, and a pleasant notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! You have viewed the improved version of the Guiyuan pill formula, triggering a 100-fold increase in comprehension. Ding! You have successfully grasped the best improvement plan for the Guiyuan pill. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. He casually returned the pill formula to Pang Yongyan and said indifferently, "You do have some skill, actually managing to come up with an improved formula for the Guiyuan pill. However, your improved plan doesn't seem very good." Oh, Pang Yongyan narrowed his eyes. I wonder what advice young friend Jiang has for me. Pang Yongyan put a lot of effort into improving the formula for Guiyuan Dan. Pang Yongyan was very satisfied with his improvements. He believed that as long as he published the improved formula for the Guiyuan pill, he would definitely shock the entire alchemy world. Pang Yongyan never expected that his proud improvement plan would become worthless in Jiang Chun's eyes. Pang Yongyan really didn't believe that Jiang Chun could offer better insights into improving the Guiyuan Dan formula. Your idea for improving the Guiyuan pill is actually quite good. By replacing the original, more precious medicinal materials with purple yuan fruit, heavenly lingji, and flowing cloud sand, we can not only maintain the original efficacy of Guiyuan pill, but also greatly reduce the cost of Guiyuan pill. However, if we were to refine the Guiyuan pill according to your improved plan, even as a 5th-grade alchemist, the success rate would not be very high. Jiang Chun said it casually. How did you know? Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Pang Yongyan's old face finally showed unprecedented shock. He did indeed refine the Guiyuan pill according to his improved formula. Even with his strength as a 5th-grade alchemist, it took him 5 or 6 attempts to refine one. If this formula were given to an ordinary 4th-grade alchemist, they would probably fail to refine it even once out of 10 attempts. Pang Yongyan was well aware of the drawbacks of his formula, but he had not yet found a solution. But this young man in front of me actually saw the flaws in the pill formula at a glance. That terrifying eye alone was enough to leave him far behind. Of course, it was my intuition that told me just now when I glanced at it. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and said, "Your improvement plan is actually feasible. You just need to soak the heavenly lingji in water and then use the heavenly ling liquid produced from the soaking to replace the heavenly lingji." Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, Pang Yongyan's brows furrowed tightly, and he fell into deep thought. As a renowned 5th-rank alchemy master, Pang Yongyan's expertise in alchemy was certainly not undeserved. He quickly went through Jiang Chun's plan in his mind and found that Jiang Chun's method was indeed very ingenious. Using Tianling liquid instead of Tianlingzi can perfectly resolve the problem of imbalance in medicinal properties. This would almost double the success rate of Guiyuan pill. Young friend Jiang's attainments in alchemy have truly broadened my horizons. Your words, young friend, have been like a revelation to me. It is truly an honor for me to sit and discuss the Tao of alchemy with you today. May I ask which master you studied under, young friend? It took Pang Yongyan a while to recover from the shock. He then politely clasped his hands in greeting to Jiang Chun. At this moment, Pang Yongyan was completely convinced. The young man's mastery of alchemy was enough to make even a 5th-grade alchemist like himself feel ashamed. Chapter 189, Kowtowing to Master Jiang to Apologize. Quiet. Even the 5th-grade alchemy master Pang Yongyan was completely impressed by Jiang Chun. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at Jiang Chun with disbelief. They were also eager to know which expert had taught such a terrifyingly talented alchemist. I come from Lingyun Martial Academy and have no teacher. I'm just interested in alchemy and have spent a little time studying it. Jiang Chun said it casually. Hearing Jiang Chen's nonchalant words, everyone in the hall couldn't help but twitch their lips. I've seen people who show off, but I've never seen anyone who can show off as much as this kid. This guy claims to be self-taught, but he's only interested in alchemy and has spent a little time studying it. You're already discussing alchemy with a 5th grade alchemy master at the age of 15 or 16. Oh shit, if this is something that can be achieved with just a little research, then there's no point in having anyone else around. Just when everyone in the hall was speechless at Jiang Chen's words, Pang Yongyan suddenly thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he said politely to Jiang Chun, "May I ask who your relationship is, young friend Jiang Chun and Master Yin Qingxian?" "You mean Brother Yin?" Jiang Chun smiled faintly and said, "I have a good relationship with Brother Yin. We're friends despite our age difference." Boom! As soon as Jiang Chun said this, the hall erupted in chaos. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Jiang Chun actually said that he and Yin Qingxian, a 6th grade alchemist, are close friends despite their age difference. Amazing! Even a 6th grade alchemy master calls him brother. No wonder his alchemy skills are so monstrous. While everyone in the hall was still in awe, it took Pang Yongyan a while to recover from his shock. He originally thought that Jiang Chun was a disciple taught by Yin Qingxian. Who knew that Yin Qingxian, a 6th grade alchemy master, was on friendly terms with Jiang Chun? Doesn't this mean that even Yin Qingxian has placed Jiang Chun on an equal footing with himself? Young friend Jiang is indeed worthy of being Master Yan's close friend despite the age difference. Today, in our discussion on alchemy, I am completely convinced of my defeat. After Pang Yongyan finished speaking, he turned around and shouted at Yang Ping behind him, "You unfilial disciple, you actually dared to offend Master Jiang. Come over here and kowtow to Master Jiang to apologize." Yang Ping was completely dumbfounded when he heard Pang Yongyan's words. He called his teacher, Pang Yongyan, to come and have Pang Yongyan teach Jiang Chun a lesson so he could vent his anger. But who knew that in just a short while, the plot would take a shocking turn. Not only was his teacher impressed by Jiang Chun, but he also made Jiang Chun apologize to him. What the hell is this? Yang Ping felt extremely wronged. He looked at Pang Yongyan with disbelief. "Teacher, what do you mean you?" Before Yang Ping could speak, Pang Yongyan interrupted him coldly, saying, "Come over here immediately and kowtow to Master Jiang to apologize, or I will disown you as my disciple." Upon hearing Pang Yongyan's words, Yang Ping's face instantly turned deathly pale. His current status and achievements are entirely inseparable from Pang Yongyan's cultivation and support. If he lost Pang Yongyan as his teacher, he, a mere 3rd grade alchemist, would be nothing at all in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Thinking of this, Yang Ping shuddered, no longer caring about saving face. He suddenly knelt down in front of Jiang Chun with a thud. "Master Jiang, I was wrong. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me, Master Jiang." Chapter 190 Guest Elder of the Moon Mark Chamber of Commerce. The scene before them left everyone in the hall speechless once again. They originally thought, after Yang Ping summoned Pang Yongyan, a 5th grade alchemy master, Jiang Chun would likely suffer a severe injury even if he didn't die today. But no one expected it. Jiang Chun has defied the heavens to this extent. Even the dignified 5th rank alchemy master Pang Yongyan was defeated in the process of discussing alchemy with Jiang Chun. His arrival not only failed to redeem his disciple, but instead forced him to kowtow and apologize to Jiang Chun. Shocking. It's absolutely stunning. How could this be? Dong Haoqian was equally shocked. When Pang Yongyan pointed the finger at Jiang Chun, Dan Haoqian had already sentenced Jiang Chun to death in his heart. For a dignified 5th grade alchemist and a powerful expert in the Kaiyuan realm, dealing with a mere brat like Jiang Chun would be a piece of cake. Reality, slapped him hard in the face. Jiang Chun was not only not dealt with, but also impressed Pang Yongyan with his powerful alchemy knowledge, who treated him with great respect. This is none other than Pang Yongyan, a 5th grade alchemy master. Even within the Dan family, there aren't many people who would be treated this way by Pang Yongyan. This kid is absolutely monstrous. The 3rd Prince Xiaxian was also incredibly shocked. This kid possesses the supreme golden token of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, making him equivalent to an elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. This kid has the genius and beautiful Meng Qingxue of the Meng family standing by his side. This kid's alchemy skills are enough to make even a 5th-grade alchemy master admit defeat. This kid can even be on friendly terms with Yan Qingxian, a 6th-grade alchemy master. A tremendous wave of emotion surged within Xia Xian's heart. This person's potential and the energy behind him are so powerful that they are terrifying. If he could befriend Jiang Chun, his strength would surely increase significantly. Even his elder brother Xiaolin probably couldn't stop him from becoming the heir to the throne of the great Xia kingdom. After Yang Ping knelt down in front of Jiang Chun to apologize, Peng Yongyan bid farewell to Jiang Chun and left the hall with Yang Ping. Dan Haoqian, who was sitting in the first seat of the first row, had no intention of causing trouble for Jiang Chun at this moment. He followed directly behind Peng Yongyan and his apprentice and slunk out of the hall. After Peng Yongyan and the others left, Jiang Chun had no intention of staying at the banquet any longer and left the third prince's residence with Meng Qingxue. Qingxue, are you going back to the Meng family? Or are you coming with me to the Moonmark Merchant Guild? As they exited the third prince's residence, Jiang Chun turned to Meng Qingxue beside him and said, I still have some matters to attend to at the Meng family, so I'll head back there first. Meng Qingxue said softly, Don't worry, after the 9 Palaces martial arts tournament, I will go with you to the Yunhong Martial Academy to fulfill our promise. After parting ways with Meng Qingxue, Jiang Chun returned to the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. When he returned to his residence, he found that Yangzu was already waiting for him in the courtyard. Brother Jiang Chun. Yangzu looked at Jiang Chun as he walked into the courtyard and asked with a smile, How did you feel about attending the third prince's banquet today? It's all right. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, then looked at Yangzhou with some doubt. Brother Yangzhou, is there something you need from me? It's just a small matter. Brother Jiang Chun possesses the supreme golden token of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, which is equivalent to being a guest elder of our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. Yangzu smiled and said, I came here today to formally confirm your status as a guest elder of the Weihen Chamber of Commerce, and I also have a few things I need Brother Jiangshen's help with. Chapter 1, 91 Master Zhong's Disdain. As Yu Yangzhou spoke, he handed the identity token of the guest elder of the Weihen Chamber of Commerce to Jiang Chun. Brother Yangzhou, just tell me what you need me for. Jiang Chun accepted the guest elder's identity token and smiled at Yiyang Prefecture. The Moonmark Merchant Guild recently discovered the cave dwelling of an ancient alchemy master and obtained several lost pill formulas there. However, due to their age, some of the ingredients in these prescriptions are no longer legible. Yangzu smiled slightly and said, I know that Brother Jiang Chun is highly skilled in alchemy, so I would like to ask Brother Jiang Chun to lend a hand. No problem. Jiang Chun readily agreed. If Brother Yangzhou trusts me, then take me to see those pill formulas. Deciphering the incomplete prescriptions is probably quite difficult for the average person. But for Jiang Chun, who possessed the system, it was an easy task. Since obtaining the supreme golden token from a Moonmark Merchant Guild, Jiang Chun has already gained considerable benefits from it. Moreover, Yangzu is a generous and upright man, a respected elder brother figure. Now that Yiyang Prefecture has come knocking on our door, both logically and emotionally, Jiang Chun would naturally not refuse. Led by Yangzu, Jiang Chun quickly arrived at the Pill Hall of the Wen Chamber of Commerce. The Pill Hall is a branch of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce specifically established for alchemists. This place is home to a large number of alchemists from the Moonmark Merchant Guild who specialize in refining pills for the guild. It can be said that almost 90% of the pills sold by the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce headquarters are made by alchemists from the Pill Hall. Upon entering the main hall of the Alchemy Hall, Jiang Chun noticed a dozen or so alchemists gathered at the very front of the hall. These alchemists are all extremely powerful, with the lowest level being a third-grade beginner alchemist. Among these alchemists, the leader was an old man with white hair dressed in a green robe. On the chest of the white-haired old man was a badge of a fourth-grade high-level alchemist. At this moment, the white-haired old man seemed to be organizing these alchemists in a heated discussion about something. Third Elder. Upon seeing Yu Yangzhou enter the hall, the white-haired old man and the dozen or so alchemists stopped their discussion, stood up, and greeted Yu Yangzhou. Please don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Yangzhou smiled slightly, then said to the white-haired old man, Master Zhong, How did your discussion go? Third elder, these pill formulas are missing many ingredients. It will probably take some time to decipher them. The white-haired old man, known as Master Zhong, stroked his beard and said, but third elder, don't worry, give me another day, and I should be able to make some progress. Master Zhong, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Chun, a guest elder of our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. Yingzhu pointed to Jiang Chun beside him and smiled at Master Zhong, saying, Brother Jiang Chun is exceptionally skilled in alchemy. He might be able to help you understand these incomplete formulas. Master Zhong glanced at Jiang Chun, and his old eyes immediately revealed an extremely disdainful look. He looked at Yangzhu in disbelief and said, Third elder, are you sure you're not mistaken? He, a dignified fourth-grade high-level alchemist, was merely a first-class guest elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. What makes this 15 or 16-year-old boy so special that he's become an elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild? What left him speechless was that Yangzhu even said that this kid could help them decipher these incomplete ancient elixir formulas. This Pete is way too much. Chapter 192, Why Wait a Day? I can finish it in a minute. Master Zhong, how could I possibly make a mistake in such a matter? Yangzhu said calmly. Jiang Chun is an honorary elder of the Weihen Chamber of Commerce. That is beyond doubt. But even if he is a guest elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, it doesn't mean he has the ability to comprehend these incomplete ancient pill formulas, does it? Master Zhong said with a rather unpleasant expression. He was merely a first-class guest elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild, but this kid was a guest elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. If this kid were to join the pill hall, wouldn't even he have to listen to this kid's orders? Who is Zhong Jiha, a dignified fourth-grade advanced alchemist, and the head of the pill hall of the Moonmark Merchant Guild. Even in the capital of the great Xia Kingdom, he was a person of considerable influence. But now Yang Prefecture wants to let a mere brat ride on his head, and Zhong Jiha's face is immediately shattered. Certainly, Zhong Jiha not only did not believe that Jiang Chun was qualified to comprehend these incomplete ancient elixir formulas. Even the dozen or so alchemists around them looked at Jiang Chun with disdain. It should be noted that among the pill formulas they studied, even the worst one had reached the initial stage of the third rank. These elixir formulas were extremely difficult even for them to decipher. Asking this immature kid to help them figure things out is just ridiculous. Despite the disdain shown by Zhong Jiha and the group of alchemists, Jiang Chun's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Zhong Jiha and smiled faintly. Master Zhong, is that right? I wonder what makes you so sure that I am incapable of comprehending these elixir formulas. These pill formulas are all ancient pill formulas that have been lost for hundreds of years, and the grade of the pill formulas is all above grade 3. Therefore, only alchemists of the third rank or above are barely qualified to comprehend these pill formulas. Zhong Jiha looked at Jiang Chun with a sneer. I ask if you're a third-grade alchemist? Jiang Chun, too lazy to waste words, simply tossed the rank 3 alchemist badge in front of Zhong Jiha and said indifferently, Am I qualified now? You. Zhong Jiha was so shocked when he saw the alchemist badge that Jiang Chun casually pulled out that he became so speechless. Beside Zhong Jiha, the alchemists from the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Clearly, they hadn't expected this either. The young man before me is actually a third-grade alchemist. All right, since you're so eager to comprehend these pill formulas, I'll give you a chance. It took Zhong Jiha a while to recover from his shock. He pulled out a pill formula from the table in front of him and said coldly to Jiang Chun, I'll give you 1 day. If you can comprehend this low-grade, third-rank pill formula, I'll be completely convinced of your abilities. Zhong Jiha sneered inwardly. Even if this kid really is a third-grade alchemist, so what? Deciphering a flawed grade 3 pill formula is many times more difficult than refining a grade 3 pill. He really didn't believe that this kid could figure out this pill formula all by himself. Upon hearing Zhong Jiha's words, a hint of displeasure flashed in Yu Yangzhou's eyes. These pill formulas took you, a fourth-grade high-level alchemist, several days to comprehend with a group of alchemists from the Moonmark Merchant Guild before you even began to make any progress. Now, they expect Jiang Chun to figure it out in a day? Isn't that just making things difficult for him? However, Just as Yangzu was about to speak up for Jiang Chun, he discovered that Jiang Chun had actually taken the pill formula from him. At the same time, Jiang Chun's calm voice rang in everyone's ears. It's just a flawed third-grade pill formula. It doesn't take a day to understand it. I can figure it out in a minute. Chapter 193. One person crushed a group of people. It only takes a minute. Hearing Jiang Chun's extremely arrogant words. After a moment of stunned silence, the alchemists in the hall all laughed with disdain. Did I hear that right? This kid says he can comprehend this grade 3 pill formula in just 1 minute. Doesn't he know that it took us, with so many people working with Master Zhong, more than a day to make any progress? That's ridiculous. How could a mere kid like him be more capable than all of us combined? Zhong Jiha also looked at Jiang Chun with a sneer. Kid, anyone can talk big. If you're so capable, show me how to decipher this pill formula in 1 minute. He can comprehend a third-grade pill formula in 1 minute, let alone something a fourth-grade advanced alchemist like him couldn't do. Even a fifth-grade alchemy master might not have that ability. Moreover, this young punk in front of me, a mere third-grade beginner alchemist, dares to boast that he can comprehend an incomplete third-grade pill formula in 1 minute? That's just wishful thinking. Jiang Chun completely ignored the taunts from Zhong Jiha and the others. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he directly picked up the incomplete grade 3 pill formula. Ding! You have viewed an incomplete grade 3 innate chi pill formula, triggering a 100-fold increase in comprehension. Ding! You have obtained the complete recipe for a grade 3 innate chi pill. The prompt in my mind rang. Jiang Chun quickly picked up a pen from the table and scribbled down several medicinal herbs on the incomplete prescription. Immediately, Jiang Chun placed the pill formula directly in front of Zhong Jiha. He looked at Zhong Jiha and said calmly, Master Zhong, the missing ingredients in the formula for the innate chi pill should be these few ingredients. Zhong Jiha's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the medicinal herbs that Jiang Chun had written down on the prescription. Zhong Ji and his team have almost completely grasped the formula for the innate chi pill. The medicinal herbs that Jiang Chun wrote down on the prescription were almost exactly the same as those they had deduced. Most importantly, Jiang Chun added one more ingredient to what they had figured out. Zhong Jiha did some mental calculations and realized that the ingredient Jiang Chun added was exactly the part he had been struggling to understand. With the addition of this medicinal ingredient by Jiang Chun, the formula for the innate chi pill has become incredibly perfect. The formula for the innate chi elixir is truly perfect. I didn't expect you to have figured out the formula for the innate chi pill in such a short time. How did you do that? Zhong Jia took a deep breath. He suddenly looked up at Jiang Chun, his old eyes filled with unprecedented horror. Hearing Zhong Jiha personally admit that Jiang Chun had perfectly comprehended the formula for the innate chi pill, he was deeply impressed. The other alchemists in the hall couldn't help but gasp. They all stared blankly at Jiang Chun, too shocked to speak. 1 minute. This kid didn't even spend a minute before successfully figuring out the formula for the innate chi pill. You need to know, under Zhong Jiha's guidance, it took them most of the day to comprehend the formula for the innate chi pill. Moreover, the elixir formula he deciphered still had some flaws. But this kid in front of me solved it perfectly with just one glance. Powerful. No one could have imagined that this kid's mastery of alchemy had reached such a terrifying level. This kid completely crushed their whole group, all by himself. Chapter 194. From this day forward, the pill hall shall respect Master Jiang. This kid is really a freak. Seeing that Jiang Chun had easily resolved Zhong Jiha's difficulties in a short time, and had even given Zhong Jiha and the others a good slap in the face, it took Yangzu a while to recover from a shock. Yang Prefecture sought Jiang Chun's help at the pill hall because he knew Jiang Chun was already a fourth-grade alchemist. He believed that with Jiang Chun's strength as a fourth-grade alchemist, he should be able to help Zhong Jiha comprehend these incomplete ancient pill formulas. Only, Yangzu had no idea that Jiang Chun's skill in alchemy had reached such a monstrous level. He could decipher the complete formula with just a glance at the incomplete one. Jiang Chun completely ignored the shock of the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, he took all the remaining pill formulas from Zhong Ji and the person in front of him. His gaze swept over the first prescription. It took less than 10 seconds. Jiang Chun picked up his pen again and quickly wrote down several medicinal herbs on the prescription. Having solved the first pill formula, Jiang Chun followed suit and began to study the second pill formula. He quickly filled in the missing parts on the second prescription. Under the almost stunned gazes of more than a dozen people in the hall, Jiang Chun quickly completed these incomplete pill formulas. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chun completed all the pill formulas. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone who looked at Jiang Chun was filled with disbelief and shock. Holy crap, this kid actually managed to decipher all those incomplete formulas in just 10 minutes. They know very well. Among these elixir formulas, the absence of 2 fourth-grade formulas is a very serious issue. Zhong Jie gathered the core members of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce's pill hall, but after several days of trying to understand it, they still had no clue. But this kid in front of me solved them all without breaking a sweat. This Pete is way too much. While everyone was still reeling from Jiang Chen's astonishing actions, Zhong Jie was the first to come to his senses. He took a deep breath, then picked up the pill formulas that Jiang Chun had completed with trembling hands. Every time he looked at a prescription, he felt as if he had been enlightened and his understanding had suddenly become clear. Zhong Jie quickly finished reading through all the prescriptions. He was immediately horrified to discover that every pill formula that Jiang Chun had supplemented was almost perfect, with no flaws whatsoever. This moment, Zhong Jie was completely convinced. His gaze toward Jiang Chun had changed from disdain to unprecedented respect. The boy in front of me looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. His comprehension of alchemy has reached a level that is almost beyond the reach of others. Master Zhong, I wonder if these supplementary pill formulas I prepared are up to your standards? Just as Zhong Jie was extremely shocked, Jiang Chen's calm voice rang in his ear. Master Zhong's understanding of alchemy is truly something that makes this old man ashamed. The pill formulas you supplemented are almost perfect. I can't find the slightest fault with them. Master Jiang, I was blind just now. I apologize to you here. Zhong Jie gave a wry smile, then bowed respectfully to Jiang Chun. From this day forward, the Dan Hall will respect Master Jiang as its master. Chapter 195 Alchemy Upgrade, 4th Level of Innate Realm. From this day forward, Dan Tang will respect Master Jiang. Hearing Zhong Jie respectfully say these words to Jiang Chun, all the alchemists in the hall were also unable to recover from their shock for a long time. If these elixirs weren't ancient formulas that had long been lost, they even suspected that this kid might already know all about these pill formulas. They had been studying these pill formulas for several days under the guidance of Zhong Ji, a 4th-grade high-level alchemist. Even so, they still haven't fully comprehended these pill formulas. The young man in front of me completed the pill formula in less than 10 minutes. This is so exaggerated, so outrageous. Jiang Chun comprehended several ancient pill formulas using incredible methods, finally winning over Zhong Ji and the group of alchemists in the pill hall. After impressing the group of alchemists, Jiang Chun did not rush to leave, but instead stayed at the pill hall. There is now less than a month until the Great Xia Kingdom's 9 Prefectures martial arts tournament. Jiang Chun plans to spend this time refining pills in the pill hall of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, and then consume some pills to improve his strength. He is currently at the 1st level of the innate realm, but if he were to unleash his full power, even a martial artist at the 4th level of the innate realm would be no match for him. But the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom are teeming with talented people and geniuses. Among them are some peerless geniuses who can fight beyond their level. A couple of days ago, when he was chatting with Yu Yangzhou, he heard Yu Yangzhou mention several other talented students from other martial arts academies. In particular, the Hidden Dragon Martial Academy, which is known as the #1 martial academy in the Great Xia Kingdom, has a genius named Yin Kai who is quite monstrous. It is said that this person had already broken through to the 3rd level of the innate realm half a year ago. Moreover, some people witnessed Yin Kai defeat a 4th level innate martial artist with just one move. It should be noted that when Jiang Chun faced by Jin Tian, who was at the 4th level of the innate realm, he had to unleash almost all of his strength to defeat him. Without a doubt, with Jiang Chen's current strength, if he were to encounter Yin Kai of the Hidden Dragon Martial Academy, he probably wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Therefore, Jiang Chun decided to focus all his efforts on improving his strength in the coming period. He must raise his strength to the third or even fourth level of the innate realm before the Nine Palaces martial arts tournament arrives. With this, and relying on his numerous high-level martial arts skills and a layer of sword intent, no one can pose a threat to him in the Nine Prefectures martial arts tournament. For the next few days, Jiang Chun stayed in the Pill Hall of the Moon Mark Chamber of Commerce. Aside from occasionally giving guidance to Zhong Jihe and others, he spent most of his time refining elixirs. After nearly 10 days of this, Jiang Chun had not only given 70% of the pills to the Moon Mark Merchant Guild, but had also accumulated quite a lot for himself. So on the 11th day, Jiang Chun then left the Pill Hall and returned to his residence to cultivate in seclusion. Certainly, Jiang Chun's secluded cultivation was undoubtedly much simpler than that of most people. He simply popped the prepared pills into his mouth one by one, as if eating beans. Ding! You have consumed a grade 3 beginner-level pill, the innate spirit pill, and gained 3,000 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have consumed a grade 3 high-level pill, the gathering yuan pill, and gained 3666 by 100 experience points. Ding! You have successfully broken through to the second level of the innate realm. With the system's 100-fold experience boost, Jiang Chun's strength increased rapidly by consuming pills. In less than an hour, Jiang Chun's strength soared from the first level of the innate realm to the fourth level. Chapter 196. So it was you piece of trash. After breaking through the fourth level of the innate realm, Jiang Chun swallowed the few remaining pills. As the experience required for leveling up increased, Jiang Chun ultimately failed to break through to the fifth level of the innate realm. However, Jiang Chun was already very satisfied with reaching the fourth level of the innate realm in one go. With his strength at the fourth level of the innate realm, coupled with his extraordinary combat power, he is more than capable of matching some martial artists at the seventh level of the innate realm. After improving his cultivation level, Jiang Chun did not rush to leave seclusion. He then spent some time practicing the Azure Dragon Sky-Breaking Fist. A few days later, Jiang Chun successfully upgraded the intermediate-level Xian grade martial skill Azure Dragon Sky-Breaking Fist to the advanced level Xian grade martial skill Divine Dragon Sky-Breaking Fist. And at this time, there are less than 3 days left until the martial arts competition of the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom. Jiang Chun guessed that the team from Lingyun Martial Academy who came to participate in the 9 prefectures martial arts tournament had already arrived in the capital, so he decided to go and join up with the team from Lingyun Martial Academy. After leaving the room, Jiang Chun went to say goodbye to Yu Yangzhou. After learning that Yang Prefecture was not at the headquarters of the Wehen Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Chun left the Wehen Chamber of Commerce directly. The 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament of the Great Xia Kingdom is an annual grand event for martial arts. Each edition of the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament is jointly organized by the royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom and the Yunhong Martial Academy. All talented disciples who demonstrate outstanding abilities in the 9 Prefectures Martial Arts Tournament. Not only can you receive generous rewards, but you will also have the opportunity to enter the Yunhong Martial Academy of the Great Xia Kingdom for training. In terms of both strength and cultivation resources, Yunhong Martial Academy far surpasses the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom. You could say that Yunhong Martial Academy is the sacred place of martial arts that all martial arts practitioners in the Great Xia Kingdom dream of. Half an hour later, Jiang Chun arrived at a mansion on one side of the Great Xia Kingdom's Imperial Palace, a mansion specially prepared for the top 9 martial academies. After showing the guards his identity token as a disciple of Lingyun Manor, Jiang Chun walked into the manor. I inquired briefly about the residences of Lingyun Martial Academy. Just as Jiang Chun was about to go and meet up with the people from Lingyun Martial Academy, a somewhat surprised and angry shout suddenly rang in his ears. "Kid, it's you." The sudden shout startled Jiang Chun. He looked up and followed the sound, only to see a familiar figure rushing towards him with an unfriendly expression. The person who suddenly rushed up was none other than Nangong Yi, whom he had met at Tianlong Mountain. Behind Nangong Yi, Jiang Chun also saw dozens of martial artists wearing the same robes as him. Without a doubt, these people are from the Ziyun Martial Academy who have come to participate in a 9 martial arts tournament. Seeing Nangong Yi rushing straight towards him, Jiang couldn't help but smile slightly. He looked at Nangong Yi with a sneer. Who do we have here? It turns out to be trash like you. You're worse than an animal. Kid, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Nangong Yi's expression changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Chen with the same gaze one would give a dead man, and his whole being instantly filled with murderous intent. Nangong Yi was filled with shock and anger. He originally thought that after he escaped from Tianlong Mountain, Jiang Chen would surely die in Xiang Tianlong's hands. Once Jiang Chen dies, no one will know the secret of how he used 2 companions as shields to save his own life. But now Jiang Chen was standing alive and well in front of him. It should be noted that one of the 2 people who went up Tianlong Mountain with him back then had an extraordinary background. If this kid were to reveal what happened at Tianlong Mountain, it would be extremely dangerous for him. Chapter 197 Nangong Yi. Do you have no shame? No. No matter what, I absolutely cannot give Jiang Chen the chance to reveal this secret. Jiang Chen, you treacherous villain. I, Nangong Yi, have finally met you. On that day, I joined forces with you to attack Tianlong Mountain, but I never expected that you would join forces with Xiang Tianlong of Tianlong Mountain to attack me at the crucial moment. My 2 junior brothers were killed because of this. Today, I will kill you, you treacherous villain, to avenge my 2 junior brothers. A cold glint flashed in Nangong Yi's eyes. With a roar, the aura of a martial artist at the innate realm erupted instantly. At the same time, his figure also turned into a blur, and a fierce force emanated from the 5 fingers of his right hand as he clawed at Jiang Chen's crown. After escaping from Tianlong Mountain back to Lingyun Martial Academy, Nangong Yi began to devote himself to arduous cultivation. After nearly a month of intensive training, Nangong Yi finally broke through to the innate realm and became an innate realm martial artist. Now that he has met Jiang Chen, Nangong Yi does not hesitate to unleash his full strength, because he wanted to kill Jiang Chen with a single blow, leaving him no chance to refute. However, Nangong Yi's ideals were lofty, but reality was harsh. Just as his confident, deadly strike appeared above Jiang Chen's head, Jiang Chen's figure vanished like a ghost before his eyes. Nangong Yi's expression changed drastically in an instant. He suddenly looked up, his gaze shifting as if sensing something, and looked ahead. Jiang Chen's figure had appeared 10 meters away from him without him even noticing. Hee, Nangong, you made up a pretty good story. Back then, in order to survive under Xiang Tianlong, you didn't hesitate to use the bodies of 2 of your companions to shield you from a knife. Now you have a nerve to bite me back? You piece of trash, do you have any shame? Jiang Chen looked indifferently at Nangong Yi in front of him, and his disdainful sneer echoed in the air. Boy, stop talking nonsense. Plapava to die. Nangong Yi was extremely shocked and furious. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his longsword and unleashed a Xian-grade sword technique, Heavenly Moon Slash, directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained indifferent, instantly activating the Qiankuan shifting step. The next moment, Jiang Chen's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost, perfectly avoiding Nangong Yi's fierce attack. How can this kid be so fast? Seeing that his Xian greatsword technique had missed again, Nangong Yi was extremely shocked. He turned around and looked at Jiang Chen, who had appeared behind him at some point. His face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Nangong Yi, are you so eager to kill me to silence me? Jiang Chen sneered at Nangong. But with your strength, you're probably not qualified to kill me to silence me. Nangong Yi's face turned ashen. His fists were clenched, and his gaze toward Jiang Chen was almost spitting fire. He was starting to regret it. If he had known Jiang Chen was so powerful, he shouldn't have rushed up to settle scores with him so hastily. Now, not only has he failed to eliminate Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen has also publicly revealed his secret of using his comrade as a shield. What terrified Nangong even more was the father of one of the people he used to shield himself from a knife was the deputy head of the Lingyun Martial Academy, who led the team to participate in a martial arts competition. If this deputy prefect were to learn the truth, he would be doomed. Nangong Yi, what exactly is going on? Just as Nangong Yi was feeling a little flustered, a cold, angry shout rang out from behind Nangong in an instant. Chapter 198 Your daughter's death has nothing to do with me. Master Du, the Lingyun Martial Academy student we encountered when my junior sister and I went to Tianlong Mountain for training, was this person. If he hadn't secretly colluded with the bandits of Tianlong Mountain, junior sister Du wouldn't have met such a tragic end. That kid, he's one of the culprits who killed junior sister Du. Nangong looked at the vice prefect Du Yushan, who was walking forward, and quickly pointed at Jiang Chun and said. Although Jiang Chun recounted everything that happened at Tianlong Mountain, Nangong quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of panic. After all, he is, a genius disciple of the Lingyun Martial Academy. Moreover, he has always presented himself as a virtuous gentleman in the Lingyun Martial Academy. Nangong really didn't believe that Du Yushan would rather believe Jiang Chun, an outsider, than him. Upon hearing that Jiang Chun was the one who killed his daughter, Du Yushan's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. He stared coldly at Jiang Chun. Boy, is it you who killed my daughter? Your daughter's death has nothing to do with me. If I really wanted to kill your daughter, I wouldn't need to join forces with the bandits of Tianlong Mountain. Jiang Chun sneered disdainfully. Of course, if you really want to believe that trash Nangong, then I have nothing to say. Nangong is a genius of my Lingyun Martial Academy. I know him very well. If I don't trust my own students, why should I trust your words? Enough with the nonsense. If you can't produce evidence today to prove you have nothing to do with my daughter's death, don't blame me for being impolite. Du Yushan snorted coldly, and a sharp aura instantly pressed down on Jiang Chun. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Why don't you ask Nangong to produce evidence to prove that he didn't kill your daughter? I'll say it one last time. Your daughter's death has nothing to do with me, and I don't need to prove anything to you. Whether you choose to believe Nangong is your business, it has nothing to do with me. Despite Du Yushan's overwhelming aura, Jiang Chun's expression remained unchanged. He said it casually, then turned and strode away. Du Yushan looked at Jiang Chun, who was about to leave, and a look of anger and embarrassment flashed in his eyes. This kid is just a student of Lingyun Martial Academy, yet he doesn't take him, the deputy head of Lingyun Martial Academy, seriously at all. Boy, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Du Yushan's face turned cold, and he moved swiftly to block Jiang Chun's path. Jiang Chun's expression turned slightly cold. Lord Du, what do you mean by this? Du Yushan said coldly. You killed my daughter, and you still have a nerve to ask me what I mean? Can't you understand human language? I've told you so many times, your daughter's death has nothing to do with me. Not all the people from Tianlong Mountain are dead. If you want to know how your daughter died, go and investigate for yourself. Jiang Chun looked at Du Yushan with disdain. The dignified deputy head of the Lingyun Martial Academy was actually made a fool of by a piece of trash in his own academy. Doesn't he feel ashamed? Good, very good. You brat, you killed my daughter, and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Today I, Du Yushan, will not spare you. Prepare to die. Du Yushan laughed in extreme anger. With a wave of his hand, a fierce burst of energy swept out towards Jiang Chun like lightning. Chapter 199, a head-on clash with a 9th level innate realm expert. Du Yushan attacked Zhan Shen directly. A smug smile immediately appeared in Nangong Yi's eyes. He knew it. Du Yushan would not ignore his words and believe Jiang Chun, an outsider. It's laughable that Jiang Chun, that idiot, actually went to provoke Du Yushan. He was simply courting death. Du Yushan's sudden move caused Jiang Chun's eyes to turn cold. He clenched his fist suddenly. The Shin-grade advanced martial skill, Divine Dragon Skybreaking Fist, was unleashed in one punch, completely blocking Du Yushan's fierce palm strike. Ow, how was this possible? The scene before my eyes was horrifying. This caused Nangong to freeze in place instantly, uttering a murmur of disbelief. He originally thought, even if Jiang Chun doesn't die from Du Yushan's attack, he'll be badly injured. But he never expected it. Jiang Chun blocked Du Yushan's attack with surprising ease. Beside Nangong the students from Lingyun Martial Academy were equally astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Du Yushan is the deputy head of their Lingyun Martial Academy, a powerful expert at the 9th level of the innate realm. Even a casual strike will be something most people would avoid at all costs. But this kid in front of me actually shattered Du Yushan's attack with a single punch. Such strength is beyond the reach of even Jiang Yunhong, the #1 genius of their Lingyun Martial Academy. This kid is very strong. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely be a great enemy for me in a 9 prefectures martial arts tournament. At the very front of that group of Lingyun Martial Academy students, Jiang Yunhong, the #1 genius of Lingyun Martial Academy, also looked extremely solemn. Even Lingyun Martial Academy, which is at the bottom of the 9 major martial academies, has produced such a monstrous genius. It seems that winning the championship in this 9 martial arts tournament will not be an easy task for him. Certainly, not only were the students of Lingyun Martial Academy stunned by Jiang Chen's performance, Du Yushan was equally shocked. As a powerful expert at the 9th level of the innate realm, even his casual strike was no less powerful than the full-force strike of an ordinary 4th level innate realm martial artist. But this kid in front of me actually managed to block the punch head-on. Doesn't this mean that this kid in front of us has at least the combat power of a 4th level innate martial artist? Du Yushan, it seems that you, the deputy head of the Lingyun Martial Academy, are nothing special. You say I killed your daughter, then produce the evidence, otherwise don't bother me. After defeating Du Yushan's attack in one move, Jiang Chen said coldly and turned to leave. Boy, you killed my daughter, and now you think you can just walk away from me unscathed? Not so easy. Watching Jiang Chen turn and leave, Du Yushan couldn't help but let out a furious roar. With a flick of his hand, a surge of powerful innate true energy erupted, transforming into a giant azure palm in midair. Driven by Du Yushan, the giant cyan palm swept towards Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Seeing Du Yushan attack again, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Just as he was preparing to launch a full-scale counterattack, a somewhat familiar angry shout suddenly rang out in midair. Du Yushan, you're the deputy head of the Lingyun Martial Academy. It's one thing for you to disregard your status and attack a junior, but you even used a Xian-grade martial skill. I think you've wasted your life all these years. You can't just bully the people of my Lingyun Martial Academy. Chapter 200 The Overbearing Yin Songming. This furious shout echoed through the air. A figure radiating a fiery red light descended from the sky and stood directly in front of Jiang Chen. He clenched his fist suddenly, and a fiery red, blazing fist shadow shot towards Du Yushan's cyan giant palm like lightning. Boom! The blue and red colors clashed, and a deafening explosion resounded through the air. Immediately, Du Yushan's body trembled, and he was forced back 7 or 8 steps by the fierce force of the punch. He looked up at the suddenly appearing figure, his eyes narrowing instantly. Yin Songming. Yin Songming sneered disdainfully. Du Yushan, as the deputy head of the Lingyun Martial Academy, how dare you lay a hand on a junior? Aren't you ashamed? A life for a life. That's only right. This bastard killed my daughter. He must give me an explanation today, no matter what. Du Yushan said with a gloomy expression. Yeah. Yin Songming said casually. You say Jiang Chen killed your daughter, but what evidence do you have? Du Yushan sneered. This was witnessed by Nangong Yi, a student of my Lingyun Martial Academy. How could he be wrong? Haha, how ridiculous. This is just your side of the story. What makes you so sure that Jiang Chen killed your daughter? Moreover, even if Jiang Chen really killed your daughter, it was your daughter's own fault. With me here today, you won't be able to touch a single hair on Jiang Chen's head. Yin Songming laughed loudly, his domineering voice resounding in everyone's ears. Yin Songming, it seems you're determined to protect this kid? Upon hearing Yin Songming's domineering words, Du Yushan's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. So what if it is? Yin Songming said arrogantly. If you're not satisfied, then go ahead and attack. Du Yushan clenched his fists, his gaze shifting uncertainly for a long time before he finally managed to suppress the anger in his heart. The Purple Cloud Martial Academy is adjacent to the Soaring Cloud Martial Academy. Du Yushan knew Yin Songming of Lingyun Martial Academy very well. This old fellow is a veteran expert of Lingyun Martial Academy. He was already a 9th level innate expert more than 10 years ago. Yin Songming's strength is now probably even more unfathomable. If he were to actually fight this old man, he wouldn't gain the slightest advantage. Jiang Chen, you better pray I don't find evidence that you killed my daughter. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you go. Knowing that Yin Songming exists, he has no way to deal with Jiang Chen today. Du Yushan could only give Jiang Chen a cold look before turning around and quickly leaving with the students of Lingyun Martial Academy. Little guy, you finally arrived. If the third elder of the Moonmark Merchant Guild hadn't said that you would be joining us soon, I would have gone to find you myself. After Du Yushan and the others left, Yin Songming smiled and said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, I have been in seclusion at the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce for some time recently. I apologize for keeping Elder Yin waiting. Haha, it's all right. It's been over a month since I last saw you. I didn't expect your strength to have reached such a level, enough to withstand an attack from a 9th level innate realm expert. Your current strength is probably no less than that of Yin Kai of the Hidden Dragon Martial Academy. Yin Songming's hearty laughter also rang in Jiang Chen's ears. After 30 years, my Lingyun Martial Academy has finally produced another peerless genius who can contend for the title of the #1 in the 9 Academies martial arts tournament.